50 Kryptonian workers. 200 Kryptonian soldiers. This marks the second successful batch of Kryptonians hatched from the creation library. The Kryptonian workers, though simple in their task, are crucial to the rebuilding of the new Kryptonian Empire. The Empire, now a shadow of its former glory, is in desperate need of labor. The construction of new buildings, the repair of the Bifrost, and the maintenance of spaceships all require manpower. These workers, though inexperienced at first, are already proving to be invaluable as they tackle urgent tasks. As for the soldiers, they are the backbone of the Empire's defense and future expansion. Whether guarding the territories or venturing into new frontiers, these soldiers are essential to Su Chen's vision of a strong and secure Kryptonian empire. Now, and in the future, he knows he will need their strength to protect what is his.
A week later,
the newly hatched Kryptonians have begun settling into towns outside Asgard. With guidance from experienced Kryptonian warriors and the innate sense of purpose instilled in them, they have slowly begun to integrate into society, realizing the roles they were genetically designed to fulfill. They are not mere workers or soldiers by chance, but by design. Their genes preordained them for their positions. The Kryptonian workers have taken up their assigned roles with determination. Under the tutelage of engineers, many of them have started to understand and master complex technologies. They assist in repairing the massive world engine, contributing to its restoration. From dawn until dusk, these once ignorant laborers are now learning new skills, becoming adept at high-level technical tasks. Meanwhile, a large group of Kryptonian soldiers has also found their place. Their task is straightforward, though no less critical. Move the materials to the other side of the bridge. Place them at the bridgehead, and don't be gentle about it. The shout echoed over the bridge, now under construction atop the ocean. A group of Kryptonian soldiers worked tirelessly, lifting and transporting massive loads. These soldiers, while skilled in combat, now serve as laborers, their powerful physiques put to use in building infrastructure rather than guarding it. Their task? Rebuilding the Bifrost, the once mighty gateway of Asgard. The Kryptonian Empire, with its advanced 100,000-year-old technology, far surpasses Asgard in terms of knowledge and capability. After much effort, Kryptonian scientists have cracked the secrets of the Bifrost, piecing together knowledge from ancient papers and long-forgotten texts. Now, at Su Chen's insistence, they are ready to begin construction on the new Bifrost, a project that will unite the scattered remnants of the Empire and pave the way for its resurgence. The sounds of machinery roaring, materials being moved, and soldiers shouting fill the air. What once seemed like a dead realm of forgotten gods is slowly becoming vibrant once more.
Hela's watchful eyes. From her perch, Hela, the goddess of death, observed the transformation. For the past 6 months, she had attempted to escape Su Chen's grasp, but each attempt had ended in failure, with her being killed and resurrected multiple times. Gradually, she had resigned herself to her captivity, coming to understand her special position in the grand scheme of things. She was trapped, a bloodthirsty godslayer under the watchful eye of a far more dangerous entity. But during this time, she had also learned the true identity of her captor. Suchan was not just a powerful individual, he was a Kryptonian. An empire she had heard of in the distant past, one that had long ago sealed itself off from the rest of the universe, becoming insular and conservative. What she had not expected, however, was that the once mighty Kryptonian empire had crumbled into ruin, only to now be reborn before her very eyes. She couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. With her knowledge of the 9 realms and the gods who ruled them, she knew that the empire under Su Chen's command would rise swiftly and decisively. Damn it, she muttered to herself, her heart filled with a mix of anger and frustration. The very foundations of this rebirth were built on the bones of Asgard, her home. As she thought about this, a bitter trace of resentment lingered in her heart. Has Su Chen ever considered the destruction of the Kryptonian Empire? She thought darkly. The once grand empire now teeters on the brink of extinction. Will it ever find a way to rise again? A few days later. On a quiet grassy field several miles from the palace, a sleek Kryptonian reconnaissance ship stood parked. Several soldiers, dressed in military uniforms, were busy loading supplies and rations into the ship. This was no ordinary ship. It was the same reconnaissance vessel that Krypton had dispatched to Earth over 10,000 years ago. Now, under Su Chen's command, the ship was being repurposed. The Creation Vault incubator pool inside had been completely dismantled, and the ship now served as a transport for military provisions. After a thorough inspection, an engineer walked out of the hatch, giving the ship a clean bill of health. The communication systems, engines, and energy supplies are all functioning perfectly, the engineer confirmed. With everything in order, a group of soldiers and workers approached Su Chen. "Your Majesty," they said in unison, kneeling before him. Su Chen surveyed them, his gaze sweeping across their faces,
faces filled with determination and pride.
He nodded solemnly. It's not too late. Prepare to depart.
Yes, Your Majesty, the leader of the group replied. Su Chen's voice was firm. Whether this mission succeeds or not, the new Kryptonian Empire will remember your sacrifices. Even I will honor you in my heart. The mission was perilous. The group, including 10 soldiers, several workers and a few specialists, was about to board the reconnaissance ship and embark on a journey to the far-flung outposts abandoned by the Kryptonian Empire. There, they would search for rare and precious genetic nutrients crucial for the Empire's future growth.
The journey was uncertain.
It could take 3 months, 6 months, or even years before they returned, if they ever did. The worst-case scenario loomed large. The ship could be lost forever in the vastness of space, destroyed by hostile forces or simply vanishing into the unknown. But these were the risks of interstellar pioneers. Their sacrifices would pave the way for the future of Krypton.
The departure.
With a roar, the engine of the reconnaissance ship ignited. A brilliant tail of fire burst from its exhaust, propelling the vessel upward, piercing the skies and shooting into the starry expanse. Suchan stood at the edge of the shore, watching as the ship soared into the heavens. This ship, this mission, represented hope, the hope of rebuilding an empire and securing the future of his people. Maybe they'll return. Maybe they won't, Hela remarked softly, her voice tinged with melancholy. Most pioneers are lost in space. The universe is merciless, and only the strong survive. Suchan glanced at her, his expression unreadable. Hela immediately lowered her gaze, recognizing her mistake. She remained silent as he walked past her, heading toward the coast. There, the new bridge was nearly complete. Soon, the Bifrost would be fully operational once more, allowing swift travel between the realms. Suchan looked up at the stars, his heart heavy with longing. He felt a strange ache inside him, a feeling he hadn't anticipated.
Homesickness.
For a moment, he wondered if he'd ever truly find his way back to Krypton.
A few days later,
the Bifrost of the new Kryptonian Empire has finally been restored. Beneath the twinkling stars, a bridge of radiant color stretches across the sky, its brilliant beams reflecting the distant stars. The super-long bridge spans several miles, from the coast of the mainland to the farthest reaches of the sea, its colors pulsating like a living thing. The Bifrost, an essential space-time gateway, has been reborn. Now, all the critical affairs of Krypton will be in your hands. As long as you continue to develop steadily, step by step, everything will be fine, Suchan said, his voice calm yet authoritative, directed at the woman standing beside him. Fiora, his trusted female officer, nodded respectfully, though a faint sadness flickered in her eyes. Your Majesty, when will you return? Suchan hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm not sure. But if there are any signs of danger, you can contact me immediately. Or, if necessary, use the Bifrost to summon me back. His gaze softened as he noticed the trace of longing in Fiora's expression. He gently patted her on the shoulder. It's easy to return. I will come back as soon as possible. The two maids standing nearby, Eva and Eve, looked at him with hopeful expressions. Your Majesty, they murmured in unison. Eve, stay with Fiora and take care of each other, Suchan said, giving them both a playful squeeze on their cheeks before turning to leave. As for Hela, the troublesome goddess of death, she had been dealt with more severely. Suchan had imprisoned her in the dungeon, a place where all magic and light were blocked, effectively rendering her powerless. It was a harsh punishment, but Suchan had no intention of showing leniency. Over time, Hela seemed to be adjusting to her fate, her once bloodthirsty nature subdued by her confinement. Suchan couldn't help but feel a little satisfaction at how her pride had been broken. Perhaps in some way, he had helped her find her place, though he doubted she'd ever admit it. With his thoughts now focused, Suchan turned his attention back to the task at hand.
Hum.
The hum of the Bifrost's control room resonated through the air as the bridge's colors grew brighter. A massive beam of colorful light erupted from the Bifrost, wrapping around Su Chen's figure before propelling him into the unknown.
Boom.
A violent tremor shook the air. Somewhere on Earth, high in the sky, a surge of energy cracked through the atmosphere. A brilliant beam of rainbow-colored light pierced the heavens before crashing to the ground below. The red light flared and disappeared in an instant, leaving only the swirling clouds to mark the spot where Suchan had arrived. On the ground, a strange circular pattern appeared on the earth. From this pattern, Suchan floated down gently, his feet touching the dry, cracked ground. He inhaled deeply, savoring the air of Earth, pure and untainted, unlike the recycled atmosphere of Krypton. He could feel a brief discomfort in his cells as they adjusted to the foreign environment, but the feeling quickly passed, replaced by the soothing warmth of Earth's atmosphere. It was like sinking into a warm pool after a long journey. This is a desert? Suchan muttered to himself as he gazed around at the barren expanse. The sand whipped through the air, the heat shimmering off the ground. He had no idea where he was, but one thing was certain: the Bifrost's accuracy was still a work in progress. However, Suchan didn't see this as a problem. If anything, it was an opportunity. He stretched his senses outward, his enhanced hearing picking up faint sounds from miles away. His superhuman vision scanned the horizon, searching for any signs of civilization. Nothing. The landscape was quiet, save for the occasional gust of wind stirring up the sand. The world felt almost lifeless. "This place is hell," Suchan muttered with a shake of his head. But just as he was about to take off and fly toward the nearest city or settlement, something caught his attention. "Huh? There are people here?" ***. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he spotted movement in the distance. A few kilometers away, amidst the endless desert, there was an odd sight: a red door frame standing alone in the sand. At first glance, it seemed like some strange, misplaced artifact. Why would anyone put a door in the middle of a desert? But there was no one around to see it, and Su Chen quickly realized that it wasn't just any door. This was no ordinary portal. The red gate was a magical one, a dimensional doorway, likely conjured by some practitioner of arcane arts. The question now was, who was on the other side, and what were they doing here? Before Su Chen could contemplate further, a figure stumbled out of the door in a panic. The person's feet sank deep into the sand, and they fell to the ground, clearly struggling. The man was dressed in a red magician's robe, and from the blood staining his clothes, it was evident that he was in distress. He had clearly fled through the portal, likely seeking refuge. Who's chasing him? Su Chen's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden flash of movement. A sharp, thin blade shot out from the open doorway, striking the fallen magician in the back. Blood sprayed from the wound, staining the sand beneath him. As the man struggled to push himself up, a new figure emerged from the red gate, a tall figure clad in a linen-colored robe. The newcomer's eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and the aura around him reeked of dark magic. The man was a believer of Dormammu, Su Chen recognized immediately. The strange, purple dots around his eyes, along with the evil energy radiating from him, were unmistakable signs. "Do you think you can run?" the Dormammu believer sneered, raising a wicked blade high. The fleeing magician tried to scramble to his feet, but it was clear he was too wounded to escape. The blade of the Dormammu follower descended toward him with lethal precision. Su Chen's eyes flashed with irritation. He had no intention of letting this brutal pursuit continue. "Enough!" A sudden booming voice rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Su Chen appeared between the two figures. He casually caught the Dormammu believer's blade with one hand, stopping its descent midair. The Dormammu follower froze, his eyes widening in shock. "You have a destiny with me," Su Chen said with a smile, his voice polite but deadly. "How about letting him go?" The Dormammu believer's hand trembled, his grip failing to move the blade even an inch. It felt as though his weapon was caught in a vice. Su Chen's strength was overwhelming, far beyond what he had expected. "Let him go? Then you die first." The follower snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. He raised his other hand, summoning dark energy. A six-pointed star materialized in the air, and fiery explosions began to spread from his palm. Su Chen's smile never faltered. Why bother? With a swift motion, he released the Dormammu follower's blade and threw a punch directly at the man's face. The force was tremendous. Boom! The follower's head exploded under the sheer force of the blow, his body collapsing to the ground. His remains were sent flying into the red gate behind him, vanishing into the swirling darkness. The space behind the red gate flickered before closing, leaving nothing but the sandstorm swirling in the desert. Su Chen exhaled, brushing the blood from his knuckles. Such a waste. Turning back to the fallen magician, Su Chen offered him a hand. "Get up. You owe me your life." The magician, still in shock from the sudden turn of events, looked up at Su Chen with wide eyes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Under one punch, a huge head suddenly exploded like a watermelon, and the headless corpse suddenly flew into the red space gate under the action of the impact. The situation suddenly took a sharp turn, and the temple mage who was lying on the ground next to him suddenly looked over with a bloody face. "You are." He seemed to recall something and shouted, "You're not that little boy? Wonder Woman's younger brother?" When he was 8 years old when he first left Paradise Island, Su Chen had already followed Diana to the London Temple, but in order to inquire about the fall of the god of war, Ares, but he did not expect that a lot of twists and turns had happened, so that Su Chen himself smashed most of the temple. Over the years of growing up, Diana, who was overwhelmed, also led Su Chen to deal with many dark Dormammu cultists from time to time. Therefore, contact with these temple mages from time to time is more than one side. The red-robed mage in front of him obviously remembered the little boy back then. Guessed right, let's go. Su Chen looked at him and smiled, and then lifted his body from the ground regardless of it. Hey, it hurts? The temple mage cried. It was not a big lady, Su Chen didn't care much about his feelings. He lifted up the paralyzed and weak him, and then stepped into the red space gate in front of him. Airplanes? After a burst of blurred vision, the two had arrived at a completely new landscape, a desert area that was still dusty a second ago, and now they had stepped into a palatial hall. That's the magic of that space door. But now the situation in the hall is very bad. A strong smell of blood lingers in the entire hall. Looking around, several corpses have been killed, so mercilessly nailed to the wall. It doesn't seem optimistic. Su Chen had dealt with these Dormammu believers, and their style was very dark and bloody, which was completely in line with their identity as Dormammu believers. Well, for Guyi's sake, I'll help you clean up the garbage. Su Chen outlined a smile and said. The temple mage, who was put to the ground by Su Chen without a trace of tenderness, touched his injured back and gasped from time to time, but listening to Su Chen's warm words, he couldn't help but complain. If you hadn't destroyed the magic array left by the temple, how could our London temple still have many disasters until now? Su Chen didn't turn his head back, pretending not to hear these words. It seems that the movement just now attracted the attention of the people inside. Duh! A crisp sound of footsteps resounded from the corridor. With urging-like footsteps, a figure had just turned around from the straight corridor, but at this moment, Su Chen had suddenly punched forward. The guy who had just walked out of the promenade felt as if he had received a fist in front of him. Rumble? Unexpectedly, he threw his head into his fist head-on, slammed the ground, and the seemingly unpretentious punch actually completely shattered the head. Settle in. An incredulous cry came. Come on, there's a troublesome guy. The echo of the shout soon spread all around, and footsteps sounded one after another on all floors of the hall. The first to greet were two figures, and the enrichment of magic instantly made the surrounding air very abnormal. Looking at the figure dozens of meters away, Su Chen smiled. No one told you. Are you too slow to prepare your magic? The voice just stopped at the first half of the sentence. His figure had disappeared in place. Only the voice of the second half of the sentence still slowly floated in the cloister. As if shrinking into inches, they jumped into the eye sockets of the two people in an instant, occupying most of their field of vision, and then before they could complete the magic gesture, the two fists that opened the bow left and right directly crashed them into the thick wall. The terrifying aura actually made them completely dented into the wall, which was simply breathtaking. Damn, take your life. A threatening word came from behind, accompanied by a sharp roar that broke through the air. I saw a sharp rope, like a spirit snake, flying from the air. Su Chen did not even turn around. His right hand seemed to just grab towards the void, and the magic long rope that was ready to sneak attack fell into the palm of his hand. Crackling? A thunderous cry continued to move in the palm of his hand, and it was conceivable that this long rope contained some kind of attack power. It's just that the current that is enough to stun a beast was actually held tightly by Su Chen in the palm of his hand, and it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. That's it. With a burst of force in Su Chen's hand, the figure at the other end of the rope was actually pulled by him violently. The left hand reached out, and a precise clasp was placed on the neck of the flying figure in front of him, and the majestic force burst out from the wrist, and the neck bone of the throat was directly crushed. The figure with the throat snapped instantly turned into a corpse with broken breath, and then was mercilessly thrown on the wall by him. Let's go together. Witnessing the terrifying scene just now, the Dormammu believers who had palpitations couldn't help but roar loudly. Disciplined, they suddenly slowly surrounded from the hall, and there were more than a dozen people. But Su Chen has never cared how strong the other party is, how many people the other party has, and anyone who dares to be an enemy, it is best to pray whether they can withstand the washing of strength. Didn't say much. Su Chen's figure had directly turned into a sharp arrow and flew away. Here it is, the shouting mage hastily set up a magic shield, but the oncoming fist in front of him directly shattered this air wall, destroying all his waist and ribs. Under the bloom of blood, not to be outdone, magical attacks swept in one after another. Su Chen smiled, reached out and flew an ice arrow, stepped on his footsteps, and directly met the eyes of a person closely, and the simple and rough fist hit his face like this. Poof! The blood mixed with brain turbidity suddenly spilled all around. That's when it was there. Airplanes? The earth under his feet actually began to rotate like a roller, and the surrounding spatial structure changed, and Su Chen squinted, knowing that this was the most accustomed spatial magic used by mages. Watching the disturbed crowd gradually arrive, Su Chen, who was gently floating in the air, shook his head and smiled. It's as annoying as a mosquito. Say it, shout. The red light flashed. I saw a hot line of sight beam, like a supreme cutting blade, erupting from Su Chen's eyes. Looking around, everywhere it swept, the walls were all torn apart, and the body of the affected Dormammu sect was even more helpless, and was directly cut off by the red beam. After the more brutal heat gaze sweep, for a while, no one survived again. It has to be said. Su Chen's heat vision beam was indeed mighty and huge, and the beam with the thickness of the bull mouth was able to cut and tear anything. Just the sweep that was understated just now. Not only these Dormammu believers were cut off, but the buildings that were swept over were all directly torn apart. The cracked fracture is extremely smooth, and there is a thick heat that is faintly emitted. Airplanes? At this time, the surrounding air was like a lake. I saw a figure in a white plain robe slowly walking out from the ripples, with a kind face, and the smooth bald head is undoubtedly the ancient mage. She looked at the building in front of her that was swept by the hot gaze, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows angrily. Seeing this, Su Chen just laughed vaguely and said, "Thanks to me, I helped you solve these troublesome infidels. Well, no need to thank me." The ancient mage looked embarrassed, looking at the temple building that was destroyed by this young man again, and the infidels who were swept to death by the blockage, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed slowly, and the little boy in front of her had not been seen for a while, and he became taller and stronger. And the strong and tall body faintly exuded an extremely condensed power, and the coldness exuded in it actually made her feel inexplicably threatened. Getting stronger again? Furiwiki sighed and said, "You just came back." Su Chen nodded. Guyi, who knows a lot of things, naturally knows what happened on the Earth half a year ago, but as the guardian of the Earth, she generally only fights against the invasion of foreign evil spirits. For some Earth affairs, they turn a blind eye, more regarded as the law of nature, do not interfere and do not participate. Therefore, even if there is a World War I and World War II on the Earth, it will not let Guyi move half a point. It seems that you also have a lot of things to deal with when you come back, and there is nothing to chat. Just as he was greeting, figures wearing magic robes came out of the Kamaji mausoleum, and began to clean up the troubles around them. Seeing this, Su Chen also shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave. At this moment, the ancient mage seemed to remember something and reminded, "The Earth has not been very peaceful recently." "Not very flat?" Su Chen was stunned and stopped. "Dormammu. It's not about the Dark Lord of Dormammu." Furiwiki shook his head and explained, "Dormammu is just a painless harassment, and the important thing is that there is a foreign force that remembers the Earth. This is the foreign fluctuation I noticed when I woke up yesterday. Be careful, this matter involves Paradise Island." Paradise Island? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and without Guyi further explaining, there were some signs in his heart. After waving goodbye to Guyi, Su Chen's figure flew directly into the air. The place he was about to fly to was Manhattan, New York, and at the moment of leaving, he remembered that the three temples were connected to each other, and he could rush directly from the London temple to the New York temple. But when he remembered the idea, his figure was already far away from London, and his incomparable speed left several sound barriers in a row, flying directly over the Atlantic Ocean, skimming the endless ocean. Boom! After another uncontrolled acceleration, the continental outline of the east coast of the Americas was already visible from the field of vision. This speed across the ocean is simply too fast. Of course, Su Chen's extremely exaggerated behavior did not hide some relevant institutions. At least not long ago, the moment Su Chen descended from the new Krypton Empire to Earth, he was captured by the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture the relevant spatial fluctuations. This very abnormal energy reading has already been thoroughly captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, and the technical department is very familiar with this fluctuation. This is exactly the same as the fluctuations caused by Thor, the god of thunder, and the arrival of the Asgardians on Earth. It is the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. This alarming news spread throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. It also fell to Thor's ears, who had become part of the Avengers. What? Movement from Asgard? Thor instantly stood up in the room, his face full of indescribable excitement. In the past 6 months, he has been worried, and Heimdall no longer responds to his words, especially the appearance of Hela, the goddess of death, which seems to herald the death of his father Odin. Then Asgard must be very likely to become an adversary. He wants to go back as soon as possible, but Thor has no way to go back, and he who has been relying on the Rainbow Bridge does not know how to get back to Asgard. And now, a glimmer of light seems to have appeared. Heimdall. Thor roared his name again in the room, but after a long time, no one responded, which undoubtedly proved that someone was manipulating the Rainbow Bridge, but the person who manipulated it was definitely not Heimdall. Someone has taken possession. Asgard. But who? Hela? Suddenly, a tall figure suddenly appeared in Thor's mind. It was the opponent who had fought with him. No, it can't be him. He shook his head and discarded the distractions in his heart. Now it is important to hold on to the figure who came from Asgard. Avengers, assemble. A roar slowly echoed inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Then, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. exclusive Harrier fighter flew out of the Washington headquarters building and headed straight towards the location where space fluctuations emanated. And the coincidence of the world is, while they were still busy heading towards the Sahara, Su Chen had already solved a trouble in the temple, and then crossed the Atlantic Ocean at a supersonic speed. His unscrupulous super flight has already raised the air alarm for many countries. However, under the radar tracking search, he could not be captured. Under the hurry of others, Su Chen's own figure has already arrived in Manhattan, New York. Not there. Even if he did not return to the single-family villa outside New York, Su Chen knew that his sister Diana was not at home, and he swept the penthouse in downtown Manhattan, and there was no her. It's really difficult. The moment Su Chen came to Earth, he wanted to see Diana herself. Sigh. He had returned to this New York villa, only feeling a faint smell of warmth all around, and he could even feel a smell of Diana. Well, At this time, an indescribable feeling sounded in Su Chen's mind. As if some kind of dangerous perception was brewing, Su Chen somewhat believed in this imperceptible feeling, and it was also a certain psychic ability of his unknown prophet. And this spearhead is directed at Paradise Island. Thinking of the words spoken by the ancient mage, Su Chen could not remain calm, and the figure randomly flew towards the sky. Paradise Island. The whole island is isolated overseas, and just like its name is paradise, the island is beautiful and almost like a wonderland on Earth. At this time, this dreamed of wonderland on Earth was quietly found by some kind of threat. On an endless green lawn on the island, a fortress-like building is built on it. Drive? At this time, slender bodies, driving the horses, formed a long formation, and rushed towards the fortified fortress. The leader of the team is none other than Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, but the fortress building in front of him is a dangerous treasure called the Mother Box of the Apocalypse Star, sealed thousands of years ago. The Mother Box of the Apocalypse Star, as well as the entrance to the Hell Passage, are all hidden dangers under the glamour of Paradise Island. They are like a powder keg, wary that they cannot relax from this, and the Amazonian female warriors who remain on Paradise Island cannot turn their backs on the tasks entrusted to them by the ancient gods. Entering through the gate of the fortress and walking through a long passageway, Hippolyta, dressed in a red cloak, entered the house. What's the situation? The Mother Box seems to have woken up. A crisp voice busily responded. Inside the fortress building, however, groups of Amazonian female warriors were surrounded by a circle, and the female warriors in the rear were holding crossbows aimed at the stone pillars at the center of the circle. The female warrior in front of her held a shield and a sword in the other, and looked at the stone pillar in front of her with a guarded expression. Above the stone pillar, a blood-red box like a Rubik's Cube was placed. It's just that this box with a certain pattern seems to have some kind of life, but it is constantly trembling on the stone pillar, and a faint light faintly lingers in the Mother Box, as if there is some energy brewing. The Mother Box seems to have woken up, but it seems to be safe for now. The female warrior in charge of the guard said in a low voice. Hippolyta couldn't believe it, shook his head and said, since the first age, the Mother Box has been sleeping for thousands of years, why did it wake up? After a long while, she said with a wry smile, someone is waking it up. Is it Steppenwolf who defeated the allies on Earth thousands of years ago? A cold sweat appeared on Hippolyta's white forehead, and she couldn't believe it. Thousands of years ago, the Earth Alliance had ancient gods, Amazons, and Atlantis, and the human allies together with the righteous partners of the alien space went to eliminate this Steppenwolf. But now in the era of the last law, the gods have fallen, and the alliance contract of all races has long been a matter of the old yellow calendar, and under the vicissitudes of the sea, each of them has long been out of touch, not to mention the righteous people in the Interstellar, which is an opportunity that can be encountered but cannot be sought. No one? Wrong. Hippolyta gritted her teeth. For the sake of the lives of the people on Paradise Island, and even the fate of the human beings on Earth, she must not delay this. Thinking about it, she nodded directly. You go quickly increase the whip, and light the ancient beacon. The beacon has not been lit for 5,000 years, and mankind no longer understands the meaning of it. An Amazon, however, said with a slight cry, human beings really don't understand, but she must understand. After speaking, Queen Hippolyta added, and him. The henchman immediately understood the meaning, so he directly took the order, just as she was about to run away quickly. Airplanes? A violent tremor burst out from the Mother Box. With a click, a crack was torn directly from the surface of the blood-red box, and the light contained in it directly poured out. Queen Hippolyta suddenly shouted, go quickly, by the way, mobilize all the troops of Paradise Island. Under the long roar, the female warrior who led the order instantly did not dare to turn back and ran out. Rumble? A roar suddenly came. The Mother Box seemed to be completely torn apart from the inside, and a long white light channel was like a pillar of light, standing directly above the stone pillar. Guard. Boom! The sound of blades coming out of its sheath sounded one after another. The longbow was also hitched with sharp arrows, pulled full of strings, and aimed itself at the sudden beam of light channel. The audience was silent, and a saber-rattling momentum made the Amazon female warriors look tense, and they didn't even dare to swallow a mouthful of saliva, for fear of being distracted by half a point. That's when it was there. Zizzy. A sound of flapping wings came from within the suddenly opened spatial passage. Here it comes. Queen Hippolyta shouted. I saw the voice coming from far and near, and a humanoid creature flapping its wings flew out violently, and its black body had just run out of the spatial passage. With a sound of breaking the air, the huge head was hit by several sharp arrows that directly shot their heads. The figure flapping its wings soared, and suddenly fell to the ground with a whimper. The Amazon female warrior did not feel a slack of slack, but only heard a very vast humming sound from the passage, which made the female warriors present look very ugly. Hold on for a while, the army will arrive soon. The voice just fell. Burst. Humanoid creatures called demons, flapping their wings, swarms of people constantly shuttled from the space passage that led to nowhere. Dense? Like a hornet in a honeycomb, it came directly with a fierce momentum. Hold on. The queen pulled out a sharp arrow and slashed directly forward, and with a few snorts, black blood burst out from the slashed demon. The black blood smelled rancid, but the queen couldn't care less, twisted her sword and fought against the guards around her. Fortunately, the fortress is built in a tight state, made of heavy gold iron concrete, and only a long, narrow passage leads to the outside. This means that winged demons are not good at using their bodies. But unfortunately, the spatial passage opened by the mother box did not stop for a moment, and a steady stream of bottomless demon legions were being sent outward. Damn it! Retreat while resisting. The queen pursed her lips and shouted. And just outside the Paradise Island, a violent sound of breaking the air suddenly erupted in the long air, and the unknown flying object seemed to tear open the clouds, and then tore open the magic shield outside the island. Like a shooting star, it flew towards Paradise Island, and I saw this fast-flying photography sweeping over the green lawn on the island. On the lawn, it was the mighty Amazon army who heard the news, and at this time, they felt the roar of the sky, and the robes they wore could not help but blow the sound of hunting. Who's coming? Poof! The sound of blood blooming in the road continued to sound in the fortress building. Queen Hitrat and the Amazonian female warriors around her fought and retreated, and they all resisted, but no matter how bloody and indignant, they had to face the disadvantage of numbers. Queen, can't hold it. The guards beside him were stained with blood and shouted violently. The Queen of the Amazons frowned, thinking that the Amazon army assembled outside had almost arrived, and she was not willing to continue to increase casualties. Thinking of this, she retreated towards the narrow passage with a fight. Fortunately, the advantage of the terrain is after all a good limit to the attack range of these demons. However, the space passage opened by the mother box has continued to be wide open, and the space inside the fortress is extremely limited, and the huge demons inside are so crowded and piled up, desperately trying to drill out. The sudden violent thrust ahead, as if swept through a flood, suddenly made the Amazon female warriors who had been going forward unable to bear it. Boom! Before reaching the door, this force that kept pushing outward suddenly knocked their figures away several meters away. At this time, the demons had completely rushed out of the Yongdao, and the mighty momentum instantly fell into the sky. Oops! The army was still a step late. Queen Hippolyta slashed a demon-like with her sword, and looked at the figure flying out with a serious face. But in an instant, she was suddenly stunned, and saw figures flapping their wings in the air, which were like dumplings, constantly falling from the air. A black rain of blood fell in the sky. The reason was that a red pillar of light cut through the sky, like an extremely sharp arrow, and where the beam swept, it was constantly tearing apart a large number of demon-like figures. Looking at the tall figure suspended in the air, Queen Hippolyta couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Be careful! A voice from the guards tried to remind. Just when the queen lost her mind, there were two demon-like figures who opened their teeth and danced their claws, and they actually rushed towards them. Caught off guard, the Amazon queen's thinking slowed down by half a beat, and before she could make any reaction, she saw that a tall figure instantly blocked in front of her. Boom! The two fists opened their bows left and right, and under a sharp roar that cut through the air, they instantly exploded the head of the demon. The queen breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, she sighed a little fondly. So, you are here. Long time no see. Well, I sensed that danger was happening here, so I quickly flew over. Su Chen said. Looking at the demons flying in the sky, he raised his eyebrows and said, let's talk about it later. The words just fell. He had already flown towards the fortress building in front of him, and the brave demon-like monsters continued to vent out from the gate of the Yongdao like a flood. The purpose of Su Chen's trip was to completely block this passage. As if sensing that the comer was not good, the demons immediately rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen just sneered. His body accelerated and rushed away. How terrifying the aura wrapped in his body was. For a time, all the demons that were collided were either injured or died, and the stump and broken leg fell to the ground. Rushing through the mighty tide of demons, Su Chen came to the top of the door of the fortress building, and then slapped the door frame without hesitation. Rumble! A muffled sound followed. The outer steel armor layer instantly collapsed, and the stones several meters thick were destroyed by this force from the inside out, and in an instant, they broke in response to the sound, collapsed with a bang, and the falling stones were uncertain, and the demons that had just come up on the road were smashed and died by falling stones. Under one palm, one by one falling stones actually blocked the small half of the doorway. Su Chen concocted the other side as he did, and the power in his hand erupted slightly, completely collapsing the thick stone rock building on the other side, completely plugging another loophole in the vacancy. In this way, the entire solid fortress no longer had a single opening to escape. The outer layer of the fortress is not only wrapped in gold and iron, but the inner walls are granite several meters thick. Even if the demons inside are so noisy, it is difficult to break through the siege for a while. The next step is to dispose of these monsters that run out. Su Chen glanced at the demons flying in the air, and then the figure flew over. Meanwhile, boom, the earth trembled. The sound of neat horses' hooves came from far and near, and it was the army of the Amazons who had assembled, and the mighty wave swept across the green lawn. The Amazon Queen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but still reminded everyone, these demons are all transformed biochemical monsters. Their combat effectiveness is not strong. Everyone does not need to be too afraid. You should personally pay attention to the fact that demons like fear and fear the most. So girls, raise your morale, cheer up, and kill all these monsters. Yes. A shout of the order actually attracted a chorus response from the army. Subsequently, it was the sound of arms tightening the bowstring. Drop the arrow. With a bang, the Amazon female warrior released her palm, and 10,000 arrows fired in unison, and the vast and endless arrows were like a rain of arrows constantly falling down. Poof! One after another demon-like figures were all directly hit by these bows and arrows, and the body of the flapping wings faced the dense arrows, but there was no way to dodge. For a time, like a hedgehog, the demons full of arrows fell from the air. These demons are not good at it, and under a hissing call, they don't know the pain, and they gather the same kind around them to rush from the air. The mighty army riding horses suddenly became a little flustered, especially the horses under them, which seemed to sense the evil aura on the demon-like body, and suddenly ran uncontrollably. The formation of female Amazonian warriors was so self-defeating. But Su Chen would not do what he wanted. With a movement of his mind, in a flicker, he had teleported above the Amazon army. Looking up, the black dance figure was like a waterfall pouring in. Su Chen just smiled contemptuously, took a heavy breath of the air around him, his lungs squeezed, and then suddenly sprayed an extremely cold frost breath. Swish! The cold frost-like breath formed a blue storm rushing up, and the demon-like figures that came in an instant were frozen one after another, and there seemed to be an extra strange phenomenon of a waterfall torrent being completely frozen in the air. After all, unable to support it in the sky, these frozen ice sculptures fell one after another, like a large hailstorm, smashing on the ground and resounding non-stop. After Su Chen's terrifying super breath, the frosty cold air in the sky directly turned most of the class into ice sculptures, and they fell to the ground one after another, shattering into several pieces. Under the invasion of cold air, the cold white fog instantly filled the sky above Paradise Island, and suddenly, the sky and the earth were briefly snowflakes. The change in this vision of heaven and earth makes people silent about everything in front of them. The female warriors of the Amazon were stunned on the spot, and the right arm of the bow could not help but stop. Looking at the tall figure in black suit in front of them, they remembered the identity of this person. Su? His Royal Highness the Little Prince? Although I haven't seen it for a while, everyone still recognizes this as the adopted son of the queen by that figure. A genuine smile overflowed on Su Chen's handsome face. Let's solve these monsters first. At this time, the few demons left in the air were still hovering in the air. After hearing this, the female warrior of the Amazon did not dare to slacken, bent her bow straight, and her sharp arrows continued to fly into the air like a rain of arrows. The neat Paradise Island army is mighty and stretching endlessly, and under the two volleys of this bow and arrow, the demons in the air are unable to dodge, and they are directly hit mercilessly, like kites that have fallen off the line. Boom! Stepping on the void, Su Chen made a few dexterous jumps, grabbed the bodies of two demons, and then abruptly used brute force to pinch their ugly heads. Yikes! The rain of arrows flew into the air again. After another mighty volley, the air had completely fallen into no man's land, and there was no longer a demon flapping wings. Damn monsters! Queen Hippolyta looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. These are all alien monsters. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said with interest. No, they are not alien creatures, just some slaves captured from various planets in the universe, transformed into this ugly appearance by some evil technology. Speaking of this, Queen Hippolyta frowned. The transformed demons have no mind and no free will, although the single attack power is weak, but their number is endless, and they are one of the two most powerful biological weapons in the universe. And these demons, at the behest of the Dark Monarch Darkseid, conquered planet after planet for Darkseid. Dark Monarch Darkseid? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. In his memory, his cognition of Darkseid, he only knew that Thanos was copying his character. As you can imagine, this is also a very terrifying cosmic-level creature. However, he had overlooked in his heart what was the strongest biological weapon in the entire universe. Now, the most important trouble has not been completely lifted. Boom! The Amazonian female warrior who drew her sword blade poked at the ground from time to time, ensuring that the demons lying on the ground were completely dead. At the same time, they also formed a form of surrounded on all sides, gradually approaching the fortress building in front of them that sealed the mother box. Su Chen did not hesitate and gradually walked towards the fortress building in front of him. Leave it to me. Su Chen signaled that they didn't need to be nervous. Out of trust in her adopted son and recognition of his strength, the queen of the Amazon shouted, causing the crowd in front of her to slowly disperse. But after a while, Su Chen had already arrived at the door of the passage where the fortress building collapsed. Under the super hearing, even if there was an obstruction in his vision, Su Chen could actually hear the sound coming from inside the fortress, which was the sound of flapping wings one after another. These demons squeezed the Yongdao inside, waiting for the moment to break through the siege. Right at this moment, airplanes? Su Chen's black and white clear eyes suddenly glowed red, and hot eyes suddenly erupted from his eyes, like a scorching red pillar of light, directly piercing through the boulder that was obstructing in front of him. The vast granite stones were suddenly penetrated without hindrance, and the passage was opened so easily at once. But the hot sight beam did not dissipate, and rushed straight into the narrow tunnel inside. A heart-rending hiss rang out. Those demons crowded in the Yang Road, like some staying lambs, are powerless to resist or flee away, and can only passively be pierced and die alive in this narrow passage. The terrifying heat vision beam, like a heaven-opening giant sword, suddenly smashed the opposite city wall without convergence, and broke out from the other side of the fortress. Such an attack is really terrifying. The Amazon female warriors present were all shocked on the spot, their eyes rippled, and they watched Su Chen's figure gradually walk into the fortress with great admiration. The heat of the residual heat burns radiates in the narrow tunnel. The walls around the passage seemed to melt, and molten slurry overflowed. But this near-surface temperature is just an incidental property of the heat vision beam, and the scary thing about heat vision is the super shock wave in it. Walking through this passage, from time to time there was a sound of panicked wings. Just walking out of the passage, there were several demons who did not know whether they were dead or alive. A violent wind swept away, and the fists collided under the air, forming a vast shock wave that shattered several oncoming demons. Blood, stump, and leg were instantly poured on the earth. After some attack temptation, the remaining dozens of demons did not choose to attack, but hovered high in the air, looking at Su Chen with a fierce eye. At the top of the fortress is a sky dome made of transparent glass, through which sunlight streams in, illuminating the entire interior of the fortress. In the center of the inside is a stone pillar, and the upper side is already empty. The blood-red mother box completely fell into the hands of a tall and strong figure. A silver armor was like a close-fitting clothing, and a pair of horned helmets flashed with cold light. Steppenwolf. Su Chen also recognized the identity of the person in front of him at once. The person who awakened the mother box was the Steppenwolf in front of him, from which he opened the spatial passage and took it in his hand. Steppenwolf narrowed his eyes, Deo aura erupted from his mouth, and he glanced at Su Chen meaningfully. It's a pity that time is tight, otherwise I will beat you first. The words are not finished. A spatial passage burst out instantly like a pillar of light, completely covering his figure. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Want to go? Leave something before leaving. A hot line of sight beam rushed straight into the pillar of light, and a muffled scream of pain suddenly sounded from it, and then the brilliant pillar of light dissipated, along with the figure of Steppenwolf. Throat? But a half-cut horned helmet that had been pierced was left behind, stained with blood, and slammed to the ground. It was originally a fortress sealed with the mother box, but some demons that had not yet been teleported away by space were still flapping their wings and flying around. Shout! A few crisp bow pulls sounded. Several arrows continued to fly out from the bows and arrows in the hands of the Amazonian female warriors, killing all visible demons in just a moment. It turned out to be really Steppenwolf. It was he who woke up the mother box. Queen Hippolyta's annoyed voice couldn't help but come. As if for fear that Su Chen and the others would not understand who the Steppenwolf was, the Queen of the Amazon said very patiently, "Thousands of years ago, the Steppenwolf led an army to invade the Earth, preparing to completely destroy the entire planet and turn it into a dead silence. But the ancient gods, united with various races, including the Amazons, and the righteous people of the exotic space, together resisted this invasion. Working together, Steppenwolf was defeated completely, and the three mother boxes in his hands have since become trophies, which are guarded by us Amazons, Atlanteans, and humans." As if recalling thousands of years of glorious deeds, the Queen of the Amazons, Hippolyta, also sighed with emotion. It was really an era of heroes and gods. Now, almost all of the ancient gods, including Zeus, have fallen. The only one who can completely stimulate the bloodline of Zeus is Diana, the only one. The Queen of the Amazon shook her head and said heavily, "The three mother boxes together can successfully stimulate an energy called unification power, which is an extremely terrifying destructive force, and if it is allowed to develop, it will quickly destroy the entire planet." Now that the mother box guarded by the Amazons has completely failed, the situation seems to be a little out of control. Su Chen just raised his eyebrows and was unimpressed. In other words, wouldn't it be okay not to let Steppenwolf collect the other two mother boxes? In this way, the unifying force that is filled with destructive energy will not reappear in the human world. Exactly. The Queen nodded. The three mother boxes are not gathered in one place, they cannot burst out all their strength, and a single mother box can only open a spatial passage at will. Looking at the half-cut horned helmet that fell on the ground, the Queen of the Amazon also gained confidence. She knew that it was the helmet of Steppenwolf. In this way, I am afraid that Steppenwolf may not be the opponent of his adopted son, and besides, with Diana present, it should be able to calm this threat well. But thinking of the behind-the-scenes forces represented by Steppenwolf, the Queen of the Amazon also frowned. As if sensing her nervousness, Su Chen held her hand and signaled her to rest assured. "Be careful," the Queen said seriously. "Also, I already called Diana back, but I didn't expect to wait for you first." Long before that, the Queen of the Amazons has ordered people to light the ancient beacon. The arrow burst into flames, and was bent over by the Queen's sister Antiope and flew out, and an arrow that almost crossed hundreds of miles completely set the Pantheon on fire in Rome. The entire historical building of Rome was thus ignited with a nameless fire, and the fire burst into the sky and burned endlessly. This strange phenomenon has also been broadcast on various TV programs. But humans just thought it was an accidental fire. As everyone knows, this was a contract made by various races in ancient times thousands of years ago, and once the ancient beacon was lit, the armies of all races were quickly summoned unconditionally to resist the enemies who invaded the Earth from the outside world. This is a signal, and not many people can understand it today. But Wonder Woman Diana is very clear about what this means. Just at the Paris History Museum, she instantly learned this signal from TV, and anxiously, she left for Paradise Island without saying a word. This time, it just took a lot of time. On Paradise Island, it was already dark at this time. Under the night sky, the stars are like a diamond set in the night, shining with starlight. On the lawn of the island, a bonfire was lit slowly. Piles of black and ugly demon-like corpses were piled up by the Amazon female warriors to form a magnificent landscape, and then a magnificent firework was burned. The fire burst into the sky, and the black smoke that permeated the sea with the sharp night wind. Fortunately, the night wind blows on the other side of the ocean, so as not to let this fierce stench blow in the towns of the Amazon. On the balcony of the Amazon palace, Su Chen, who had changed into a gorgeous robe, quietly chatted with the Amazon queen about his experience in the past 6 months. The queen sighed, looking at the flame that soared straight into the sky in the distance, but said helplessly, "Fortunately, the demon-like legion was contained by you in time." Known as one of the 2 major biochemical weapons in the universe, the truth is that once the demons are dispatched, they are endless, and it is difficult to kill them all. How many civilizations in the universe have been completely looted by this group of locusts? Hippolyta sighed, also worried about the vicious battle he was about to face next. However, she still turned around and said to Suchan sincerely, "If you really want to embark on the territory of reviving the Krypton Empire, you are bound to collide with a lot of trouble one day. Compared with the tribulations that appear on Earth, the murderous opportunities in the universe are endless, not much less than those on Earth. Once the Krypton Empire really wants to continue to develop vigorously, it is bound to touch the interests of many others, and the killing plan at that time is not so simple." Su Chen didn't think much about it. Since he took this step, he will not back down by half a point. When the soldiers come to block, the water comes to cover the soil, and whoever disobeys will beat him until he is subdued, he said with great confidence. Such an idea corresponds incomparably to the natural laws of the universe. The Amazon queen sighed and did not say anything more about it. This is her own fate. She cannot stop it. She can only silently support. If it's dangerous, tell me. After hearing this, Su Chen nodded. However, he also thought that there was an escape pod on Paradise Island. That is, this small spaceship carried his baby self to Earth. Soon after, when he returned to Krypton, he wanted the escape pod to get it back in his imperial palace. After all, he had also promised the artificial intelligence messiah in the escape pod to restore her. That's when it was there. "Queen, there are ships haunted, approaching Paradise Island." The guards outside walked in the door to report urgently. On the edge of the island of Paradise Island, a drifting boat drifts in. Before the boat was completely close to the dock, with a bang, the entire boat was actually knocked into the ocean by a thrust, and I saw a beautiful figure break through the night, as if riding the night breeze and flying in the long sky. After a dexterous jump, he landed steadily on the ground. "What's going on? Everyone is okay?" An extremely beautiful voice floated in. The figure accidentally fell made the Amazon female warriors on guard around nervous for a while, but looking at the beautiful moving figure in front of them, everyone knew that it was the Amazon princess Diana who came back. It was the ancient beacon fire not long ago that called her back. "Your Highness Diana, it is the mother box that has awakened, and the queen cannot rest assured, she can only summon you back," the Amazon warrior said. "Mother box?" Diana instantly felt a faint sense of panic. She knew how tricky this thing was. So now, watching the long wolf smoke rising into the sky, and the fire formed by the piled-up corpses burning non-stop, it seems that this unexpected catastrophe is over? Those corpses were extremely ugly, and a foul stench hit them faintly, which was obviously a bunch of notorious demonic legions. "It's all over. Another Lord Highness is also back. Another one. Another Highness returning to the island besides her?" In an instant, a hint of excitement floated on Diana's beautiful and delicate face, and she only felt that even her breathing felt stagnant. "Su Chen is back." The voice just fell. In front of him, a tall and robust figure slowly flew over from the night, and the angular handsome face was full of smiles, which was obviously Su Chen. The two met again after more than half a year. Inside the palatial palace of Paradise Island, under the arc-shaped dome, a comfortable long table was arranged horizontally in the hall, and Su Chen, Diana, and the Queen of the Amazons sat on the chairs of the long table. A slightly more intimate family meeting took place here, and at the same time, matters related to the threat of the Mother Box were discussed. The Mother Box cannot be lost. Steppenwolf's intention to make a comeback is very obvious. We must prevent him from getting another Mother Box, the Queen of the Amazons said with righteous words. When the 3 master boxes are combined in one place, the destructive energy released can turn the earth into a wasteland. Now, it is important to find the other 2 Mother Boxes to prevent them from being stolen by Steppenwolf. At that time, after that big war, the Mother Box was entrusted to the 3 major races in 3 parts, and the Mother Box of the human race was buried in a secret place, and I didn't know where it was. However, the Mother Box entrusted to Atlantis must also be in the underwater palace, so the next clear target is most likely Atlantis, the Queen of the Amazon said worriedly. A pair of expectant eyes looked at the 2 sitting opposite. "Diana, Su Chen, the 2 of you are going to Atlantis from tomorrow. Leave it to me." Su Chen nodded. "Don't worry, we will definitely drive away Steppenwolf." Diana gave a sweet smile to her mother as relieved as possible. Seeing this, the Amazon Queen also breathed a sigh of relief. "I've said all the words. I think you 2 sisters and brothers haven't seen each other for so long. There should be something else you want to say." With that, Queen Hippolyta also left the conference room with someone. Well, the 2 of them really have a lot to say. Not now, though. The door slammed shut, and when they returned to the house, they were immediately hugged tightly, and pieces of clothing broke away from their bodies. The tall and robust body is undoubtedly revealed, and it is full of a faint explosive power. At this time, Su Chen, who was like a bison, picked up two slender and white smooth long legs with both hands, held Diana's tall figure in his arms, and then slammed into the bed. After a long absence, the two carried out the first act of breaking through the sibling friendship. The night was thick, and the originally clear crescent moon outside the window was covered with a thin layer of white fog, and it seemed that he was ashamed to see the movements of the two below. At dawn, the two hugged each other on the bed, slowly recounting the events of the past 6 months. I've been studying to repair artifacts in the Paris Museum, and your days of conquering the territory have been much more spectacular than mine. Diana smiled a little lazily. You will be the queen of my Krypton empire in the future, and the days will be long. Stinky boy, I got my sister's cheapness, and you still want me to help you as a thug. Of course. The two of you and my non-talked. The morning sun outside the window has been released, and there are important things to do during the day, and it is not good for the two to continue to warm up. When he got up, a red plum dyed red was printed on the bed, and in this world, it was obvious that Diana's first time had been entrusted to Su Chen. Although the two returned to their rooms in order to avoid suspicion. However, there were also many maids in the palace who had noticed last night's movement, and their faces were a little shy when they looked at the two. But this is nothing. Human nature. Amazons are also more unrestrained and enthusiastic than people outside. If not for Diana's identity, I am afraid that there are many Amazon women to give hugs. His Highness has grown up after all. What's more, the two did not have a substantial blood relationship, so they just looked at it with a slightly embarrassed gaze, and everyone didn't say much. At the time of parting, the Queen of the Amazon also heard the news of the two being together, and sighed softly. It was not unacceptable to her. Compared to the relationship between the ancient gods and gods, it was a normal situation. Just after telling the two to pay attention to safety, the Queen of the Amazon watched them leave Paradise Island. High in the air, two figures swept by. The Paradise Island behind him has turned into a shallow continental silhouette and disappeared from view. After awakening the power of Zeus, Diana also already had a certain flying ability, but compared to Su Chen, the speed was obviously much behind. Under a sudden call, Diana's tall figure has been stopped and hugged by Su Chen, which is enough to be a slender body like a top model, and it looks very exquisite in Su Chen's arms. I'll take you flying. Su Chen smiled softly and flew with her. Diana's face turned red, and she had always been strong in front of Su Chen, and she repeatedly became like a well-behaved woman. However, remembering her mother's instructions, she still pinched Su Chen a little stingy. It's all to blame on you. Under the words of laughter, the two walked towards Atlantis. It is an ancient civilization earlier than human beings, but once again in the catastrophe of the Earth tens of thousands of years ago, it suffered irreversible heavy damage. At that time, the continent collapsed, the great Atlantean empire was immersed in the sea, and the only surviving people had become underwater creatures and no longer adapted to land life. Such a brilliant civilization was also the main force of the ancient covenant, and it worked together to defeat the Steppenwolf thousands of years ago. One of the mother boxes was hosted in the hands of Atlantis. Now, the purpose of Su Chen, Diana and the two is to guard this mother box. This is it. Diana pointed to the ocean ahead. Then, she seemed to remember something, and couldn't help but say, in the past 6 months, the sea has not been peaceful, and a huge sea serpent that came from nowhere in the ocean suddenly appeared, resulting in the destruction of many cruise ships, and it took most of the country institutions to completely eliminate it. Su Chen nodded, not thinking much about it. It's just that he doesn't know that the whole thing is quite related to him, and the sea serpent Jormungand is the monster that Hela released on Earth before leaving. It was a pity that not only did Su Chen not know the ins and outs, but even Hela, the goddess of death, forgot about this matter. Boom! The sound of splashing water resounded on the surface of the sea, but it was Su Chen and Diana, who plunged into the sea from the air. In just a moment, the discomfort directly dissipated. Su Chen could already breathe underwater, and Diana next to him also gave him a look that was no problem. The two of them completely adapted to the environment of the bottom of the sea and swam to the bottom of the water without hindrance. The deeper you get to the bottom of the sea, the dimmer the surrounding light becomes, until after sinking for more than a kilometer, the dawn completely dissipates. The silence was dark, as if deep into a darkness where 5 fingers could not be seen. Only the sound of the sea water constantly reminds me that this is a deep sea. Su Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer. He could see the route in front of him very well. The fish swimming around him were all clearly visible, and not far above their heads, there was even a huge whale gently streaked by. Holding up Diana's small hand, Su Chen continued to swim forward. At this time, he had completely ignored the atmospheric pressure of the sea and was able to freely parade through the deep sea like a cannonball. Airplanes? The ripples of the waves are incomparably vast. Many sea beasts that were originally preying tendencies turned their bodies to avoid the impact of this current. Right ahead, Diana exclaimed excitedly for a moment. I saw a glimmer of light ahead, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark deep sea environment around me. Su Chen's incredible vision was even more clearly able to see that there were buildings rising from the bottom of the sea in the distance, like a huge town. Right ahead, Atlantis, Diana said happily. For this underwater city, she also learned about it through epic books, and she has never visited it herself. When the dawn in front of them blooms and dispels the darkness around them, they can see the entire city in front of them. Above the sea, there are all minaret palaces with different shapes, and the classical historical charm is very strong, revealing a strong historical and cultural atmosphere. The classical buildings of the manor have no end in sight, and it is obvious that the whole of Atlantis is very large. It's just a thin transparent film like a bubble, supporting the entire city, completely sheltering it, obviously some kind of protective measure. Before they could get close to the Atlantean city, there were people marching inside. A group of people riding tiger sharks, armed with halberds, set off a burst of ocean currents, directly and quickly surrounded the surroundings. Under the shark skin coat, the skin is slightly blue, which is typical of Atlanteans. Human. This is very different from the appearance of their skin, and it is obviously not from their race. Bold humans, how do you know about this? This is not your place to trespass. Quickly report your intentions, otherwise you will be directly imprisoned. The patrol guards of Atlantis immediately scolded angrily. The eyes were obviously looking at the two people on the opposite side. Diana patted Su Chen's hand and signaled that he didn't have to do it, but she knew her brother's character. I am an Amazon, and naturally an ally of the Atlantean civilization. Diana's peaceful voice floated in. Listening to the Amazons, Ben was full of hostile eyes, and he relaxed slightly. Just still looked at Su Chen with some vigilance. What about this? Her partner, Su Chen said with an interested smile. Diana glanced at him, and then said very steadily, this time we came without any hostility. The mother box that the Amazons were in charge of guarding was lost, and the Steppenwolf in the outer universe is back. Please tell your Empress as soon as possible. Mother box? Steppenwolf? The Atlanteans had naturally heard of the epic battle that had been passed down thousands of years ago, in which the spoils were placed in the temple and guarded. Hearing such bad news, they were also moved. It's just that the surrounding waters are quiet, and they don't feel hostility from the currents, and the Atlanteans still look at them with some suspicion. You guys wait here, I'll go and inform the chief guard Hela now. After that, several guards riding tiger sharks swam back. However, Diana obviously heard the voice from the words just now. Why tell the chief guard? Could it be that something happened to the Empress? Well, the Empress died not long ago, and the current throne has been vacant. In fact, the power of Atlantis is even more chaotic than expected, and the heir is an illegitimate son named Arthur, but this Sea King is a half-blood, mixed with human and Atlantean blood. Whether they can be accepted by them, even they have been quarreling. Diana did not expect to encounter this situation, and expressed a silent mourning in her mouth. But right now, rumble? A violent bombardment exploded in the city hall of Atlantis. It's a temple. The guard saw the direction clearly and couldn't help shouting. Damn, what a waste of my time. Su Chen was too lazy to wait any longer, but he couldn't care about the cumbersome etiquette in front of him, and without saying a word, he suddenly turned into a cannonball and flew away directly. The guards next to him instinctively intended to block, but it was the ocean current that was set off, and it was directly pushed out 100 meters away. Rumble? A violent explosion suddenly sounded in the temple palace, and a column of water suddenly rose from the ground under the sea. The Atlantis guard, who was in charge of guarding, couldn't help but clench the halberd in his hand, but just as he approached cautiously, a tall figure suddenly broke through from the water column. The fan-sized palm was like an eagle's claw, and the clasp was fiercely on his neck, and the other party suddenly used force, but it was like a lamb to be slaughtered without resistance, and his neck was directly twisted. A stream of water surged around, and the figures of two guards came suddenly, not to be outdone. But at this moment, the silver long-handled axe blade in the opponent's hand suddenly cut through the current, and his wrist turned sideways, completely cutting off the two of them. A stream of blood instantly soaked the sea water inside the palace, and the intruder who killed the three people in front of him was the menacing Steppenwolf. At this moment, the surrounding sea water suddenly rippled violently, and the water actually rotated around his body. Burst? Under the rapid rotation of the current, a water sphere cage was formed, as if it had completely restrained and imprisoned the Steppenwolf inside. But in just one breath of time, a terrifying axe blade with unquenchable fireworks directly cut off this water prison, and at the same time, the strong body of the Steppenwolf flew out. Floating in the sea water was a figure with great potential. It was the chief guard who had just manipulated the water prison, Hela. Looking at the incoming figure, her handsome face panicked at this time, and the slender 10 fingers of her hands continued to stroke in the water, as if plucking the strings, and with the movement in her hand, the water around her continued to block the body of the retarded Steppenwolf. This is Mira's ability to control the form and density of water. Steppenwolf only felt that his body was suddenly weightless, as if he was stuck in a deep quagmire. Boom! But under the explosion of a sound barrier, his figure instantly broke through the restraint of the water flow and directly rushed towards Hela in front of him. Boom! A stream of water completely exploded in front of him. Hela's body was like a cannonball, flying more than tens of meters away, and crashed into the carved pillar behind. Steppenwolf didn't pay much attention. His body immediately flew towards the stone pillar in the center of the palace, and with his right hand, he swung the long-handled axe blade and killed the guard in front of him. The right hand suddenly reached out, and it was towards the mother box on the stone pillar. But at this moment, a violent current of water on the side rushed straight in, and the Steppenwolf was anxious, but he was still anxious to grasp the mother box in front of him. Boom! At the moment of his finger, a vast huge force on his side suddenly came, like a train running at full speed, and the body of the Steppenwolf suddenly hit the stone pillar hundreds of meters away. It's not so cheap for you this time. A smile was outlined on Su Chen's face, and a hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. Airplanes? The water in front of him instantly fluctuated violently, and I saw a long-handled axe blade breaking through the water, and Su Chen saw that he didn't move half a minute, but just raised his left hand and slammed forward. Boom! A muffled crash sounded. The long-handled axe blade flying in front of him was directly slapped out by Su Chen with his hand. The Steppenwolf's offensive did not stop there, and when he saw that the visitor was Su Chen, who had a relationship, his heart was even more furious, and the tall figure followed the long-handled axe blade. When he just pulled the axe blade, his fist was already coming towards his face. But did Su Chen directly change his palm into a fist, and he also collided with it unwillingly. Rumble? At the moment of collision, a violent explosion suddenly exploded between the two. A ring-shaped shock wave suddenly spread out, the pillars and beams around the palace directly shattered, and the coral water plants on the bottom of the sea nearby were violently turned out of the soil. The figure of the Steppenwolf was knocked out again, and after taking dozens of steps back, he barely stabilized his body. But at this moment, Su Chen's figure had already arrived in an instant. The current and atmospheric pressure under the deep sea have hindered the normal level of strength, but Su Chen's hand is extremely fast, and before the Steppenwolf defense is in place, he directly grabbed his horned helmet. The last time I interrupted half of your corner, you turned your head and replaced it with a new one, which is too faceless for me. Under a sneer. With a fierce force in Su Chen's hand, he directly pinched the horn violently, and at the same time bent his leg and bowed, fiercely exerting force forward. There was a loud bang. The Steppenwolf that shattered half of its horns was knocked into the bottom of the sea, and the thick and dirty black soil suddenly lifted up, directly polluting most of the seawater's vision. It was just that the chief guard who had been watching, Mela, said with a palpitation, "You are." Diana, who had arrived in a hurry, had already arrived outside the palace, and when she heard this, she said directly, "Help you guarding the mother box." The two of them didn't have time to say anything more. A huge fluctuation of water suddenly set off in the bottom of the sea, and the figure of the Steppenwolf copied the long-handled axe blade that was drifting in the water and violently broke the water. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his body did not retreat, and he also flew towards him. Airplanes? An unquenchable firework burst out from the exaggerated axe blade, and with the force of Steppenwolf's wrist, the axe blade directly slashed down, and before the blade fell, the terrifying water flow had swept in first. This was like a heaven-opening blow. Su Chen suddenly rushed forward, and his right hand directly reached out to grab it without any scruples. Boom! The violent fluctuations instantly resounded. The powerful axe blade fell steadily into Su Chen's right palm, and the burning of the fireworks, and even the sharp edge of the axe blade seemed to be unable to hurt the thick palm. The blow from this slash only made Su Chen's body sink slightly, and then his other hand had already clenched his fist and slammed forward fiercely. Two Steppenwolves holding axe blades, who thought that this slash would be easily dissolved by the opponent with one hand, faced with this sudden fist, within the close range of his reach, he could not dodge at all. Boom! Another vast shock wave suddenly set off a Deo water wave and rolled outward. A solid punch was unreservedly punched on the waist of the Steppenwolf, and the protective silver armor jumped directly apart, and the body was directly knocked into the bottom of the sea. Rumble! An even more vast stream of sea mud was turned over, and the entire palace was soaked with sludge. This real fist directly shattered the Steppenwolf's internal organs for a while, smashing into the bottomless pit, and he couldn't even get up at the first time, only feeling that a mouthful of blood sprayed endlessly. Under one punch, the fierce and brutal Steppenwolf, who was still unparalleled in strength, could not help but fall to the ground and vomit blood. This force is simply not a creature that can resist. There are very few people in this universe who can exert their power to the extreme. Feeling the faintly painful injuries on his body, Steppenwolf's thoughts suddenly sharpened. Under the black sea mud and dust set off all around, a voice slowly floated from the bottomless pit. I thought how the earth became so terrifying. It turned out that a rare Kryptonian came. That's right, the Kryptonians came to take your dog's life. Arrogant. Accompanied by a hissing cry, the entire surrounding sea seemed to boil, and the water suddenly became violently fluctuating. I saw a figure wrapped in the current and suddenly flew out of the bottom pit. The sludge and dust soaked the entire clean water, but this did not hinder Su Chen's vision, and he flew towards him without showing weakness. Boom! The two figures collided in one place instantly. You don't weigh your strength. Facing the other party's punch, Su Chen outlined a smile, and also collided with a punch. As soon as it collided, the face of the Steppenwolf changed drastically, and his figure was directly thrown out, and the right hand that vainly tried to shake Su Chen was directly hit so sore and weak, and the whole arm seemed to be broken and the bone was broken. At this moment, Su Chen, who had violently beaten the falling water dog, had already flickered and came directly to him in an instant. The Steppenwolf was shocked for a while, but he didn't expect that there was suddenly an extra figure in front of him. Caught off guard, he didn't completely dodge such a punch. Boom! The vast and endless huge force exploded directly in front of him, and a terrifying pain suddenly came from the right shoulder, and the entire shoulder bone directly cracked, and then the entire body of the Steppenwolf was like a cannonball, smashing into the coral reef nearly 1,000 meters away. In the distance, another vast seabed sludge rises. The terrifying explosive power of the body made the nearby Mela frightened. She looked at Su Chen's eyes full of surprise. According to common sense, under the atmospheric pressure of the sea floor and the speed of the water flow, the body will be somewhat blocked. But this guy didn't have any impact at all, and it was as strange as walking on the ground. Su Chen, who was floating in the water, moved freely with the water, and the black cloak swayed itself. A pair of black and white clear eyes flashed with a glimmer, watching the figure in the pit in the distance slowly floating. This time I didn't have so good luck to take away the mother box for you. But if you kowtow to me, I can open the net. The words just fell. A muffled voice sounded over there. Shameless fellow, for the glory of Darkseid, I will definitely kill you. But halfway through the words, a mouthful of blood erupted violently from his mouth. Still with his dominant body in the universe, he couldn't resist Su Chen's fist hit, and his internal organs only felt completely moved, not to mention the right hand that was completely aware and could no longer lift the axe blade. Steppenwolf wanted to move, but in an instant, he felt an incomparable pain hit his heart. He finally let go of his dignity. Meaningful eyes looked at Su Chen, and said grimly, I have remembered this enemy. For the sake of the Dark Monarch and for the heavenly apocalypse star, I will definitely take down your head. After that, a column of water suddenly came straight from above. Suddenly, the spatial passage actually opened, and the Steppenwolf gave up his dignity and fled directly. Want to go? Su, don't. Su Chen's figure was trying to rush into the spatial passage, but the shout from Diana came in time. Diana, who swam over, held Su Chen's hand and said with relief, don't be impulsive, no one behind the space knows what it is, it may be dangerous there. Now the important thing is to guard the mother box, the other party is more anxious than himself. Su Chen also calmed down when he heard this, and patted her hand, signaling her to rest assured. Listen to you, it won't worry you. At this time, the water column generated by the opening of the spatial channel has instantly dissipated. The ripples of the water ripple violently and roughly, turning all the surrounding coral seagrass from the bottom of the sea. However, this time Steppenwolf's offensive has been successfully defended. Thank you for your help. The chief guard Mela, who was palpitating, immediately swam over, and a green scale armor uniform modified her bumpy figure to the fullest. Su Chen just shook his head, looked at the mother box in the middle of the stone pillar, and said, no need to thank you, it's just this mother box, we took it directly. Ah. Mela opened her mouth slightly, she didn't expect such a thing. However, this is the treasure of the temple guard. You still don't see it? Don't be so rigid in thinking, Steppenwolf's goal is this mother box, this time we will help you, next time there will be no one to help you guard, after all, I am not obliged to help you guard. For Su Chen's pressing, Diana didn't say much, even she thought so. After all, they really can't afford to lose a vital mother box again, not to mention, they can't stay in Atlantis all the time. Therefore, the only way out is to take the mother box directly. But, after all, this is something that Atlantis has been taking care of for generations, and if you say take it, take it. Mela looked embarrassed. Today's Atlantis regime does not have a decision-maker who says everything, and this decision seems to be entrusted to Mela, who is the chief guard and adopted daughter of the Empress. It's just that the guards riding tiger sharks around them shouted with an excited expression, the treasures of Atlantis, how can outsiders be allowed to touch them? With tens of thousands of years of brilliant culture, they naturally have matching arrogance, so they are a little unacceptable in their hearts. Well, it's okay if your entire army is destroyed or your civilization is destroyed. Don't let Steppenwolf succeed because of your willful actions, and be dragged down along with the earth. Isn't it the caretaker box? Are you looking down on the strength of our Atlantis? That's right, I just looked down on you. You. The guards around did not expect Su Chen's tone to be so unsympathetic, and they only felt embarrassed when they heard this. Princess Diana beside her couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Su Chen didn't have the leisure to talk here. He didn't like his underwater environment. Whether to give it or not is not for you to decide. Consider it for half a minute. If you don't give it, I will directly grab it. The momentum of saber rattling lingered among each other. That's when it was there. A roar came from a distance. I see who dares to rob me of Atlantis treasure. Who dares to rob the treasures guarded by Atlantis? Sorry, it's me. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said with interest. Young man, the tone is too arrogant. Airplanes? A stream of water swept in. I saw a figure wrapped in the sea, like a water dragon, rushing over. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his feet stepped on the seawater, which was originally seawater without adhesion, but it exploded with a bang, and his figure flew directly over. The figure in front of him suddenly came into view clearly and unmistakably. The strong physique is just wearing a pair of leather pants, and the exposed upper body skin is covered with cumbersome tattoos, full of wild tension. It was the illegitimate son of the Queen of Atlantis, Aquaman Arthur Curry. At this time, looking at Su Chen who was rushing with anger, the Sea King did not choose this frontal confrontation, and a dexterous sideways body set off a burst of currents, successfully avoiding the figure rushing from the front. Compared with the equally powerful and strong Steppenwolf, Arthur the Sea King is obviously taking advantage of the time and place. After all, this is in the ocean, and it can easily be better in speed, strength, and agility. It's just that the Sea King never expected that the figure that was passing by suddenly appeared above his own sea water, as if this person had changed shape. Damn. There was a violent fluctuation of water from above. The atmospheric pressure hit from top to bottom. The Sea King's face changed color directly, but he wore a pair of arms with scale armor bracers, and he directly hung it above without saying a word. Boom! Before the current completely hit his body, a huge force reached his arms. Click! The bracer made of meteorite iron was directly broken, and the proud strong body was completely eclipsed by the sudden blow. The Sea King's body was like a rushing torpedo, directly falling hundreds of meters into the sea and crashing into a palace on the edge of the sea. Arrogant. Help you Atlantis solve the trouble, and now you still put on a face with me. You can't let go of your dignity, right? Looking at the ugly tiger shark guards around him, Su Chen did not give them a trace of dignity. I won't let you miss my big thing. You things that don't measure yourself want to die, but it's better to drag people down. I have taken this mother box, who is not convinced can challenge it now. As soon as the domineering words fell, it seemed that even the surrounding sea area was shocked by Su Chen's spirit, and the water could not help but ripple violently. The tiger shark guards present, and even Hela, seemed to tremble under the strength and did not dare to say anything. After a long time, inside the smashed underwater palace, a muffled word suddenly came. I'm just not convinced. Aquaman Arthur roared again, and the hand that had been empty just now actually held an exaggerated trident. The Neptune Trident, a weapon handed down from generation to generation by the kings of Atlantis, which only the rulers of Atlantis are qualified to use, is a symbol of royal power. At this time, the Sea King picked up the golden trident, and swept it again with great momentum. The current moved with him, like a water dragon, the waves were stormy, and the claws of the teeth danced and clawed. The surrounding water flow was unsatisfactory, and even the tiger shark guards who were proficient in water around them couldn't help but spin up, unable to control their figures. At this time, Su Chen, the solace of his feet took root, directly plunged into the current, only floating and swinging slightly. Facing the water dragons sweeping around, they just jerked their arms to both sides, slammed the ground, and the squeezed water was instantly calmed back, rushing towards the oncoming Sea King. Boom! The Sea King directly swung the trident to cut the rushing water wave, and then retracted his arms, and the trident in his hand slashed across Su Chen's waist. That's it. Boom! One arm firmly grasped the blade of the trident. The energy that came from the collision could not make Su Chen, who was rooted in the seawater, shake half a point. Normally, I would choose to avoid myself because it was a bit of a hassle for me. Just like the situation in front of him, there was no need to move his pace, and the oncoming trident was directly controlled in the palm of his hand. The endless infinite force made this exaggerated trident weapon unable to move even the slightest, and it was impossible to retreat. And then, Su Chen's free hand was very connected with a straight fist. Boom! The vast and endless water flow exploded directly in front of your eyes. The Sea King, who was caught off guard, did not have time to defend at all, and was punched by Su Chen to fly a distance of thousands of meters in the sea, and the seawater around him seemed to be unable to support this momentum at all. Let Aquaman fly directly out of the city limits of Atlantis and disappear into the vast dark deep sea waters. The trident in his hand was not taken away, and it completely fell into the palm of Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, who did not disdain to attack with any weapon, directly and mercilessly threw the artifact symbolizing the power of Atlantis to the bottom of the sea. Burst! A large black sea mud burst up from the bottom of the sea again. Not convinced, huh? I specialize in all kinds of disobedience, and now I ask again, is there anyone who disobeys me to take your mother box? The plain words contained a faint anger. Under this majesty, everyone seemed to be shocked, and no one dared to say anything. Su Chen casually scanned all the Atlanteans present, and everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly. Steppenwolf lost, Aquaman lost, they basically have no courage to resist. The current main heart backbone guard, Chengmila, did not say anything, but looked at Su Chen with a pair of condensed eyes that looked at Su Chen as if he was very aggrieved. That's it. Su Chen's figure slowly walked to the stone pillar in the middle of the palace, looking at the blood-red box placed on it. He grabbed it firmly and completely held it in the palm of his hand. As long as this mother box is not lost, no matter what Steppenwolf's plans are, it is illusory. Without paying attention to the wistful glances around him, Su Chen looked at Diana with gentle eyes. It's time to go. Although his physical physique is extremely adapted to the deep sea area, it does not mean that he will like the underwater environment here. The task is already completed and I don't want to stay any longer. Until the moment they left, the Atlanteans were also silently watching the two go away. On the way back, it was faster than the sea route to Atlantis, and they didn't need to explore the way, just swam upwards. But the two of them have not directly broken through the sea. Boom. Su Chen, Diana and the two broke through the sea. The stained water stains continued to splash down the body clothes, and the figures of the two were already steadily stepping in the air. However, Su Chen, who wanted to hold Diana and soar into the sky, was inexplicably suspended in the air, and a pair of eyes couldn't help but look at the drilling platform on the sea in the distance. It was an offshore oil drilling project, but at this time, this super large building hanging overseas was entangled in a thick snake body. Zizzy. The sound of fire and electricity continued to burst out, and one pillar after another was crushed by the snake's body. Without waiting for them to take action, the entire drilling platform collapsed, and it seemed that the fire ignited the offshore oil stored in it, and with a loud bang, the entire offshore workshop and the staff inside were directly blown up and died. That was the legendary sea serpent. Diana bit her lip and said, In the past 6 months, an extremely slender and terrifying sea serpent has been infested in the Atlantic Ocean and even the Great Flat Ocean, and it is said that almost half of the cruise ship has been eaten in one bite, and the ships coming and going to and from the sea are all terrified. Until now, it has not been successfully eradicated. Unexpectedly, I was touched by them today, Jormungand. Diana saw the origin of the sea serpent at a glance. I saw that its snake tail was not visible, and the snake body alone stretched endlessly, and only the legendary giant sea serpent that was enough to surround the world could match the monster seen in front of him. It's looking at us. Suchan looked down at the ocean beneath his feet, and under this undulating wave, he knew that there was also a huge sea serpent head staring at him. It seems that the location has been recognized, and the sea serpent Yemengid no longer lurks for half a point. Airplanes? The sea water instantly seemed to boil, a terrifying wave suddenly crashed, and at the same time, an unusually pungent fishy smell spread out. It was a huge snake head that opened a large mouth of blood and bit towards Su Chen and the two. A beast is a beast. Su Chen's words just fell. Diana, the artifact woman beside her, attacked first, and the divine power bracers of both hands slammed into it, and the power of Zeus in her body was instantly stimulated. Rumble? A majestic divine power was boundless, directly annihilating all the waves that slapped in front of it, and the huge snake head with a large mouth of blood was not spared. Zeus's power turned into a substantial shock wave, directly destroying all the teeth in the mouth, and the head was also shocked and sunken. Under such a heavy pressure, Jormungand could not withstand the pressure of this divine force at all, and after a heart-rending wail, he suddenly fell into the sea. It's not over yet. Su Chen smiled. The black and white clear eyes bloomed with a hint of red light, and the hot vision turned into a red beam, which quickly crashed into the sea. Even rough waves can't stop half a minute, and this hot sight runs straight through the ocean. Another mournful wail sounded. The huge head of the sea serpent was directly pierced by the heat vision beam. The extremely penetrating red beam of light is not only that, but it breaks out of the skull, cutting along the body of the sea serpent, like a pillar of light straight through, reaching the bottomless bottom of the sea. Whoops! There was a hot steaming breath coming from the surface of the ocean. The ocean also became stormy in an instant, as if a huge spoon was stirring the ocean, but as the heat dissipated, after a long time, the sea water no longer rolled violently. The reason was that Jormungand completely lost his struggle, and after a breath, he whimpered and lost his breath, and he had to lie down at the bottom of the sea. What a poor sea serpent! Su Chen shook his head and smiled. Under one face, the imposing sea serpent ate a big move of Wonder Woman Diana one after another, and then ate him a hot sight beam. That taste can be very uncomfortable, and it instantly kills it with a whimper. Perhaps even Jormungand, who had been rampant for half a year, did not expect that the two people in front of him were hard nails. Of course, if Su Chen knew that this Jormungand sea serpent had been the right-hand man of Hela, the goddess of death, he might have complained with a smile in his heart, and the master and servant really had the same illness. This can also be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Diana also did not expect to meet Jormungand here. So where should we go next? Steppenwolf's imminent move, they didn't know anything. But what is certain is, anyway, we don't need to find him. As long as the Steppenwolf doesn't admit to being a grandson, he will definitely find us. That's right, the mother box in our hands is a key item. Let's wait for it to change now. After discussing goodbye, the two shook hands and flew towards a villa outside New York, in order to face the possible Steppenwolf at any time. The manor house on the bank of the Hudson River was very quiet, and no one was nearby. When Su Chen and Diana took the mother box in Atlantis, they didn't know that S.H.I.E.L.D. members had been trying to track Steppenwolf's tracks. This abnormal spatial fluctuation has been hovering all over the Earth. On the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., there are technicians who directly analyzed. All I care about is the Rainbow Bridge fluctuations in Asgard, Thor said with a somewhat impulsive personality. When it comes to Asgard, he can't help but become reckless. Jane Foster patted him on the shoulder and signaled him to be at ease. Calm, Thor, this frequent spatial fluctuation is not similar to the fluctuation from Asgard. The detected energy readings were completely abnormal and were not at all the fluctuations coming from the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard. Ever since they captured the fluctuations of this Rainbow Bridge not long ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers have desperately headed towards the Sahara Desert. But it must be a no-man's land, and the spatial gate left by the temple mage cannot be found. So the Avengers naturally found nothing, let alone find Su Chen, who descended from Asgard, and couldn't even find a trace. Just when they were confused, another abnormal spatial fluctuation appeared frequently on the Earth. First of all, Paradise Island. But this island has long been blessed by the gods, so unless there is an accident, it is impossible to find out the specific spatial fluctuation landing point from the North Sea. And then the next fluctuation appeared in Atlantis in the Atlantic. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally can only look at the sea surface and find nothing, although it is guessed that the specific fluctuation landing point is in the ocean, but the bottom of the sea, which is nearly 10,000 meters deep, is not at all that the current technology will be able to detect for a while. No one specifically found out what they found. However, an ominous aura lingered in everyone's minds. After a day, another familiar spatial fluctuation haunted, and the Avengers instantly tensed up and excited. This time it appeared in the city. Damn it, this time we should be able to catch it. Night is thick. Gotham City, Port of Brixton. This is already a deserted island, completely shelved during World War I, and now deserted. The government had planned to reopen it as a sea cell, but due to financial problems, it could only be shelved for the time being. But now, the desert island that no one cares about now has been completely occupied by the demon-like legion into a mother nest. The straight chimney, the elevated tower hanging, and the top of the house, are crouched with demons who have escaped into the shadows, and a pair of scarlet eyes, faintly shining in the night, are shocking to see. That's when it was there. The island imprisons a group of scientists from the Interstellar lab, which were deliberately kidnapped by the demon-like division. Since the demons are very familiar with the smell of the mother box, some of them have been walking around the earth, trying to capture the mother box with their keen sense of smell. The Steppenwolf, who had just walked out of the space passage, immediately knew that the demons had not kidnapped the wrong humans. The mother box aura exuding from your body really makes me intoxicated. The tall figure of Steppenwolf reached out and grabbed a person's neck and slowly lifted him up from the ground. Human, tell me quickly, where is the mother box you hidden? The demons didn't catch the wrong person. In fact, the research goal of these interstellar laboratories happens to be that mother box, but they just think that it is a permanent energy matrix from aliens, trying to push new life formulas from it, obtain endless energy, and achieve cell regeneration. Unexpectedly, this mother box in their hands actually caused them to suffer a catastrophe. Click. The figure that was lifted by one hand was twisted and broken by Steppenwolf in silence. Very good, next, until you guys tell me the location of the mother box. Steppenwolf's vision suddenly looked at a black man wearing glasses, this polite middle-aged man, but his face was full of stubbornness, and he couldn't help but look at him. There is a temper, but you are also ready to die. Right at this moment. Throat? A dull sound of footsteps sounded from outside the lighthouse. It was issued by a person who had been lurking secretly, and it was not very appropriate to say that he was a human. In fact, most of the body composition of this person was composed of life machinery. It's not so much a human as a robot with a mixture of silicon-based life, or a half-human, half-mechanical biochemical human. This guy named Steelbone is the product of experiments born from the mother box, and among the people kidnapped in front of him happens to be his scientist father. He had to save. Seeing that his whereabouts were exposed, a mechanical arm suddenly twisted and deformed, instantly transforming into a laser beam gun. Boom! The terrifying laser just shot out. Rumble! Violent explosions sounded one after another, not only in the tower, but also outside the tower crane, but also in the entire island. That's not right. This is not caused by Steelbone alone at all. Someone has invaded. Steppenwolf cursed angrily, and a pair of eyes as big as copper bells flashed with strong killing intent. The demons in the tower raised the energy guns in their hands and attacked the position of the Steelbone, but at the same time, the demons lurking on the outer islands were like birds and swallows that came out of the forest, and they spread their insect-like thin wings and flew into the sky. Avengers, assemble. The sound of passion came in the air. S.H.I.E.L.D exclusive Harrier-shaped fighter was in the air, and it was this fighter that launched a sudden and violent attack, followed by a shout from the captain, and several figures parachuted directly out of the aircraft door. Since they were ready to lock the location of the spatial fluctuation, they immediately killed non-stop. Feeling a pile of high-energy alien life underneath, they know that a good show is playing. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, fireworks are coming? The dashing and unruly words came from the distant sky. Like a meteor streaked by Iron Man Tony, miniature missiles continued to spray out from his body, small missiles with automatic tracking of thermal energy, and instantly hit the demon-like body very accurately. High in the sky, dozens of explosive fireworks instantly appeared, brilliant and bright, indeed like fireworks. But the fireworks had not completely dissipated, and under the moonlit night, dense dark clouds were piled up, and terrifying electric beams actually sounded in the clouds. Boom! With the figure suspended high in the air, he waved his arm sharply. One after another, thick thunder like a python continued to fall down, and the demons flying from the ground suddenly encountered a raid of thunder and lightning. The body was electrocuted into a scorched mess, completely lost his life, and kept falling from the air like dumplings. Meanwhile, Captain Steve, Hawkeye and Black Widow, who parachuted into the sky, have landed on the tower crane, ready to rescue the hostages. Compared with the three people who relied on the parachute, Dr. Banner's landing method was more unique, as if he was looking for a dead end, jumped directly without safety measures, and then slammed down on the ground. Roar! In the crater where he landed on the ground, a roar of the beast resounded throughout the island. It is said that looking for death like this can easily transform into the Hulk. The captain of the United States shrugged, a little speechless about this. Dr. Banner, who turned into the Hulk, blocked people from killing, Buddha blocked and killed Buddha, and the demons who resisted all the way were easily pushed up by him. For a moment, the whole situation was suddenly completely controlled by the full number of Avengers. Disarm and surrender. Tony's voice was not finished. Airplanes? A wind-breaking force suddenly came from the ground under his feet. Damn it! The gorgeous golden armor suddenly spewed out fireworks, allowing Tony to avoid the long-handled giant blade that passed by. Rumble? But there was a violent explosion sound in the sky. The Harrier-shaped fighter was directly hit by this weapon that broke through the air from the ground, and the terrifying force made the entire fighter explode. Damn! A tear welled up in Tony's eyes, as his avoidance killed the two living colleagues on the fighter. Do you still have the leisure to take care of others? Tony, danger. The weapon that destroyed the fighter fell directly from the air. It was an exaggerated long-handled axe blade, but at this time it was caught by a tall figure that suddenly appeared in midair, and then slashed sideways. The sudden blow made Tony a little overwhelmed, and before he could dodge, he was completely knocked out by this blatant blow. Poof! A muffled sound of falling water sounded from inside the ocean in the distance, and Tony the Iron Man was suddenly knocked into the ocean outside the island. One hand flew out the long-handled axe blade and smashed the Harrier-shaped fighter, and then caught the dropped axe blade and knocked out Tony the Iron Man in midair. A set. The action is flowing and completed in one go. The Steppenwolf, suspended in the air, suddenly showed his skills as a strong man under Darkseid. Take your life. Thor roared, his eyes widened, and his hands waved thunder one after another, slamming into the opponent in midair. Is it that simple attack? After Steppenwolf's contemptuous smile, there was a sound of explosion under the feet of the flat sky. His figure flew directly over, and his hands violently swung the silver long-handled axe blade in his hand, smashing the oncoming thunder and lightning with a bang. The powerful attack, constantly swinging, smashed the thunder that continued to attack. At this moment, the figure of Steppenwolf had come to Thor. Give me down. The axe blade slashed at Thor, the god of thunder, in front of him with a sharp roar that broke through the air. Thor panicked in his heart. Odin's power sprouted in his body, making him faster and smoothly avoiding this overwhelming axe blade. However, he could prevent the chop, and the shrewd Steppenwolf had already raised his legs, and violently kicked the hastily defended Thor directly into the air. With a bang, it fell on the beach of the island. The demonic legions instantly heard the wind, and the chaos swept away. Suddenly, the situation turned sharply, and the originally imposing Avengers were suddenly frustrated, and both Tony the Iron Man and Thor were instantly knocked out of the battlefield. Even with you smelly fish and rotten shrimp, you dare to destroy my plan. Say it. The tall body fell to the ground blatantly, and in front of him was the Hulk who had been pushing the demon. Seeing that someone was looking for his trouble, the Hulk was not afraid, and he was keen to fight and rushed straight up without saying a word. But it comes fast, and it goes fast. His figure was swept directly out by the Steppenwolf's swift long-handled axe blade, and green blood soaked with gamma particles sprayed from the side of his waist. With one blow, the Hulk fell to the ground with a slump. Steppenwolf outlined a cruel smile. This is the level that the Earth should have. In the battle just now, he seemed to find self-confidence and dignity that he had lost for a long time. The blow to him by Su Chen, a Kryptonian, obviously made this self-proclaimed Steppenwolf suffer unprecedented grievances and setbacks. Now, he has finally raised his eyebrows and exerted his strength. Roar! Hulk banner was obviously not an easy one, and just a momentary injury was not enough to calm his anger. After a roar, he rushed towards the opponent who left a figure on his back in front of him with shaking steps. Steppenwolf didn't even bother to turn around to deal with this brainless brute force stupid beast. He just slashed back with a backhand axe blade, and slammed the Hulk's figure out nearly 100 meters away. Hello him. The demon-like legion with thin wings of insects suddenly swept towards the Hulk on the ground like a swarm. Steppenwolf didn't pay much attention to the beast. He was more concerned about the kidnapped hostages, and he tried to extract the whereabouts of the other mother box from their mouths. Damn humans, how dare you steal my booty? The ear-shattering roar instantly spread throughout the tower crane, and the Steppenwolf knew that those lurking humans had approached those scientists. A small human being who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Duh. A muffled footstep continued to sound forward. The tall body of the Steppenwolf, who was more than 3 or 4 meters tall, suddenly stood at the doorway, which was almost the only normal exit in the tower. Burst. The sound of flapping wings continued to sound from high in the sky, and the towers that were haunted by demons flew up. Many demons directly retracted the thin wings of the cicada, directly lifted the energy guns dedicated to aliens, and drilled into the chimneys everywhere, trying to completely pull out the lurking humans from them. This is the mother nest created by the demon-like secretly, like the demons of dark clouds, but the moonlight is obscured, and the tower is completely plunged into darkness. Damn, the captain of the United States shouted through gritted teeth. He could feel the violent fluctuations coming from all around him. It was as if endless enemies swept them up like rough waves. Surrounded, the fighter we were riding on was also directly destroyed, but unfortunately, Tony and they didn't react at all. I don't know if he is okay. This operation did not expect to be smooth under the water, but it encountered a reversal, and the urgent situation made everyone present nervous. After all, Captain Steve of the United States is an experienced person with a big heart, and he stabilized the somewhat flustered hostages around him and said, "Don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is always watching, and our backup will definitely arrive in time." In fact, the captain did not have a score in his heart, and they really fell a little fast. The arrival of the follow-up reinforcements of Raptor fighters, and even the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. rapid reaction forces, may take several minutes. Now I can only hope that Hulk and Thor can stand up. Thinking of this, the captain's gaze looked at the steel bone. Compared to them, who had been thinking about it, the strange-shaped human in front of him was alone, killing the vast majority of demon-like enemies just now. "Father, it's okay, I'll take you away." Steelbone comforted his aging father. After thinking about it, everyone's eyes looked at the steel bone in front of them, and it was not surprising that the body he revealed was actually an alloy machine. Black Widow Natasha gasped. Even after seeing many biochemical experiments, she finally saw for the first time a half-human, half-mechanical product with almost half a face left. Steel Bones didn't care about their eyes, and said with his usual face, "I'll take my father out first. As for you, if I can break through the siege again, I might as well take you on a ride." The words were cold, and the confidence in them was obviously overflowing, as if breaking through the encirclement was a simple and feasible thing. But while they were still thinking, rumble, outside, however, there was a violent and piercing whistling sound in the air. The sound barrier completely exploded over the island. Then, a contemptuous word floated out of the air. "How? You shrunken-headed turtle, looks like you've found confidence?" In midair, a man in a black suit with his arms folded, overlooking everything on the island. Above the island, there was an extremely contemptuous and disdainful word. The mighty night breeze could not hide the volume, and it was clearly and unmistakably released to the ears of everyone on the island. The tall and robust figure, the black cloak behind him swinging with the wind, stepping on the void, the person who came was Su Chen, who was belated. "This voice is familiar to the Avengers trapped in the island. Didn't we hear it wrong? Is he? It's really him, that Kryptonian." Captain Steve and Hawkeye and the others looked at each other, and they didn't expect this guy to appear here. "Isn't he supposed to leave Earth? I never expected that when everyone was in crisis, the troops who had not yet been expected to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. follow-up reinforcements were expected to come to a Kryptonian who had been a blessing on Earth." The Steppenwolf, who was originally standing at the gate of the tower, had already stopped. At this time, he turned around, as if thinking of the previous two encounters. His sad and angry face instantly permeated the rough face full of wrinkles, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the figure high in the air with murderous intent. "Kryptonians, it's you again? It's you damn guy again? Thwarting my plans again and again. Do you really think you've eaten me steadily?" "That's right, I'm really sure of you," Suchan responded without hesitation. That straightforward attitude, full of confidence, made the Steppenwolf beat with anger. "Last time it was not good to use your skills in the water. Now there is not so much cheap for you to take advantage of. Kryptonians, let you die now, let you be completely extinct with your race." Steppenwolf scolded angrily. As soon as the words fell, his momentum was like a wolf's smoke, straight through the sky. At the same time, Su Chen's smiling face that was interested just now instantly turned cold after hearing Steppenwolf's words. "You said the wrong thing." There was a strong killing intent hidden under his calm words. "I hate it the most when others use the extinction of the Kryptonian race to blackmail me. Dragons have anti-scales, and if they touch it, they will die." The importance of the Krypton Empire was the first in his heart, and after Su Chen heard that threatening word, his killing intent had risen. "Don't think about running away, just stay here. Bury it for a long time. Get out of here." An angry rebuke slowly burst out. The demons with thin wings of insects suddenly hurriedly gave way to the passage towards the sky, and saw a fierce aura suddenly sweeping into the midair. A breath full of iron and blood rushed to his face, the thick blood chi condensed for a long time. It can be seen how many ghosts under the butcher knife. Su Chen just raised his eyebrows, his body did not retreat, and suddenly he also crashed forward. The powerful long-handled axe blade, wrapped in huge energy, opened the heavens and the earth, and slashed out. Su Chen's face was cold, and he didn't avoid just a punch that was ready. Rumble? It was as if Mars had collided with Earth. A vast explosion of fireworks exploded in the sky, and the ring-shaped shock wave generated by the collision swept the long sky, and the demon-like legion that fluttered its wings and stagnated in the air was just a touch, and it was completely affected by the shock wave in an instant, and exploded with a bang. The towers and tower cranes that rose above a certain level on the flat ground of the island were all affected by Yue, and they began to collapse and shatter. Even the thick white smoke and fog in the deep space in the distance were completely destroyed by this momentum. Under the thick fog of fireworks set off in the sky, a figure fell straight down like a broken kite, and soon, a tall figure directly broke through the fog and caught up with the falling figure. Seeing the enemy quickly coming, Steppenwolf swallowed the blood in his mouth, took a breath, and swung his long-handled axe blade to slash at the flying figure. Boom! One arm firmly held the axe blade, and after Su Chen sneered, he kicked heavily on the fallen body of the Steppenwolf like a cannonball. After this crushing force was applied, his body suddenly fell like a shooting star, and suddenly fell into the crater on the island. Rumble! A cloud of gun smoke exploded in the flat ground, and the falling chi crashed into a hole nearly tens of meters deep. Su Chen, who was high in the air, looked down on all the movements below with indifferent eyes, and faintly, a golden light seemed to bloom on his body, because his trillion cells were like a furnace, constantly absorbing the energy of the outside world. In just an instant, it has returned to peak level. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded in the tower. Subjected to such a sudden change, it was the Avengers in the tower, led by the Steel Bone, directly opened up their firepower, cleaned up the peripheral demons, and broke out a bloody road. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and a pair of eyes shimmering with magical energy swept down the tower, but he did not notice the movement of the mother box. Obviously, Steppenwolf also did not find another mother box kept by humans. "Hey, I really didn't expect that you would return to Earth, but what I didn't expect was that we still had a day to fight shoulder to shoulder." The captain of the United States waved his arms and shouted under the ground. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, nodded to him disapprovingly, and looked at the hostage figure who followed Steve out. He also knew to some extent that these were the scientists who studied the mother box. Kind of interesting. He also saw the half-human, half-mechanical steel skeleton. If his eyes scanned the body of the steel bone with interest, he knew that this was a product of the mother box, and the most semi-mechanical body gave him unparalleled strength. This also made Su Chen's thoughts suddenly open. It seems that the permanent energy matrix of the mother box is not only used to destroy, but also a good development object. Since human scientists have been able to dig up so many valuable research products from the mother box, Su Chen still does not believe that Kryptonian scientists cannot dig out from it, but such a glance made the steel bone of this future general of the Justice League shocked. Attack mode on. One after another, the electronic sound burst out, and the mechanical arm of the steel bone actually began to deform. A sonic cannon appeared, and an electronic eye on his face flashed this scarlet red light. Hey, he's our friend, how do you? Steve explained hastily. But even the steel bone himself was at a loss. This is not my intention. It was instinctively threatened to automatically switch attack modes to the machine. I see. Su Chen withdrew his interested look, and realized how much pressure he had brought to others instinctively by his glance just now. After Su Chen withdrew his gaze, the coercion that was absent completely dissipated from Steel Bone's mind. With his own perseverance, Steel Bone himself finally controlled his life mechanical system that was out of control, and the suddenly activated attack mode could not help but retreat. Su Chen didn't care, and looked at the ground under his feet with a pair of interested eyes. His vision pierced through the thick smoke and looked straight at the figure struggling to rise in the pit. At this time, the Steppenwolf was really uncomfortable. After being hit by a punch and kicked, the silver armor made of meteorite mithril on his body was damaged and broken, and the injuries in his body were quite serious, and the skin of the copper wall and iron wall was full of mushy blood. Compared to the injury, the pain in his heart was even more unacceptable to him. No matter how he can be ostentatious to the Earthlings, he knows that he is not a match for the Kryptonians in front of him at all. Damn it. He struggled to his feet. But right now, a contemptuous voice burst out in the air above. Did I tell you to stand up? The voice just fell. Shout! A hot sight beam burst through the air, pierced the thick smoke, and accurately hit the body of the Steppenwolf, and with a bang, a shocking blood hole pierced through his knee. The right foot could not bear the weight of the body at all, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Steppenwolf did not admit defeat at this, and held the silver long-handled axe blade in his right hand, but a hot red beam of light came as promised, and directly pierced the right palm without accident. Ugh! A hissing cry came out of Steppenwolf's mouth. It took several seconds for the Steppenwolf to contain the sharp pain in his mind. His head was full of stubbornness, and a pair of eyes full of killing intent stared at Su Chen tightly. We remember this hatred, dem Kryptonians. For the glory of the Dark Monarch Darkseid. The red light flashed again. Steppenwolf's words suddenly stopped, and the heat vision beam was no longer satisfied with piercing, and directly turned into a sharp blade, instantly cutting off one of Steppenwolf's arms. Poof! Blood erupted like a blowout at the broken arm. Ugh! Steppenwolf screamed. I must thoroughly wash away the remnants of you Kryptonians. The heat vision beam flashed again, turning into a red blade that sliced off his other arm again as if concocted. At the broken stubble of his arm, immeasurable blood sprayed again, and under his feet, a pool of blood had accumulated. I see what else can come out of your mouth. Su Chen's words floated from the air. At this time, he was like a monarch inspecting the territory, and his arrogant eyes looked down on the kneeling Steppenwolf with great disdain. At this time, the Steppenwolf couldn't help but spurt out the blood in his mouth. As if shocked by Su Chen's words, he didn't say another cruel word, which shows that the stubborn backbone was completely broken by Su Chen one by one. Steppenwolf had lost the dignity in his heart, and a trace of long-lost fear surfaced in his heart. Burst! The sound of flapping his wings emanated from all around him, but one by one demons swirled around the body of Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf's face changed, but he found that these subordinates were looking at him fiercely. The reason is that he is afraid. When fear pervaded his heart, Steppenwolf himself had gradually lost control of these demons, and panic happened to be the best dessert for demons. In the Justice League movie, Steppenwolf was also beaten so dramatically that he was completely panicked by his demonic legion. Congratulations, you're scared. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew that what he had done made the Steppenwolf's heart shake and unbalanced. Then, in the distant Gotham City outside the island, a burst of fire suddenly rose, and the flame was like a wolf's smoke, straight up, illuminating the entire sky. There was a fierce battle in Gotham, and I saw dozens of flapping wings flying over the city in the distance. That's not right. Those insect monsters found the mother box of our lab. The hostages of the scientists who had been abducted here instantly shouted. Although the Avengers and his group do not know what the mother box means, watching a group of aliens with great origins try their best to find it, it must be extremely harmful to the Earth. The face of the steel bone changed drastically, and as a product of the mother box, he knew what that box would bring to the Earth. At the same time, Steppenwolf's originally lost face instantly perked up seriously, and the demons searching outside had found the second mother box, and it was only one step away from success. The heat instantly flowed all over the body, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated, and at this time, the Steppenwolf looked at Su Chen in the sky with angry eyes, and couldn't help but scold with all his strength. The remaining mother box is also in your hand. It's a pity you can't get it. Su Chen shrugged indifferently. Two without one, the mother box cannot be merged must not play the effect he wants. That is to say, it is impossible to defeat Su Chen himself, and all the efforts of the Steppenwolf will be in vain in the East China Sea. Steppenwolf unexpectedly revealed a mocking smile. Young Kryptonian, you have no idea what the forces you provoke represent in the universe. I may not be able to recycle the mother box, but what belongs to the Epicolypse star cannot be touched by outsiders after all, and for the glory of the Dark Monarch Darkseid, what is it for me to give up this bit of face? I've already asked the other members of the Dark Elite for help when necessary, but it's not that simple. Steppenwolf seems to have foreseen something funny. His wrinkled face was filled with a playful expression, and he looked at Su Chen in midair. Next is a surprise, young Kryptonian. Then he saw Steppenwolf shouting, "Open the spatial passage." Airplanes? A brilliant white pillar of light suddenly tore through the night and crashed straight into the earth. Su Chen initially thought that the Steppenwolf wanted to run, and his body wanted to fly out to stop it, but he didn't expect that he didn't move at all, but instead a prison cage slowly landed in the space passage. Another most powerful biological weapon in the universe. You are fortunate to be human, of course, young Kryptonians, you are also blessed. Under the gaze of everyone, the cage that landed on the ground was suddenly opened, and the shackles were broken one after another. Su Chen looked at the figure in the cage, and his mind was blank. Epicolypse, you dare. The brilliant pillar of light that came to Earth did not take anything away. This spatial passage only brought a prison. The prison has been opened, and the chains of confinement have been loosened. A monster that completely discolored Su Chen's face came into everyone's eyes. Like the huge body of the mountain bag, the black skin covered with sharp blade scars, and the sharp bone spurs on the outside of the body, look extremely hideous and terrifying. A resolute and huge face did not grow a single hair, and the moment the chain was opened, his scarlet bloody eyes instantly opened. Abomination. Dr. Banner, who was knocked back into the prototype, crawled out of the pit and couldn't help but react when he saw the monster in front of him. Just looking at this shape, it is indeed like the abomination of being contaminated by gamma particles. That's not right. Smelling this bloody smell, Banner only felt that he was in an environment like a pool of blood, and he couldn't help but feel a little shackled under the movement of his hands and feet. Damn. What is this? The indispellable smell of blood is no longer comparable to the stench emitted by hatred, and this smell alone can imagine how many creatures this Advent guy in front of you has killed. Su Chen in the sky was silent, but there was anger under his calm face, like a silent volcano, and no one knew when to vent the flames. Doomsday. Duh. The fist of his right hand crunched. Surprise? This is the most powerful biological weapon in the universe, a terrifying creation made from the corpses of super Kryptonians? Steppenwolf endured his injuries and cried out with a maniacal face. Even the Dark Lord Darkseid used the technical analysis of the celestial apocalypse to crack and perfectly replicate the genes of doom. This is the most terrifying biological weapon in the universe, that is, after the Demon Legion, Doomsday. Su Chen was suspended in the air like this, staring at the day of destruction standing under his feet, and his thoughts were mixed. That's when it was there. Airplanes? There was a roaring sound of engines in the air. After these few minutes, belated reinforcements quickly crossed the sea and quickly arrived on this lonely island. It seems that the risk has not been accurately identified, and the sound of the machine gun is actually loud, and the bullets swept out from the long air are like a flame chain that instantly pierces the demons in the air. Such fierce fire is naturally not satisfied with the falling demons, and the machine guns and cannons of the fighters have already swept towards the most conspicuous day of destruction in the field. Tap-da-da. Bullets rained down on Doomsday's body. The bullet that was enough to penetrate the body of others, hit the skin of the day of destruction, and there was a sound of jingo impacting. That skin was unexpectedly hard, let alone pierced by half a point, and even a white mark could not be left. Roar. Doomsday roared. It no longer stared at Su Chen in the sky, and its mind was completely attracted by the fighters in the air. So, it jumped suddenly, and the ground under its feet instantly exploded into a terrifying pit, and its majestic body jumped for thousands of meters under a jump, enough to come above the fighter. Doomsday's huge body was completely reflected in front of the pilot's eyes, and I saw that his right arm was like an iron hammer, directly smashing into the fighter. Rumble? A terrifying firework exploded in the sky. Very strong, right? How? In order to catch this super Kryptonian, we Apocalypse wasted a lot of strength. Steppenwolf outlined a cruel smile. Over the years, if it weren't for the collapse of the Kryptonian Empire more than 10 years ago, we wouldn't even be able to catch a few perfect monsters like this. At the moment when he spoke, I saw that the day of destruction was like walking on the ground in the air, and it jumped around on one fighter after another in midair, and they were crushed and stepped on by it. From time to time, several missiles flew in, and it did not dodge, and directly hit the thick skin. However, these extremely powerful cannonballs were like great nutrients, and they actually made the skin of Doom's body linger with a red light. It actually absorbed the power of it. This is the super Kryptonians that your Kryptonian Empire is proud of, and this is also their final fate? Turned into a corpse, and finally transformed by nature into Doomsday? Tell me you're scared. You will end up like this after you die. Steppenwolf looked at this scene in the air and laughed maniacally. But halfway through the laughter, he stopped abruptly. A palm wrapped around his neck like giant pincers, and Su Chen's figure also met his eyes at close range. Go to hell. He grabbed Steppenwolf's neck, suddenly lifted it up from the ground, and then punched his body with a powerful punch. Boom! A muffled sound kept ringing. The Steppenwolf was like a sandbag, constantly beaten by Su Chen. Poof. Deo blood is like a water gun, constantly spraying out. The whole body is beaten beyond recognition. The bones of the whole body are also broken. The terrifying force is like a flood at the dike to find a vent, gathered to a point, and constantly poured on the body of the Steppenwolf. If Su Chen hadn't fixed this body with one hand, I'm afraid that with one punch, he would have flown thousands of meters away. After just a few punches, Steppenwolf's body no longer had a trace of complete existence. Even the intermittent breath no longer exists. A embarrassed corpse was thrown by Su Chen on the ground in the distance. By the way, I forgot to say that it is better to go to hell first and take a good position, leaving a good position for your dark monarch dark side. Plain words burst out from Su Chen's mouth. The moment he saw Doomsday, he knew that the collapse of the Kryptonian Empire must be inseparable from Apocalypse and other dark monarchs' dark side. Steppenwolf also confirmed his idea well in the back. Otherwise, a huge empire, no matter how conservative it is, will not end up withering a race to the point of almost no remnants because of the collapse of the center of the Earth. The super Kryptonians, who were regarded as the most relied on in the Empire, were actually concocted into a day of destruction, which was a fact that Su Chen could not accept. He knew that this day of doom did not originate from Z or Clark, it must have been a Kryptonian powerhouse a long time ago who fell into the clutches of Apocalypse. With this alone, Su Chen would swear to completely destroy the Apocalypse star. For Krypton. I will definitely do it. Boom! Fireworks exploded in the sky, and fighter planes exploded in the air one after another like fireworks. The dazzling and brilliant fire instantly rose into the sky, directly illuminating the night completely. Although Doomsday is not yet flying, it has an inestimable jumping ability, and in just one flight is thousands of meters. Any visible unit in front of it is included in the attack range. In the blink of an eye, all S.H.I.E.L.D fighters in front of him directly shattered and exploded. The huge body of the Day of Destruction was so stable and deserved, directly smashed into the ground city building from the sky. Damn, that's Gotham City. Inadvertently, the monster that was originally infested on Buxton Island has jumped to the city on the opposite shore. Coincidentally, it is the extremely prosperous Gotham City. Although Gotham City is notorious as the capital of crime, the city's economic level is among the best, and in any case, it is simply unimaginable to let such a fierce monster fall in the city. Airplanes? One after another fireworks sprayed missiles flew out from the distant and unknown night, which was a learned Raptor fighter directly launched a fire offensive at an over-the-horizon distance. Boom! Doomsday, who was standing on the ground, just raised his hand to block it, and one missile after another instantly exploded on his body. The raging fire was like a red pillar, swaying upwards and breaking straight through the sky. Solved. After a long while, an incredible voice sounded from the cockpit. Impossible. I saw that in the vast fire, the figure of Doomsday paced out, and his body full of muscle fibers bloomed with dazzling red light, as if something was brewing in his body. Duh. In an instant, bone spurs that came out upside down one after another actually drilled out from under the skin. At the same time, the skin that had festered just now was instantly healed and restored, and compared to just now, his skin was much firmer and thicker, faintly showing a hint of metallic luster. Doomsday is actually evolution? This guy. It actually absorbed the energy of the shell. In the central command room, the intelligence agency who had been witnessing all this said in disbelief. As early as the Gotham City ravaged the search for the Mother Box, a temporary military command room activated by White House President Jensen had witnessed all this. Eat our shells like this again, I'm afraid he will become stronger. A tricky puzzle was thrown out in an instant. Is it because the monster eats the power of our shells, so we don't attack it? That's ridiculous. Coincidentally, this problem, which appeared in the Central Command Intelligence Room, has been mentioned and discussed many times in many stars that have been extinct by Doom. But the regimes of these living stars cannot solve this problem. Doomsday will evolve in battle, and even evolve the ability to cope after suffering heavy damage, and then cannot destroy Doomsday twice in the same way. Now, after the baptism of artillery fire, the skin of his body has transformed into a solid shell, and now he completely ignores the damage of these shells. That's the horror of Doomsday. Compared with the endless demons like legions, Doomsday is ranked among the two most terrifying biological weapons in the universe by virtue of its extremely terrifying characteristics of individual strength. Roar. After eating a heavy meal of energy, Doomsday roared in satisfaction, and the sound waves released alone shattered the building glass in a radius of several miles. The army chose a ceasefire, and the problem in front of them now is how to get the Day of Doom away, knowing that this monster is in Gotham City. Is it so careless about the lives of thousands of people? Gotham City also became dangerous in the sudden blow, and panic, fear, and other emotions continued to pervade the city. These wonderful negative emotions have further fueled the interest of some demons, and in the night sky, there are also many more of these insect monsters that love to eat fear. But at such a critical moment, Gotham's soul still stood up. 4. The sound of a light turning on sounded. I saw a super high power light shining towards the long night sky, and a bright silhouette was reflected in the night curtain, but it was a bat symbol. Gotham's Dark Knight Batman has quietly arrived. Airplanes? In the long air, the roar of the engine came, and a black fighter like a Harrier swallow suddenly pierced through the night. Then, the blue fire instantly erupted from this futuristic fighter, like a line of fire, constantly whipping on Doomsday's body. I only felt that the whole body was full of energy, and I suddenly felt provoked, put down the complex in front of me, and flew towards the fighter in the air. The sound of breaking the air came, and the bat fighter, which seemed to be a little small, was unusually fast, breaking through the speed of sound in just an instant. The day of destruction that ate a tail flame was even more furious, but his body began to fall with a bang without borrowing power. But just when it descended into the air, it suddenly stepped into the air and fell heavily, and the falling momentum was instantly contained, and what was even more surprising was that the day of destruction suddenly flew towards the fighter in front. He should have been good at jumping, but he had evolved the ability to fly in such a short time. The bat fighter in front may not have thought of this, but in the face of the chasing Doomsday, Grandpa Wayne in the cockpit could only accelerate with all his strength, reach the maximum power of the engine, and fly towards the outside of Gotham Town. But before he could fly out of Gotham City, a drag force came from the rear cabin of the plane, and the entire plane lost control. Oops. The citizens who were looking forward below all covered their eyes, and it was obvious that Doomsday Soho grabbed the bat fighter. Rumble? Sure enough, the bat fighter that provoked Doom exploded in the air. Batman shouldn't be. Dazzling tears instantly flowed from the eyes of some children. Nope. Take a look. I saw that in the fireworks that exploded in the sky, there was a figure of a speeding car that broke through the flames and landed sharply on the ground. Bang. It turned out to be a black Batmobile that landed on the ground very resistantly, and then stepped on the accelerator without saying a word, and gradually walked away from the outskirts of Gotham City. A very restless broadcast also played out from the Batmobile, which was specifically aimed at the fear attribute of the demon. In an instant, the demons abandoned the people of Gotham City and flew towards the Batmobile together with Doomsday Day roar. The day of destruction in the sky roared, and he grabbed it in his hand as if it was just a bat chariot. Never expected that the Batmobile inside directly got into the bat chariot in the hatch, playing a high IQ drama of the Golden Toad shelling. At this moment, Doomsday was completely, and even the humans in the city flew away. Not only that, the Batmobile has been playing a specific broadcast that has been tuned, and the extremely restless sound directly forms a huge attraction to the demons. Without saying a word, he followed the trajectory of Doomsday, fluttered the wings of insects and cicadas, and flew away. The crisis in Gotham City was played by Batman for a while, and he completely escaped the danger. No one, the lone Batman, where did these aliens go? Some of the people of Gotham City just silently mourned and prayed. In the temporary command room of the White House, the staff officers and staff who have been unstable suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and the safety of nearly 10 million people was directly out of danger, which is a fortunate thing. Send the Raptor fighter to follow up that terrifying monster, pay attention, keep the pilot away and don't appear in the other party's field of vision. After learning the lesson, the military staff immediately gave instructions. At the same time, satellites in low Earth orbit have also begun to track the trail of Doomsday, preventing everyone from completely losing their whereabouts. Also, what about the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel? What's going on with Director Nick Fury? Didn't he tell me that he had a team of brave and combative Avengers dedicated to fighting the superpower invasion? Sorry, sir, go contact S.H.I.E.L.D. now. The technician, wiping his cold sweat, quickly dialed the internal line. It's best to call me Dr. Reed, the smartest man in our country, and ask him if he has made a decision to deal with this monster, and if not, just give him a military order and let them quickly stand by. Yes, sir. That's when it was there. Satellites in low Earth orbit first transmitted a message ahead. The monster has left the outskirts of Gotham City and is being led by Batman to the deserted dilapidated factory dock, where there are no signs of life. Very good, there will definitely be no innocent casualties at this moment. But everyone's faces did not get a trace of relief. After all, the problem also comes. Since this Doomsday monster has been controlled to a no-man's land, how to deal with him is a major problem. Boom, then. A figure slapped his hand heavily on the table and suddenly stood up from the stool. The slightly bald and even slightly chubby figure did not dare to cancel half a point for this, and the person in front of him was Mr. Johnson, the president, sitting in the middle of the conference room. The moment he stood up, everyone's words were suppressed, and everyone's eyes were on him. Give me the button to prepare the nuclear bomb. I think this is the best solution to the problem. Mr. President. Everyone was instantly anxious, looking at the president's crazy face with a faint determination. Everyone knew that President Jensen was playing for real. President Jensen, there is no need. A nuclear bomb landing on the ground will inevitably involve the safety of nearby Gotham City, and all the surrounding ecological environment will completely deteriorate, and it may be improved in tens of thousands of years. It's a pretty crazy plan. As a last resort, there is no need to directly use such a nuclear bomb to completely affect civilians in their own territory. No need, it's not yet that bad situation. I still have a lot of cards I haven't played. Many staff officers and colleagues instantly panicked, and quickly began to advise Mr. President to calm down. Of course, many of them know the inside story, and President Jensen has become a little nervous since the last Kryptonian invasion and almost destroyed by the Krypton battleship. Now encountered another alien invasion, but Jensen himself did not dare to stay on Air Force One, and directly hid in the basement for remote control. Obviously, the shadow of the last time has not dissipated in his heart. Looking at his subordinates one by one, Jensen rubbed his neck and cursed angrily. Well, now besides the nuclear bomb, what other specific means can you solve it? Hope that the smartest Mr. Reed will find a breakthrough, or S.H.I.E.L.D send their Avengers. It's all a no-brainer. But at this urgent moment, a technician responsible for dialing the internal line of S.H.I.E.L.D stood up in an instant. It's Director Nick Fury. He has received an order and immediately sent the Avengers to stop it. At this point, this voice is simply a gospel. The aides reacted instantly, and quickly persuaded the president, now that the measures are in place, wait a little longer, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers can solve this problem. President Jensen sat back on the stool and held up 5 fingers, give you another 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, if you can't come up with a satisfactory solution, there will be no need to bargain. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The danger of a nuclear bomb repeating the landing was finally resolved. But the problem they face is that they can't laugh, and everything seems to be pinned on S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers. Not so long ago, the Avengers, who are about to be awaited, are still on the island of Brixton. The demons here have gradually disappeared, and only a few demon-like immortals in the mother nest resisted, but in the face of the strafing of the steel bone, they were instantly wiped out. Compared to the idle steel bones, the Avengers seem to be caught in an infighting. Thor, you calm me down. Tony, the Iron Man, who had just landed from the ocean, tightly grabbed Thor's arm and prevented him from acting without permission. At this time, Thor, the god of thunder with a scowl on his face, stared closely at the figure not far in front of him, and shouted, "It's you boy, it's good, you actually returned to Earth. Let's say what do you have to do with those apocalypse monsters? And don't forget the grudge between the two of us last time, now I'm going to fight you." Remembering the hatred he had accumulated with him before, Thor was extremely angry, and the scene of humiliation in front of the Krypton battleship made him remember. Thor couldn't tolerate his humiliation and couldn't let him move, but Tony, Steve and the others next to him tried their best to stop it. And Su Chen, who was standing not far away, just glanced at it indifferently, and a sneer could not even help but appear faintly from his face. The poor and reckless fool, he didn't know that his hometown was copied by himself. Thor, this is your personal grudge, now is not the time to quarrel. American Captain Steve said resolutely. The headset in his ear came the voice of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, and he also knew the threat posed by Doomsday. Don't make trouble, tens of millions of people in Gotham City are in danger, and the first trouble now is to solve that monster. Was dragged by Iron Man Tony with Thor, the god of thunder, hearing that the overall situation was only important, and his solemn expression still calmed down. It's okay, let's solve this incident first. Looking at the Avengers teammates who have been obstructing him, Thor is not easy to hang out at this critical moment. However, when they came back to their senses, they found that the tall figure had long disappeared in the midair of the island, and it was obvious that Su Chen had already flown out at the moment when they were frolicking. Okay, we're one step slower, hurry up. Suburbs of Gotham City. In a completely dilapidated factory, the high beam illuminates the dimly lit factory in an instant. The roaring sound of engines came from far and near, and I saw a black Batmobile, from the distant forest, suddenly driving towards the factory. Behind the black bat chariot, there was a huge movement. A huge monster crashed into one tree after another, unreasonably followed the back of the chariot, and in midair, there were demon-like figures fluttering their wings and following far behind. Batman in the cockpit, his face was cold sweat kept coming out in his mind, and the voice in his heart kept warning him that this was an opponent he had never met. This is far beyond his imagination. Damn it, calm me down before it's time to see each other, Wayne said to himself in a cheerful way. Finally, the bat chariot equipped with the exclusive engine of military aerospace directly threw off the monster chasing behind and got into the inside of the factory. Wayne growled. That was the name of his butler, the person most worthy of his trust. No one knew that this abandoned factory on the outskirts of Gotham City had been wholly acquired by him 10 years ago, and it was completely included in his assets. And under such a barren land, Batman's own base facilities are completely hidden. Young Master Wayne, it has already started to start. The voice from the butler Afu also came quickly. The sound of the system is also accompanied by the on. Nightcrawler armor. Initiate. Remote has been selected and the system starts loading. 50%. 100%. Destruction mode has been activated. That's when it was there. A house in front of the factory seemed to be burst by something drilled under the ground, and the whole house was supported and torn apart, and I saw a super large black mecha like a crouching black beast, suddenly spraying out one after another terrifying firepower. Bang! Miniature missiles were poured directly from both sides of the mecha without money, and explosions of fireworks instantly bloomed in the air. Like beehive-infested demons, they were instantly poured clean by a swarm of missiles, their limbs and bodies were torn apart by artillery fire, and a cloud of fire appeared in the black night sky. Roar! Doomsday roared, but it rushed without fear. The remote-controlled Night Stalker armor suddenly spewed out a thick beam of destruction, directly across the long sky, and crashed into Doomsday's body. Doomsday stopped and suddenly raised his hand to block, but the super-powerful beam of light made him directly off the ground with both feet and threw it out into the distant forest. Rumble? In the forest, there was a sudden movement of shaking the mountain. Can it be solved? Wayne, who was in the cockpit, looked at the forest in the distance and whispered. Introducing this Doomsday and even all the demons here took him a lot of effort, and Batman Wayne only felt that his whole body was detached at this time. The Nightcrawler armor is already his whole card, it can be called a moving castle, and it has the power to easily destroy a regular army. Just when his whole body was slightly relaxed, a roaring roar came from far away in the forest. A fierce wind suddenly came from the front. Wayne's heart was like falling into ice, and his Batmobile was almost out of energy, not to mention that it was too late to speed up now. Sure enough, the Batmobile, which had just started to accelerate, was blatantly grabbed by a giant hand that came in an instant. Wayne gritted his teeth, and did not panic completely. He tried to disintegrate the Batmobile from the combat body. Just like the golden cicada shelled just now, but this time it is not so cheap. If you can play Doomsday once, you can't play the second time, and the second hand is firmly clasped on the cockpit. The deeply sunken 5 fingers directly pierced the top protective cover of the cockpit, and pulled Wayne's body and driving position out. Damn. Night Stalker, Batman. Wayne panicked. Tap-da-da. Artillery fire continued to bombard Doomsday's body from the missile compartment of the Night Stalker's armor, but the fierce behemoth did not move, and a pair of scarlet eyes just stared closely at Wayne in the cockpit in his hand. A red energy lingered on his body, which was the power of the cannon fire that the Day of Destruction continued to absorb from the impact, thereby strengthening himself. But just when Doomsday was about to pinch the little bug in the palm of his hand with one hand, airplanes? A red beam of light suddenly came across the sky. The heat vision beam broke through the speed of sound, and the thunder was as fast as a death, directly like a supreme arrow, directly cutting off one of Doomsday's arms, and blood suddenly sprayed out. Ugh! Doom screamed in horror. All his minds didn't even care about Batman, who rolled down under his feet, and under the pain, he suddenly stepped on the solace of his feet, slammed the ground, and the earth cracked directly. Doomsday's body was like a cannonball, flying directly into the air. At this time, there was a figure wearing a black cloak in the air, a pair of black and white clear eyes flashed a trace of red light again, and in an instant, another brilliant red pillar of light flew straight out and smashed down on the oncoming Doomsday body. Bang! Like a shooting star, Doomsday fell directly to the ground. A shocking hole appeared on his waist, but in the blink of an eye, it quickly healed at a speed visible to the human eye. Even a long bone spur suddenly grew on the stubble of the broken arm. Su Chen in the sky just watched this scene quietly and silently said, "Krypton will remember your past honor and give you the most decent way to let you sleep forever." Su Chen's words made the Day of Destruction below indifferent. Doomsday entrenched on the ground has long lost its only humanity, and the former super Kryptonian is now completely reduced to a sleepless beast. The energy absorbed in the body just now turned into a red light, constantly lingering in his body, and in an instant, there was already an extra sharp bone blade at the bone stubble of the broken arm. The blood hole that was pierced at the waist also healed at the moment when the blade appeared, and a thick layer of blood scab formed like a defensive layer. Wayne, who rolled from the palm of the opponent's hand and fell to the ground, hurriedly ran out tens of meters, and he could be said to have almost stepped into hell. A pair of bat masks looked at the figure that saved him high in the air. It's him. Wayne instantly realized that this was the protagonist who had been in the invasion of the Kryptonian battleship. Although he was not present in the alien invasion accident, he must know that the secrets of many parts of this world cannot be hidden from him, the Dark Knight lurking in the shadows. Even the Prince of Asgard, who had been staying at S.H.I.E.L.D, Wayne knew it. Seeing them haunted here at this time made him feel mixed feelings. But the most important thing now is to take control of this Doomsday monster. Night Stalker, open the hatch. Batman jumped to the top of the tall armor, ready to get into the cockpit of this Night Stalker armor. But he didn't wait for him to get into it. The Doomsday on the other end abruptly ignored him, and directly flew towards Su Chen's figure with a jump. Boom! The original landing place instantly collapsed, and a wind was set off, and even faintly wanted to overturn Batman's figure. Batman Wayne tightly closed the hatch, a pair of shocked eyes looked into the sky, only to see a vast shock wave exploded in the air, and it was the two who exchanged hands. Boom! In a vast cloud of smoke that exploded in midair, Doomsday broke through the fog and was shot out of the distance of thousands of meters. It's just that the momentum that flew out was blocked by him, and he jumped in the air, stabilized the momentum of his fall, and stood firmly in the air. Before he stopped for a second, Doomsday roared, and directly swept like a cannonball again. But come and go fast. Not long after Doom's body flew over, it was shot out again by a sudden impact, and the vigor exploded directly on his body, and thick blood spilled all over the sky. The momentum of flying in a straight line flew thousands of meters away, and when Doomsday tried to stabilize his figure, a figure jumped into his field of vision. Doomsday's eyes widened, and in shock, he directly pushed his hand to block it. It's just that Su Chen, who teleported, was even faster, clenching his hands into fists, and his huge strength gathered to a point, like a roaring rushing flood, pouring out from a narrow river mouth. Rumble! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. The Day of Destruction in front of him flew directly out of the field of vision, flashed away like a meteor, and directly crashed into the mountains 10,000 meters away. The fierce momentum of power even caused several mountains to be broken and destroyed, and Doom's body crashed straight into the pit. Bloody blood continued to burst out of his body, and his injuries were extremely serious, but he began to heal quickly in the flash of destruction. Such a painful injury did not even make him frown a little. Its genes began to mutate again during the battle just now, and a thicker protective layer of blood scabs began to form on the surface of his rotten body. One bone spur after another, it continued to sprout like a spring after rain, turning into a solid bone armor to protect the outside of his body. Obviously, in order to better resist Su Chen's explosive physical damage, the gene of Doom Sun instantly strengthened his defenses, and even the bone blade formed by the broken arm became more and more hideous and exaggerated. After another evolution was completed, the red light revealed under the skin of Doomsday's whole body disappeared dimly. Sure enough, evolution needs energy after all. A self-speaking word came from the air, and Su Chen, who rushed over, obviously understood the evolution principle of this monster to some extent. The offensive of artillery fire just now allowed this giant beast to absorb a lot of energy. Moreover, his fist is also a kinetic energy after all, and while bringing damage, I am afraid that it also draws a lot of energy from him. The immortal momentum of Doomsday is somewhat similar to his cellular physique that constantly draws energy, and is extremely adaptable to various harsh environments. The difference is that this deformed and ugly monster has constantly transformed his body. It seems that he can't interrupt his attack and leave him a chance to recover. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. The deformed product of Doomsday is a monster created by Kryptonian scientists accidentally playing with genes, this kind of guy born only for slaughter and destruction, and even blasphemy. The corpse of the super Kryptonian was resolutely banned by the Supreme Council. Unexpectedly, the Apocalypse Star, which was chasing power, actually possessed this evil deformed product. Don't think about it, that is, the corpse of the super Kryptonian fell into the hands of the heavenly apocalypse, and then it was released with this dark power. Putting away that complicated feeling, as the emperor of the new Krypton Empire, Su Chen wanted to completely reason out this force. This is by no means your destiny. Looking at the figure that had flown towards him, Su Chen did not hesitate to rush away. Boom! Two violent momentums collided in an instant. A vast shock wave was once again set off in the air, and within 10,000 meters of the two of them, it actually dissipated, and the violent explosions stopped one after another. Boom! A violent momentum bombarded Doomsday's body, and the bone armor on his body had already collapsed and shattered, and the bloody wounds were all over his body, and even the sharp bone blade was cut off by the heat vision beam. Before Doomsday's body fell into the city under his nose, Su Chen had already come under it in an instant, and then kicked a leg on Doomsday's body. Boom! The sound barrier of the explosion sounded instantly. The falling body of the Doomsday actually flew up into the air violently, and the terrifying aura actually forced him to fly out of the clouds, before the momentum of the impact weakened by half a point. Su Chen, who was flying to catch up, made up for it again, and with a bang, the figure of Doomsday directly pierced through the clouds, passed through the atmosphere, and flew directly out of the earth. Doomsday's body was knocked out of the atmosphere by Su Chen and flew directly out of the earth. In the magnificent and turbulent space, the blue earth came into their eyes, with the moon moving along its trajectory in the distance, and in the distance, a huge sun slowly burning, with plenty of light spreading around. This gentle light also fell on Su Chen's body. In such a space environment, he is too close to the sun in front of him, as the Mother Earth who was born to herself. Su Chen's body is extremely adapted to solar radiation, and can use this power to make up for himself well. The cells of the entire body continue to absorb the energy that devours the outside world, and the fatigue caused by a large amount of exercise is instantly swept away, and the body is once again filled with majestic power. The flow of blood became more and more rushing like a stream, and the heart stirred like a drum in an instant. In just a moment, under the full sunlight of the sun, Su Chen even faintly felt that he was going to stand up like a balloon, and his body was somewhat full. Suddenly, the overflowing energy gathered into his eyes, and a little red light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. Shout! Su Chen, who was suspended in space, suddenly erupted a thick pillar of heat vision light from his eyes, as if the energy of the body to burst was like finding a vent, like the water stored by the breaking out of the dam. This heat line light pillar was unprecedentedly powerful. In an instant, Doomsday's body didn't even have time to dodge, and the heat sight that exceeded the speed of sound directly penetrated his body. The right half of the body was completely penetrated by this thick pillar of heat vision, and half of the body, including half of the head, and even the entire right shoulder, was completely annihilated. This fierce Doomsday rarely let out a mournful cry. However, the fierce day of destruction actually began to heal rapidly, and blood streaks began to multiply like tentacles at the broken arm. Although the sunlight energy that lingered around was not as effective as Su Chen when absorbed, it was also a tangible tonic for Doomsday. It won't be as you wish. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his body did not dare to slack, clenched his fist, and directly collided head-on. The right half of the body that had just grown was directly torn apart by Su Chen, and blood was once again sprinkled all around like a blowout. The momentum set off by the fight between the two actually caused the satellite in low Earth orbit to explode directly. Okay, you can put me to sleep. Under a flat voice, Su Chen had already torn apart the second arm of Doomsday, and the speed of Doomsday's recovery was completely unable to keep up with the speed of destruction. Everything heralds the end of doom. Just as Su Chen was immersed in this fierce fight, his super hearing ears transmitted the movement under his feet. This is simply an unexpected situation. After all, in space, there are other things that can get close to interfere with themselves. However, the signals in your head cannot be ignored. Su Chen looked in the direction under his feet, and saw that on the blue earth, there was actually a flame rising from the earth. The clear and unmistakable vision told himself that this was a missile that penetrated the atmosphere. That's even more. A nuclear bomb full of power. Stupid human. Not so long ago, temporary underground command room in Earth, North America. The big fat man has lifted off. The target area has been locked. A voice from a technician came through the room, reading the specific operational parameters of the nuclear bomb. Mr. President, I still say that this is a very unwise decision. The chief of military staff said reluctantly. This is the first time since World War II that humans have used this Pandora's box in battle. Then tell me, what other decisions do you have to make? But the personnel in front reported to me that the Avengers' rescue of the hostages on Brixton Island was not going well, so I can rest assured that they will attack the monster that almost destroyed Gotham? Also, what can you tell me about Dr. Reed? That guy has not completely eliminated Magneto and the members of the Brotherhood yet. President Jensen cursed. As if thinking of something, his face instantly became hysterical. I didn't expect it was the Kryptonians half a year ago who fought against this monster, so, tell us, what reason do we have not to completely wipe them out? Kill two birds with one stone? This is indeed a good plan. But the Kryptonian seems to be on my side, one of the staff members made an inappropriate voice. After all, how to look at the Kryptonian is a lesson in the day of destruction. White House President Jensen really laughed maniacally. This guy is also an alien, who can guarantee that it will not be him who will destroy Gotham next time he goes crazy. Everyone was silent. If anonymous superheroes are in existence that their country's constitution cannot control, then this so-called Kryptonian is obviously not in existence that they can check and balance. Therefore, being able to dispose of this Kryptonian who once caused big trouble by the way may also be a good choice. However, several aides who have followed the president for many years have slandered from the bottom of their hearts that President Jensen just remembered the last accident in which Air Force One almost crashed, so why make so many excuses? In any case, the nuclear bomb, called Big Fatty, has risen into the air and cannot be reversed again. The big fat man has broken through the atmosphere. But after a while, the technicians began to excitedly report the real-time situation. Fly to low Earth orbit. Close to the target. Beep. With the infinite wave, there was a violent humming sound. The nuclear bomb, codenamed Big Fat, completely detonated in the air. In World War II, the nuclear bomb that landed on the island nation of Hiroshima was only 20,000 tons of damage, and such gunpowder was powerful enough to almost bulldoze the entire city. But now, the power of the nuclear bomb has already advanced by leaps and bounds, and the reason why this nuclear bomb is codenamed Big Fat is really because the amount of medicine tonnage is more than 1,000 times that of World War II. Visible. How horrible it is. Boom. In this way, the Big Fat nuclear bomb was detonated in space without any scruples. Everyone on the ground, as long as they look up, can see that a brilliant fire is faintly emerging in the sky like a brilliant and extraordinary sunset. Almost half of the world can see this rare spectacle clearly. It can be seen how terrifying and vast this nuclear bomb detonated in space is. Oh my god. In the abandoned factory just now, Batman Wayne looked up at the fire rising from the sky. The night that was filled with dense fog was completely rendered and penetrated by the fire lingering in space, like the beautiful sunset of burning clouds, and the whole Earth suddenly brightened a lot. The Avengers who have chased after them are very rare to stand not far from Batman's side, and they also look up at this beautiful scenery. At this time, their faces were solemn, and everyone knew what it meant to be fell to the ground behind their backs. Damn. It turned out to be a nuclear bomb. Is it crazy? Perhaps dropping a nuclear bomb is also a good option when there is no pollution to the Earth in space. But that Kryptonian has been fighting against him, and the object of bombing in space is also him, Tony retorted vigorously. Hawkeye, who still wanted to say something, suddenly froze for a while. The nuclear bomb that detonated in space seemed to ruthlessly detonate the two people directly. Captain Steve wanted to scold the president who stupidly gave the order, but when he thought that if he let the destruction fall again, I was afraid that the humans on the ground would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. And these Avengers, who claim to protect the Earth, are obviously not opponents of this Doomsday Day. Thinking of this, Steve let out another silent sigh. However, looking at the steel bone who also arrived, but standing next to the Batman who he had never met, Steve couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know each other?" Of course. Batman's deep, magnetic voice came from under the mask. "We're a team." Everyone was shocked. "Although it's a bit of a teardown of your platform, our organization is called the Justice League, so Captain America, please put away the idea in your heart." Batman can see at a glance that Captain America is preparing to recruit him and Steelbone. Captain America touched his nose, but he seemed a little weak-hearted. Steelbone didn't say much. As early as when the demons were haunted in Gotham City, Batman came to the door, and Wayne's move to save the people of Gotham just made him extremely determined to join this Justice League. Tony whistled and teased very lightly, "That looks like there's another competitor. But just the two of you." The next sentence seemed very provocative. Sure enough, it was Tony Stark's style. But Wayne didn't answer him. His eyes were shocked, and following his line of sight, everyone looked over, only to see that in the long night sky, something burning with flames fell straight towards the land like a shooting star. "Close to us, damn it. What is this falling? Shouldn't this thing fall in Gotham?" Batman silently spat out this word in his heart. It was at the same moment. Inside the temporary command room, the technician picked up the information from the front and quickly said, "Fall number 1 has fallen, has hit the ground. Landing place, on the land east of Gotham City. It's a deserted land, uninhabited. After this reminder, some staff officers who were afraid of falling in Gotham City quickly let go of the burden in their hearts. Fall number 2. There is no obvious sign of re-entry and no landing on Earth. The technician quickly informed the second news. Fall number 2. President Jensen, sitting in the center, hesitated. Mr. President, Fall 2 represents the Kryptonian. After hearing the reminder, President Jensen actually showed a rare smile. Very good. In their opinion, it is clear that the Kryptonian, who has no signs of re-entering the atmosphere, must have completely evaporated and dissipated in the nuclear explosion just now. Looking at Mr. President's arrogant smile, many aides who knew his temperament were even more firm that this person really had a bit of a personal vendetta. But at this moment, the technician who had been staring at the screen shouted in fright, "Gentlemen, there was a life fluctuation in Fall number 1, and he actually moved." What? In an instant, the faces of the people in the underground command room were shocked. Even President Jensen, who had been triumphant just now, inexplicably panicked. "Damn, what are you talking about? Mr. President, I'm afraid that monster is still alive." Roar. In the firelight of the sky on the ground, a roaring roar actually burst out from it. The huge figure of the Day of Doom slowly paced out from the crater formed by the fall. At this time, his face was extremely hideous, and there was a brilliant red light under his skin, as if something was brewing in his body. I am afraid that the people of the Earth could not imagine that the nuclear bomb that was enough to completely erase a country from the map turned into the sweetest nutrient nourishment and nourished the day of destruction. After a roar, his 2 severed arms, which were completely torn apart, actually sprayed Deo tentacles from the fractures, and suddenly turned into thick and strong arms. The body, which had been damaged by Su Chen, also healed back to its original shape in an instant. Click. One after another, hideous sharp bone spurs suddenly broke out, forming an even more terrifying solid bone armor. After some healing and even evolution, Doomsday only felt that the abundant energy in his body was still squandered. As if remembering the encounter of being beaten just now, Doomsday, who had been raised several meters high, only felt that he suddenly had a headache, and a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly became even redder, as if they were on fire. Roar. With Doomsday another roar. Shout. There was actually a beam of heat vision erupting from his eyes, and Doomsday actually evolved the ability of heat vision at this time. And the energy that was enough to burst his body suddenly found a vent, instantly fueling this red pillar of light, and the power became more and more huge and vast. The thick red pillar of light couldn't be seen at a glance, and it went straight towards Gotham City in front of him. No one paid attention to the cry of pleading. The thick heat vision beam swept across the heavens and the earth, directly sweeping over most of Gotham City, and all the buildings swept by the heat vision beam were cut off, and collapsed instantly like building blocks built by children. In particular, the Wayne Building, the premier building in Gotham City, was not spared, and the building fell obliquely to the side, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Rumble. One after another explosive fires continued to resound in Gotham City. Most of the building complex was self-destroyed by this heat-eyed beam, and at least millions of people were relentlessly plunged into danger, waiting for help to arrive. Everyone, at this moment, is stupid. This Doomsday evolved the ability of heat vision, and with one blow, Gotham City was directly plunged into a sea of fire. A large area of buildings collapsed, and the number of casualties of the people continued to increase. No. As the heat line beam sweeps over most of the urban agglomeration, the members of the entire underground command room fell into silence, and just an incredible swallowing sound sounded extremely clearly in the scene. If I'm not mistaken, it was the nuclear bomb that enhanced his power. The technician held his head and cried out in pain. After another long silence, a staff member stood up directly, and even regardless of his status, stretched out a finger and angrily pointed at President Jensen in the center and roared and scolded. "Damn, I shouldn't have listened to you. It's you. It was you, Mr. President, who killed so many of our compatriots? What a prosperous city, just so fell. Mr. President, you made a bad decision? Because of your insistent decision, not only lost the lives of so many people in Gotham City, but also killed the heroes who fought against the Day of Doom. Now what resistance will our Earth take?" All the staff and staff officers began to make public the above accusations at this moment. "Mr. President, congratulations on your successful abuse of power to declare a personal vendetta, but I think tomorrow Congress will formally impeach you, and you should not be president." Everyone shouted fearlessly. Naturally, because he made such a big mistake, Jensen would naturally be ousted. So some of the staff members who were usually fed up with his temper scolded without fear. President Jensen, standing in the center, did not say a word. His triumphant complexion had already dissipated without a trace, and his whole face was completely pale like a funeral kaya, and even the sideburns on both sides were inexplicably white, obviously suffering some major spiritual blow. Even President Jensen himself knows that after today, he will be impeached by Congress and then quickly removed from his presidency. However, under his sad face, he laughed hysterically. "Ha ha ha. Kick me off the stage. You stupid humans, do you think you will end up much better than us? No one can stop this monster. The whole earth will be bulldozed, and we will just die together." The faces of the people around him suddenly became more and more difficult to see. A wild laugh came out of his mouth, and President Jensen stood up with a crazy face, and then walked crookedly towards the house. After losing his power, he didn't want to pay attention to this guy. The staff officers who remained in the command room immediately solved the first question, how to deal with this doomsday day. And inside an abandoned factory outside Gotham City, the group also completely calmed down after the shock collapse. Accountability to the president is not now. We must solve this doomsday now and prevent this monster from continuing to destroy Gotham City. Avengers, assemble. American Captain Steve shouted angrily. This is the line that will be shouted every time the Avengers go out on a mission. Only this time, more pathetic than ever. Batman Wayne, who was completely cheered up from his sadness, silently stood up from the ground without saying a word, and the tightly clenched fists in his hands did not relax by half a minute, and everyone could feel an extreme anger from it. The Nightcrawler armor was silently activated, and the figure of the steel bone also burrowed into this cockpit, flying away with the Avengers. Beyond the ground, in this magnificent space background, a tall figure slowly floats in it. The black cloak slowly vibrated with the space storm, and under the sun's rays, Su Chen, who was floating high in the sky, directly opened his eyes, but his black and white clear eyes were extremely cold, and an indescribable anger filled them. Under the impact of the nuclear bomb, his injuries were nothing at all, just under the sun's rays, the negligible casualties were completely healed from the inside out. But the anger in my heart is not so easy to quell. He was about to deliver a fatal blow, but he was completely disrupted by the accidental nuclear bomb, which made him launch a nameless fire. Just as the same as the Day of Destruction seized a large amount of nuclear weapons energy into nutrition, the power of this nuclear bomb was also deeply absorbed by Su Chen's cells. The constantly spreading nuclear radiation, different from the warm rays of the sun, while bringing power, Su Chen only felt that his body became more and more restless, and the fireworks in his heart became more and more difficult to calm down. The whole person is like a volcano waiting to erupt, unable to press down. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and that smile was filled with a smile compared to the sunny side before. Evil meaning. Under the tall and robust figure, there is a faint and awe-inspiring temperament. It's like stepping into blackening. The negative effects brought by this kind of power absorption were unexpected, but Su Chen enjoyed the edification of this power very much. He clenched his fists, only feeling that the surging power condensed here, endlessly, as if the strength of his body never stopped. The anger in his heart also burned his heart. The spearhead was directed at the guy who released the nuclear bomb, and it seemed that only by solving that guy could he relieve his hatred. Think of this. Su Chen stretched out his arms and let his drifting body live steadily in space. A pair of eyes suddenly looked at the blue earth in the distance, and at such a distant and incalculable distance, Su Chen had already found the person he wanted to find from the shadow formed in the outline of the continent. Even if this person was deep in an underground nuclear protection facility, it did not hinder his vision from reaching the mainland, and seeing through the earth at a glance. At the moment of finding, Su Chen's body was like a meteorite, quickly approaching the azure earth. The speed did not decrease, and then the whole body inexplicably ignited fireworks. That is because the body cut through the atmosphere and caused the generation. In this way, a stream of brains descended towards the destination. Meanwhile, inside underground nuclear protection facilities, the technician suddenly stood up again and said in disbelief, "The second fall, there are life fluctuations. Cut through the atmosphere and descend towards the earth? Great." A bunch of staff officers, who were already sad, also smiled. They all knew what the second fall represented. It is the hero who fought against Doom. It's not good, the technician suddenly shouted. Damn, he's coming towards us. The voice just fell. Bang, rumble. Outside the roof of the underground nuclear protection facility, there was a violent movement. In the vast smoke and dust set off, a tall and strong figure fell above, and the missile parts guarded on the surface around it, and even the peacekeepers in charge of security were instantly stunned. Some soldiers who were swept to the ground by the storm could not help but quickly stand up, raise their guns, and put on guard. Hey, let me see your hands, some fearful voices rang out. The shrill siren sounded even more. But they haven't even made a big move yet. Su Chen just raised his eyebrows, raised his right foot slightly, and then stepped on it indistinctly. Boom! The earth under the feet suddenly shattered directly. It was an alloy steel plate that could resist the impact of a nuclear bomb, and it collapsed directly under the impact, and a huge hole in the depression was formed. Su Chen's figure floated steadily into the underground nuclear protection facility. Monster! The crowd inside instantly shouted. At both ends of the long corridor were separate offices, and at this time, every figure shrunk in the house, shivering as he watched the tall black figure in front of him step into it. The angular and handsome face and the tall and strong body are very familiar to every government official working here, which is the legendary Kryptonian. Not only did he not die completely in the nuclear bomb just now, but he came here unscathed. A man who didn't even hurt him with a nuclear bomb. I don't know who said this. The guards, who were panicked and took out their guns from their waist, suddenly woke up, only feeling that the guns in their hands were like toys, which did not bring him a sense of security at all. Suddenly, feeling the man's gradual approach, he actually screamed in fright, and then hurriedly threw away the gun in his hand. "I'm sorry," he added, apologetically. "It's just that this figure just passed by, and didn't pay attention to him at all, and didn't even cast a trace of his gaze on his face. That's it." Su Chen's tall figure stepped into this basement step by step, until he walked into the command room in front of him, and the staff officers and staff inside instantly understood what was going on just now. After this guy re-entered the atmosphere, he actually went all the way to the underground nuclear protection facility where the nuclear bomb command was issued. One after another figures couldn't help but stand up, and their fearful eyes were intertwined with the figures who kept walking in. At this time, finally an iron-blooded general swallowed his saliva and scolded angrily, "What are you doing?" No enemy invasion was found. Before the words fell, the man in front of him flicked his arm, and a huge force compressed in the air, turning into a strong impact cannon, which smashed down on the general. Bang! The whole person is almost exaggerated into the wall. Some fearful hisses began to rise and fall, and some female staff seemed to be afraid that the big demon would notice her, and hurriedly covered their trembling lips. Before Su Chen's arm could be retracted, he slammed the air in front of him. Boom! The gate in front of him was instantly smashed through by this air cannon. The figure in the lounge shouted in horror, and the wine glass in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, and President Jensen, who had been drinking to relieve his worries, looked at the figure in front of him, and suddenly woke up in an instant. Aren't you dead? He shouted in disbelief. But at this time, shout! A hot line of sight beam burst through the air, flashing twice in succession, and the wall behind it was suddenly cut, and with a bang, President Jensen's two arms bore the brunt of the attack, and were directly cut off by the red beam. Ugh! President Jensen shouted. Suddenly awakened, he did not know the situation in the outside world, and kept shouting, "Guard, come quickly. What is this situation? Hurry up and catch him for me." The people outside were indifferent, and in the decision just now, this president obviously lost the hearts and minds of the people. However, in the face of such exaggerated strength, everyone was so frightened that they were stunned on the spot and did not dare to move. "Aren't you very good at pressing? Send a nuclear bomb, right?" In President Jensen's ears, the words of the devil sounded quietly. The awe-inspiring temperament of evil intent emanated from Su Chen's body, and the smile outlined at the corner of his mouth made people feel a deep cold air spreading on his spine. "Damn stuff. You know who I am the President of the United States, the owner of this land. You dare to do something to me." President Jensen endured the severe pain and roared angrily. It's just that the words are not finished. Another red beam of light swept through the air, and the table and chairs were cut apart in an instant, and at the same time, one of Jensen's legs also burst out with fast blood, and one leg was actually cut off by the heat vision. So what about the president? If you are honest, I can't hear your voice, but if you provoke me, even if you are the king of heaven, I will kill you correctly. The cold killing intent filled the entire house, and the murderous aura that seemed to condense into substance made everyone feel uncomfortable just breathing. In particular, it was difficult to move his limbs for half a minute, and he only felt that he was in a cold cellar. President Jensen in front of him bore the brunt of it, and he wanted to have 1,000 dirty words in his mouth and wanted to scold, but this murderous aura that wrapped his whole body made him tremble uncomfortably. Shout! Another red beam swept by. Poof! The remaining leg was ruthlessly cut off by Su Chen like this. Ugh! Heart-rending shouts burst out of his mouth. The piercing sound directly reached everyone's ears, and the pain that touched the soul made people feel extremely frightened, and the terrifying scene of being cut off alive made their scalps numb. The blood from the blowout continued to spray out from the fracture, but after a while, a pool of blood was already in the ground. President Jensen, who was still sitting in the chair, was looking at Su Chen angrily, but now, he was overflowing with pain and began to beg for mercy from the great demon king in front of him. It's just that the figure in front of him is extremely cold and unmoved at all. Kill soon. After all, Jensen, who knew that it was impossible to escape death, knelt down in pain and begged. But the figure in front of him had already slowly turned around and gradually walked towards the passage outside, but Su Chen was very cruel to let him enjoy the pain of bleeding to death. And the figures around them, standing against the wall like this, trembling as they watched the figure killing the president in front of them go farther and farther. The symbol of state power was so mercilessly killed that they did not dare to say a word. Just when Su Chen, who was extremely furious, tortured the president of the White House at an underground nuclear protection facility. Far away in Gotham City, which is across the coast, it has encountered an unprecedented fierce battle. The evolved Doomsday faces the siege of many superheroes in an invincible posture. Outside Gotham City, the sound of fierce battle was like artillery fire, constantly blowing up one after another in this land. Airplanes? A violent splitting sound came from the sky. I saw that the huge arm of Doom's son actually extended a sharp bone blade, like a giant axe, directly cutting the Night Stalker armor in front of him with a click. Boom! The entire huge bat fighter suddenly exploded. The cockpit was already empty, and at the moment of chopping, Batman Wayne's body activated the escape pod button and flew out. Airplanes? In the high-altitude night, an arc of parachute propagation was drawn. It seems that he felt that he was being teased by others, and the eyes of the Day of Destruction turned red in an instant, and a terrifying heat line beam directly crossed the sky, pointing directly to the slowly fluttering parachute. No! Steel Bone suddenly shouted. However, as if a shooting star crossed the air, it passed in an instant, directly hitting the figure in the parachute, forcibly forcing him to deviate from this terrifying heat line of sight. "No need to thank me." A familiar voice came from inside the Mark armor in front of him. It was Tony Stark's armor, and he firmly took Batman Wayne. Wayne was stunned. Obviously Tony's real figure appeared in another piece of air. Apparently this armor is also remote control, and there is no one inside on an empty stomach. That's when it was there. Tony clapped his hands and shouted, "Okay, kids, let's go one by one." As soon as the words fell, there was a roar of the engine in the sky, and I saw a variety of colors and different appearance of steel armor, which actually flew in. Vast, shallow, all 30. Don't worry, this is not just in Hammer's crude steel fighter, every color and appearance represents a different product. Tony smiled confidently. It is full of the Mark series that he is very proud of, which has climbed from the first generation to more than 30 generations, including some special models of water walkers, crushers, etc. However, these flying steel suits were targeted by the Day of Destruction for a while, and one hand copied a boulder on his feet, and suddenly threw it and smashed a body. Damn. Before Tony could introduce everyone to him, he suffered such a blow. Lock yourself, protect yourself, and start attacking. Under Tony's order, all the steel suits crusaded automatically, and began to spew out a large amount of firepower, concentrated on Doomsday's body. High-energy hot wire lasers, impact shells, particle beams, artillery, miniature missiles. Don't let your life fall in an instant. But this firepower, which is enough to completely destroy an army, is really nothing on Doomsday. Notice, he recovers very quickly. Hawkeye. As Tony yelled, several black arrows suddenly flew in the shadows in the distance. Under the roar that broke through the air, it quickly and accurately landed on the wound of Doomsday, which should logically be an innocuous arrow, but when it touched the skin of the wound, it exploded with a bang. A lilac gel suddenly adhered to the wound of Doomsday, and the gel was like glue that could not be shaken off, and adhered firmly to the wound. His wounds were not healed because of the gel. The wounds on his arms, waist, and back were instantly filled with this gel, which made Doomsday a little stunned for a moment, as if he also realized something, roared angrily, and his body rushed towards the hidden Hawkeye in the night. Boom! A powerful figure actually rushed head-on. It's the Hulk? After being knocked down again and again, the Hulk stood up again from the pit, and after healing, he became stronger, and his anger made his body grow several times. Doomsday's elbow was like a hammer, constantly smashing on the Hulk in front of him. But the Hulk didn't know what defense was, and he was completely angry, and he also fought against the Doomsday in front of him in the form of injury for injury. Click. One after another hideous bone spurs were directly broken by the Hulk from Doomsday's body, and his body was directly pierced by the bone blade on Doomsday's arm through several fine blood holes. At the same time, Hawkeye's tricky arrow blade hit Doom's wound again and again, and the purple gel instantly made his wound unable to heal again. But the effect of this gel obviously does not solve the flame. The gel on the back is gradually eroded clean by the skin cells, and the genes of Doomsday have apparently evolved again in battle after battle. Drag him for me. Tony suddenly became anxious. One steel suit after another flew directly over, fiercely grabbed Doomsday's constantly hammered arm, but the Hulk was stained with blood under multiple attacks, and it definitely couldn't let Doomsday beat unscrupulously again. So, the steel suit grabbed his limbs as hard as possible, trying to slow down his offensive. Damn, you can't keep attacking him with artillery fire, that's sending him energy to restore himself for nothing. My great genius, Dr. Reed? He hasn't got it right yet? The plan for gel stagnation and healing was thought up by Tony, and not far from the scene, Mr. Reed, who was also super intelligent, had already arrived, but his plan was to throw the monster into a dimensional space. Reed happened to accidentally discover a dimensional space some time ago, so he was able to imprison Doomsday in it. Merely, it takes a lot of time to build a space gate on this flat ground. Tell Reed, we really can't hold it. Tony shouted. High in the sky, Harrier fighters patrol and fly, in order to slow down the pace of this Doomsday towards Gotham, if necessary. Even if they know that their ammunition will bring it replenishment, they can only drink and quench their thirst. Not only for the space gate to be erected as soon as possible, but also for the people of Gotham City behind to evacuate as soon as possible. To this end, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched almost all its manpower to Gotham City to evacuate the millions of humans inside. But S.H.I.E.L.D. did not know that at this time, a crisis quietly descended on them. In order to complete the evacuation of the people of Gotham City, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. almost poured out. But at this moment of extreme vacancy, a crisis quietly befell S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not allow Dr. Selvig to do experiments. Why does the cosmic cube trigger automatically? The voice from Nick Fury sounded in a huge experimental area. When something as important as Doomsday happened, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director did not personally attend the scene to command, but after an unexpected accident occurred in the cosmic Rubik's Cube, he quickly rushed over non-stop. That's right. The cosmic cube is the space gem, one of the legendary 6 infinity stones of the universe. And these 6 gemstones are almost the earliest things in the universe, and at the same time almost the most powerful objects in the universe. As early as World War II, this space gem fell from the hands of the Hydra Nazis to S.H.I.E.L.D., who have been relentlessly trying to study its mysteries for decades. Until now, the person in charge of the project has been Dr. Selvig, who is also the teacher of astronomer Jane Foster. And just this evening, the energy readings of the cosmic cube continued to climb, and an irreversible energy storm was about to sweep through an area several miles in radius. This is still a very conservative view. Now the question is, why did this cosmic cube have an anomaly? No one is in or out, there is no problem with Selvig, no one is in contact with the outside or passing on information, and if anyone is ghosting, it is really possible that it is not from our side. What do you mean? Listening to Agent Coulson's words, Nick Fury said a little puzzled. Isn't the cosmic cube the gateway to the other side of the universe? The door can be opened from both sides. Maybe someone on that side can open it? After hearing this sentence, Nick Fury was instantly stunned, and then a wry smile couldn't help but appear on his face. No way. At this moment, the energy of the cosmic cube soared, and the blue gas that burst out gradually weaved a blue circular passage gate. I saw a man wearing golden armor and a horned helmet, holding a gorgeous staff, slowly pacing out from the space gate. Damn, Coulson, you really got it. Nick Fury couldn't help but scold. Agent Coulson also shook his head helplessly. This is another alien coming to Earth? It was also tonight that Prince Loki, who came under the order of Thanos, came directly to the Earth, firstly, to collect Thanos' Infinity Stones, and secondly, naturally bulldozed the entire Earth by the way. What a great place. Loki stretched his elegant body and took a quiet breath of air, and then the staff inlaid with the mind gem in his hand erupted with energy, raging on the surrounding security. It was night, and the space gem, the cosmic cube, was completely stolen. Agent Coulson was completely manipulated by the magic of the mind gem and turned into Loki's most loyal slave puppet, disappearing into this space together. Nick Fury, who escaped, had another headache, and this was another threat of an alien invasion. The night was full of twists and turns. The day of doom outside Gotham City is still violent, tossing a group of Avengers and members of the Justice League not lightly. The purple gel, which was supposed to control its self-healing ability, gradually lost its effectiveness, and the body that was full of holes in the Doomsday had almost begun to heal slowly. The skin of the whole body faintly revealed a red light, which was the cannon fire that constantly bombarded him, and was hard absorbed by the Day of Destruction himself and stored in the body. Shout! A thick heat line beam suddenly appeared in midair, and two gorgeous steel suits were directly swept away by the volley. At this time, in the high air, there were only more than a dozen steel suits left on standby, which was much inferior to the mighty momentum at the beginning. Taking advantage of the Hulk and the two steel suits, the figure of Thor flew into the air, and a violent thunder sound burst out of his right fist, and it smashed into the eye of Doomsday. Rumble, the Day of Destruction, who was firmly controlled by the body, actually ate this blow hard, and the position of the right eye socket that fell directly shattered the eyeball, and the entire head was sunken inward. A sound of electricity splashing everywhere lingered on his body. The steel bone also shot at this time. The mechanical right arm directly began to deform, turned into a sound strike cannon. As a creation born of the mother box, he stored a lot of alien knowledge in his mind. Even a trans-era ultra-high technology can be quickly generated in the arm. Airplanes? A violent sonic attack slammed into Doomsday's body. Doomsday only felt that his ears were completely blocked, and he couldn't hear any sounds from the outside world, and a noisy humming sounded in his mind. For a while, I couldn't hear anything in my ears, and my right eye was temporarily blind. The perception of Doomsday has dropped to a limit. Inexplicably, slender and sturdy ropes were thrown into the air, constantly crossing back and forth on Doomsday's body, and actually tied his body limbs in an instant. Their intention, naturally, is to try to push this Day of Destruction into the so-called Space Gate with the help of force. This is also part of the plan. But, damn, Dr. Reed failed, and the gate to another dimension can't be built. This is undoubtedly bad news. Then all their efforts will be put into the East China Sea. Unexpectedly, Steel Bone was very calm and relieved everyone and said, "Don't worry, we have enough time to delay." Tony, who was originally livid-faced, couldn't help but be stunned after listening to it. He suddenly remembered a figure that had disappeared for a long time. What about Batman? Here it comes. Under the dark night, a Batbike coming from a distance drew a beautiful arc and stopped steadily on the ground. I saw Batman on the car slowly get out of the car, with an extra long gun weapon on his back, and a round gun on his waist. "Damn, you already had a plan," Tony said with some annoyance. Wayne was non-committal and patted the gun on his waist. "Didn't you find that the attack method of this Doomsday is very similar to our Kryptonians?" Tony suddenly realized that the heat vision beam that erupted from his eyes was exactly the same. "It's too late to wake up." Steel Bone shook his head and smiled. "In the knowledge passed on to me by the mother box, at least Kryptonians are not incomprehensible, and the radiation emitted by a mineral called kryptonite is very deadly for them." Everyone also realized what happened to Batman's weapon that emitted green light, but at the same time, a black figure descended into the void at the right time, and a cold and evil voice sounded, "Kryptonite is deadly? Are you kidding me? But I'm curious, who invented this weapon?" A black figure suspended in midair appeared in everyone's field of vision. The tall and strong figure, as well as the black battlesuit that modified the figure to the fullest, was undoubtedly Su Chen himself. His appearance made a crowd of people make a fuss and shout, "My God, you're not dead. Weren't you just under a nuclear bomb?" The words of the fuss continued to resound one after another. Everyone was surprisingly stunned, but after a moment, they were inexplicably relieved, and yes, it was clear that the Day of Destruction in front of them returned to the Earth unharmed, and the elusive Kryptonian in front of him was obviously powerful, and naturally would not easily die under the nuclear bomb. But one is a monster that has lost its mind, and the other is a living human body. This visual difference still shocked many people, and some people resisted the impact of the nuclear bomb. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but feel that these people were rare and strange. Couldn't Logan the Wolverine also survive under the nuclear bomb with self-healing? Therefore, the trifles of countering a nuclear bomb are not enough to hang on to the teeth. What Su Chen cared more about was what Batman Wayne carried. So you still haven't answered my question? Where the hell did this kryptonite weapon come from? Wayne was silent, but finally forced by that coercion, but helplessly confided, Gotham. Lex Group. Well, it turned out to be this company. Su Chen outlined a smile. Luthor, the owner of the Lex Group, is the life and death enemy of Superman Clark, but he didn't expect that under the rolling wheel of fate, this guy was inexplicably involved with the Kryptonians. It's a wonderful life. And right at this moment, as if feeling the appearance of a formidable enemy before his death, Doomsday roared completely, and the heaven-shaking roar came out in shock. A force suddenly erupted from his body, and the Hulk, Thor, and even the steel suits, who had been trying to pull him, couldn't help but be thrown out. The figures in charge of pulling the rope outside gritted their teeth and tried to control the restless beast. Shout! A thick heat line beam suddenly erupted, and the ropes couldn't help but be instantly disconnected, but this red beam that erupted from the eyes of the Doomsday was pointing at Su Chen from a distance. He didn't even bother to move for half a minute, and the fearless volley was also a hot line of sight beam hitting him head-on. The two heat vision beams collided in one place in an instant, and logically speaking, the day of destruction with huge pupils should be thicker, but even so, Su Chen's increasingly condensed heat vision beam was even more powerful. The stalemate did not even last for a second, and the thermal light beam that descended from the air was even better, directly pressing the thick red pillar of light on the opposite side back into the pupils of Doomsday. And then, poof! Su Chen's hot vision beam ran directly through his eyes, and the right half of the head cavity of the Doom Sun was suddenly cut off. Roar! Under the pain of Doomsday, the strength soared, and the purple gel that could block healing had long lost its effect, and at the same time, the blockage in the ears and the buzzing sound in the mind had been adapted by the rapidly mutating genes. The energy that lingered in his body quickly healed his wounds continuously. With both hands, he actually pulled the ropes wrapped around him one by one sharply in front of him, and the Hulk stumbled down, and did not let go in time, so that he was pulled in front of him by the day of destruction. A hideous bone blade that extended from his arm penetrated into the Hulk's waist. Doomsday felt the opponent's power quickly disperse and suddenly threw it out. Then, Batman Wayne gasped. He could no longer let this monster run amok, and the round gun at his waist was removed by him. The moment he pulled the trigger, he hesitated, and he couldn't help but glance at Su Chen in midair. Are you sure you don't need to dodge? Didn't I say it earlier? That's just a joke to me. Hearing such a response, Wayne gritted his teeth and pressed the trigger. Boom! A green light appeared from the muzzle, and a special bullet flew towards the Doomsday not far away. Doomsday didn't care much, thinking that it was just an ordinary bullet, but at the moment of collision with the skin, it exploded a thick green fog. At the moment when this kryptonite smoke dissipated, Doomsday only felt uncomfortable for an instant, and a sharp pain swept through his mind. Ben was stepping forward, but suddenly he was weak, suddenly lost his balance, and fell to the ground half kneeling. A heart-rending cry of pain erupted from his mouth. I saw that under the lingering radiation of kryptonite, the skin of Doomsday began to crumble, and the bone armor that was originally enough to resist the cannon fire instantly fell off like powder and disappeared with the wind. Even the rapidly healing wound stopped healing in an instant, but it festered more and more rapidly. Not only that, but the entire skin began to lose its firmness and suddenly collapsed. The crowd witnessed this scene, and their faces were full of incredulity. After an easy kryptonite smoke grenade hit, it actually produced such a terrible effect. They fought for more than half an hour, and the old monster who had almost exhausted his whole body strength was so easily defeated on a special bullet? This somewhat made Tony's heart unbalanced. Dare to love that most of the kung fu in the middle of the night is laying the groundwork for your performance. If only I had taken it out earlier. Steve's words just fell. Boom! In front of him, the day of destruction, which was supposed to be a rout, actually stood up from the ground. It won't be. There is such a moment between heaven and hell. At the beginning, the group who still felt that the celebration was about to end, they were frightened by the scene in front of them and softened, and their hearts sank to the bottom again. Damn! How is this possible? The radiation of kryptonite only temporarily weakened the current Doomsday, and the genes in my mind mutated rapidly again, but this time the speed of mutation was obviously much slower. The loose skin and the fallen bone armor could not be recovered at all. Obviously, these kryptonite weapons caused some damage. That's when it was there. A figure directly penetrated into the green smoke, and the vast punch poured down like the water of 9 springs, and smashed on the body of Doomsday. Boom! The earth instantly added a fine pit that spread for hundreds of meters. What makes everyone more concerned is that the green smoke in front of them does not seem to affect the strength of this Kryptonian at all, and it is still so terrifying under one punch. Tai sang tak viet.tk. Boom! The earth seemed to be hit by a meteorite falling, and it instantly sank and collapsed. Doomsday's body was beaten into the hole alive, and the small half of his body actually collapsed directly because of the punch just now, and the bad temper forced his arms to stretch out sharply, and directly counterattacked without yielding. A sharp bone spur grew on his arm, glowing with a cold light, and a flying thorn came. Su Chen, who was suspended in midair, did not even move for half a minute, and his black and white clear eyes instantly bloomed with a hot vision beam, like an indestructible open sword, and the bone blade was suddenly cut apart when they met. This hot eye beam was like a mighty one, and continued to swipe towards the arm without convergence, and one of the strong arms of Doomsday was also cut off. As if he didn't feel happy, the red beam directly cut through a horizontal direction, trying to cut off the entire waist of Doomsday. It was only at this time that Doomsday realized that the crisis was coming, and he slammed the ground, his body like a cannonball, and rushed towards him. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes retracted the heat line of sight beam, and his body rushed down without giving in, and the two collided violently in midair. Boom! A violent cloud of gun smoke exploded again on the flat ground. Doomsday's body was abruptly knocked back into the earth by Su Chen, and a large amount of blood exploded from his entire waist. The smoke radiation from kryptonite still suppressed his extraordinary healing speed for the time being, but it was clear that it was not a lasting medicine, and his genes had always forced him to start evolving and gradually overcome this problem. Give me the gun. A voice came out of Su Chen's mouth. The words were like orders, but they were full of a sense of not anger and threat. Batman Wayne just flicked, and also very politely threw the gun on his back. Su Chen didn't even glance at it. Looking for the sound of the wind, he directly took the spear from the air. A faint green light emerged from the tip of the gun, which was kryptonite. The origin of kryptonite is varied. Some say that when Krypton collapsed, a specific ore mutated, so that the radiation emitted was extremely restrained by Kryptonians. It is also said that it is a naturally occurring mineral, which is the envy of the ability of the super Kryptonians. Of course, these unconfirmed origins are not important. The important thing is that these kryptonite are indeed very deadly to Kryptonians. But not including me. At the moment of holding it, Su Chen only felt a trace of discomfort, and then the cells began to adapt automatically, and the thousands of years of adaptation evolution in Darwin's law were miraculously completed. At this moment, his trillion cells had come alive again, and began to absorb the radiation energy emitted by this kryptonite. This is the most powerful Kryptonian ever created, and the weakness has been completely cut and rooted. Su Chen squeezed the kryptonite in his hand, feeling the violently trembling and fearful day of destruction under him, and without hesitation, he stabbed sharply towards his heart. Farewell. The mouth of the heart was instantly pierced by this kryptonite spear. It was a neighing day of destruction, but I couldn't help but start struggling violently, and the earth began to tremble like an earthquake. In this regard, Su Chen just relied on his own strength to steadily suppress the body of Doomsday, preventing it from moving again. When he felt an erosive energy being carried through his body, gradually, the day of destruction gradually became exhausted, and the power began to dissipate rapidly, and the red energy that was already brewing in his body also dimmed down. In less than half a minute, the entire Doomsday that had exhausted the heroes was as if it had lost its vitality. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and he grabbed one of Doomsday's arms with one hand and dragged it out of the hole in the earth. As if sensing his movement, Iron Man Tony also floated to the ground at this time. Why, where are you going to take it? Destroy the corpse, maybe he will still be alive and jumping up later. What? Tony was startled, and his body that had just fallen wanted to fly into the air, unable to tell whether it was a joke or a fact. However, Su Chen was obviously too lazy to explain half a point, and everyone looked at Su Chen, who exuded a cold temperament in front of him, and did not dare to question and ask more. I could only watch as he dragged the body of this Doomsday Day, slammed the ground, and flew forward into the air. Why did you let him take the body? After this, some personnel from key departments said with some anger, do you think that since he can defeat Doomsday, what qualifications do we have to reason with him? Tony spread his hands indifferently. The general wanted to say something. After all, this is a corpse of great research value, but at this time he had received the news of the president's assassination from the headset. His face was suddenly livid, cold sweat, thousands of words were all held in his mouth, and he couldn't say anything. A person who even kills the president, he still thinks that he is talking about it here? At this time, Su Chen, who dragged the corpse and flew high in the air, had already accelerated in the air, directly broke through the atmosphere and flew out of the earth. The brilliant background of stars twinkling in space suddenly met his eyes again. Coming to space again, Su Chen actually flew towards the sun in front of him this time. The huge and fireball-like sun became closer and closer, and as Su Chen's swift flight speed gradually approached, the entire sun almost filled the entire field of vision. The ultra-high temperature formed a heat wave, directly rushing to the face, and now within the distance, there is a high temperature of more than 3,000 degrees. Su Chen's body skin suddenly felt dry, and the cells began to dehydrate, which was the characteristic that the body did not adapt to high temperatures, but soon, the whole cell dissipated new vitality, and all the dryness and dehydration were overcome. In this environment on the surface of the sun, he had adapted like a fish in water, but the corpse of the Doomsday dragged was burning. As it goes deeper, the temperature climbs more and more. Battle. 4,000 degrees, 5,000 degrees, 7,000 degrees, 8,000 degrees. Su Chen was now surrounded by a slowly burning brilliant fireworks, and after feeling the distance deep enough, he kicked the destruction sun that had burned most of his hand into the core of the sun, so that the entire corpse was completely buried in the sea of fire. It was also a special funeral. Of course, it was also because Su Chen did not want the corpse of the Kryptonian to be studied again. It was obvious that he had already made a mistake once, so that he actually gave the Earth an extra Krypton weapon. Duc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk The temperature on the surface of the sun reached an unimaginable estimate, and the corpse of the Doomsday was completely annihilated. A super Kryptonian's life is completely over. No, as early as the moment he was transformed into Doomsday, this Kryptonian has completely lost his mind and has been completely reduced to a slaughtering machine. Epicalypse. Dark Monarch Dark Side. Su Chen silently read these two keywords, engraved them deeply into his memory, and one day, he would visit the next heavenly apocalypse. Not now, though. Retracting the distractions in his heart, Su Chen flew towards the space, and the figure that swept by instantly broke away from the burning flame environment, meteorite groups, and twinkling stars once again came into his eyes. Glancing at the magnificent galaxy in the distance, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a wisp of excitement in his heart. He knew his future, and his Kryptonian empire was bound to go to the depths of the universe again. With a sigh, he flew towards the blue earth again, and the figure like a meteor cut through the atmosphere again, burned fireworks, and flew straight down towards the ground. I wanted to go home, but the appearance of the kryptonite weapon made Su Chen feel a little unhappy in his heart. Lex Group. In this redundant world of DC and Marvel, the metropolis city no longer exists. The two most prosperous cities in North America are still New York and Gotham City. The world-famous Lex Group also has two headquarters buildings in two prosperous places. Gotham City. At night, the whole city was still caught in a firelight, and although the day of destruction was blocked from the city, the endless heat vision beam still directly cut off most of the building. People's casualties, even the most conservative estimates, can be in the six figures. Su Chen, who was suspended in the air, just glanced at it silently. Everything seemed to be the result of the White House president's actions, because the decision of a nuclear bomb pushed a group of innocent people into the fire. Su Chen's vision swept up and down Gotham City, and compared to the unfortunate collapse of the Wayne Group building, the Lex Group located on the edge of the city was unexpectedly spared. However, that almost unique height allowed Su Chen to find his target at once. Airplanes? A sound of breaking air came. A figure that broke through the speed of sound quickly swept through the air, like a meteorite, and directly crashed into the lobby of the first floor of the Lex Group. Damn, what's going on? Another intruder. The sounds of the security guards rose and fell from each other, and long ago, Batman Wayne apparently ransacked the weapons inside in a very friendly way. However, in less than half an hour, another figure in a black suit broke into the Lex Group. It seems that he did not hear the warning sounds of those security guards, and the cold figure just silently looked at the surrounding hall environment, and under this scan, like X-penetration, the entire construction bureau clearly appeared in his mind. Found it. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. It was a research room on the ground. And at this time, Su Chen looked at everyone in front of him with interest. A smile was slightly outlined at the corner of his mouth, and an evil malice swept the audience in an instant. After absorbing the nuclear radiation, some of his temperaments are somewhat different, a face with distinct features like a carving, originally showing a sunny and handsome temperament, but after a habitual smile, a wild and indefinite meaning blooms inexplicably. The security guards who approached around instantly felt a malice sweeping in their hearts, and a chill appeared in the spine of the whole person instantly. In the climate of cold wind, some people are inexplicably sweaty on their backs, and cold sweat is left on their foreheads. Under such a kingly majesty, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't move. Boom! A heavy muffled sound sounded. Su Chen did not pay attention to these human beings who even exuded the aura of the weak, but just raised his right foot and stepped heavily on the ground, accompanied by the collapse of the entire concrete and steel layer, and his figure instantly burrowed into the underground layer. And then the same was done. Another layer of land was trampled on by a volley. So simply and rudely, he came to the second underground floor, which is the most important underground laboratory of the Lex Group. An experimental department specially developed for Krypton corpses. Airplanes? A beam of heat flashed through the air, and I saw a tightly closed metal gate at the end of the passage, which was cut off in an instant. Of course, some of the security guards blocking the door of the experiment were also ruthlessly blocked and swept away. Duh! Footsteps sounded in this bright passage. When the next footstep fell, Su Chen's figure seemed to shrink into inches, directly from the end of the passage, and instantly appeared in this most secret laboratory. The bright white standard laboratory environment is spotless, with experimental instruments stacked neatly throughout the room, and a nutrition cabin in the center. Inside the hatch was a corpse, and under the passage of time, the cells did not die, and the corpse did not show any signs of decomposition. The head was completely cut off, which was exactly the corpse of a Kryptonian. Su Chen looked at this corpse carefully. His thick eyebrows were lightly raised, and the traumatized head was pierced by his own hot vision, which was obviously the corpse of Superman Clark. I didn't expect that the corpse that I had no intention of throwing away at random was actually recycled by someone with a heart. You're so daring. In this laboratory, there were actually two doctors in white coats, shrunk in the corner of the wall, looking at Su Chen tremblingly. When Su Chen's gaze swept over, they instantly felt as if their throats were choked, and they couldn't breathe. Su Chen only glanced at them, and his gaze fell on the screen of the laboratory, where the research results of kryptonite were displayed. Radioactive extraspace minerals, an ore with obvious biological interactions. At this time, a voice from nowhere. When the ore is placed on the corpse of Kryptonian named Clark, there is a strong biodegradation effect, and the kryptonite is decaying the cells of you Kryptonians. If there are a large number of experimental samples, it will even kill a Kryptonian in an instant. How painful it would be to think that an omnipotent Superman suddenly became a weak patient. What do you think? My omnipotent Kryptonian? Duktai sang tak viet.tk. Inside the laboratory, a perverse word came from all around. It was the voice of Lex Luthor. On the top floor of the rising Lex building, a slightly thin body sat on a sofa, in front of which was a monitor about the monitoring of the laboratory. As the chairman of the young and promising Lex Group, Lex Luthor is also one of the smartest people in the world, but behind the rich enemy country is full of undisguised ambition. He even plans to run for president with financial resources, just to prove that he is the most unique person. He is too conceited, arrogant person. He thinks he is the smartest man in the world, but until the appearance of Kryptonian Su Chen, the omnipotent superpower, the indestructible body of steel, the soaring momentum, the contempt that stared at all living beings, all made Luthor's superiority as a higher intelligent being feel violated. He did not allow such a person to appear. Looking at the other party's vision staring at the camera, Luthor's mouth outlined a cruel smile, and then pressed the button in his hand. Farewell, Kryptonians. The voice just fell. In the monitor screen, I saw that the laboratory environment inside was instantly filled with a strong green smoke. The kryptonite collected by the Lex Group was all diluted by him into a weapon similar to a smoke bomb, and now this green poisonous mist followed the air duct and permeated the entire laboratory. I don't believe it. Such a large measurement. You Kryptonian is still not affected by the point dash. This is the result of scientific experiments. Kryptonite radiation has a strong degradation effect on Kryptonian cells, and cell vitality will drop to the bottom in an instant. And under such a large radiation spray, Luthor really didn't believe that it didn't have a fatal effect on this Kryptonian. At that time, waiting for this weak Kryptonian was a group of well-trained armed men. Luthor's eyes were full of madness, and his whole face was almost squeezed into the screen, and the longing look seemed to want to see Su Chen's fallen figure from the screen. Rumble? But right now, the whole building was like an earthquake, and it couldn't help but tremble violently. Luthor's figure was shaken out of the chair, and he could feel a good impact while lying on the ground, which was coming violently from the bottom up, and the sound of the collision came from far and near. Obviously, the whole building trembled because of this huge force. Luthor inexplicably swallowed his saliva abruptly. I saw a loud bang, and a figure directly crashed out from the ground, and Su Chen, who was wearing a black cloak swinging with the wind, was so above the air. It can't be. You just rushed up like that? Luthor's face was filled with incredulity. The movement just now was obviously that the man in front of him flew into here directly from downstairs and constantly crashed into the ceiling. More precisely, from underground too. In the examination room, I kept crashing the ceilings of each floor, all the way to the top floor of the Lex building, that is, the 82nd floor. The concrete and steel slabs of the building crumbled like tofu blocks. This is Su Chen's steel body. There is no stone influence at all? Luthor yelled. Looking at the figure floating in front of him, he couldn't help but feel nervous, and his face couldn't help but become hysterical. It's impossible. Experimental data cannot be deceptive, and the conclusions drawn by scientific research cannot be wrong. In order to completely weaken your body to a trough, I deliberately released all the kryptonite completely. But why? Why? Your body will not be affected. The most conceited nature of a very intelligent person is his IQ, and the foundation of high IQ is naturally the cognition of science, but the existence of violating science in front of him makes him deeply doubt himself. Su Chen was just silent. His suspended body had already flown in front of him, and a pair of black and white clear eyes with a bit of coldness looked down on him quietly. Who told you I would be affected by kryptonite? You. Luthor was startled, and after a series of questions in his mind, a warning sign of danger inexplicably appeared. You think you're smart? But no matter how smart and rich you are, can you exchange a little security now? Luthor instantly panicked. I saw a red beam of light burst through the air, and there was an inexplicable pain in his waist, and Luthor only felt an inexplicable severe pain in his mind. Ugh. His hands tightly covered his waist, and he saw bloody blood flowing from the gaps between his hands. Zero ask for flowers. Luthor's pupils widened instantly, and a hoarse cry continued to burst out of his mouth. Look, your current high IQ doesn't bring any protection. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. It is this guy in front of him who only has a high IQ, but in the movie comics, he frequently makes Superman Clark suffer a lot in secret. However, in Su Chen's view now, this Luthor is no different from the humans everywhere on the street, just a mortal who will bleed non-stop after being attacked by the heat vision beam. Looking at Luthor, who was constantly screaming, Su Chen shook his head and smiled. So, I hate you most of these self-made smart people. What do you use to resist me? The ability of the high IQ Joker to play with Batman at will is a moral constraint that he knows Batman firmly believes in. Batman's rule of not killing has been used again and again by the Joker's merciless mockery. And the bald Luthor in front of him also does not have any superpowers, and the reason why he can easily play with Superman is also because Superman has too many worldly things that he cares about, which he picks up. Are you sure you're going to kill me? This is a crime. Luthor coughed up a mouthful of blood, but couldn't help but laugh at himself. Look what I said. How can you care about these moral constraints? You answered correctly. I even killed the president. You think I will care about this? Su Chen is not Superman Clark after all. Luthor was stunned on the spot. He was really shocked by the news. I heard you're going to be president? That's unfortunate, it's a high-risk profession. Suchan outlined an evil smile, and at this time, he was like a demon in Luthor's eyes. You. Luthor swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but fight back. I don't have anything, just a lot of money. After I die, the sky-high inheritance funds will hire killers everywhere. Kill you can't work, kill the people around you the most. After saying such a long sentence, Luthor couldn't help but cough up blood. It's just that his proud chips were still mercilessly mocked by Suchan after all. Trouble with Wonder Woman? My god, you are such a genius. It seems that you know another big news. Yes, Wonder Woman is my woman. Okay, you can hit the road. _. Didn't say much. Shout. A beam of heat burst through the air and directly pierced Luthor's head. The red light in Suchan's eyes gradually dissipated, and a pair of eyes returned to a black and white clear appearance, with a little anger on his angular face. Although Wonder Woman can hardly find any natural enemies on Earth, facing a woman who threatens him by others is really a thing that annoys him inexplicably. Even this Lex building is inexplicably annoying. That's it. When he left, Suchan, who was suspended in the air, threw a punch at the building under his feet, and his fist carried through the monstrous rage, crashing into the top floor of the entire building from top to bottom. The rooftop apron on the top that could park helicopters collapsed instantly, but in an instant, the whole building collapsed directly like a child's building block 473. The vast smoke and dust were like wolf smoke rising into the sky, instantly rising up. In the city of Gotham City, another brilliant flame suddenly appeared. Suchan silently glanced at the ruins on the ground, and calmed the anger in his heart with satisfaction, but now he had to deal with Clark's corpse twisted with his right hand. Airplanes? A whistling sound that broke through the air could not help but come. I saw Suchan's figure instantly arrived in the atmosphere of the Earth, and the best way to deal with the corpse of this Kryptonian man, of course, was to throw it directly into the core of the sun like the disposal of the Day of Destruction, so that it was completely destroyed. But Suchan's obvious way of treating Clark was not as respectful as the Doomsday that used to be a super Kryptonian. At first, he didn't expect to tie up the two corpses and dispose of them together, and now he didn't bother to go back and forth between the sun and the Earth. So, when he flew out of the Earth, he had slightly estimated the angle and position, and he was ready to volley directly on Clark's body and fly him towards the sun at the end of his field of vision. It's just that, when he was ready to start, he couldn't help but stop. Suddenly, he remembered the scene where the Day of Destruction had messed up the entire Earth, and a hot vision beam cut off most of the Gotham building. In his mind, a picture also inexplicably emerged, that is, on a lonely and dark planet, a bone-covered Doom Sun stepped on the volcano and completely wreaked havoc around him. Apocalypse. Dark side. A seed of hatred has long been germinating in Su's heart. As the emperor of the new Krypton Empire, Su Chen could not forget some hatred, which was something that fate determined he would carry for the rest of his life. Therefore, for this Clark body, he has already thought of his own way. Simply burning it into the sun is too much of a waste of this super Kryptonian corpse. Clark, if it weren't for me, it might be because you completely extinguished the hope of Krypton. But it doesn't matter, now your corpse will pay for what it did, and Krypton will remember your glory. After a short while, Su Chen had already determined the location where the corpse was hidden. After making sure that no one was dealing with it, he slowly continued to fly towards the air. At this time, at the end of the horizon, a morning light slowly bloomed. This farce, from the comeback of Steppenwolf to the appearance of Doomsday, Lex Luthor's episode, took him most of the night. If you go back to the formality of time, in front of this farce, he is spending a peaceful night with Diana in a single-family villa outside New York. It's just that all this was accidentally disturbed. As for Diana, who had already been exhausted by Suchan's lashing, she breathed a sigh of relief before this, wearing a silk nightgown, quietly waiting for his return on the balcony. A cool breeze gently blew in, blowing a strand of hair on her delicate side, and she also felt a slight coolness on her body. However, this coolness was quickly dispelled, and the warm smell suddenly came from Diana's back. Diana was stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. Naughty, even my sister has to play with it. Things settled. In an instant just now, Suchan appeared behind him like a ghost, and hugged Diana's body in his arms. Solved, met some Kryptonians again, remembered some things again, and then set a goal. What target? Diana couldn't help but be curious when she heard this, but she knew that her brother's lifelong wish was to rebuild the glory of the Krypton Empire Zero. As for this sudden appearance of another target, what exactly is it? Of course I want to marry you, Suchan said with a smile. Stop being naughty. Diana's face turned red, and she couldn't help but gently reprimand. Suchan's face couldn't help but get serious. He had no reservations about Diana. I discovered some secrets of the collapse of the Kryptonian Empire, and if I expected correctly, the Dawn Star and even the Dark Monarch dark side behind it must have their handiwork. Therefore, my new goal is to completely eradicate them, one by one. In those plain words, under every word, there was an extremely strong killing intent. It can also be seen that Suchan's hatred is among them. Diana couldn't help but worry after hearing this. Cosmolipse and even Darkseid are two distant existences. Although they don't know their specific strength, they are definitely not the existence she can deal with now. In the face of the oath made by Suchan, Diana was not worried that it was not normal. She reflexively hugged the tall and sturdy Su Chen, and her delicate face raised her head slightly, looking at the face with distinct features like a carving, and the killing intent that was faintly revealed made her more and more worried. Diana found that Su Chen in front of him was no longer the innocence of his youth, although he was not yet an adult, but he had become very responsible now. 2.4. I haven't seen it for half a year. The thick eyebrows like a sword, the high nose, and the slashed face shape are all showing coercion and domineering. Maybe this is the fate he carries, this is the price of his growth. Diana sighed, buried in his arms, and said quietly, no matter what, I will believe your decision and will always be by your side until life and death. These love words made Su Chen come back from his outlook for the future, and he only now realized that the topic just now was too heavy. It's like it's about to be a parting of life and death. Su Chen outlined a smile, and a pair of hands reached into Diana's dressing gown dishonestly. It's too heavy to say this, and while the night has not passed, we should talk about life properly. After that, there was a playful sound in the room. Underscore. See the ununderlined version of the novel please. Duc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Following. The dawn is shining. The morning sun completely illuminated the entire land of North America, and everyone almost cried with joy the moment they saw the light. In Gotham City, which was almost in ruins, and even witnessed the explosion of a nuclear bomb in space, many people even thought that they would not live to see the dawn. Now, light fills the earth, and the fear in my heart finally dissipates. The matter was so big that it was impossible to hide the seething people, so everyone knew that another group of alien creatures had invaded the earth. Under this panic, the official also quickly announced that the invading Steppenwolf was completely stopped, and the earth was relieved of the crisis. But the crisis has been lifted, and the scars left on everyone remain. The first hardest hit area was the bustling Gotham City, and most of the city's buildings were completely cut off by a heat sight beam, which directly led to the number of casualties climbing to more than 6 figures. And the reason for all this is the disaster brewed by the president. In any case, making a wrong decision makes the White House President Jensen, who has completely evolved the entire Doomsday, unshirkable responsibility. Congress impeached him and made him completely roll off the presidency. But White House President Jensen directly led to the reconstruction of Gotham City, and he bears extremely heavy responsibility for the casualties of the people, for which President Jensen committed suicide by drinking bullets in the command room, so as to commit suicide. Soon, the news of an emergency briefing quickly came out. The people exploded in an instant, and a bunch of dirty words were applied to this president. With so many casualties and economic losses on President Jensen, popularity fell to the bottom, and the voice of verbal criticism never stopped, and no one remembered it. It's just that behind this news, some cabinet members in the knowledge know the real cause of the president's death. That's because a lawless Kryptonian directly broke into the base, brazenly killed and dismembered President Jensen in front of the faces of a group of executives, and let him bleed to death. Such a heinous person simply did not put the Constitution in his eyes, did not put the United States in front of him at all, but it was such a demon who stepped on everyone's head without scruples and slapped his face, and the cabinet officials finally chose to hide it after internal discussion. In a sense, he is our savior, including General Z, who invaded Earth last time, and even Steppenwolf and Doomsday this time. He solved our problems. We need him. This is the words of a high-ranking official who knows the inside story. So after we are bullied like this, we still have to be grateful and respectful to him. Maybe yes. What can we expect if an alien invasion occurs next time? Avenger? Or the Justice League? This is the truth of helplessness. According to the news from the front report of S.H.I.E.L.D, if it is expected, another unknown intruder from an alien has stolen the cosmic cube and is secretly watching the Earth. What's more, White House President Jensen made such a big mistake, and if he didn't end well, it was better to push the boat along the water and completely treat him as a substitute ghost, and by the way, he made a favor show to the Kryptonian. Politicians are always ruthless, and a policy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is just like that. It's just that this behavior is undoubtedly like being slapped on the right side of the cheek, and then sticking out the other half of the face to give the person another slap. It's too much of a grievance. S.H.I.E.L.D director Nick Fury sighed silently, the smoke from the cigar in his mouth covered his face, but he didn't know what he thought. The Avengers in S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters were also gloomy, and they didn't know how to face this Su Chen, who played both the role of a savior and a big devil. A person who is both good and evil, and who does things entirely according to his own preferences. Captain Steve hit the nail on the head, but out of interest, he didn't say much about the matter. After all, a series of events proves that the Earth really needs such a person too much, and who can cure him? If I say that I was bummed by a nuclear bomb, I can't help my temper. Tony spread his hands, thinking quickly. Only Thor, who was leaning against the corner, called out with a look of displeasure, "Damn Kryptonian, he should be controlled by the law, and we should take him down with all our strength." And at this moment, Hawkeye broke through the door and shouted, "We have found the specific identity of the Outland invader." It turned out that while the people were still quietly restoring the old quiet, many people from S.H.I.E.L.D had already been sent out to look for the foreign language intruder who stole the cosmic cube that night. And this matter was really found by them, and the intruder was even more unexpected. Hawkeye's eyes looked at Thor a little strangely, and then said a little strangely, "That intruder, if you guessed correctly, is really your brother." Haha, what a big surprise. Tony burst out laughing instantly. He unscrewed the lid of the red wine in his hand, and then laughed at Thor. It's your brother, then you are also a suspect. According to what you said to the Kryptonians, the law should also send you to prison. Quickly say if you are also a traitor sent from the outer regions of the universe, planted by our side. Steve, Captain of the United States 113, instantly stopped Tony with a cheer. Don't joke at this time. Everyone knows about the feud between Thor, the god of thunder, and his younger brother Loki. After all, as early as the events in New Mexico, a hint can be seen to some extent. However, I didn't expect Thor's younger brother Loki to become a criminal who stole the cosmic cube, which was also unexpected. Even Thor himself was stunned on the spot. How is this possible? He knew that his Loki had fallen from the territory of Asgard into the dark abyss, and no one knew what was hidden under the abyss, but no one had survived in history. Today, Thor heard the news that his brother was alive. It's also too dramatic. For a moment, he even thought about whether Asgard was controlled by his brother, so that Rainbow Bridge did not respond to his words at all. Thinking about it, Thor, who didn't know the inside story, really thought that all this was Loki's handwriting. Did he steal the throne of Asgard? And then it was again. Hela drove away? This was a guess in his mind, but no one confirmed it to him. But he was obligated to stand up directly. Go, we have to find him. Duktai sang tak viet.tk. Wave after wave of unevenness. The Steppenwolf invasion of Earth has just subsided, but the unknown threat from Thor's brother Loki has once again set the curtain on. S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers had not had time to relax, so they were once again on full alert and swaying everywhere. According to the latest information, the evil Prince Loki has ransacked an institution in Europe and successfully stolen items stored inside. It is understood that what was stolen was a meteorite sample from an alien, which contained an element of dependence, and this element of dependence is an excellent effect with stable space energy. This discovery instantly gave the S.H.I.E.L.D members goosebumps. Damn, this guy won't want to stably open a space door. This speculation was obviously confirmed by Dr. Banner. Thinking of the cosmic cube in his hand, even the nervous Thor realized that a crisis was about to quietly come. This time, we will definitely catch him. Because Agent Coulson was completely controlled by Loki's psychic scepter, he was completely reduced to a puppet slave, but he leaked a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D intelligence. If the plot development of the movie Avengers is followed, Loki should have been trapped in a S.H.I.E.L.D cell at this time, but the appearance of Agent Coulson caused the arrest to be repeatedly blocked. For a while, it also fell into a state of anxiety. The self-evident danger pervaded, and no one knew that Loki, who was holding the cosmic cube, would open a wormhole in that part of the Earth. Perhaps, I should ask that Kryptonian Su Chen for advice and discuss the countermeasures later. Tony spread his hands and said indifferently. To the criminal who killed the president, Thor, the god of thunder, cursed a little angrily. Ahem, pay attention, Loki is your brother, and you are also suspected of committing a crime now, Thor said teasingly. Thor was speechless for an instant, and it took him a long time to react. Then, it's not my own brother. In fact, he also learned that his brother was the son of Laufey the Frost Giant, but was adopted by his father Odin. Therefore, knowing the truth of the matter, he was sure again and again that this troublemaking Loki had stolen the throne of Asgard, so that Su Chen, the Kryptonian he once suspected, was completely put down. In any case, the action will continue and must be blocked from Loki's next move. Compared with the Avengers who have been busy and are like ants on a hot pot, Su Chen's recent life can be described as leisurely and comfortable. Not long after returning to Earth from the new Kryptonian Empire, he and Diana have been spending a wonderful honeymoon life. When it became known that Su Chen had been bumped by a nuclear bomb, Diana couldn't wait to incarnate Wonder Woman to break into the White House, and after some kind words of persuasion, she stopped her. You are also bold and fat, you dare to take it off. After Diana knew the follow-up of the matter, she was also a little stingy and flicked Su Chen's forehead. But before he could succeed, he was suspended. If someone rushes you, don't say it's the president, it's a god, I will let him fall. Sweet mouth. Diana's face was also a little shy. After the two were together, she also showed a gentle attitude of a little woman from time to time, but in the eyes of outsiders, she was still the resolute and brave Wonder Woman. Su Chen outlined a smile. In fact, he had also fulfilled this. Luthor had threatened him so much before he died, but it was at the cost of his life, and even the luxurious Lex building was destroyed by his own punch. The two have been spending their warm little days in a single-family villa outside New York. Until one day, a phone call came. It's Professor Charles's phone, and he said that a courier was sent to the door. My courier. Listening to Diana's words, Su Chen was a little strange. Well, it's a good thing. Someone sent it to you. According to Professor Charles, it should be sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Why don't you send it directly to me? I'm afraid I don't want to offend your majesty and let you take care of your own privacy leakage. Diana laughed jokingly. The place where they are located is not hidden with care. As long as they check carefully, this single-family villa outside New York will inevitably leak out. It's just that they are just like Diana said, afraid of their majesty, so they dare not send it directly to the door in vain, so they directly curved to save the country and sent it to Charles Genius College. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and now he realized how much pressure he had put on others. Since it is a good treasure in Diana's mouth, then this thing sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. must be a good treasure. Speaking of which, you haven't been to see your old classmates for a long time, it's time to stop by. Diana smiled gently. That's right, too. I haven't seen Jean Grey and Katie for more than half a year. After Diana personally made a delicate and lovely Western meal, Su Chen, who was full of food, also walked out of the door rarely. Accustomed to flying long skies, he couldn't help pacing on the forest path, but after enjoying the surrounding scenery, he was a little bored. Every step Su Chen fell, did not drag out one after another fast-moving after images, but directly teleported several miles away as if shrinking into inches. After a few steps, he had already arrived at the entrance of Charles Genius College, which was also in New York. At the moment when he climbed over the wall, a ripple-like fluctuation of water ripples couldn't help but brush around Su Chen's body. It was obviously the professor's mind fluctuations, and after confirming the identity, the alarm facility that was originally hidden in a hidden corner did not sound for it. Professor, are you quite vigilant? In the meeting room of the school manor, Professor Charles, who was in a wheelchair, looked over with a kind face, pointed to the package on the table, and said, "That's what was sent to you." Su Chen raised his eyebrows, his perception was just a sweep, and he knew what a good baby was. Mother box? Another mother box festival. This is the gift sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. On the night of the battle, Steppenwolf fell to his death, and the mother box in his hand was obviously left behind, which was originally the mother box guarded by the Paradise Island era. As for the other mother box belonging to humans, it was apparently studied by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Su Chen didn't care. Counting up, he already had 2 mother boxes in his hand, which was enough for scientific research in them. Taking back the gift, Su Chen looked at the professor in confusion. Why did everyone go? At the time of his arrival, there was apparently no obvious sign of how many people were felt. See the ununderlined version of the novel please. Duktai Sangtak Viet.tk. Where has everyone gone? Su Chen asked curiously. At least in his perception, there was no ex-police figure in the entire Xavier Genius Academy. I wanted to find Jean Grey and Katie by the way, but I didn't expect that everyone's figures had disappeared. Professor Charles in the wheelchair also sighed. It's good that you came back. I may need to ask you one thing by the way. Jean Grey left the academy alone not long ago, and has been completely missing until now. His teacher Jean Grey is missing? This was something that Su Chen did not expect, but in an instant he thought of the reason. The power of the Phoenix is out of control. Yes. Professor Charles nodded, and his kind face was full of sorrow. Jean Grey's Phoenix power is completely out of control. I am afraid that it is to affect us, so one person chose to leave. However, this is no longer something she can escape. Once the power of the Phoenix is completely awakened in her body, I am afraid it will bring very terrible damage. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, saying that in the past time, he had channeled the Phoenix power for Qin Gili himself. I thought that I had left for most of the half a year, but I let the domineering Phoenix power slowly recover. What's more, the power of the Phoenix deep in the distant universe will trigger 1 or 2 643 tidal fluctuations from time to time, and every time this kind of regular cosmic fluctuation will bring great pressure to Jean Grey herself. And this time, it was obvious that she did not completely hide. Professor, can't find her. Professor Charles shook his head. Even if I stay in the machine of the brainwave enhancer, I can't find her. Her psychic ability is much stronger than mine. Charles's deep frown made him more and more distressed. The power of the Phoenix was much stronger than an Omega-level mutant no matter what. Today's Jean Grey is not so simple to deal with. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think about it and said, I can find her. Rest assured, as long as the power of the Phoenix fluctuates violently, I believe it will be difficult to hide everyone's perception. If you can't find it for the time being, it's a good thing. After all, it still means that the extremely terrifying Phoenix power has not been released. Charles sighed. I'm afraid that when I find out, I won't be able to stop her completely. It was at this time. The fluctuations in Charles's mind couldn't help but jump. He reached out and touched his temple, and his face suddenly became a little annoyed. It was the ex-police. They found her, but things are a little bad. Not only we found her, Magneto and a large number of them have already arrived. Kind of interesting. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. I should have thought of it a long time ago, Charles said. He finally knew where the Phoenix girl had gone. There is no doubt that Jean Grey, who has been learning life for most of her life, if she is away from home, it really only has her former home address. It was Eric and I who went with me to visit Jean's family and get her to join our mutant family. I didn't expect Eric to think of it all of a sudden. I'm still slow. But now is not the time to be annoyed that decision-making is slow. Charles looked at Su Chen and said pleadingly, I really want to ask you for this matter. Little things, Teacher Qin, I'm still happy to take the lead. But also be careful and pay attention. Qin Ji-Lei may not be herself. The power of the Phoenix eroded her mind, causing her to generate another negative personality, extremely dark and terrifying. So Su Chen, you have to be especially careful. Before leaving, Professor Charles was not so optimistic, and he couldn't help but remind him repeatedly. Not so long ago, in the small town of Garden, California, USA, this quiet western town is not as prosperous and lively as the city, but compared to the city, it has the tranquility and comfort that the city does not have. But it's a small California town where only a few hundred people live. Now there is a large group of strangers, of course, not so much humans as a group of mutants. I have to say, why didn't Charles think, AGDC, to go home as soon as the Phoenix Girl Club? A voice fluttered. Wearing a purple cloak and a grey helmet, Magneto stood slowly at the door of a building like a majestic monarch. Around his body, tiny silver balls revolved around himself. It's a coincidence, it's all you, then I've been waiting for you for a long time. Magneto's aging face was full of coldness. Damn. An angry word of rebuke greeted him. The extremely unwilling voice burst out from several people in front of him, led by Wolverine Logan. As always depressed, under a face, he was pinched to the ground by Magneto, unable to move for half a point. The extremely strong magnetic force even caused the Edmund metal bones in Rogan's body to move dislocation. Ah! A mournful cry came out of his mouth. And the Storm Girl next to him, Poppy the Iceman, and John the Burning Man also suffered a loss, and saw the silver metal balls around Magneto turned into steel cables. Then, like a spirit snake, it quickly flew out and wrapped around the bodies of one of the ex-policemen. Hugh. The Storm Girl Aurora scolded angrily. Her anger seemed to be felt in the air, and the originally clear sky was inexplicably intertwined with lightning, and thick dark clouds obscured the light that spread for thousands of miles. But before the lightning that brewed in the air fell, a tall tower-like figure stepped forward directly, and his thick arm pinched her neck fiercely. Obediently take back your abilities, a deep voice came from Hungton. Graham's mouth spoke, and he directly lifted Aurora's body. But the Storm Girl was not a person who gave in easily, and her eyes turned white and she scolded violently. Boom! The mighty thunder, like a blue giant python falling into the sky, constantly slashed from the air. Ugh! The first thunder hit the red tan in front of him. Graham, but his thick body was filled with a trace of steel, and the thunder covering his whole body was actually supported by him. The furious red tan. Graham, under the incredible eyes of the Storm Girl, suddenly threw her in her hand directly and flew out. The momentum of that implementation, like throwing a shot put, was thrown extremely high by him. This scene made Logan's eyelids jump. Aurora. But before her body rolled to the ground, a figure that suddenly appeared in the air caught her steadily. Feilu reminds you, 3 things to readict sang tak viet.tk. A figure in midair came directly through the air. The figure that was stagnant in midair was actually a Storm Girl who grabbed it and flew out of the air. The black cape swings with the wind, but the same black battlesuit perfectly sets off the strong body, and the angular handsome face outlines a smile, just like this overlooking the crowd below. Look at this familiar figure, slowly floating down from the air. Magneto, who was extremely arrogant just now, was immediately stunned on the spot, and the fellow Brotherhood members looked at each other, and the shock was self-evidently on their faces. It's you again. Magneto gritted his teeth and said. His face was flushed, obviously as if he had thought of some bad memories. The Brotherhood members behind him are also empathetic. The ugly face is like eating. It is extremely difficult to see. This group of dog legs were originally very well behaved, but now they are very convergent, for fear that the other party will notice themselves. Compared to this group of eclipsed Brotherhood members, the X-Men were relieved. Poppy the Iceman shouted cheerfully, Su Chen, it's really you, it's great, everyone hasn't seen each other for a long time. His leisurely attitude did not look like a guy who was completely bound by chains. Nay, the icy mist emanated from Poppy's body, instantly freezing the iron chain on his body, and his hands gently vibrate, but he easily broke the iron chain. This action honestly took several seconds, and this short time alone was enough for Magneto to kill him more than twice. It's just that Magneto was livid in his face, standing on the ground without saying a word, just watching the tall and strong figure slowly float and fall. It's you kid again, why is it you every time? It's just messing up my good deeds. It's just a coincidence. Duh. One foot gently touches the ground. Su Chen's figure floated and landed, and the Storm Girl Aurora, who was caught in her arms, also rushed to free the ex-police from the control of the chains as soon as possible. All her rescue actions were under the noses of the Brotherhood, undisguised, but unexpectedly, none of the Brotherhood squeaked wrong. Instead, the Storm Girl was stunned, and she realized that her actions were bold, but looking at these silent fraternity members, she seemed to acquiesce to her actions. The shadow of the famous tree of people. The Storm Girl didn't need to think about it. This was completely worried about the man behind her. Su Chen laughed for a while. He looked at the Brotherhood members behind the king, but he laughed. Dare to love or some old faces, Toad your long tongue is not by me. And the saber-toothed tiger, aren't you trampled by me? Dare you all recover? Su Chen looked like he was reminiscing, but none of the Brotherhoods who were named shivered. That bad memory is still fresh in their minds, when the members of the Brotherhood tried to use the radiation machine to modify the genes of all the people of New York, but it was the first time they met, when the saber-toothed tiger, Toad, and others within Magneto were beaten lightly. It's just that there are people who are newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers, and they don't seem to know the secrets. Instead, he walked towards Su Chen with great momentum, and the huge body that was even taller than Su Chen was none other than Hong Tan, who had just joined the Brotherhood. Graham. Seeing that he had to move forward step by step, some of the fraternity members couldn't help but close their eyes. Seeing that you should have good strength, I like to fight with powerful people the most. Hungton. K rubbed his right shoulder and looked at Su Chen without scruples. That red pupil unintentionally exuded a strong fighting intent. Of course, he also has his own pride. Strictly speaking, Hungton. Graham himself is not a mutant, but an ability source of strength from an evil god, and his power is enough to match the level of the Hulk and Thor. What's more terrifying is that under this power, a skin can directly resist Thor's Mjolnir and Wolverine's Edmund's claws. He can be called a humanoid mobile bunker, which can be said to be indestructible, and no obstacle can stop him. But if you insist on picking out one of his own shortcomings, it is too stupid. Under the gaze of the Brotherhood, as well as some eyes covered, a miserable look, he still hadn't woken up, and he still walked forward steadily. Zero ask for flowers. Perhaps Magneto had some kind of hope for him, and he wanted to say something to stop it, but when the words came out of his mouth, it was difficult to say such humiliating words. Suchan raised his eyebrows, and just said lightly, "It seems that you haven't suffered enough yet." He shook his head, and then directly punched the oncoming figure. Bang! The air seemed to explode. The indestructible figure in front of him turned pale instantly, and his feet were off the ground. That cathartic force was even more terrifying and vast than when he threw the Storm Girl just now, and the bones around his body almost exploded, not to mention the bloody blur in the blink of an eye. Under the implementation of a force, his figure instantly flew out more than 1,000 meters like a cannonball. Zero. Please. Suchan spread out his hands and signaled that the Brotherhood members could lift their feet and leave. Magneto's face was unwilling, but his expression was obviously thinking about whether to go or not. I'm good for your old bone, or are you too devilish because of the future of mutants? Do you think the blackened Phoenix girl will listen to you? At that time, you are not afraid to play with fire and burn yourself, and directly kill you all? Suchan naturally knew the intentions of their trip, but it was simply whimsical. With the strength of Magneto, sooner or later he will kill himself. So, you old bones better go home obediently. Magneto snorted and waved his hand very angrily. Even if he was embarrassed again, after experiencing the absolute strength of crushing him twice, he would not find it unhappy again. The Brotherhood behind him was even more relieved, and it was as if he had 2 legs, and left directly with Magneto's steps. These terrorists who gave the White House such a headache and made the Fantastic Four helpless so far, just fled in embarrassment. Suchan didn't think so. He looked at the ex-policemen around him, and also said, "You guys go too. Next, it could be dangerous." Speaking of this, his eyes looking towards the courtyard also had a more solemn meaning. He could feel that the power of the Phoenix had completely awakened. Duk-Tai sang tak viet.tk. After Magneto's group left, the ex-police did not choose to stay, but listened to Suchan's words and directly carried the Blackbird fighter directly back. The courtyard in front of you is the family of Jean Grey's former family. Suchan stepped into the courtyard leisurely, and there were not many taboos. He directly pushed open the gate, passed through a passage, and came directly to the hall. It seems that it has been dusted for a long time, at least for a while, and a bunch of furniture decorations are covered with a thick white cloth to avoid dust. The sunlight outside poured down from the windowsill, and the dust inside the house floated in the air like elves. Suchan narrowed his eyes, and at the end of his field of vision, there was a beautiful figure sitting on the recliner. That delicate facial features are still beautiful and moving. Half a year has not been seen. The remaining green on the face of only 573 has long receded. A radiant success. Familiarity is revealed from the inside out. The person in front of him is Jean Grey, who has not been seen for a long time. She gently brushed the armrests on either side of the chair with both hands, and smiled in a slightly reminiscent tone. "This is my favorite stool in the past, and my parents and sister used to compete with me for this position. I haven't grown up yet, so I lie in a chair and watch TV the next day. Of course, it's not that I didn't like playing with the kids around me when I was a kid, it's, you know, mutants aren't very popular with humans, and I remember how weird they looked at us, but unfortunately, these people also included my parents. So, I came to Xavier Genius Academy smoothly." Jean Grey seems to be immersed in the memories of the past, quite touching and sad. It's just that as soon as the words began, the smile outlined at the corner of her mouth slowly emerged, showing 1,000 kinds of flattery. It's just that this is all Jean Grey's story. It's really some boring memories, isn't it? Suchan raised his eyebrows. He knew that at this time, the woman in front of him was no longer Jean Gilei. Although it is the same body full of charm, the soul in it is already another completely blackened personality. It was the psychological trauma left by the power of suppressing the Phoenix, and after the power of the Phoenix was completely revived, this subpersonality evolved by the suppression completely occupied her body. It seems that it is necessary to be rough with you, but Teacher Jean is more inclusive. Suchan smiled and said a little indifferently. Just as the words fell, the atmosphere at the scene was already extremely depressed. The cups, tables, chairs, and even bulky cabinets arranged around them are all suspended in midair. In the entire house space, it seems that gravity has completely lost. Not only that, but even the vehicles parked outside are inexplicably suspended and floating. On the field, only Suchan stepped firmly on the ground. The blackened Jean Gilei was no longer dignified and elegant before. A cold frost intent covered the entire elegant face. Her legs rubbed slightly, looked at Suchan and smiled, knowing that Jean Gilei was thinking about you for several nights that couldn't sleep. Suchan's thick sword eyebrows were slightly raised, and he smiled with interest. Such a thing. It seems that Jean is a good teacher and student in love. But boy, you have to sleep in hell now. The smile at the corner of Jean's mouth became more and more cold as frost. This vicious blackened woman, Suchan a sweet date, and then directly shattered the beautiful reverie in his heart. Hiss! The surrounding objects inexplicably began to decompose, the suspended cup, the tea tray instantly annihilated and disappeared, and even the surrounding walls were inexplicably like melting wax, and began to slowly dissolve. Molecular collapse? This is how the power of the Phoenix most directly faces the horror of destruction. A wave of fluctuations that lingered around the Black Phoenix quickly began to slowly obliterate everything around it, and all the tables and stools were unified and shattered into the original atomic molecules. Inexplicably, there were more particles of substantial powder floating around, which were atomic powders that had broken apart. And Su Chen's standing body was also eroded in an instant. A white shirt worn daily began to collapse directly, but the slender bracers on his wrists poured on his body like mercury, directly turning into a set of black battle clothes to cover Su Chen's body. And this erosive force acted on Su Chen's skin, but it was like hitting a wall, and it didn't bring any harm at all. The blackened Phoenix woman frowned instantly, and the man in front of her couldn't help but take a small step forward in this confined space zero. The sound of falling steps seemed to hit the heart of the Black Phoenix. She stretched her face, and an even more majestic force poured out on the man in front of her. It's just that the oncoming figure also swung his fist with momentum. Boom! Under the collision of the two, an extremely strong explosion sound was instantly produced. The building in front of him completely exploded. Everything that was originally suspended ceased to exist at the same time. Even the buildings in a radius of thousands of miles were greatly affected, and the entire nearby corn-growing estate was completely razed to the ground. Cough. Black Phoenix's body was overturned for a distance, and the injuries in her body forced her to spit out a mouthful of blood. It seems that your body has not strengthened much. A voice floated from afar. But when the blackened Phoenix woman raised her head, the tall figure in the distance had already jumped into her pupil vision, and she instantly panicked inexplicably, and the Phoenix power that spread out of her heart continued to pour out endlessly. It's just that at this time, Su Chen had already grasped the weakness of the Black Phoenix, and when he carried this terrifying element collapsed, he directly stretched out his hand, turned into a hand knife, and slammed it on her neck. Boom! That heavy blow instantly made the Phoenix woman's eyes black, her body inexplicably soft, and she completely fainted and fell to the ground. Sure enough, Black Phoenix's weakness still lies in her body 1.2 body, and the strength of her spiritual ability has not made up for the weakness of her body. The blackened Qin Gray is still a human body after all, and it is too fragile. But, looking at his right hand, which had been eroded by a small half, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been injured in half a year. No blood flowed out of the oblivion fracture, but it was completely necrotic by the power of the Phoenix, but in an instant, the cells suddenly increased their vitality after absorbing the sun's rays, and quickly healed and recovered. The injury healed completely after the second breath. But the trouble is still there. Looking at the fainted woman in front of him, Su Chen can't figure out which personality appeared after she woke up. Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Just when the power of the Phoenix is recovering. Far away in the depths of space, on a planet with a red body, I have also observed the fluctuations of this Phoenix power to some extent, and the ripple-like water ripple fluctuations appear quickly, and they also disappear very quickly. The man on the planet who experienced this power quietly felt it for a while, then withdrew his eyes and focused all his attention on the things in front of him. The figure of this majestic man stood on the immeasurably high black iron tower, and the overlook took in the terracotta continent below. On this planet, the earth seemed to bleed, all bloody, and factories that looked like bungalows everywhere constantly spewed out blood-red smoke, like wolf smoke, straight into the dark sky where there was no sky. Since the moment of birth, the entire planet has not been lit up with a trace of light, like hell, covering the sky with blood. In midair, there are ugly figures like fluttering insect wings, and the familiar posture and appearance are the demons who just 07 have ravaged from the earth. That's right, the entire dark planet is the famous Epicalypse star. The demons carried a series of strange creatures on their hands, swept through the air, and flew directly towards the factory that spewed blood-red wolf smoke. The moment he entered the factory, he directly threw these captive creatures into the troughs that looked like nutrition cabins. Bound iron cables instantly rose in the trough, fixing these still alive creatures, and in one of the troughs were several humans, and their limbs were completely fixed by iron cables. Airplanes? The hatch closed quickly. Discover the unassimilated data and start the parasitic demon teaching procedure. An electronic, relentless sound instantly resounded in the factory. The sound continued to sound, and at the same time, the procedures inside the hatch were completely run. Download activation. Airplanes? The figures that were fixed in the nutrition cabin were quickly transformed by a force, and their bodies were full of needles, and unknown viruses invaded their bodies. In an instant, the appearance of the entire human race was instantly distorted and transformed into an ugly and disgusting monster, and at a closer look, this appearance was somewhat similar to that of a demon. Translating instructions, looking for a habitable world. Another voice sounded, and in the mind that had been completely lost his mind, an order was directly instilled into the newly transformed monster's mind. Instruction, get organic materials. Instruction, dispose of organic materials. Directive, multipurpose organic materials. Airplanes? Inside the hatch, armor masks, like mercury covering one, were worn on the newly transformed monster. At this time, if the final appearance of the final shape is seen by the Avengers of the Edge, they will undoubtedly believe that this is a demon. When the hatch opened, one after another thin slice-like cicada wings flapped one after another, and these newly transformed demons flew towards the bloody sky along with the large army. In the long sky, there are also many demons, wrapped in one figure after another, and the factories on the ground have fallen. Those creatures that have been taken captive are naturally creatures captured from all over the universe, and many of them are human beings on Earth. Of course, it doesn't matter which planet they come from. When they finish transforming from the factory, they are all exactly the same demon. Instruction: for the Dark Monarch Darkseid. Download complete. Another relentless electronic voice sounded. That most loyal instruction was also punched into the minds of this group of demon legions. For the Dark Sovereign. On the blood-colored terracotta earth, these words continue to resound in vastness. Only rising from the ground, straight to the black iron tower, the majestic figure standing at the highest place is the Dark Monarch Darkseid. Although his body does not support heaven and earth like a flame giant, his 3-meter-tall body makes people feel the pressure of the vast sea. After all, this is the most terrifying and powerful evil god in existence in the universe today. Darkseid had a pair of indifferent and emotionless eyes, just looking at the blood-colored continent below. The demon-like legions that sing the praises of his Dark Monarch are rushing to planet after planet, conquering and destroying everything they see, and then transforming a group of captive creatures into fellow demons. A steady stream of endless killing, which is why the demon-like legion is so feared by the universe. It's just that Darkseid frowned slightly, he seemed to remember something, and said abruptly, "Steppenwolf hasn't brought my mother box back yet. It's already out of time." In the space of the Iron Tower, there was a shadow, there was no trace of light to speak of, and I saw a figure crawling in the darkness of the ground. He said with some trepidation, Steppenwolf's life fluctuations seemed to have disappeared. Even the day of doom he applied for to invoke came to nothing, and seemed to have lost signs of life. Darkseid frowned again, and the blood-colored clouds in the sky seemed to be emotionally infected, and they rolled up. The creeping figure below became more and more frightened. As we all know, Steppenwolf is Darkseid's uncle and the commander of the Apocalypse Star, and the unknown death finally makes the majestic Dark Monarch in front of him angry. Earth. That's right, the mother box is buried in the Earth. 250. That is, something tricky appeared on Earth, so that Steppenwolf and Doomsday were completely dead. Kind of interesting. Darkseid chuckled. The figure crawling on the ground is very clear. The Dark Monarch in front of him has become interested in the Earth, and the planet that this guy is eyeing is all trapped in a sea of blood. Like Steppenwolf, Viman Wandaba, who was also a member of the Dark Elite, was a military staff officer of the Apocalypse Star, and he narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered something. I don't know if the Dark Monarch has heard the news that a giant from the Titan has obtained the most mysterious secret in the universe in the Well of Eternity. Huh? Is that the newly rising Titan? Darkseid's face didn't seem to care much. Wyman, who was just crawling on the ground, was moved. That Titan is ravaging all over the universe, and seems to be collecting something. And his next target is Earth? When Darkseid heard this, he laughed. That bastard won't be trying to grab my mother box. Maybe. Wyman didn't dare to be sure, but as a military master, he was more concerned about the gains and losses of Apocalypse, so seeing that the Green Lantern Legion is preparing to plan to attack Apocalypse, let's wait again. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Earth, the aftermath of the power of the Phoenix slowly dissipated. After calming the outbreak of the Black Phoenix, Su Chen picked up Chin Giliai's tall and slender body and flew towards the Karma Mausoleum at the first time. He didn't know which personality dominated Kotogari after waking up, but perhaps the Supreme Mage Gishi, who was proficient in magic, could solve his problems. Airplanes? The sound of breaking the air sounded in the long air. The surrounding high altitude has been covered with frost, blowing a gust of extremely piercing ice wind, and at a glance, the white snow-capped mountains rise and fall, stretching endlessly, straight to the sky. This is the mountain range of Mount Everest, and on the side of a slowly burning mountain is the Kama Mahal. A basin of flaming braziers was scattered outside the palace, and Suchan who fell steadily to the ground. At this time, there were already people waiting here for a long time. A mage wearing a crimson robe said silently, "Ancient Mage has been waiting for you for a long time." The name of the Supreme Mage was indeed not unsurprisingly. Suchan raised his eyebrows, and sure enough, the explosion of Phoenix power could not hide this woman. Through a warm passageway, we entered a hall, and the light in the hall was very rich, but there was no trace of sunlight falling in the surrounding snowy fields, and it was obvious that some kind of magic was being performed here. The ancient mage sitting at the head smiled slightly and looked over with kind eyes. "You should know my intentions. I can dispel her Phoenix power, but can the other personality in her mind help me eliminate it?" "Can't." Furyuki shook his head. "That involves the soul. Even I don't dare to touch this forbidden area of life." Suchen's thick sword eyebrows were slightly raised, looked at the woman in his arms, and said a little frustrated, "Dare to love me, this is for nothing. You don't have to worry yet. As long as the power of the Phoenix is no longer revived, this Black Phoenix personality will not emerge, so there is no need for your worries. It seems that you still care about Jean." Suchen became curious. "Of course, even I dare not ignore this Phoenix power. Once the Phoenix host is fully developed, it will be an absolute disaster for the universe." Furyuki sighed. There was a hint of worry between his eyebrows, and he seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the man in front of her, who was already alone, she suddenly said, "The mother box in your hand should be carefully handled, although it will bring you a lot of value, but you must know that it is also the treasure of the Apocalypse Star, and the Dark Monarch Darkseid will not give up." Su Chen chuckled, "If I were Darkseid, since I had repeatedly failed in the Earth, then even if the mother box was not there, I would attack the Earth for this. It's not about treasures, it's about honor. No?" The ancient mage was very surprised to hear this reasoning, and after careful consideration, according to the character of that dark monarch, things would indeed develop like this. Of course, Feilu also changed from the face of the young man in front of her to a domineering monarch personality, and she vaguely felt that if it involved the glory of the Krypton Empire, he would do whatever it took to make the other party pay. It seems that in the past 6 months, he has grown up as a simple and naive teenager. If it's true that Darkseid doesn't play the ball as you say, that's not a good thing. Feilu cried and laughed a little, and after this moment, her face became more and more sad, and the kind expression just now seemed to be completely removed like a mask. She has been hiding something in her heart, and she really can't bear it until now. What's wrong? Su Chen frowned. In his impression, the image of Guyi's bald woman was like a sweeping monk, which was not a good thing to make this supreme mage who collapsed and did not change his face completely discolored. The Earth is in trouble. To be honest, I am afraid that it will not last the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D, and the Earth will completely fall. The guardian of the Earth looked solemn again. Hearing this, Su Chen just raised his eyebrows and said unimpressed, "Not Darkseid? So who can make you look so bad? Maybe you haven't heard of it, but the universe has recently risen a very terrifying powerhouse, and it is rumored that this titan learned the mysteries of the universe from the Well of Eternity, and continues to wreak havoc all over the universe. Most people don't know the secrets, and if expected correctly, this titan has spied the secrets of the Infinity Stones from the Well of Eternity and has thoroughly mastered how to use them." Well, Infinity Stones? Su Chen instantly understood that the so-called Titan Starman, if he guessed correctly, must be the rumored Thanos. Thanos. That's right, it's him. Feilu nodded heavily. He is almost here, the advanced subordinates have arrived on Earth first, and the cosmic cube has fallen into their hands. He will not stop there, he will vent his anger in this land, and burn the flames of war in every part of the world to celebrate his coming. Guyi clenched his fists and said with a little hatred. However, Su Chen didn't need to think much, he knew that this karma mausoleum under his feet must also be the focus of Thanos. After all, the Eye of Agamotto possessed by Supreme Mage Guyi is the Time Gem, which is a treasure that Thanos dreams of. I may have a vicious battle next, no matter what, I can't let the Time Gem fall into the hands of Thanos, and Thanos, who learns the mystery from the Well of Eternity, will be much more terrifying than any gem holder. So, it's really possible that Earth won't last until the moment S.H.I.E.L.D arrives. Not necessarily. Su Chen smiled and said unimpressedly. If you really want to turn the whole Earth into nothing, don't ask the group of superheroes whether they should say yes, just rely on Paradise Island and Diana, they will not let it deteriorates. Feilu was not so optimistic, but just sighed heavily. The war has begun. This long sigh, with the breeze blowing in the hall, slowly came out of the window and suddenly merged into the snowy mountains outside. The war has indeed begun. At the moment when Thanos took matters into his own hands, the development of the entire history was no longer the same as the plot of the Avengers movie. Long before Loki landed on Earth, he had already formulated a policy to completely flatten Earth, and with the space gem in his hand, he could open a stable wormhole door and allow the Zitari army in the outer regions to continue to attack. Today, the first stop is not New York, but a country that everyone did not expect. Doktai Sang Tak Viet.tk. A brilliant blue pillar of light, like a wolf's smoke, soared straight into the sky. Under the blue sky that was originally clear, it was completely torn apart by this pillar of light, and an oval-shaped black hole was completely formed directly in the air. This is the space wormhole completely opened by the cosmic cube. Loki, who was holding the psychic scepter, raised his head and watched this scene happily, and at the moment when the wormhole opened, the army that had been staying on the other side of the passage suddenly swept in. It was like a dam bursting to find a vent, and the figure outside the wormhole was like a fountain of 9 heavens flowing directly down. A group of ugly-looking cheatery starmen, with their feet on the flying pedal, flared their teeth and danced their claws, flying down from the air, and the mighty momentum made it impossible to know how many numbers came. Like locusts crossing the border, the buildings on the ground were caught in one artillery fire after another, and innocent human lives were slaughtered. Airplanes? The city surrounded by mountains suddenly raised the alarm, and the artillery fire completely counterattacked. Surprisingly, this city located under the blue water and green mountains has emerged a large number of weapons full of science and technology, lasers, anti-gravity guns, and all kinds of strange technologies continue to appear. 810. Among them, the palace at the top of the city is like an impregnable fortress, allowing artillery fire to attack, but it has not moved for half a minute. This country on Earth has completely demonstrated a level that has exceeded the level of the Earth for at least 50 years. It's no wonder that Ebony Throat personally wants to take this country, it is really extraordinary. A hoarse voice sounded. I saw a man in a black burqa, holding a slender pointed halberd, standing beside Loki. Although the burqa was slightly tattered, the man's hair was messy like a honeycomb, and his figure was even shorter and hunched, which was completely the image that the elegant Prince Loki disliked the most. But in the face of such a person, Loki completely retracted the pride on his face and bent down respectfully. Without him, because this person is the Blade General among the 5 Obsidian Generals, and the Obsidian 5 General is Thanos' henchman and has a small reputation in the universe. Loki remained humble and smiled along with his words, it's just a grasshopper shaking tree. Thanos' army of Chitauri is endless, and how can this small projectile, ABJ, country be able to compete? Sure enough, a huge figure fell from the wormhole in the air, and the moment this giant beast appeared, the entire ground cast a shadow. The mechanical creature like a whale swam like a fish in the air, and in a blink of an eye, it fell straight towards the building on the ground, crushing a group of buildings with a bang. At the same time, one after another, the 2 sides of this suspended castle continued to fish out, armed with guns, and killed in the streets. In the blink of an eye, the forces on both sides instantly rose. Not to mention, huge suspended whales once again struck in the wormhole, and when they continued to release the troops of the Chitauri Star, they were even more reckless in the streets and alleys, smashing huge buildings one after another. The entire invaded country died down in an instant, and the facilities that were constantly dropping artillery fire had been completely wiped out. Unlike the demons who insist on catching people, these Swiss soldiers have no purpose of capture, only simple gun-toting spray attacks, killing visible humans. The people were thus plunged into a massacre. It was horrible, and the blood corpses were everywhere. The monarch of this country seems to know that without closing that wormhole in the air, the endless Swiss soldiers cannot be contained. So, under the leadership of the king, a group of women's guards rushed to the instrument with the cosmic cube installed in front of them. This is where General Deadblade and Loki are. Loki looked at the scene of not fearing death, and suddenly took several steps back silently in his heart, and the Deadblade General next to him did not care, but showed a cruel smile. Little lambs, come soon. The Deadblade General held a silver slender halberd, and instead of retreating, he rushed directly towards them. The slender halberd flew up and down, rolling up blood one after another, but the wretched hunchbacked figure was extremely flexible, flashing and moving, and the blade in his hand cut off several heads. In less than half a minute, the death blade in his hand was full of blood, and people's heads rolled down, and no one stood on the ground. And this exceptionally slender halberd was even more alive, and the blood around it was drawn from the blade. Loki swallowed his saliva, forced to endure this pungent smell of blood, and smiled reluctantly. His right foot stepped on a corpse. Congratulations, Lord General. If you are not mistaken, the head of the person you just cut off has the head of the king. The corpse at his feet was wearing a black suit like a cheetah, and Loki squinted. He remembered that the king of this country was also called Black Panther, and the country. After a sustained offensive for half a day, the Chitauri finally took it down completely. Wakanda? Fall? Not only did it take a stronghold on Earth, but the strategically important vibranium iron ore all fell into the hands of this group of invaders. Sadly, Wakanda, a country on Earth with advanced science and technology and the most precious metal resources, has always been closed to the outside world and has never communicated much with the outside world. So much so that at the moment of its fall, it was not even heard from the outside world. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the resourceful military master Ebony Throat took the lead in attacking Wakanda. The outside world was so calm, and 2 days passed very peacefully. There was a song and dance, and there was no idea of thinking of danger in peace. It wasn't until a figure from Wakanda washed up on the beach that Wakanda's embassies abroad welcomed the eldest son of the long-suffering king. Wakanda fell, my father died. At the moment of seeing the foreign envoy, the seriously injured prince of Wakanda fell unconscious. Isn't it? The ambassadors looked at each other. Soon, the news quickly reached the White House Oval Office, where the originally empty presidential position was temporarily succeeded by the original vice president. However, although this is an urgent diplomatic incident, without any evidence, the president cannot arbitrarily and unilaterally issue a national security order. As a result, this task of exploring the virtual reality suddenly fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Duktai Sangtak Wakanda. What kind of country is this? In other words, I have never heard of such a country in Africa when I am this big. Inside the Harrier-shaped fighter exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a sound of everyone talking. Traveling to the country of Wakanda to find out is their next secret mission this time. It's just that the existence of the country of Wakanda confused them, but Dr. Banner, who was present, had never heard of the country. Captain Steve raised the shield in his hand and said with a smile, my vibranium shield is still quite related to the old king of Wakanda, which was a gift to the United States during World War II, and then somehow it was obtained by Howard and made into a shield, and one have been holding it to fight the enemy ever since. Howard. Banner was confused. It's Tony's father. When Tony heard this, he just spread his hands indifferently and slowly drank a glass of red wine. A small piece of vibranium alone is worth more than $20 million, and the country of Wakanda has several such veins, which can no longer be described in terms of rich and invincible. That's not much higher than the market capitalization of the Starco Group. Banner couldn't help but marvel. Far beyond your imagination. Hawkeye laughed. Coupled with cutting-edge ultra-high technology, it is no wonder that Wakanda chose to close itself off in the past, but in recent years, the old king has actively communicated with the outside world. The extremely blockade posture, even the satellites in outer space are completely blocked, and it is impossible to detect a trace of information. American Captain Steve ignored their conversation, but just looked at Tony the Iron Man, who had been drinking sullenly, and couldn't help but feel strange. How? What happened? Although the two quarreled from time to time, the keen Steve knew that Tony had something hidden in his heart. Tony stretched out 2 fingers. Just now, 2 advanced automated steel fighters were defeated. What do you see? Before I could get close to the territory of Wakanda, I only saw a rough outline of the continent, and then it was completely shattered by 3 beams of light that flew out of Wakanda, and there was no chance of a reaction at all. Well, the distance is estimated to be several kilometers. Listening to Tony's answer, Steve's face turned solemn. Thousands of meters of ultra-long-range attack? What is that concept? Even the shadow of the enemy could not be seen, so it was completely hit by the attack that flew from afar without reacting. Steve gritted his teeth without hesitation. Syllable? He clapped his hands. Okay, everyone be quiet, our operation is temporarily suspended. For the overall command of the operation, it has always been the judgment of the Captain of the United States, Steve, and after feeling that something was not going well, he immediately reacted vigilantly. How? Remember the party that Loki kidnapped? Of course. Thor said first. The steel fighter sent by Tony first is far from defeated. We can't rush closer to Wakanda. Obviously, that cosmic cube is absolutely stable and open, bringing some kind of creature in the universe into the Earth. As expected, Wakanda is absolutely attacked by this alien creature. So, our latent operation is over. That's right, it's so dangerous that we don't even know what the specific enemy is. I will ask the White House to immediately send the 7th Fleet in the Atlantic to trap the surrounding waters of Wakanda, as well as the Air Force and Army, to encircle this place and try not to let the invaders of Wakanda leave the territory. Steve said categorically. So, S.H.I.E.L.D's mission to lurk into Wakanda is temporarily terminated. After the Prince of Wakanda completely woke up, he also described the means of some alien invaders to capture Wakanda through space wormholes, which was very realistic. After careful consideration by the White House, it also completely launched the plan to block the border of Wakanda. It was also on the same day. Airplanes? In the Atlantic, a mighty white ship sets off from the Atlantic. There is a violent ripple on the blue sea. This is the Atlantic 7th Fleet. The fire of the artillery is enough to completely bombard a piece of the Middle East. At this point, their 7th Fleet would be responsible for sealing off the coastline of the Wakanda border. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D Rapid Reaction Force, acting as an army, watches over neighboring border crossings, looking for signs of a breakthrough. Of course, there are also Raptor fighters looking for opportunities in the air flying through the long sky, and a huge S.H.I.E.L.D aircraft carrier is waiting in the distant long sky. Zero ask for flowers. The Avengers, on the other hand, also found an opportunity to find a trafficker who illegally smuggled vibranium from Wakanda. In this rare opportunity, the Avengers decided to enter through this breakthrough. The deployment took a long time, and there was no movement in Wakanda throughout, and satellites in low Earth orbit could not observe the specific movement inside. It stands to reason that 3 days have passed since the fall of Wakanda, and everyone is not sure what happened inside. The surrounding clear sky darkened a little, like black clouds pressing the city, and a momentum of saber rattling instantly suppressed the hearts of many people. Don't wait for them to deploy any longer, wait any longer, I'm afraid the time will be too late. On a small boat, Tony's voice floated out. The Avengers group stayed in such a small boat at this time, and followed the hidden river all the way up the river before crossing a lush jungle to reach the territory of Wakanda. Such a slightly complicated path is the experience of perennial smugglers. Hearing Tony's suggestion, Steve also gritted his teeth. Considering the surviving people of Wakanda, he did not wait for the arrival of the S.H.I.E.L.D Rapid Reaction Force, and began to act directly. When going retrograde along the river, a cloud of fireworks suddenly exploded in the air, and through these trees supporting the sky, everyone could vaguely see that one raptor fighter after another was defeated. Shout! A whistling sound streaked through the air. Several black spectrum-like beams, like javelins thrown one after another, quickly defeated the raptor fighters patrolling the air one after another. Damn! This is the first round of testing from S.H.I.E.L.D in the air, but unexpectedly, it is like the encounter with the steel suit, and it has fallen to this kind of falling ending. The attack speed is really too fast, this is simply incredible. Follow the instructions of smugglers. Soon, they trekked through the obstacles and walked through the jungle to see the capital of Wakanda. But the scene in front of them was completely different from what they expected. Damn, we got tricked. _. Sang Tak Viet.tk. When the Avengers entered the territory of Wakanda along the channel of smuggling and trafficking vibranium, the crowd was completely initiated. I saw that the city surrounded by mountains and water in front of me was in ruins and completely reduced to ruins. The faint wolf smoke soared into the sky, and the explosive fireworks burned in the streets, not to mention that before approaching the ruins, a pungent smell of blood came to the face. Thor, the god of thunder, took the lead, flew forward, and overlooked the city. Damn! As far as the eye can see, the streets and alleys are full of corpses, and the grey-white walls are smeared with thick red blood, like after a cruel sacrificial ceremony. We're in the evening. No, even if we didn't come to the night, we couldn't prevent this tragedy from being born. American Captain Steve said 3, 6, 7. When he stepped forward, he also took a deep breath, but he suddenly found a major problem. What about the enemy? According to Prince Wakanda, who was washed up on the beach by the waves, a group of alien creatures opened wormholes from the sky, constantly invaded and ravaged the land. But now looking at it, in addition to the corpses all over the wild, there are no more alien creatures who have done savage acts. Even the wormholes that open in the air cannot be seen. So where did they go? Hearing this, the people also woke up from their sadness, and a sense of vigilance spread in their hearts. Indeed, where did the enemy go? You guys are indeed too late. Right at this moment, an unfamiliar voice burst out from the city. I saw a lady's kinly figure standing above the city palace. The black curved blade hood completely covered the upper half of the face, but the lower half of the melon seed face was strange blue skin, obviously a typical outland creature. Is that you? The Avengers instantly became alert, and their whole bodies tensed directly. Just you? Your other partners? Don't call them out yet? Steve was angry, committing such a criminal crime of slaughtering races, which was no different from the Nazis in World War II. Iron Man, Tony, and even Thor, the god of thunder, flew high in the air, looking at the lady above the palace with vigilant eyes. I said that you came too late, but I waited for a long time. By the way, forgot to introduce myself. I am Proxima Centauri of the Obsidian 5 Generals, as the most faithful slave of the descendants of the Titans. Welcome to your arrival. Proxima Centauri sketches a cruel smile. I heard that you are the superheroes of this Earth. You know us. Tony frowned, premoniting that something bad was going on. Of course, everything is as Ebony Throat thinks. First lure your enemies here, and then solve you in an instant. Damn, hit the plan. Dr. Banner's face turned iron instantly. The Avengers were also embarrassed. What did they hear that this was actually a step in the enemy's plan? The army of Zidori has left this ruin, taking advantage of you Avengers to come here? Do you think they'll go there? Proxima 90 laughed unscrupulously. Steve's brain moved so fast that he gritted his teeth in an instant and said, My god, their next target is New York. The Avengers building happens to be in New York, and now they are all dispatched to Wakanda, which must have left New York completely empty. Iron Man Tony was in danger and said with a smile, Thanks for the reminder, lady. We will remember that you leaked the plan. We will treat you to a meal when we come back. Well, gentlemen, we should go home. Steve also realized that the bait in front of him was to contain them, and immediately agreed with Tony's idea of going home. But Proxima 90 laughed cruelly. Stupid Earthlings, I told you the plan just to admire your expressions before you died. Go? You think you can go? A deep cold breath instantly invaded around everyone's bodies. Give me down. Proxima Nighttime held up a slender golden spear and threw it violently into the air. The slender golden spear glowed with cold light, and 3 black beams of light suddenly appeared, heading towards Tony the Iron Man and Thor, the god of thunder, in the air. This is Proxima Knight's stunt. As long as she gently throws the gun forged by Thanos himself, after throwing it, it will turn into 3 black light trackers that lock the target point 0. Boom! The incomparably fast black spectrum, like the speed of light, made Thor, who was in midair, instantly hit, and then fell directly to the ground. Iron Man Tony was also not happy. The booster engine on his back burst into flames, quickly flew into the air, and the black beam that was not inferior in speed, but it had autonomous positioning, and directly bit him. For a moment, a stalemate was formed. The remaining black spectrum flew towards the Avengers, which was enough black light to kill ordinary creatures, and Dr. Banner did not dare to raise it, and immediately blocked the crowd first. Under the impact of the black light, Banner only felt a sharp pain sweeping through his body, and then, roar. Under this painful torture, he directly turned into a huge Hulk. Or do you have 2 small brushes? But that's the end of it. Tell you, not only you, but the blockaded army around Wakanda will be completely wiped out. Listening to Proxima Knight's words, Steve frowned. Just laugh. There is no alien army. What are you going to take to overwhelm us? Proxima Centauri, who was dressed in black robes, laughed. Who said that it would take Zitori's army to attack you? Under the power of nature, what are you armies? Nature's might? What is it? Steve didn't know what 3.0 meant by this, but after the next second, he felt the earth around him begin to tremble. Earthquake. No, it's a tsunami. Black Widow Natasha cried out instantly. I saw that on the coast at the end of the field of vision, there was a wall of water rising, which was the momentum formed by the sea wrapped in endless waves, and at least more than 10 meters of waves were enough to completely cover the entire country of Wakanda. Damn, how can they control this sea? Steve's face turned completely pale. Why was the other party able to manipulate the ocean? If this natural power is caused by them, isn't the Atlantic 7th Fleet blocked outside like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Not to mention the S.H.I.E.L.D. rapid reaction force that has been ambushed in the territory of Wakanda land. This is to completely cut the grass and remove the roots. Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Rumble? The sea off the coast of Wakanda was rolling violently with rough waves, and just as the tsunami swept through the land of Wakanda endlessly, the Atlantic 7th Fleet, which was adrift above the ocean, was also uncomfortable. Boom! A violent wave rushed in, and a cruiser that had not yet had time to turn was completely covered by the sea and slammed into the sea. This is also the prelude to the unveiling, and the originally calm ocean suddenly becomes roaring. The waves like thunder swept like thousands of troops, rushing towards the location of the Atlantic 7th Fleet in a roar and neighing. The great waves rushed forward in rows, rushing towards the ships, rushing to everything that stood in his way. What the hell is going on here? The navy on the ship was immediately shocked. Even the ocean on a stormy night was not so vast and terrifying. Turn, give me a turn. It's just that before I can leave this sea, the waves are already complete. Boom! The gushing sea water rushed like 1,000 horses, crashing into the ship, making a thunderous sound. At the moment of impact, the multi-billion-dollar aircraft carrier suddenly emitted a wail, and the terrifying wave directly knocked it down mercilessly and completely. 08. The surrounding ships were not spared, and this terrifying sea was brewing one after another, sinking all the ships on the sea. The human fleet was completely destroyed by the heavenly power of the natural ocean in the blink of an eye. Impossible, what's going on? The S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, suspended in the distant air, resounded with an incredible roar. In the cockpit, Nick Fury gritted his teeth and looked at the scene displayed on the screen with a sad face. In the holographic screen, the waves completely destroyed and sank all the ships. It's like a punishment from heaven's wrath. Damn, what the hell would this be? Did the Marine Meteorological Service tell me that such an accident would happen? That's not right. Deputy Chief Hill instantly frowned and said, "This is a purposeful attack, but there has been an earth-shaking wave impact in the sea area where the Atlantic 7th Fleet is located, and this is a means by which the enemy does not know how to control it." Nick Fury also tried to calm down as much as possible when he heard this, but he really couldn't bear the temper in his heart, and hammered his hand against the wall. It's not good. Wakanda was completely swept away by the tsunami. In the holographic screen, you can see one tsunami after another rushing towards Wakanda. Buildings on the coastline collapsed like building blocks, uprooting trees, and sweeping the hinterland of Wakanda with the current. We've been hit. There is no alien army in Wakanda. Nick's face was sad, and he remembered the rapid reaction troops in ambush, the thousands of living lives, the well-trained special elite, who was completely buried in the tsunami just because of his order. In his bloodshot pupils, tears actually overflowed. And the Avengers. Thinking of several Avengers who were also trapped in the earth, Nick roared even more in corruption. But just as the crowd fell into a sad mood, an alarm sounded. Warning, a UFO is approaching. I saw that not far from the aircraft carrier, in the sky, there was a woman in black robes speeding up. And you guys, how could I forget? Sen Lang's words, blowing with the wind, sounded clearly and unmistakably in everyone's ears. The wind in the sky was extremely violent, but it did not affect the woman's speed, and she held a golden spear in her hand, which emitted a cold light for a while. "Give me death! Shout!" Spears flew out. The moment it flew out of the palm of his hand, the slender blade turned into 3 black beams when it broke through the air, and it flew towards the aircraft carrier like a bolt of lightning. Turn quickly. Nick Fury didn't even have time to finish. Rumble. 3 black lights with tracking functions directly prepared to hit the 3 huge turbine engines on the aircraft carrier. In an instant, the entire aircraft carrier rose into a thick black smoke, and only the remaining engine could not hold itself in the air alone, and instantly lost power and fell straight to the sea. Rumble. The heavy fall from at least hundreds of meters in the air instantly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and the explosion of flames resounded one after another on the surface of the hull. The sound of wailing also sounded in the hull of the ship at the same time, and the huge floating hull was not to mention hundreds of people working in it, but now it was trapped in the hull and struggling desperately. Proxima Centauri, suspended in the air, overlooked it all, and in the palm of her hand, a golden spear appeared out of thin air again. Mission accomplished. She drew a cruel smile and glanced at the border of Wakanda, which had been completely submerged by the tsunami. In a short period of time, the Atlantic 7th Fleet, which was blocked all around, the rapid reaction forces on land, and even aircraft carriers in the air were completely solved. Earth's resistance force was instantly weakened a lot. A nature that can solve everything satisfactorily is due to this mysterious and unfathomable stormy wave. Ebony Throat really has a set. Speaking of which, after diverting attention, the action on the New York side also began to unfold. That's right. This scheme to transfer the tiger away from the mountain has surfaced the truth after Iron Man Tony discovered that 580 Wakanda is an empty city. Just when everyone was destroyed, Loki, holding a spiritual scepter, strolled leisurely on the top of the Stark Group's building, quietly overlooking the Manhattan area under his feet, and couldn't help but feel a sense of conquest in his heart. Just like in the Avengers movie, Loki, who has a great desire to perform, still chose the most luxurious Stark Tower in New York as a stage. The cosmic cube placed on the top of the roof once again opened a wormhole from the air, and the mighty Cheatery army, after overthrowing Wakanda, swept towards this prosperous place again. The dead Blade General holding a halberd in one hand stood to the side and looked at this scene with a smile on his face. "It's really smooth. This guy from Ebony Throat almost killed our enemy in Wakanda, but I didn't even have room to play. What a damn beast." Pit death. Loki's heart jumped, and he thought of Thor. Of course, Ebony Throat went to Atlantis specifically, and you know his skills, that Aquaman was completely reduced to his pawn. Speaking of this, the dead Blade General was also quite jealous and said, "Not only that, but many people have been calculated by him. I heard that there is also a Kryptonian on this earth. There is a bunch of trouble waiting for him." Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. The wormhole in New York opened smoothly and unmistakably. The mighty army of Zidori emerged from the wormhole opened in the air, and poured the city with its teeth and claws. In the face of the sudden encounter, the people in New York City did not even have time to react, and there was a bombardment of artillery fire above their heads. The Avengers at New York's base camp could no longer arrive at the first time, and for a while, only members of the National Guard in New York rebelled against sporadic homegrown superheroes. The very bloodthirsty and warlike General Dead Blade, looking at Spider-Man wandering in the building, couldn't help but outline a smile. It seems that I have another target. But also at this time, a roaring engine sounded high in the sky, and a Blackbird fighter spat out a series of fireworks, knocking down the soaring Zeta Swiss soldiers. It's often forgotten that Westchester County outside New York isn't too far from downtown Manhattan. The ex-police, led by Professor Charles, directly joined the battlefield without any scruples. Charles, who stayed in the brainwave machine enhancement machine, frowned. These alien invading soldiers were actually mechanical products, making his psychic storm suddenly ineffective. But even so, the X-Men's powers are extremely colorful, and they are far from being comparable to the Avengers mixed with ordinary people. Sure enough, it will cost a little to take this city. The Dead Blade general sneered, but he also scolded without fear. But this is better. The blade in my hand has not tasted enough blood on this planet. The words just fell. His short body suddenly jumped down from the rooftop of the Stark group, and seeing this, Loki couldn't help but be startled, but the next scene made his eyelids jump. The Dead Blade general in front of him stepped on the air as if he was walking on the ground, flying towards the mutant who was spraying frost chi. The battle situation suddenly and completely started. And all this happened one after another in less than half an hour. Underwood, who temporarily succeeded him as president, frowned, and he even thought that the White House position under him was a hot potato. Half an hour earlier, he had received news of the total annihilation of the Atlantic 7th Fleet, followed by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Reaction Force was completely submerged in the tsunami in Wakanda. The Avengers are disconnected. The aircraft carrier fell directly and mercilessly from the air. Life and death are uncertain. This succession of bleak data undoubtedly shows that the military forces that surrounded Wakanda were completely disintegrated in an instant. This was enough to make President Underwood sad and confused, but the next news made him cry even out of tears. New York? It turned out to be invaded. Could the next Wakanda be New York? President Underwood along with a number of cabinets. Suddenly, he looked extremely flustered. Does it mean that the official Avengers have lost news and we are relying on our army? Mr. President, and the X-Men, those are mutants who seem to be very trustworthy. The staff wiped a cold sweat and said. Underwood immediately showed an ugly smile. Even if he temporarily succeeded to the presidency as vice president, he had also heard that the ex-police had directly appeared in the White House and threatened a wave of late President Jensen. These vicious thugs can be trusted. Mr. President, this is not the time to say this. The Fantastic Four has also rushed from Washington, D.C. to New York, and we have tried to contact the Kryptonian. Ugh. Listening to the words of his staff, President Underwood was completely taken aback. Just as the shadow of the so-called famous tree of people, the Kryptonian who killed the previous President Jensen directly made him chill in his heart. How did he get in touch and what did he say? Although he was afraid of his terrifying strength, in the face of the bad situation, Underwood did not want to count on him in his heart. The staff shook his head and said with a little crying and laughter, this time we contacted directly at the door, but no one responded. But no one was there. The other party was not there. Boom! President Underwood smashed the table directly, and he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, the mother box is given to him. What else does he want? Woman? Or wealth? Now such a crisis, he is not there? Yes, in short, we can't rely on him. Then it seems that if it really comes to that step, I will press that button too. Underwood swallowed, strong emotions brewing under his flat expression. After listening to this, the people around did not refute this, but fell into deep thought, not knowing how to be good. That one button, everyone understands what it means? Launch button for nuclear weapons. If the incident comes to that moment, in order to avoid that wormhole continuing to send troops, in order not to let the deterioration continue to expand, in order to completely solve the alien forces, even they cannot insist on denying the decision to fall on nuclear weapons. Time passed by second, and a group of anxious people quietly waited for the verdict of death. Atlantis. This is also a real city on Earth, even if it has long been reduced to history in many books and textbooks. But basically no one knows that after capturing Wakanda, the next target of Thanos' henchman Obsidian 5 is this lost country. Of course, to be precise, their target is Arthur, the Sea King who is in charge of Neptune Trident. In less than half a day, Ebony Throat teamed up with Proxima Centauri to capture the Sea King who was swimming in the sea, but fortunately, the illegitimate son liked to be alone, but the two quickly and successfully rounded up. On a small, good, island in the middle of nowhere, the thin figure of Ebony Throat stands above, looking at the rough waves all around. Compared to other Obsidian 5 generals with super high combat power, this bad old man looks like an Ebony Throat is a terrifying wise man, and everywhere he has been, he has spread rumors and plagues with his black tongue. He appears to be the weakest of the dark messengers, but in fact the most terrifying of them. Completely different from the psychic ability, his words are like the sweetest drugs, which can completely brainwash and persuade everyone. And the illegitimate son Sea King standing beside him is an extremely typical puppet. This malicious lie was so ingrained in Aquaman's mind. Then, just half an hour ago, he waved the Neptune Trident in his hand and commanded the ocean, completely destroying Wakanda and nearby ships. This is the method of Ebony Throat to kill people. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Ebony looked at the rough sea in the distance, and couldn't help but show a smile of successful conspiracy. Ransacking this descending planet is only a side mission, of course. Their descent on Earth is of course important to collect the Infinity Stones for Thanos. Speaking of which, the 2 Infinity Stones have also been discovered, and it's time to harvest a wave. Ebony Throat laughed. The Obsidian 5 had all descended around the Earth 3 days ago. In addition to the wise Ebony Throat, who has already revealed his face, Proxima Knight, who threw Black Light to death, and the Immortal Blade General, the remaining 2 powerful subordinates have rushed to the location of the Infinity Stones. At the foot of Mount Everest, a lady's figure stands under the wind and snow. She is the superstar of one of the Obsidian 5. Compared with this superstar name, her figure is extremely slender, and under the white burqa, there is a blue skin face. Under the extremely strong wind and snow, the light white robe completely isolated from the surrounding air. Supergiant has been waiting here for half a day. Spreading up the slopes in front of you, the Kama Mahal sits on the mountainside of Mount Everest, where the 550 energy of the time gem is slowly shimmering. As a superstar with psychic abilities, he can capture this very keenly. However, she did not act rashly, and her extremely keen perception also told her that the temple palace on the mountainside was extremely dangerous. So, she waited here. Until now, the wind and snow falling around seemed to have become stagnant and slow, and the wind around it suddenly stopped blowing. Duh! An extremely slight sound of footsteps landed on the snow. The supergiant lowered its head solemnly at this moment. I saw a tall figure come to her side, and her strong body exuded an inexplicable coercion, which actually made the surrounding snowy storms come to a standstill. The Hulk-sized man wears a blue and gold suit with gold shoulder armor and a metal helmet of the same color. The giant vertical chin makes the entire purple face extremely serious, and a domineering temperament radiates from the inside out. Let's go, the time gem is on it. A deep voice burst out of his mouth. Yes, Lord Thanos. Supergiant responded with great respect. That's right. This figure who quietly came to the foot of the snowy mountain is the newly rising Thanos of the universe. From the Well of Eternity, Thanos learned the deepest mysteries of the universe and learned the technique of using the Infinity Stones, something that no previous gem host had ever known. Since then, he has conquered all the way through the universe, spreading destruction and death to all living planets, and these dead souls are his best gift to the goddess of death. Of course, the goddess of death that Thanos admires is one of the great gods, but it is not as simple as Hela, the Norse god. That's it. Thanos, who had been immersed for a short while, led the supergiant, one of the 5 generals of Obsidian, towards the Kama Mahal on the mountainside. Meanwhile, airplanes? The storm that had been static on the snowy mountains suddenly blew again. The sudden snow wind, with the pace of Thanos' advance, continued to rage, and the doors and windows of the palace of the Karma Mahal were blown trembling for a while. The supreme mage Gu Yi, who was wearing a white robe, sat cross-kneeled on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, but he didn't know what he was thinking. The temple mages in red robes on the side were not as imminent as Gu Yi, and the approaching coercion made them a little breathless. They only feel as if they have become ordinary people, and they can't adapt to the climate of this snowy field. Relax, Gu Yi said slowly. The simple pendant hanging around his neck suddenly emitted an inexplicable energy, like a warm wind lingering around, but it made the temple mage on the side inexplicably relieved. The quaint pendant, as if inlaid with a green AIFF, is the Eye of Agamotto, one of the legendary Infinity Stones of Time. Feeling the figure on the snowy road continue to approach, Furyuki opened his eyes and sighed slowly. If he were still here, it would be much easier to deal with. Unfortunately, not long ago, Suchan, who was still in the Kama-ji mausoleum, inexplicably felt an imminent crisis. So he left directly. But you can't blame him for that. Furyuki shook his head. Compared with the Doomsday crisis on Earth, the safety of the new Krypton Empire was obviously more concerned by Suchan. Airplanes? A brilliant rainbow beam of light flew from the distant stars and fell from the sky in the central control room of the Rainbow Bridge. Not many days after returning to Earth, Su Chen returned to the land bathed in the atmosphere of Krypton. Your Majesty. A neat sound emerged from the Kryptonian population who had been waiting in front of them. Okay, Su Chen nodded. The female official Fiora, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at the woman beside Su Chen with hesitant eyes. This is Diana. Wonder Woman Diana also laughed politely. For this woman who appeared with Su Chen, the Kryptonians did not say much, and they knew in their hearts that this was the Emperor's woman, and a pair of eyes did not dare to look at each other. Su Chen didn't care about these red tape, but frowned and said, Fiora, what is the matter? You are in such a hurry to summon me. Before leaving, Su Chen had said that he could be summoned back with the Rainbow Bridge, but he didn't expect that he hadn't gone back for so long, and he encountered a serious emergency. Diana happened to be beside her, and she was very curious to follow her to the Imperial land under her feet. Under pressure, Fiora did not dare to slacken and said, Your Majesty, Kryptonian scientists detected a strange energy fluctuation nearby, and after that, they detected a starship flying towards us in distant deep space. Bizarre energy fluctuations? And unknown starships? Back in his own dormitory, Su Chen, who was sitting high on the throne, raised his eyebrows, combined with the words that Gu Yi said. Could it be Thanos' army? That strange energy is very terrifying and vast. It can be said that the energy that bursts out in an instant is as bad as the sun, which is simply unbelievable. Hear this. Suchan instantly realized, so it is. It's the Infinity Stones. Being able to compare with the vast and endless energy fluctuations of the sun, only the Infinity Stones can do it. He remembered that there was a reality gem that existed in Waithium in the 9 god domains, and Thanos' movements were obviously much faster than he thought. Kind of interesting. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. As early as when the sun's rays had not yet appeared, the entire earth was still chaotic, and there was no light to speak of. This darkness gave birth to the Dark Elven race. Thousands of years ago, the most brutal Dark Elf Malekith tried to drag the entire 9 god domains into the darkness. Odin's father led the Fairy Palace warriors to successfully defeat the Black Dark Elves. Since then, the surviving Dark Elves have escaped from Waithium and have fallen into a deep sleep, quietly waiting for the next opportunity for revenge. That's the story of the Dark Elves. And the ancient weapon that is enough for the Dark Elves to return the universe to the endless night is the etheric particle, commonly known as the reality gem. Feeling the awakening of the reality gem, Su Chen did not dare to slacken. He didn't even have time to repair in the Immortal Palace, so he rushed to Waithium non-stop to find out. Waithium. Compared with the original Asgard like a fairyland on Earth, this Waithium god domain is like a barren dead place, lifeless. At a glance, there is a dry and cracked black soil that does not grow a hair, and bare black mountains rise up on the earth. Under this black tone, only a trace of red light brews in the mountains, exuding the smell of sulfur like a volcano. It's not a good place. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The tall suspended body looked down at the land under his nose, and after looking at it for a while, he didn't even have the slightest intention of annexing to his own country. It is no wonder that no one in Waithium has had an idea for so many years, and daring to love is not a place where creatures can live. Don't let your guard down, I already feel the breath of a living person. A companion flew along with Diana the Wonder Woman, who at this time was no longer wearing a daily house dress, but changed into her Peugeot battle skirt armor. A close-fitting lady's armor looks bumpy, dark gold boots are slender and tight long legs, a pair of slender arms wear a pair of guardian silver bracelets, the charm is extraordinary, dotted with a hint of wildness. The crown worn above the eyebrows shows a heroic and sassy temperament. She pointed to a volcano and said, "It should be here. The smell of sulfur is hidden by the smell of sulfur, and it is easy to ignore if you are not careful." The two immediately teamed up and headed towards the marked place. Be careful, that energy, if expected, also looms inside. Diana was like a very caring wife, and she admonished impatiently. Su Chen patted her hand and signaled her to be at ease. At the moment of landing, his steps were very natural in front, and Diana behind him only smiled gently, and did not stop this intimate move. Entering from the volcano, there is a landscape in a lava cave, and above the turtle, there are streams of bright red molten slurry, which is as terrifying as blood. After nearly 100 meters deep, you can find that the scenery inside this so-called volcano is like a mine cave, full of zigzag corridors. Apparently this is what the Dark Elves left behind in the past. Not long after walking, looking for the energy fluctuation, they came to a place that looked like a hall, and above the dome, a hole was actually chiseled, illuminating the entire hall with light from outside. Look. Following the direction of Diana's finger, it can be seen that a stone pillar supporting the sky stands in the middle of the hall, and a hole several feet thick has been cracked in the middle of the stone pillar. There was an extremely dangerous aura of energy faintly remaining there, and it was obvious that the things sealed here had been completely taken away. Ether particles. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and a pair of eyes looked at a figure lying on the ground next to the stone pillar. Not an earthling? Where did this person come from? The figure lying on the ground was very different from ordinary people, a strong body full of block-like muscles, combined with the earth-colored skin, but a little similar to a stone man. It's just that the steel armor worn outside the body, and the bulky tomahawk that rolled down from his hand, obviously more like a reckless warrior. Under the skin, there was a faint blood-red light, like a thin red snake, constantly drilling out of his body. Ether particles. Su Chen clearly and unmistakably felt that surging energy. Zero ask for flowers zero. This is indeed the ether particle. Obviously, the person in front of him had taken down the etheric particles sealed in the stone pillar, but these etheric particles had completely invaded his body. According to the plot of the movie In Memory, the first to discover the reality gem was Jane Foster, the female astronomer, who was also invaded by the etheric particle upper body, but, in addition to the loss of her life, all the spiritual intelligence is still preserved. In other words, the alien monster in front of him at least has a sanity. Sure enough, a muffled cry suddenly emanated from the monster lying on the ground. As if sensing the imminence of the breath of the living, this monster named Black Dwarf directly woke up completely from his stupor, and his combat talent gave him the instinct of agility, and his whole body instantly tensed, holding a battle axe to face a pair of men and women in front of him. "Hey, report your name." The muffled sound of the Black Dwarf sounded. It's just that Su Chen said to go left and right, "Brother, you took something that doesn't belong to you. If I were you, I would obediently hand it over." Who do I think? It turned out to be the guy who dared to grab the Infinity Stones? Black Dwarf's eyes instantly turned cold, and his rhinoceros-like face suddenly became fierce. This is what the great Titan Thanos swore to take, but it is not something that you ants can touch. Ants. Su Chen laughed, but no one had called him that for a long time. Speaking of which, he can't think of anyone who can call him that. Maybe all are dead. Looking at this smile, Black Dwarf frowned, feeling that he couldn't help but be very angry when he was teased and mocked. Airplanes? Black Dwarf, who came to Wathium on the order of Thanos, perked up the blade tomahawk in his hand. Choo-choo, a guy who doesn't know how to be evil dares to covet Thanos' treasure. I see you asked if I have a tomahawk in my hand. Boom! As the last Black Dwarf started to appear in the Obsidian 5 generals, his whole body suddenly rose in momentum, and under the support of the reality gems in his body, he actually felt that the power of his whole body was endless, as if even the sky could be completely torn apart. _Ductai Sangtak Viet.tk. Boom! The earth trembled. The Black Dwarf was wrapped in a huge momentum, like a train, directly rushing to the two people in front of him. Su Chen took a small step forward and stood in front of Diana very macho-ly, facing the strong wind that rushed towards him. He just punched. Boom! The surging force was like a river that burst out of a dam gathered to a point, and the vast and endless strength rushed out like this. Rumble! An explosive force actually exploded. The figure in front of him came and went quickly, and the whole figure flew out like a tattered puppet. With a bang, he broke several wall pillars before he stopped his energy and fell to the ground. The armor on the Black Dwarf's body collapsed from itself, and the rock-like skin was even more 083 pieces of blood blurred, which looked extremely miserable. The skill is average, but the tone is not small. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a grim face. Black Dwarf knew that he had hit a hard nail, but in the collision just now, he felt an unprecedented power gap, which was the crushing brought by Thanos' level existence. Cough! A mouthful of blood continued to spray out of the mouth. A sense of fear climbed into his heart, and under the blow, Black Dwarf knew that he was not an existence that could be challenged at all, but just when he was preparing for the resistance of jade and stone. Poof! The injuries inside and outside the body healed quickly. After one breath, the injuries in the whole body turned out to be disease-free and painless. Not only that, but the body was filled with a surging and endless power. Yes. Ether particles? Black Dwarf roared inwardly. He felt that he was at least many times stronger than before, and being able to have such a drastic change must be due to the etheric particles that invaded his body. For a while, the fear in Black Dwarf's mind suddenly dispersed. The instinctive riot in his bones made him proudly show a hideous smile again, and his body stood like a blade out of the sheath, which had the meaning of decadence just now. It's different now, boy, bring me my life. The revived Black Dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely, and then rushed towards Su Chen in front of him with great speed. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, surprised by his extraordinary healing speed, but for a moment, he was also relieved that it was that reality gem at work. Airplanes? An even more majestic wind swept over, and Su Chen smiled and said nothing in front of the figure of the tomahawk falling down. The terrifying slashing force actually wiped out the fireworks from the air, so slightly sideways, and the blade of the tomahawk passed by the slightest. At the same time, Su Chen's extremely fast punch slammed into his waist. Boom! The terrifying aura completely exploded in front of him. Black Dwarf's body, which should have been thrown away, was firmly grasped by Su Chen's arm on his shoulder. Black Dwarf's face turned livid in an instant, and the three fists that came in succession fell violently one after another. The muffled sound like beating a drum continued to sound, and the smug feeling that Black Dwarf had just now disappeared instantly, and the personal pain made him no longer happy for half a minute. Boom! The waist was instantly bloody, and the bones in the body and the internal organs were completely shattered by this great force. The moment Su Chen let go of his shoulders, Black Dwarf's body was completely paralyzed and fell to the ground, not to mention that he still had the strength to stand up, but the strong vertebrae of his body had already been broken. Ahem. Black Dwarf spat blood in his mouth, his eyes were originally black, and his mind was swept away by pain so that he lost consciousness. But after a while, the hazy meaning was born from his mind again, and the breath that had been completely cut off was connected again. He knew he was resurrected. But then comes the process of internal organs starting to grow and the vertebrae beginning to recover. Although this is a healing process, it is still extremely painful in this growth. Feeling the perception coming from his hand, the angry Black Dwarf tried to swing the battle axe in his hand, but there was a sound of breaking air in his ears, and a golden rope directly wrapped the battle axe in his hand like a spirit snake. At the other end of the rope, it was Princess Diana, who was holding the lasso of the artifact Truth Lasso. Su Chen looked at the Black Dwarf star under his feet that had regained his sanity, and his black and white clear eyes were full of indifference. Why bother? For you, the resurrection is another process of suffering. After saying zero, he stepped on it. Poof! The huge head of the Black Dwarf exploded like a watermelon, and the red and white filth spilled all over the ground, and where the footprints fell, it exploded and opened a piece of land. According to common sense, Black Dwarfs should have died completely. However, the etheric particles residing in the body did not agree with the death of the host, and the vigorous life force began to repair the head of the Black Dwarf again. Consciousness reappeared in Black Dwarf's mind. The moment he opened his eyes, he began to scream like a frightened girl. Ugh! The Black Dwarf completely collapsed, and at this moment, he would rather completely turn into a touch of Lois and die directly. After all, this process of repeated death and resurrection is not something that ordinary people can bear. What a poor fellow! Su Chen raised his eyebrows, did not waste too much time, and once again completely stomped on his head. The annoying screams were completely cut off. And then, Su Chen directly lifted the corpse that had not yet had time to recover, and with one hand, he slammed through his body and broke in. As soon as his right hand pulled out his internal organs, he grabbed the etheric particle that was like a long snake and kept moving, and before it could begin to heal the corpse, Su Chen used the strength in his hand and pulled it out 2.4. There was a burst of blood in the air, and after losing its host, this etheric particle actually began to try to drill into Su Chen's body. The diamond-like particle fragments wanted to cut through Su Chen's skin, but it was like hitting a wall, and the solid skin could not be cut by the etheric particles. What an annoying thing. Su Chen's other hand stretched out sharply into the air, forcing these wandering ether particles into the palm of his hand. After a period of force, the fierce struggle in the palm of the hand dissipated. After spreading his hand, he could see a brilliant red gem in his eyes. This is the legendary Infinity Stone. Diana stepped forward and silently looked at this legendary cosmic treasure. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. The brilliant red gem in Su Chen's hand was the legendary reality gem. This was his first encounter with the Infinity Stones. In his memory, this realistic gem in the palm of his hand was the most precious of the Infinity Stones. Of course, this gemstone is perhaps the most powerful and at the same time the most difficult to use. Using it, people can realize any dream. All scientific rules and laws of nature are meaningless in the face of it, because it can modify them at will. Turning ideas into reality, that's the horror of reality gems. Putting aside this incredible ability, not to mention that the Infinity Stones themselves were an extremely vast and endless energy crystal, and the energy momentum brewing was not half a point weaker than the sun. In response to this energy characteristic, S.H.I.E.L.D. has mined energy from space gems in order to create the latest high-tech energy weapons. But it is also because of the large-scale mining of space energy that it has attracted the attention of some people with intentions. It can be said that the arrival of Loki this time, and even the presence of Thanos, S.H.I.E.L.D's coveted research experiments on the cosmic cube are the fuse for this series. Kind of interesting. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling 09 feel a burst of energy fluctuations coming from the palm of his hand. It's just that he doesn't know anything about how to manipulate this Infinity Stone for the time being. But it's not the time to think about that. Su Chen completely withdrew the reality gem in his hand. The corpse under his feet had gradually cooled, and after losing the boarding of the reality gem, the Black Dwarf, one of the 5 generals of Obsidian, directly died and completely died. This is also the first member of the Obsidian 5 to die. The Black Dwarf who rushed to this borderless land on the order of Thanos would not have thought that he would encounter such a murderous attack. It's time to go. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, knowing that taking back the reality gem did not completely solve the problem. At the moment when the seal of the stone pillar was unsealed, this signal had been conveyed to the original owner, and the dark elves sleeping in distant deep space were completely awakened from their long sleep. They are capturing the fluctuations of the reality gem and approaching menacingly. Go back, Rainbow Bridge. Su Chen shouted. Airplanes? A brilliant rainbow pillar of light tore through the bleak night of Wathium and suddenly fell from the distant sea of stars. Su Chen's 2 figures of Diana were completely wrapped by this pillar of light in an instant, and then directly returned to the territory of the new Krypton Empire under the spatial teleportation of the Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, crossing the distance between the 2 god domains, the strategic significance of this bridge. At the moment of landing, Fiora walked over with a solemn face, and her mountain-like frosty face flashed with a trace of jealousy, and she bowed her head respectfully, Your Majesty, detecting that a foreign enemy is approaching. So soon. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he knew that the Dark Elf would arrive sooner or later, he did not expect it to be so soon. However, a little rough calculation, I am afraid it has been quite a while since the reality gem was lifted from the seal. How much longer? According to the calculations of Kryptonian scientists, it should be close to the land under our feet in less than 2 hours. Fiora said. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, did not think for a long time in his heart, and said directly and categorically, Let the Kryptonian soldiers, and even workers prepare me to prevent invasion. In the face of the invasion of the Dark Elves, Su Chen did not dare to slacken. And today's new Kryptonian Empire is no longer the 12 people who were created, and after the birth of the second batch of large-scale incubation, the value has already climbed to hundreds. Among them, there are many able-bodied Kryptonian soldiers, acting as members of the army. Don't worry, Your Majesty, we have already laid out some defensive measures. The female officer Fiora has already received information about an unknown attack, so it is reasonable to prepare in advance. The world engine is ready to start. Although most of the original Asgard artillery attack facilities were destroyed one by the furious Su Chen. However, the last giant battleship of Krypton, the World Engine, is carrying many powerful weapons, and the beam of destruction that shoots out from the blade-like bow of the ship has sunk a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Su Chen nodded in his heart, this was indeed a weapon for attack. Then, before they could discuss specific countermeasures from the Rainbow Bridge, an inexplicable fluctuation resounded from the distant sky, like a stone falling to the surface of a lake, and violent ripples swept the entire starry sky. The Dark Elves came faster than expected. Don't think about it, you guys continue to deploy yours. Su Chen narrowed his eyes to reassure his subordinates. In order to greatly avoid the baptism of artillery fire on the new Kryptonian Empire, Su Chen naturally decided to personally go to the front line to block the army of the Dark Elves. Before leaving, He suddenly remembered something and said to Fiora, "Let Hela, the goddess of death, go. Although she is a prisoner, her combat power is still good, so you might as well release her first to deal with these invading dark elves." After explaining some details, Su Chen's figure flew directly towards the depths of space. Also accompanying him is Wonder Woman Diana 093. Thinking of the next battle, she could not easily stay on the ground. In desperation, Su Chen had to lead her to fly out of the new Krypton Empire. Being in outer space, the twinkling stars and the magnificent Milky Way were directly reflected in the eyes of the two of them. Su Chen had the heart to appreciate, but Diana had already tensed her whole body, silently watching the black battleship at the end of the field of vision slowly flying. "It seems to be good news, the Dark Elves are such a battleship," Diana said with some relief. Su Chen's black and white clear eyes flashed a glimmer, and the extremely distant battleship could be well observed, and he knew that this battleship was not as small as imagined. Although there is only such a ship, it is suspended like an island. "Don't be careless, I may have to tell you bad news." Su Chen shook his head and smiled. The Dark Elf battleship at the end of the field of vision seemed to sense something, and small spaceships like blades continued to be thrown out of the main battleship. In the blink of an eye, it was like a swarm of bees flying out of a hive, flying towards the front of it. From a distance, it looks like a black wave emitting a thunderous roar, surging forward. "Now, do you regret coming with me?" "Nonsense, you little brother. Duck Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. The sound of breaking through the air came. One after another, spaceships in the shape of sharp arrows, like shuttles, came straight towards them. Su Chen glanced at Diana, who was full of fighting spirit, and said with a smile, "Let's go together." Diana nodded, and a wave of wind instantly erupted from her body, and her slender body flew away with Su Chen without showing weakness. Su Chen, who was suspended in the air, looked at the small spaceships that appeared endlessly in his field of vision, and his face couldn't help but feel a hint of coldness. A pair of black and white clear eyes couldn't help but bloom a trace of red light, and in an instant, the surrounding aura suddenly became scorching, and a hot line of sight light directly crossed the starry sky and flew out from the eyes. Rumble? One by one, the hull of the ship could not be avoided, and in an instant, it was swept away by this red beam of light. Brilliant orange-red fireworks continue to bloom in the starry sky. Many ships in the right sector were blown apart by this heat-eyed beam that tore through the starry sky, and when the beam completely dissipated, Su Chen's eyes turned red again, and another hot line of sight beam swept towards the left sector. Rumble? One spaceship after another was affected by this red light beam that was like a heaven-supporting sword, and the alloy steel plate could not resist this beam at all. Like a knife inserted into butter, it was cut in half without hindrance. For a moment, the starry sky of the universe bloomed and cut an extremely brilliant fireworks feast. This sudden attack caught the Dark Elves off guard. The Dark Elf leader Malkis, who was located inside the battleship, turned extremely pale like a piece of paper. "Damn, where did this monster come from?" The other party obviously came prepared. Either way, they can't completely back down. Malekith clenched his fists and shouted, "Keep attacking, and pour all the artillery fire on me." The Dark Elves naturally wouldn't let Su Chen play with it so unscrupulously. Rumble? Laser beams filled with energy erupted from black fighters. Only at this time, a beautiful figure flew towards her, and she came directly to Su Chen's body, and a pair of protective silver bracelets worn by her arms directly slammed into one place. "Go!" Wonder Woman Diana scolded lightly, and an extremely majestic and vast divine power fluctuation was stimulated in her wrist, like a semicircular shock wave continuously radiating outward. Rumble? The Deo Deo laser crashed into this vast shock wave and instantly annihilated. This divine power fluctuation that was stimulated from Diana's body was even more likely to crash many ships at close range. Under the fireworks with dozens of explosions, the Deo figure suddenly flew out from this thick fireworks. The black cloak was blown by the wind, and the tall and strong figure rushed forward. Rumble? Deo cannon fire instantly began to intercept, and it exploded on Su Chen's body with an extremely vigorous force. It's just that Su Chen ignored everything like this, and the solid steel body was not moved at all, and rushed to the flagship ship located in the rear without fear. That huge battleship was constantly spitting out spaceships, and naturally it was also regarded as a thorn in Su Chen's eye. Su Chen's speed suddenly reached almost the speed of light, leaving all the artillery fire that attacked from all around him behind, and rushed to the battleship in front of him. Boom! Without slowing down by half a minute, he crashed straight into the battleship. The outer steel plate was directly broken by his body, and the deck inside was as weak as a piece of paper, and in an instant, most of it was destroyed, directly to the depths of the battleship. At this time, Su Chen finally saw the true face of these dark elves. It seems that because of the perennial lack of light, the skin has become extremely pale, the whole face is hidden under the mask, the pointed ears are exposed, and a silver and black armor clothes are worn outside, but it sets off a frosty and cold temperament. "It looks like a dog," Su Chen said with a smile. The black battle suit on his body was not spotty, but it seemed that the impact just now had not been damaged at all. At this moment, the startled dark elves had already come towards Su Chen without hesitation. As soon as Su Chen didn't say anything, the energy-filled energy once again converged into the pupils, the red light flashed again, and a thick heat vision beam was once again like a sharp sword, cutting off the group of dark elves in front of him. Not only that, but this red beam of light that extended to the end of the field of vision tore through the decks in front of him. Suddenly, a red light beam burst out from inside the armor. Su Chen began to destroy the most important flagship from the inside out. Boom! Fireworks continued to explode from inside. Black wolf smoke continued to permeate from within the battleship, and the momentum even covered a starry sky. Won't it? Inside all the slender spaceships that flew out, there was an incredible cry. The floating warship, which was as huge as an island, was constantly broken out by a red beam from the inside out, and all the facilities inside were cut, with the most important energy engine swept by this thermal sight beam. Rumble! An even larger explosion fluctuation sounded in the battleship, and the entire floating battleship was completely blown into two parts, and some spaceships that had not had time to escape were suddenly completely swept away by this flame, and they exploded directly. Under the sound of this explosion one after another, in an instant, the floating battleship was completely shattered, burning like the sun. Diana witnessed all this, and a touch of worry rose in her heart. This is also too reckless. But at this time, airplanes? A black figure flew directly out of the burning flames. It's Su, get it? Okay, morning, it's safe and sound. Obviously, the violent explosion just now could not help this emperor of the new Krypton Empire. Well, this firework is beautiful. Su Chen, who flew in front of him, said with a smile. You can't stand it in my heart. Diana complained and said no. But now is not the time for the two to continue to reminisce. The slender spaceship scattered in space in front of him, after losing the mothership, still flew towards the location of the new Kryptonian Empire. This is already a desperate choice for the Dark Elves. After all, they have no way back. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and the spaceships that arrived first were almost ready to fight with the Kryptonians in the distance. However, the initial worries in my heart have long dissipated, and the overall strength of the Dark Elves is not even as strong as that of the demon-like Legion. The end of the strong crossbow. Okay, we should clean up the tail. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. The roar of the engine resounded from the land of the new Kryptonian Empire. It was a spaceship fighter that swept by one after another, just from the firepower of the Earth, which instantly caused many spaceships to explode directly in the air. A slender and tight figure flew directly into the air, and a black sword blade appeared out of thin air in his hand, constantly slashing the fighters in the surrounding sky. Although he did not wear a black crown like a branch, the delicate face with evil intent was clearly Hela, the goddess of death, who was released from prison. At the same time, there were also many dark elves in the air, directly jumping off the fighter plane and trying to land and fight at close range. Of course, when it comes to personal combat strength, Kryptonians still rely on their physical advantages to form a certain crushing gap. It's just that a piece of equipment for the Dark Elves is a headache. Airplanes? A grenade drew a parabola and suddenly fell from the sky. The Kryptonians on the opposite side were quick and ran out with a quick reaction, but when the grenade thrown by the Dark Elf exploded, it formed a dark black hole as thick as several feet. 677, a seemingly narrow black hole, has an extremely strong drawing force, and suddenly firmly absorbed the fleeing Kryptonian. After a scream, this grenade, which could produce a black hole, directly twisted and swallowed him. This grenade is also a vacuum collapse bomb? It is the crystallization of the Dark Elf's technology, which can collapse a certain range of matter into a vacuum, causing extremely terrifying damage. Most of the Kryptonian casualties were also planted on this weapon. However, after all, only a few Dark Elves landed, so the casualties of the Kryptonians were only stuck in the single digits. Of course, the tricky thing about the Dark Elves is the existence of a kind called the Cursed Warrior. It was the product of receiving the curse ritual of the leader Malkis, invincible, soaring in strength, and possessing terrifying properties of extraordinary self-healing. All this is based on the conditions under which cursed warriors burn their lives. However, in the face of this cursed warrior who died sooner or later, Hela, the goddess of death, was afraid of this suicide attack regardless of casualties. Boom! Unnoticedly, Hela was hit by a punch, and the whole, backed, flew out. Hela's face turned pale and embarrassed, the pain in her waist dissipated faintly, and she stood up with a black sword. But just as she made a move, a familiar figure had slowly suspended in the air. At the moment of seeing Su Chen, a trace of fear directly rose in Hela's heart, and in the half-year torture, the sense of awe had been firmly imprinted on her soul. Master. She lowered her noble gesture and hung her head. Su Chen just glanced at her and didn't say anything more. Hela didn't dare to ask for anything, and when her master was about to attack forward, he couldn't help but cautiously remind, be careful with his weapons. But the words have not yet fallen. Su Chen's burly figure fell to the ground like a meteorite. The falling stones and even the energy did not make the cursed warrior have a trace of fear, but if he had the intention to attack forward, but before he took a step, a sharp pain occupied his mind. It turned out that a hand had directly penetrated his heart, and the thick palm suddenly took out a lump of internal organs. The cursed warrior's eyes were dazed, and the internal organs that were tightly held in the palm of the opponent's hand were actually his heart. Boom! With a burst of force, his heart burst instantly. The arrogant and unruly cursed warrior fell so slowly and fell to the ground. Su Chen shook his hand, and the blood stain fell to the ground like a straight line. In just a moment, the so-called undead warriors also ended sadly under one move. Looking at the killing intent hidden under his deep dark eyes, Hela swallowed her saliva with fear, and the fear from the bottom of her heart continued to hit her heart like a tidal wave. Why are you still stunned in place? Kill me? Su Chen's clever shout instantly made Hela's body tremble, and after hearing this, he flew towards the distance without saying a word. Subsequently, a red beam of light broke through the sky again, and the land of the new Krypton Empire continued to fly and sweep. The fighters that were intercepted and swept in the air, while bursting and exploding, were like dumplings, constantly spilling from the air. From time to time, a heroic and sassy figure showed a terrifying power that was completely out of line with his slender figure. It's like reloading Tan. Graham directly and easily smashed the walls one after another, and before the dark elf who landed on the ground had time to backhand, it was cut in half by the sword of the Slayer in Diana's book. Coupled with the assistance of Hela, the goddess of death, these dark elves were left to slaughter without any resistance. Kill me all. The figure suspended high in the air issued ruthless orders like a monarch. The Empire does not need prisoners. The Kryptonians rushed even more courageously towards these dark elves who fell into the end of the crossbow. 4 splashes of blood stained the entire bridge, which was originally a bridge that emitted colorful light, and could not help but be completely rendered red. Although the tone of the dark elves is not the same, the demeanor that represents begging for mercy, and even the gesture of putting down their weapons, undoubtedly indicates that they have given up resistance. But the Kryptonian Empire does not need prisoners. Blood debts and blood repayment. At the moment of invasion, we must be ready to die. The merciless butcher knife fell on these surrendered figures. Within the universe, the birth and demise of races is a common occurrence. Now, the Dark Elves, a race that was already on the verge of extinction, officially extinguished these sparks of hope under Su Chen's ruthless order. And their leader, Malkes, was completely swept away by the explosion at the moment when the flagship was shattered. For a while, this turmoil of the Dark Elves had gradually come to an end. The Dark Elves were originally the previous hosts of the Reality Gem, but now they have also paid a terrible price for their lives for the unsealed Infinity Stones. In this turmoil, a total of 11 Krypton people died. Fiora, the female officer, reported casualty figures. Su Chen just raised his eyebrows, and did not feel too sentimental. If the Krypton Empire wanted to expand outward, casualties were naturally an inevitable problem. What's more, life is really not worth mentioning for Krypton, which has a Genesis library. Next, it's time to go back. If you guessed correctly, the Ancient One with the Time Gem in hand must be the target of Thanos. Diana said. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. As early as the moment when Su encountered the Black Dwarf, the war in New York, far away on Earth, has been quietly started. The army of the alien invader cheatery that completely turned the country of Wakanda into ruins surged from the wormhole opened by the Cosmic Cube. This was part of the plan of the wise man Ebony. Before that, the highly combative Avengers were completely drowned in the tsunami of Wakanda. Also submerged was the Atlantic 7th Fleet. Even a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. reaction force members, and even aircraft carriers, were completely buried in the hands of the 5 generals of Obsidian during this trip. Therefore, after losing most of its living strength, the big city of New York can be described as extremely empty. Logically speaking, in the calculation of Ebony Throat, Zidori's army should be able to take the city naturally. But, in fact, there were some inconsistencies. Although the Avengers no longer exist, another newly formed force has filled the gap. High in the air, a piercing whistling sound sounded, and a figure in a steel suit that cut through the sky swept through the air. Shout! One after another miniature missiles continuously spewed out from the honeycomb cabin on the shoulder, like a swarm infested, directly smashing the Zeta Swiss soldiers who stepped on the gliding board in midair. Is it Iron Man? He finally came back to save us. Under the ground, there were suddenly many more cheers. Before that, don't mention how depressed these people were in the face of a sudden invasion of alien armies. The steel figure in midair seemed to respond to the cheers of the people below, and one after another rapid artillery attacks continued to erupt from his body. The entire steel body is like a powder magazine, and endless attack patterns are constantly popping up. A red laser beam in his right hand directly penetrated several Zeta Swiss soldiers. The mechanical arm of the other left hand activated the attack mode, turned into a sound cannon, and annihilated the alien soldier within a radius of several miles. This isn't Iron Man at all. Doubts flashed on the faces of everyone looking up. After taking a closer look, everyone found the difference and inappropriateness, although the figure was like Iron Man's metal body. But the difference in appearance is not Stark Tony himself at all. That's a black man. Who is this again? And the half-human, half-mechanical steel skeleton did not pay attention to these people's thoughts, but constantly swept the Zeta Swiss soldiers in the air. Wayne, there is a large group of flying monsters in your western direction. I don't want to reveal my identity, you better be cautious and call me Batman. In the headset, the identity of Batman Wayne was transmitted. At this time, he drove a cool-shaped bat on the streets and alleys of New York, with 2 machine guns erected on the hood of the engine. The sound of clicking gunfire continued to sound, and one after another the Zeta Swiss soldiers in the air were swept down by volleys. The high-density cooperation of the two actually cut down a group of Zeta Swiss soldiers on a large scale. Not to mention the struggling X. In the absence of the Avengers, soon after its creation, the unnamed Justice League officially appeared and took over the security of New York City. And the third member they just wooed has also begun to appear. Airplanes? A galloping figure was like a wind that quickly blew through the entire street, and every Zeta Swiss soldier on the street was inexplicably attacked and directly knocked out. That lightning-fast speed, and even the attack that makes people react at all, is naturally the Flash. Okay, a minute has passed, I've already bought time, Steel Bone, have you figured it out? Wayne's deep voice sounded in the channel of the headset. A minute had passed since they arrived, and the artillery attack just now was just a passing attack. His brain, which can be called a quantum computer, is running rapidly, trying to crack the secret of the cosmic cube, directly closing the wormhole in his head. Okay, found it. As a steel bone born from the mother box, his head was filled with alien information instilled in him by the mother box at the moment of birth, and every moment, he continued to evolve and absorb these data knowledge. Until now, he has unconsciously understood all the languages of the universe. And just now, the steel bone also knew how to crack this cosmic cube. Hey, don't waste your effort, your attack is ineffective. On the rooftop of the Stark building, Loki, who was holding a psychic scepter, looked over, and he looked at the figure in midair with trepidation. Zero ask for flowers. It's just that the attention of the steel bone is all in the device equipped with the cosmic cube, and the right hand probes and directly aims and locks. Loki frowned, then laughed. This is protected by an energy shield, and you can't attack it at all. In fact, it is. In the original plot of the movie, the Avengers were unable to destroy this cosmic cube device at first, and only the attack of the same Infinity Stones could dissolve the energy shield outside. Merely. The steel bone clearly has something to say. The mechanical right arm was directly assembled in continuous deformation, and a similar Infinity Stone energy had been simulated inside. Shout! A light blue laser shot out directly. The energy shield supported by the cosmic cube was instantly defeated by this laser, and the entire device was naturally inevitable and completely burned through by the beam. Rumble! As the gem energy faded, the open wormhole high in the sky naturally contracted. Those suspended giant whales stuck at the door of the wormhole were completely cut in two at the moment of contraction, and a vast firework exploded in the air. The door to the space is closed. Damn, Loki was utterly shocked. This was completely unexpected, and a warning omen sounded in his mind, and the psychic scepter in Loki's hand was directly aimed at the steel bone in midair. It's just that he was completely looking for the wrong person. Boom! A huge force came from his side, and Loki was knocked out. Loki, who was lying on the ground, was taken aback, but found that there was no one on the rooftop in front of him, and just wanted to stand up. His hand felt empty, and the spiritual scepter was actually taken away. Then. The Flash showed his body and shook the scepter in his hand with a smile. Okay, let's grab it. On the other end, the dead Blade General who was walking with him had also been controlled by the ex-police. For a time, the offensive of the Battle of New York seemed to have been won. It's just that. Why bother? Not to die under our army, is to die in a tsunami? Why should you find guilt? _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. New York roads. The dead Blade General with a black scythe blade in one hand, when he looked up at the sky, he found the space wormhole that had been gradually dissipated, and he already knew that the general trend was gone. Damn human bugs. I think you should take care of your body. Scott's laser beam spanned a distance of tens of meters in an instant, directly penetrating his body. The dead Blade General did not think so. The pierced waist, there was no blood splashing, but there was a wave of grey smoke, and the smoke loomed a distorted human face, which made people look sideways. I said it all, this will not kill me, said the dead Blade General playfully. He admitted that it was indeed a bit difficult to face these mutants with supernatural abilities, but he did not lose his mind for it. After all, 673 I am immortal. The dead Blade General laughed wildly, and the rolling ghost fog instantly swept back into his body, and the original waist hole suddenly made up for it. Before that, he had at least been injured by Storm Girl's thunder, Burning Man's flames, and Wolverine's Edmund's claws. It's just that these attacks, which can't even be called harm, all have no effect on him. But you're too proud. Poppy the Iceman's voice came. The surrounding air suddenly slid down rapidly, and the frosty cold air bloomed in the air with falling snowflakes. The dead Blade General suddenly felt that his legs stiffened, and when he looked down, he found that there was already an ice layer under the ground, and the frost and freezing air consciously permeated half of his body. I can't kill you, I can always control and seal you. The frosty aura instantly permeated, and the dead Blade General wanted to say something more, but his entire body was suddenly completely frozen within a block of ice. The whole person's vitality was completely frozen. The Iceman touched the ground with both hands, looked at an angry face inside the ice, and let out a soft breath. It's enough to seal him for half an hour. Next. It is the alien soldiers who solved these invasions. After the space wormhole was closed, there were still a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers wandering around New York City. The Fantastic Four from Washington, D.C., had also arrived, with fiery thunderbolts passing quickly through the air, and behind the long tail flames were the Zeta Swiss soldiers who fell on fire. The Stone Man Ben's infinitely powerful body almost carried a leaning and fallen building so that the humans below could quickly evacuate. Mr. Wonder Reed stretched his rubber-like body, stretched for more than 100 meters, and directly entangled all the Zeta Swiss soldiers on the road to death. When the army followed, the whole turmoil seemed to be completely calmed down at once. Washington, D.C., inside the Oval Office. Who temporarily took over the presidency, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news from ahead. Okay, take this handbag with the nuclear button away, I don't want to touch this thing again. Underwood was even in the mood to laugh playfully. The devil knows what happened to their group of people in the office. Some staff members even poured a glass of red wine with interest and clinked glasses in celebration. Although those masked and anonymous superheroes seem to me to be outlaws teetering on the edge of the Constitution, this time it is worth celebrating and cheering. President Underwood swept away the haze and happily drank the red wine. It seemed that the amount of alcohol was too much, and President Underwood couldn't help but start talking after a few more drinks. But these superheroes do have some strength, and I didn't expect that there are so many powerful superheroes besides the Avengers. But these are all uncontrolled objects after all, in case these superheroes seriously violate the Constitution one day. But it is also a big problem. It seems that the superhero registration bill mentioned by Jensen before may not be unreasonable. The speaker has no intention, the listener has intention. The members of the White House cabinet looked at each other. Is this going to take a superhero? Everyone knows that former Vice President Underwood was able to serve as interim president, but only because of the unexpected death of Jensen before. And in the election year a year later, will Underwood be able to secure this easy throne or not? It is said that power is the best wine, and no one wants to be driven from the top of the food chain. If the mediocre Underwood wants to officially sit on the presidency next year, he will not have an outstanding political resume, and he will not be able to win the hand at all, nor can he be convinced by the public. Combined with what he just said, it is clear that the interim president wants to start with the superhero registration bill. Win a brilliant political resume. The staff knew it well, and they did not expect that this usually very peaceful Underwood had such a big ambition hidden in his heart. However, everyone did not reveal this hidden ambition, but talked about each other with great interest. It's not good. But at this moment, a voice came from outside the door, and a thin figure pushed the door in. President Underwood, who was sitting on the sofa, was there, and when he heard this, he just rebuked with displeasure, "Is there a rule to speak so loudly in the White House?" The staff member blushed and shouted anxiously, "Mr. President, it's not good. The Marine Weather Bureau has detected a sharp fluctuation in the ocean off the coast of New York." "What?" Underwood threw down his glass in fright. Suddenly, everyone present sweated coldly, as if someone had poured cold water, and their proud expressions dissipated, as if they thought of the tragic scene in Wakanda. The tide fluctuations in the Atlantic Ocean are 1.3 points abnormal, which is exactly the same as the situation in the waters around Wakanda. It can be said that the worst tsunami level in history is beginning to brew. The staff seemed to realize the consequences of New York City, and suddenly felt uncomfortable and speechless. "Can't you think of a solution to solve this problem?" President Underwood scratched his head with both hands and said bitterly. But those present did not answer this question. The invading Zeta Swiss soldiers can have heroic and combative superheroes work together to take down. But now we are facing the power of nature. The most terrifying tsunami in history? What ability human beings can use to resist this impact is no longer a problem that can be quelled by a nuclear weapon. Destiny is inviolable. For a while, the Oval Office fell into a dead silence. Duk Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. New York. Most people also felt something wrong at this moment, and the buildings of the entire city made a trembling sound, as if a large floor block was prying. Dust is falling from the level of each building. Earthquake. The human being, who was feeling bad, only felt that he had fallen from hell to the bottom, and his expression was a little collapsed. What's going on? The steel bone that flew into the air, after hearing the sound from Wayne's headset, looked at the coast with a very solemn face. Be mentally prepared, another tsunami. At the end of the horizon as far as the eye can see, in the Atlantic Ocean, there is a thick wall of water, which is the scene of the waves sweeping out. The entire sea area was once again artificially stirred up like before Wakanda. Is there a way? I'm sorry, I'm really helpless. Calming this boiling ocean has exceeded the level of steel bones. But what I can be sure of is that this is not a natural phenomenon. There is a person who secretly casts spells 11. Damn. Little beast, can you find him for me? Try it. The mechanical body of the steel bone has long had no concept of cold sweat, but the tension still grabbed the heart. Mr. Reed, known as the smartest, discovered that a tsunami was about to sweep in, and he was also panicked to find an alternative bill to try to save New York from danger. Even if you don't feel the tremor beneath the ground, there has been a mass fright on Long Island, New York, which is close to the Atlantic Ocean. Rumble? The distant ocean waves made a thunderous sound, and the rough waves were as terrifying as thousands of troops rushing in. No one expected that the sea that was still calm just now would directly usher in a tsunami in a blink of an eye. Ugh! People screamed. Unable to care about anything else, they rushed inland, and even some of the people who hid in the basement could not hate to give birth to two legs and run towards the distance from the coast. It is expected that in a minute, the entire tsunami will completely reach the coast. People in the heart of Manhattan also began to scream, and everyone heard the sound of the mighty wave sweeping in the distance. "Let me pass." Poppy the Iceman cried. The forward body was directly stopped and hugged by Wolverine Rogan. Poppy cried, and while constantly patting Logan's back, he shouted, "Let me down, don't underestimate me, I'm an Omega-level mutant. Can I try to see if I can freeze the tsunami? It's just that Logan has a serious face and keeps running outside with him all the way. Get me down. Shut up, if you call again, I'll knock you out." Logan cursed hoarsely, looking at the crowd that began to flee. He could only sigh silently and run out helplessly. Under the tsunami of nature, nature can survive, but no matter what these humans around him do, they cannot be saved. Under this heavenly power, he could only resign himself helplessly. Only the Iceman he took away, the child with Omega talent, he could save as much as possible. Let's go. Also helpless is the invisible woman Susan. Listening to the increasingly restless sound of the waves in her ears, she has been completely frightened. Mr. Reed helplessly left tears, and under the pull of the stone man, he was directly hugged and walked away. Now it's not time to stay and cry, can you save one? Stone man Ben held a little girl in his right arms. Mr. Reed looked at the childlike face of the little girl, and felt an unspeakable pain fill his heart. Even if he can save dozens of children, it is just a glass of water, which is nothing compared to at least millions of lives in New York City. The tragedy in Gotham City is going to repeat itself again, Mr. Reed said through gritted teeth. Wayne, the native of Gotham, Batman, just watched all this silently, and his tightly clenched fists showed that his heart was not so calm. The Flash, don't run. The tired Flash was breathing heavily, and if he hadn't held his breath, he would have completely fallen to the ground. Before that, in just half a minute, he had transported dozens of people and moved out of the city. And this has taken almost all the effort. The Flash Barry Allen clenched his fists and said unconvinced, if I could change history, all this would not happen, how good would it be? Batman Wayne sighed and gently patted the back of the boy in front of him. And they don't know that the Flash's words don't know how much impact it has had on future generations. Of course, this is an afterword. Okay, we should go. In the cabin of the bat plane, but there was a kindergarten child Wayne did not dare to snub. New York City was plunged into despair. People rushed out, and even the superheroes had to evacuate helplessly. But in this tragic situation, just when the crisis of the new Krypton Empire was officially lifted, the figures of Su Chen and Diana couldn't wait to rush back to New York. Airplanes? A brilliant pillar of light completely tore through the sky. Su Chen's figure of Diana suddenly came to the sky above Manhattan, and the position at his feet happened to be their penthouse. Feeling the suffering of the people in the city, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Look, Diana screamed, pointing her finger at the 540th shore of the sea in the distance. Following her line of sight, she saw huge waves in the distant sea, with overwhelming momentum, directly over the coastline and over the beach. The sun canopies on the beach were completely submerged in the sea, and the tip of the huge wave was still roaring, as if not satisfied with this swallowing momentum, and continued to sweep forward. The wooden buildings that bore the brunt of the sea began to be destroyed directly. What's going on? Diana was completely shocked. How could such a terrible thing happen after leaving for such a period of time? However, she found that Su Chen beside her had long disappeared. With sharp eyes, she widened her eyes and found Su Chen's burly figure flying towards the tsunami. In a flash, Su Chen had already come to the top of the wave, and his waist had inexplicably risen a lot, because he had opened his mouth to absorb a large amount of air around him, so that a radius of several miles was completely plunged into a vacuum. That's when it was there. Super breathe? Su Chen sprayed down directly, and the air that was strongly squeezed by his lungs turned into the most terrifying frost breath, sweeping the waves in front of him. The waves of the claws directly turned into ice cubes and solidified in the air at a height of tens of meters. Not only that, under the cold frost, the entire tsunami washed away was frozen for thousands of miles, as if it had come to the Ice Age. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. The choppy tsunami was frozen under Su Chen's super breath. The heat vision beam sprayed by his eyes, and even the frost chi sprayed in his mouth, almost a fire and an ice, are all good jobs for Su Chen. When the ability evolved, it was obvious that not only the heat vision beam was more condensed, but even the frost chi generated by squeezing the air was more penetrating. The tsunami that swept in front of us, along with the entire ocean and lake, was completely reduced to an ice age. Thousands of miles of ice, thousands of miles of snow. The sudden drop in temperature, under the blowing of the east wind, but the cold wind into the city of New York. Panic and riots suddenly quieted down under this cold wind. When people look back at the shore, what was originally a rough wave turned into a frozen wave and solidified in midair. Stunned, everyone also became hesitant. Everyone fell silent, and the entire city became silent. After a long while, a cheer broke out directly. Rescued. God, my God, finally don't have to die. After the extreme collapse and relief, some people directly could not control their emotions and began to shout happily. It's him. The steel bone that stayed in midair was full of surprise, but then he looked directly at the burly figure above the glacier. With the black cloak slowly swaying from the wind, the broad and strong shoulders combined with the bee waist formed an explosive sense of power impact, and this person was undoubtedly Su Chen who had dealt with him last time. It was hard to hide the surprise in the steel bone eyes, and he couldn't imagine how this guy managed to completely freeze the coast, but he felt signs of constant rolling under the ice. Damn. His face instantly became optimistic, looking at the appearance of the steel bone. Wayne, who was still elated just now, and even the Flash were pale. What's wrong? The ocean began to tumble again, and the spellcaster still didn't give up his life and wanted to continue to push the tsunami. Steelbone gritted his teeth and said. Batman Wayne tensed his face and said angrily, it seems that the root of everything is still in the person who made the ocean obedient. Boom! A punch struck out. Loki, who was bound to his limbs, let out a wail, curled up his body like a skinned shrimp, and lay down on the ground in extreme pain. Say, who is manipulating this ocean? Batman lifted Loki's collar extremely angrily, and he had already been completely angered by this atrocity, and he could no longer suppress his temper. Before Loki could reply, he punched his head violently. Loki cried out in pain. The Flash had the intention to stop it, but he didn't say anything. And while they were talking, the Steel Bone's eyes were sharp, but he suddenly found that the man who was originally suspended above the glacier had disappeared inexplicably. The sound of ice shattering continued to burst out. The ocean beneath the ice was spraying layer by layer, and it was extremely violent to try to completely smash the ice above. Under the surface of the lake, it was not very flat in an instant. Give me a boost. On a certain island, the thin ebony throat roared angrily, and the spit in his mouth continued to splash on the tall sea king in front of him. Aquaman Arthur's eyes were blank, but like a puppet, he wielded the Neptune trident in his hand, calling on the ocean to sweep up again and impact on the frozen sea. But right now, a sharp roar that broke through the air suddenly came. I saw a figure in the distance like a fighter plane, leaving a sound barrier in the air, and then appeared above the island. Are you making trouble? Su Chen's deep eyes did not have a wisp of emotional fluctuations, and he looked down on the two people below so indifferently. The wise man Ebony swallowed his saliva in an instant, and a dangerous warning sign grabbed his heart, and the coercion exuded by the man in front of him was actually impossible to breathe. No matter how calculating he is, he will play a crowd of Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D in a group. No matter how resourceful you are, you can play everything in the palm of your hand. But, after all, he is just an incompetent mortal. And the Sea King who was manipulated beside him, without thinking much, naturally it was difficult to be the opponent of the person in front of him. You're a ghost, aren't you? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a low tone. Ebony's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he said in a hurry, if you say that. Boom! Before the words fell, a muffled sound suddenly sounded. The huge head of the ebony throat exploded directly, and the brain pulp mixed with dripping blood spilled on the ground. Su Chen withdrew his right fist, and he didn't even bother to listen to what this old guy said. Suspended in the air, he silently watched the sluggish Sea King in front of him gradually regain some sanity. What happened? Aquaman only felt a splitting headache, and held his head with his hands and cried out in pain. Some bad memories kept floating in his mind. Damn, what exactly did I do? Su Chen glanced at him indifferently, and then turned around and left, leaving a dazed and annoyed Sea King holding a headache and crying on the island. Another mischievous guy. Obsidian 5? Su Chen, who returned directly to his residence in New York, his face flashed with displeasure, although the reality gem did not bring him much harm, but a series of actions of these intruders annoyed him. Diana, the Wonder Woman on the side, walked over, and she was dressed in a lady's battle dress and armor, and directly held Su Chen's hand and said, Go, I'm afraid the time gem is lost, and the ancient mage is definitely in trouble. Before Karma G parted, Su Chen, Zhao, knew that the ancient mage would eventually meet Thanos, because there would be a battle in the relationship between the time gems. However, because of the reality gem, Su Chen had to send the Phoenix Girl back to the academy, and then rushed back to the new Krypton Empire. Now it seems that the ancient mage is also likely to be in danger. Let's go. The wind blows in the sky. Su Chen, who was even faster, directly picked up Diana and flew over the Pacific Ocean quickly like a shooting star. Under an acceleration, another cone-like sound barrier bloomed in the air, and in less than a minute, the silhouette of Mount Everest was seen. It still seems that it is still late, Diana said anxiously. Even if the vision could not penetrate the thick snow fog, the two vast energy fluctuations were like the sun under the perception, and they were extremely conspicuous. Time gem. And the collision of power gems? _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. On Mount Everest, the energy of the two infinity stones constantly collides, neutralizing and annihilating each other. At this time, on the Karma G mausoleum, blood flowed everywhere. The quaint palace is now a large area turned into a ruin, and a corpse that has not yet chilled has been abandoned on the ground. The brazier on the slope was completely overturned, and the unknown red fireworks were still slowly burning. Without the cover of the eaves, the cold wind around it was more rampant to transport inward, but the cold and frosty snow wind was directly annihilated by a strong coercion when it crashed into this palace. Airplanes? There were ripples in the air, like ripples on a lake. Supreme Mage Guyi's slender and weak body suddenly emerged from the air, but before he could stagger up 2 steps, a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out. Before these ripples in the air were finished, mirror-like crystals continued to break apart in the air. It was shattered. In the temple of the Karma G mausoleum, there were also people who sprayed blood at the same time, but at the moment when this mouthful of blood was squirted, 273 these temple mages directly cut off their breath and lay down sadly on the ground. Just now, the mirror space magic cast by all the mages in unison was directly broken by a huge gem fluctuation. The temple mages who worked together to cast spells naturally could not resist the magic fluctuations that rebounded, and died in an instant. As strong as Guyi, he also barely supported his body. Click. Around the sky, the sound of mirrors shattering continued one after another, and several corpses wearing red robes fell in the air for a while. Guyi watched all this silently, his heart like death. The so-called mirror space is just to create a space that is as similar as reality, and everything that happens inside does not affect reality. It's just that Guyi, who intended to imprison Thanos, didn't expect the power gem to be so powerful. Break the law with one force? The punch that carried through the gem energy directly shattered the mirror space that the temple mage was proud of. It's just that Thanos, who slowly emerged from reality, was full of gloom. In his arms was a corpse with only a skeleton, and a minute earlier, this red-pink skeleton was indeed an alien woman full of charm, and her slim figure was enough to sway. However, time seemed to act quickly on the Obsidian 5 supergiant. It was originally a second, but it had been spent on her for more than 10 years, so in less than half a minute, the whole person had quickly completed her life. The skin quickly festered, and even the smell of corpses disappeared, leaving only half of the skeleton rack. Guyi! Thanos shouted gloomily, and that resolute face was filled with an unspeakable anger. Supreme Mage Guyi was just silent. Just now she almost planted the star's psychic impact, and in desperation, she had to use the time gem in her hand to quickly kill back. Under the intense consumption, she was also unable to support the magic of the mirror space, so that she almost collapsed. Looking at the group of students who died violently, Guyi's eyes filled with tears. Useless waste. Thanos threw the skeleton in his arms directly out with one hand. Compared to Guyi's heavy feelings, Thanos is obviously more ruthless. Just died, and I don't deserve the title of the Obsidian 5 General, but, just halfway through speaking, Thanos looked at Guyi with a pair of sharp eyes and said, "You killed people, and you have to pay for your life." The voice just fell. Thanos' gold-gloved right hand slammed straight forward. Boom! The air seemed to be exploded, and the majestic force swept away like an endless tsunami. Guyi scolded softly, and the color of the face, Bab, turned extremely pale, and an energy that also belonged to the Infinity Stones was completely activated. Rumble! The two Infinity Stones of energy collided in one place, setting off a vast shock wave in an instant, and the surrounding snowy mountains were directly affected by the ruthlessness, and the thud directly began to collapse and disintegrate. Not only did the surrounding snowy mountains begin to collapse, but the vast sound waves spread out, causing an avalanche in the distant snowy mountains. The area of Mount Everest instantly became uneven, and the foot of the snow mountain was covered with a snow layer tens of meters thick for tens of miles, and many people were buried for a while. On the mountainside, when the snow and fog rose in the sky, Thanos just shook his head and walked forward seemingly unharmed. Less than half a step away, he was ready to bend down and pick up a necklace on the ground. The gemstones set in the necklace emit a brilliant green luster, that is, the Eye of Agamotto, the gem of time. The original owner of the gem was lying on the ground not far away, curled up on the ground with a pale face, obviously under the energy fluctuation just now. Guyi lost? It's just that. As Thanos was content to pick up the necklace with his hand. Shout! A sound of breaking air struck. The hand that was about to grab the necklace was actually rolled up by a golden rope flying in the distance, and under the pull of a huge force, it was actually moved abruptly. Thanos' face was furious. He didn't expect that there was a spoiler, and the bound arm was also suddenly forced, and in turn pulled the silhouette in the air over. Just a jumping of his sight, there was a burly and robust figure that jumped into Thanos' eye sockets first. A punch struck from the opposite side, and the strong wind slapped on the face very painfully. Thanos was not in a hurry in his heart, and in a hurry, he directly collided with his left fist. Boom! The moment when two fists collided. Thanos actually felt a vast and endless force sweeping over, and under the impact of this force, he actually fell downwind and directly flew out several meters away. And what he never expected was that when he pulled the rope just now, he also pulled a beautiful figure over. That dexterous and slender Kinli figure, taking advantage of Thanos' unstable body balance, directly took out the slaying sword on his back in reverse and slashed it towards his arm. Poof! Although Thanos was so talented that he hid, he still left a bloodstain several feet deep on his arm. Biest! Thanos, who stood firm, was furious, and this was the first time he had been injured in years. Thinking of this imposing enemy and the sullen loss he had just eaten, Thanos no longer suppressed the anger in his heart, and his right hand with the Infinity Gauntlet hammered directly forward. Give me death! At the same time, the Infinity Gauntlet set gemstones exude a brilliant luster. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. As Thanos' right fist strikes, the power gem set on the Infinity Gauntlet shines brightly. Su Chen, who was suspended in midair, treated him coldly, without the slightest hint of fear, but just protected Diana behind him, and also punched without showing weakness. Rumble! A violent explosion exploded directly between the two. A dazzling white glow instantly spread out, covering the surrounding area for several miles, and the thick fog and frost were completely overturned, and the nearby snowy mountains were once again affected and collapsed. And a figure was knocked out of this thick smoke, the armor with a golden stroke, and the purple skin face. It was Thanos. Flying out tens of meters, the incredible Thanos stabilized his figure. His face was shocked. Until now, he could feel his right hand trembling, and the soreness was self-evident. Damn. You? This man's strength actually resisted himself. No way. Thanos gritted his teeth. How could the Infinity Gauntlet be resisted like this with a power gem? Airplanes? A strong wind suddenly came in front of him, and Su Chen, who was suspended on the opposite side, threw his arms and completely swept away the frost in front of him. The burly posture of the tiger's back and bear's waist was so volleyed, and the black cape swayed with the wind, completely blocking the Kinli figure behind and avoiding the impact that Diana suffered just now. Kind of interesting. Su Chen laughed with interest. He squeezed his right hand, and the same soreness suddenly came. Not only that, blood slowly flowed from the palm of his hand. The energy of the power gem directly made his small half of his hand ache. But that's all you have? This is the power of the Infinity Gauntlet? Su Chen said mockingly, only to see that the blood that was slowly dripping on the snow violated gravity and went upstream, as if it had a soul life, flying towards the wound in the palm of his hand. Under the spread of sunlight, the wound healed quickly and directly at a speed visible to the human eye. Without just one breath, the right hand can move like an arm. Thanos looked at this scene, and his face became completely gloomy. Damn super Kryptonians. He finally knew the identity of the other party. However, a burning sense of battle filled Thanos' heart, and his purple face under the crown showed a hideous smile. I thought that the collapse of the Kryptonian Empire would be completely dead, and it just so happened that my subordinates were almost such a super Kryptonian. The tone is very hard, but don't end up like your black dwarf, who begged me for mercy before dying. Bastard, you dare. Thanos' anger grew. Unexpectedly, the black dwarf sent to the Sea was killed by him. Of course, there is also a thin old monster, who looks quite short, and has a lot to say before he dies, but I don't bother to listen, and directly punched his head. Ebony throat. Thanos instantly knew who Su Chen was talking about. An extremely explosive anger burned directly in his mind. Damn bastard, you actually killed 2 members of my Obsidian 5 generals in a row. I swear to sacrifice your human head and blood. Boom! The earth under his feet instantly cracked, and a piercing roar suddenly sounded, but it was Thanos' figure that flew out directly like a cannonball. It's just that Su Chen smiled softly, and the figure also collided head-on. Boom! As if the moon hit the earth, the terrifying vast impact directly swept around, and the wind and frost that was originally falling were completely annihilated by the shock wave, and even the distant snowflakes could not help but fly into the air. Thanos, who has the blood of titans flowing in his body, is also keen on hand-to-hand combat, and his strength is comparable to that of a giant standing in the sky, and now with the blessing of the power gem, his strength has skyrocketed. Between the fights, the brilliant gems directly released extremely terrifying destructive damage. It's just that, under such a crushing power advantage, Su Chen's burly and tall figure still fought with Thanos with ease. The earth roared and shook here, and the long sky was completely torn apart by the aftermath generated by the fight between the two, and the dark clouds that had been thick for a long time were even dispersed by a shock. The strong impact of the power gem was momentarily deflected, and the mountain range under his feet was fragmented and disintegrated. Heaven and earth changed color for it. The two people were still fighting back and forth. Su Chen's thick fist, together with the elbow like a hammer, was enough to split the mountain's strong legs, and even every part of his body turned into the world's most terrifying weapon, bombarding Thanos. Ask for flowers 0. The brilliant gem energy in Thanos' hand bloomed out in the slightest, counter-attacking Su Chen's figure. Another dozen rounds passed. Boom! The two collided with a punch again. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, and the violent fluctuations of Yue directly caused the two figures to explode out separately. Su Chen, who flew thousands of meters away from the dense fog of snow and frost, lightly stepped on the void, firmly rooted on it, and the momentum of the impact was completely cut off. At this time, his black hair was slightly messy. Chaotic, the bangs fell on the forehead, but could not cover the fighting intent under a pair of black and white clear eyes, and a torn black suit instantly repaired in a blink of an eye. The billions of trillion cells in the body continue to absorb the energy of the outside world, and the cells turn red like a furnace, so that the entire body emits a faint golden light from the inside out. Hurry! Su Chen outlined a smile. His injuries began to heal quickly under the sun's rays, but the injury to his right arm, which had been torn apart by the power gem, suddenly improved. The hardy battle just now had not appeared for a long time, and it was no wonder that Su Chen was so excited. It's just that compared to Su Chen, who is full of fighting intent, Thanos' face on the other side has tightened, and the close-fitting alloy armor has also been damaged a lot, and there is a sharp pain in the right shoulder and even on the face, which is the injury of the fist falling down. This is nothing more than a physical injury, which is nothing for Thanos, who once slaughtered a race. What shocked him was that the other party's power had been easily resisting his own strength, to be precise, plus the power of the power gem. You know, the power gem is the Infinity Stone's gem that represents physical damage. Ordinary people go down with a punch, but they can be directly shattered into slag. But in the face of this guy, it is completely ineffective. You can imagine how terrifying the physical attack on the other side is. Damn, it's still a little bit hurt. Thanos gritted his teeth. His eyes looked at the time gem on the ground in the distance. If one more gem was set into the Infinity Gauntlet, he wouldn't believe he couldn't take this guy 3_doc_tai-sang-tak-viet.tk. On the golden Infinity Gauntlet, there were originally 6 grooves set with gemstones, but now there are 5 grooves vacant. Only the power gemstone, which exudes a purple luster, is in the glove position of the right index finger. Thanos, who received inspiration from the Well of Eternity, naturally knew that each gemstone setting would increase his strength. However, Thanos was stunned that he did not expect that this remote corner of the Earth, and the existence of a close super Kryptonian, which was far beyond his imagination. If he had known earlier, Thanos would not have entrusted the scepter encrusted with the mind gem to Loki. But his eyes full of cruel colors couldn't help but look at the eyes of Agamo on the snow again. Under the white frost and snow, it was impossible to hide the faint green light in them. It's just that the next moment, the illusion in Thanos' heart was directly shattered. 473. A beautiful and tall lady's figure came into view. Knee-length silver metal boots stepped on the time gem, and a pair of apricot eyes looked over defiantly. Intentions perceived. Thanos, who was embarrassed and angry, shook his teeth, his head was bruised, and he was obviously extremely angry. Without hesitating for a moment, his body flew violently towards the ground, but a strong wind came from the side, and it was a figure who intercepted him one step earlier. Me! Thanos roared. He didn't want to pay much attention and tried to get around his body. Thanos cared more about the time gem at his fingertips than the annoying guy in front of him. You are the one who rolls first. Not to be outdone, Su Chen directly grabbed his back, and with a hard hand, he threw his body nearly 100 meters away. Before Thanos, who flew into the air, reacted, the teleported figure approached directly. Boom! In the face of the fist that came from the attack, in a hurry, Thanos helplessly blocked it with his hands, flowing with the physique of the Titan bloodline, and with the blessing of gem energy, he could barely block this punch. It's just that the body is still knocked out hundreds of meters away by the force of this impact. Airplanes? The strong wind that broke through the air came again. Su Chen, who followed like a shadow, did not give Thanos a chance to breathe and rest, and without waiting for him to stabilize his body, another punch came in an upright manner. Endless. Thanos cursed angrily. The endless punch strength was like a vast and endless sea water leaning forward, and Thanos only felt that the surrounding body was inexplicably solidified, and he couldn't dodge this punch at all. In a hurry, Thanos had no choice but to raise his hand again to block it. Boom! The energy from top to bottom collided with Thanos's body. The vast aftermath fell from above, directly crushing a mountain range that rose up under the nose into the earth, and the vast snow and frost dust set off thousands of meters in the air. Thanos only felt like being hit by a ship running at full speed, and his body fell violently towards the ground. Just relying on the gem energy to take a breath, he suddenly leaned on his body to stagnate his fall, and after stepping on a void with both feet, he suddenly flew out from the thick dust and smoke around him. But the good times did not last long, and Diana's tall figure was already waiting in the direction of ushering. Thanos' pupils widened, his body barely lifted a wave of energy, and a punch swung away. The strength spilled. Diana was not afraid at all, and the divine power shield held in her left arm directly slammed the ground, blocking the fist and completely unloading the force. At the same time, a silver sword blade cut through the air, and the cold light was extremely dazzling under the sun's rays, and Thanos was unguarded for a while, but he actually closed his eyes instinctively. This instinctive reaction made Thanos head a warning sign. Poof! Sure enough, the slaying sword blade slashed directly at his body with a slash, and a stream of blood sprayed out like a fountain. Thanos screamed in pain. He never expected that the metal armor on his body was completely shattered in the mutual fight with Su Chen just now, so that he was completely succeeded by this sword blade. A wave of anger rose from his heart. Thanos endured the pain, and without saying a word, he stretched out his fist towards the woman in front of him with a tooth for a tooth. But before he could make a move, Thanos, who was concerned about the other, was suddenly swept away by the huge force from his side, and flew hundreds of meters away. Shout! Immediately afterwards, a thermal light beam broke through the air and directly hit Thanos' fluttering body, like a meteorite falling, directly smashing him from the air into the snowy mountain ground. Boom! A column of smoke exploded again in the flat ground. Thanos, who had no backhand, was beaten so badly that he was beaten into the ground abruptly. Su Chen, who was suspended in the air, retracted his hot vision, squinted, and his vision overlooked the snow on the ground, and at this moment, a loud noise suddenly flew from the ground. Su Chen didn't even bother to move, and a punch flew out with his right hand, destroying all the huge stones flying in front of him. Boom! Chunks of thick stones were smashed into rubble and spilled out. And in the oncoming boulder, Thanos' figure was closely trailing up, and there was obviously dripping blood inside and outside his body, but he couldn't completely wear out his ferocity. At the moment when one huge stone after another was shattered, his figure directly pierced out and suddenly punched out. In his field of vision, Su Chen seemed to slow down a beat, completely undefended, and it seemed that he had just reacted to the figure hidden in the group of stones, and a trace of joy rose in Thanos' heart, and his fist hit his right shoulder. It's just that. Boom! The punch on the opposite side actually fell his waist, and Thanos looked ugly, and immediately understood why the other party was not defending. Feelings, this is to exchange injuries for injuries with yourself? Burst! The bleeding blood sprayed directly into the air. Thanos was extremely painful. His body fell directly into the ground with 2.8, and his waist was already pierced by the heat vision beam hole out of a blood hole, and then after being hit by Su Chen's majestic punch, the injury was even worse. How could not be blocked by blood, and it flowed violently. You lunatic! Thanos shouted angrily. Su Chen, who was also hit by a punch, flew hundreds of meters away, and directly stood up, and his right shoulder was also almost shattered because of the punch just now. It's just that Su Chen's face is unimpressed. Under the spread of the sun's rays, the cells in his body are crazy and devouring, constantly absorbing energy and devouring it in order to repair his injuries. How? The punch just now is comfortable? Su Chen outlined a smile, and the faint arrogance made Thanos feel frightened. The injury on his waist also made it difficult for him to move for a while. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. There is an extra bottomless pit in the snow, as if it has been smashed by a meteorite from outer space. Thanos, the son of the Titans, who was seriously injured, lay on it, his eyes flashing with painful struggle, and the strong pain made him unable to move for a while. Obviously mastering the mysteries of the depths of the universe, he obviously wears the infinity gloves that give all the power on his hands. However, Thanos still didn't feel any security. Damn. A sense of fear climbed on my heart, a phenomenon that had not been seen for many years. Compared to Thanos falling to the ground, Su Chen was suspended high in the air, as if he was unattainable, above the void. Bathed in the sun's rays, Su Chen only felt that every pore suddenly opened, like an arid traveler coming to an oasis, hungry and thirsty to absorb the fresh air from the outside world. Billions of trillion cells scrambled to plunder wantonly, and the full light turned into the sweetest nutrients, nourishing every injury in the body. At that moment, the energy filled the whole body again. Su Chen's figure suspended high in the air became more and more majestic, and under the background of the golden sun, it was as far away as a supreme god, and it was holy and majestic. I'm already well, what about you? The 12 words of playfulness provoked Thanos' nerves. Looking at the overlook, Thanos only felt that he was as small as an ant, and this kind of contempt was definitely not something that he could bear with a proud heart. Boom! Regardless of how the injuries in his body recovered, Thanos took a strong breath, like a cannonball, flying high in the air. It's just that the purple luster belonging to the power gem has not yet bloomed, and a majestic and powerless force pours out on his body first. The speed of flying is very fast, but the speed of being shot back is even faster. Boom! Under the crushing force of the huge force, Thanos crashed straight back into the pit just now. The thick smoke was once again like a wolf's smoke, straight up. You are too weak, just rely on a gem, but not my opponent. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and continued without the slightest emotion, and with the power gem in your hand, it looks like nothing more. This is said with extreme contempt, but in the whole world, how many characters can resist the damage of power gems? Thanos, who slowly got up and stood up, only felt like he was falling apart, although his injuries were healing, but compared to Su Chen, who was blessed and could be called the son of the sun, his recovery speed was really incomparable. Damn. Thanos hadn't tried this taste in a long time. It's not good. He really wanted to plant in this operation. Unexpectedly, an earth turned out to be in his gutter. Thanos clenched his fists, obviously defeated. But at this moment, a trace of fluctuations flashed in his mind, and an inexplicable summoning intent sounded, and his face flashed a trace of surprise, and Thanos couldn't help but look into the sky. Even Su Chen's eyes looked into the sky, and he saw a butterfly-shaped spaceship that came to his eyes quickly. Even more immediately followed was a thick beam of destruction. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his body moved to dodge, and he saw that this beam of light that erupted from the bow of the ship directly crossed a distance of thousands of meters, piercing the snowy mountains behind one after another. Rumble? The booming sound of the tremor resounded between heaven and earth. Lord Thanos, I'm coming. The saucer-shaped spaceship, which quickly appeared shadow from holographic invisibility, suddenly spewed a faint beam of light towards the ground, sending Thanos on the ground directly into the spaceship. Piloting this alien flying saucer is Proxima Centauri, who recently stayed in Wakanda to pack his hands. What about the others? Returning to the cockpit position, Thanos couldn't wait to say. A look of pain flashed on Proxima Centauri's face. I can't feel their presence anymore. The implication is naturally that she is the only remaining Obsidian 5 general. The fluctuations of Zitorai's army have also completely disappeared, and it is clear that our plans have been blocked. This invasion of Earth was a complete failure. Not only did the Earth not be breached, but even the Infinity Stones that should have been captured were completely lost. It's time for us to go, Proxima 90 said resolutely without hesitation, and at the same time, the spacecraft once again erupted one after another terrifying beam of destruction, flying towards Su Chen in the distance. Only, Thanos directly retorted loudly, Go? Why am I leaving? I'm going to slaughter that little beast. But the butterfly-shaped spaceship that carried them to Earth directly rushed to outer space without hesitation. The scenery outside the window instantly receded, and Thanos was shocked. His life was full of countless honors. How could he bear such a shame for this? You are very daring. You dare to violate it. But in front of Thanos, Proxima Knight's face had already shed lines of tears, and a sad and struggling look appeared on her face. Seeing this, Thanos was touched in his heart and closed his mouth. It's just that Proxima Centauri looked at the rapidly flying figure outside the window, she looked back at Thanos, froze for less than 2 seconds, and after starting the curvature engine of the spacecraft, she suddenly opened the hatch and jumped out. Live well, and then avenge us. The cockpit slowly left this sad word. Thanos still wanted to say something, just watched her fly out in the opposite direction, originally wanted to follow out, but the entire spaceship has turned on the curvature device, and the surrounding environment has changed 790, and it is actually shuttling through a space wormhole. It won't be long before the entire sailing spacecraft will completely shuttle through space and leave the Earth far away. Just this little time, enough for Su Chen, who was chasing after him, to come in person. To this end, Proxima Centauri, who was desperate, flew out directly, vowing to block Su Chen out. You shrunken-headed turtle, dare to leave without saying a word? You are still the famous Thanos. I forbid you to say that about Lord Thanos. An angry shout came from the female population flying in front of her. The golden spear raised in Proxima Centauri directly turned into 3 black spectra and flew directly towards Su Chen. Facing this black light with a beam of light and automatic tracking ability, Su Chen did not even take half a step back, and he directly crashed forward as he tried to stop the spacecraft. Boom! The 3 black rays of light were directly shattered by his steel body. Proxima Centauri gritted his teeth, felt a chill in his heart, and rushed forward without hesitation. Get out! Su Chen didn't want to pay attention to her, swung a punch, and the terrifying starburst power bloomed in front of him, and that slender figure directly exploded a brilliant blood flower in the air. And Thanos on the spaceship, with a stunned face, saw all this, and then he and the entire spaceship completely disappeared in the wormhole. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. The wormhole passage that suddenly appeared in front of him suddenly disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the butterfly-shaped spaceship that flew away, Thanos' figure completely disappeared without a trace. Only the ripples that rippled in the sky showed the signs of existence just now. In the long sky, blood spilled and fell, and the half-amputated body of Proxima Centauri slowly fell from the sky. Another member of the 5 generals of the Obsidian fell into Su Chen's hands. Not counting the dead Blade General who was completely frozen, the remaining 4 members were buried in this journey without exception. Only the lone Thanos escaped from Earth. That's it. Su Chen, who was suspended in the air, raised his eyebrows, and his anger gradually stabilized, but he didn't expect that he was suddenly run away by Thanos after all. The sun is gradually tilting to the west, and the end of the horizon is already reflecting a faint sunset. This farce lasted for most of the day, and finally ended completely with Thanos' rout. Airplanes? The snow wind blew and the sound of crunching wooden planks continued to shake. The faint body of Supreme Mage Gu Yi slowly stood up from the ruins of the Kamaji Mausoleum, which used to be an endless temple palace, but now it is a ruin. Not to mention the voice and smile of the temple mage in the palace, it had gradually disappeared from Gu Yi's face, and only a cold corpse lay on the ground. Under the crushing of the power gem just now, it really caused too many students to completely lose their lives. Can't you save them with this time gem? The knee-length silver boots stepped on the snow, and above the boots was a pair of exposed white long legs, wearing close-fitting armor, Diana, who held up the Agamotto eye in her hand and handed it to Gu Yi. It's just that Furyuki took it, shook his head but smiled. Can't. That gemstone's energy doesn't seem to be more than that? Su Chen, who was wearing a black battlesuit, slowly floated down, and the big battle just now did not seem to have any effect on him. When Gu Yi heard this, he just said, life and death have their own laws, this is the law of nature, I can't violate the operation of natural laws, that will bring great variables. To put it bluntly, if I resurrect others indiscriminately, it may change a series of fates. Do you believe in destiny? Gu Yi looked at Su Chen and said. Faced with her question, Su Chen silently remembered the responsibility he was given since birth. Recover Krypton and plant the flag of Krypton all over the stars. This may be his own destiny. He did not believe in these things when he was a child, but now he believes so. Maybe, Su Chen said with some helplessness. Furyuki seemed to see his emotions, but he was very relieved of his personal fate, and directly resurrecting the corpse in front of him would bring an unpredictable butterfly effect. A tiny butterfly flaps its wings and disturbs the air, which can cause a storm far away for a long time. This is known as the butterfly effect. As the guardian of the earth, Furyuki has always believed in the laws of nature and will never easily break the operation of nature. This is also the reason why she has lived for more than 700 years and has never interfered with human wars. Su Chen understood the meaning of her words. If he went back in time to save a person, it would most likely lead to a series of butterfly effects, which would inevitably change the future. In comic book movies, many such accidents occur, the famous reversal of time and space, and even the Flashpoint paradox. Of course, Su Chen did not have these rotten rigidities. If this person was someone he cared about, no matter what the world turned upside down, he would save it. Everything will get better. Wonder Woman Diana let out a long sigh. Airplanes? At this time, a ripple like a ripple of water ripples rippled in the air. Magical sparks bloomed here, and an oval-shaped spatial passage emerged, followed by mages dressed in red robes. These were all mages who had rushed from the major temples, and at this time, looking at the pile of ruins in front of them, they were directly stunned on the spot. Okay, we should go too. Su Chen shook his hand, and did not have much thought to stay here. Under the sight of the temple mages, Su Chen took Diana's hand and flew directly towards the sky. It was late at night. The crisis of the Earth has officially been lifted, and the panic of the people of New York City has completely dissipated. Only the still frozen waves on the East Coast, and the tens of meters high wave ice sculptures, highlight the terrifying scene that happened during the day. Compared to the millions of fortunate citizens, the tsunami related to Wakanda was not so lucky. The night is hazy. Moonlight spreads over the ocean, shining the entire surface of the sea. Pieces of shattered alloy steel plates floated on the sea, and a large group of figures stepped on these broken steel plates helplessly, and around them, there were a group of shattered and floating ships. This is the figure that survived after the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier fell into the sea. Nick Fury, Hill, and the others should be included, but the number of people is only 1/10 compared to the huge number of ships. In the distance, a lifeboat slowly approached, and the rescue force finally arrived belatedly. These embarrassed S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Not far away, on the land of Wakanda, which was also the hardest hit area buried by the tsunami, at this time, automated steel suits detected the Avengers floating on the driftwood. The group of Avengers who were martyred finally survived the impact of this tsunami. The crisis in New York. It's lifted, rest assured, Captain. Tony said. Dismissed? The exhausted Steve had just been salvaged from the sea, and if it were not for the characteristics of his body, he would have drowned completely. Of course, he also found that there were some familiar figures around him, but now Steve didn't care about these more. Did New York really escape an alien invasion? Yes, Captain. Remember Batman on one side? It was their Justice League that came. Tony wiped the sweat from his face and said with the same tiredness, they cleaned up the group of Zeta Swiss soldiers. Is it? That's great. Captain Steve was amazed, but he was a little lost. But the final crisis, also a tsunami, was ended by that Kryptonian man, and it seems that our Earth crisis has been completely lifted. Tony spread his hands indifferently. So it is. Steve sighed heavily. In the nearby sea, the sound of popping bubbles sounded endlessly. Several steel suits broke out of the water, and their hands pulled out the completely unconscious Hulk figure. _. This is the end of the crisis of Thanos invasion. The disaster that involved the destruction of the Earth came to an end like this. A few days later, the city of New York, which almost survived the end of the riots, once again ushered in peace, and everything seemed to return to the rhythm of life in the past. In the city of Manhattan, everyone is still walking into the bustling fast pace, walking quickly on the streets. Only the sea area of the East Coast, which has been frozen for thousands of miles, is still frozen in ice, which shows how terrifying things happened a few days ago. Although the tsunami that almost brought destruction did not fall, the Zeta Swiss soldiers who poured out from the wormhole still brought a lot of casualties after all. Of course, the hundreds of casualties in New York City are nothing in comparison. This alien invasion accident, the deepest damage is naturally the African secret country of Wakanda. The Obsidian Five will bear the brunt of the country. The old King Black Panther directly took the lead and died on the spot, and the six-figure tribesmen were drowned in the tsunami. Even the entire vibranium mine has been emptied a lot, and the economic losses caused can be described as astronomical figures. Only the young new prince who had returned from his disaster escaped. It's just that. After all, Wakanda is a hidden and barbaric country, and because of the reason of closing the 943 country, it is not well known to outsiders after all. People from the outside do not know, and all forces naturally do not want to make such a large number of casualties public, which is after all to spread unpredictable panic. What's more, the Wakanda state has nothing to do with itself, and in order to avoid the panic of the people, they all directly concealed it with a unified caliber. But in any case, in the face of increasingly frequent alien invasions, even if it is too slow, the national government has begun to close its mind and gradually focus on this defense. Consider the vulnerable Atlantic 7th Fleet, a land army as fragile as paper paste. Then it comes to mind the scene where the Justice League defeated the Chitauri army and closed the space wormhole. And that invincible figure, which directly froze the entire ocean under one breath. Under this great difference. Even an idiot knows the difference between the two. In any case, it's time for the White House administration to start paying attention to these superheroes. After this incident, I don't know if the military still has the face to dare to emphasize military spending with me. An armada built with tens of billions, BDFE, dollars, just lost in the ocean? Ha, it's a big joke. Tell me what's the reason? In the Oval Office of the White House, angry rebukes from Underwood rang out. Under the scolding words, all the military dignitaries in the office stood inside in embarrassment. Vulnerable, it's just a bunch of rabble. Underwood loosened his tie and continued to scold. However, someone finally stood up and interrupted. Shang, our army has won war after war and won countless feats. The military officer insisted stubbornly. Instead, President Underwood's contemptuous words followed. So in the last Steppenwolf invasion, and even this Thanos invasion, what merits did you take for me? This. The members who had sworn an oath just now were suddenly speechless and directly closed their mouths. After all, these two alien invasions, their so-called national defense forces, are indeed as fragile as paper paste, and there is not even a trace of existence, completely reduced to the background board of superheroes. There's nothing to say, so I just need to cut some military funds and cut off a bunch of useless moth fees, and I can easily feed a large number of superheroes, right? The cost performance of these two, I think everyone here will count. You tell me it's not a good deal? Underwood waved his arms and shouted excitedly. Everyone knows that the man in front of him who was lucky enough to climb the presidential throne became extremely warlike like a fighter, contrary to his previous honest and peaceful appearance. Sure enough, power is the sweetest wine, and no one wants to be driven from this throne. Military personnel don't need to think much to know that President Underwood wants to do something practical so that he can use his strength to seek re-election. Want to take masked and anonymous superheroes into the program thugs? Good idea. But some military personnel couldn't help but splash cold water. Mr. President, those masked and anonymous superheroes will not listen to the government. What Batman, Spider-Man, Daredevil, The Flash, some of the superheroes who are not counted, we don't even know their true identities. In a sense, they are also criminals who have violated the Constitution. Listening to these words, President Underwood laughed. That should be a thing of the past, and from now on, I want all superheroes to obey the government's orders. Boom! He threw a thick document in his hand on the table. This is the bill document that I asked my staff to hastily draft, and it will pass the parliament in the near future, and the first debate will be voted. Ugh, so fast? The military dignitaries were completely panicked, and they did not expect the president to move so quickly. It wouldn't be the Superhero Registration Act, would it? Isn't it too anxious to mention this now? After all, superheroes are very high in the minds of the people, and it is too anxious to directly get this bill now. Some military personnel tried to stop it. These two alien invasions, but let the superheroes deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, such a thing that harms their interests, not to mention how to pass the superheroes level, even public opinion is easily bypassed. It's too hasty. Some of the staff shook their heads in dissatisfaction. Who knew that the peaceful President Underwood laughed? Guys, I didn't say to take the superheroes first, although some of them are also superheroes, but some of them are terrorists who are hated by the people. So is this registration. That's right, it's the Mutant Registration Bill. The specific Superhero Registration Bill is still being arranged later. I want to take these mutants with mixed reputations first take back their abilities for the government. It's no problem after all. President Underwood gave a triumphant smile, his eyes shining with wisdom. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Since a meeting in the Oval Office of the White House, the entire country's resources began to lean towards superheroes with extraordinary strength. In President Underwood's eyes, the new defense force is no longer the so-called gunfire of warships, but the superheroes who are extraordinary. The White House administration has also begun to try to recruit these anonymous superheroes. Of course, secretly underground, it has sent huge military expenses to human experiments to create special abilities. The World War II-era Super Serum project has been brought up again. The research results of the Hulk Gamma Ray were also revisited by General Ross. Even the long-buried X-Weapon program was turned over by President Underwood. That guy isn't dead, right? Call him back to me. For this reason, a General William Stryker, who was originally wanted worldwide by the previous President Jensen, was directly and secretly pardoned by President Underwood. A current president, who is more sophisticated and ruthless than Jensen's, issued one order after another in such a bold manner. It is clear that while strengthening the creation and co-optation of superheroes, the registration bill for mutants is also a two-pronged one. The Assembly on Capitol Hill has begun to discuss the proposal for a mutant registration bill. As for the media from all walks of life, they naturally learned about the relevant bill content from the mouths of parliamentarians. Shock? Mutants are about to be quarantined and controlled. The gossip has been circulated to various self-media reports. The next Nazi concentration camp? The White House began to persecute mutants? Will the relationship between humans and mutants usher in a historical turning point? The outbreak of ethnic conflict? One by one, the shocking titles and content continue to do their best to convey the content on Capitol Hill. Seeing that these rumors were going viral outside, the spokesperson of the White House office couldn't help but hold a press conference to directly disclose some of the content of the mutant registration bill. Considering the instability of mutants and the potential harm to society, every mutant born will be recorded in the file to facilitate the effective management of society and the maintenance of order. Not only that, those whose capabilities are out of control will be forcibly monitored by the government. The White House spokesman simply elaborated on the contents of the registration bill. Then, it dawned on the people who were making a fuss in the city that it was not an outbreak of ethnic conflict or a concentration camp. It's just that since then, through the information released by the White House speech, every mutant from now on, from birth, to school, and even graduation work, the mutant identity tag will be recorded in the social file. Great, so I can stay away from these mutant children so as not to be hurt inexplicably. Someone immediately clapped his hands and said happily. It wasn't just individual cases that cheered, but mostly looked forward to the mutant registration bill. After all, the potential discrimination against mutants is rooted in the minds of most people in society, otherwise there would not be so many abandoned mutant children. Damn, it's not fair to us. No, the government can't do this to us. Of course, compared to the cheering humans, most mutants are sad. Although we are mutants, we will not cause any harm to society at all. A mutant poured out the White House from the bottom of his heart, which is indeed true, and research experiments have shown that most mutants, although they have abilities, are difficult to burst out unless their emotions are out of control. These mutants at the bottom of the pyramid are the vast majority of cases, and in ordinary life, they are no different from a human being. By what? We are just immortal, we have a special X gene than ordinary people, but we will not cause harm to society. Most mutants complained in dissatisfaction. These mutants with almost negligible abilities are not as powerful as the ex-policemen such as Stormgirl and Wolverine. Now because of some small cases of mutant relationships, they have such a big responsibility and burden. The whole society is discriminating against these wanton mutants, and if these ordinary people who look no different from ordinary people are also unmistakably labeled as mutants, you can imagine how horrible discrimination they will endure. Ask for flowers. Protest. Some ordinary mutants tried to prevent the birth of this registration act. On the other hand, it is more noteworthy that once a mutant is identified in the registration bill and has characteristics that threaten society, he will also be guarded, which also seriously damages the interests of many mutants. Under the haze of night, the entire Charles Genius Academy was brightly lit up, and everyone who should have gone back to sleep was also a rare gathering in the conference room. Professor, here it is again? We obviously prevented the birth of this registration act. The Storm Girl was so angry that she couldn't even control her emotions and shouted. After the last General Stryker incident, Professor Charles led a group of students directly to the front of the previous President Jensen, and personally threatened the other party in the White House political hall. 0. Since then, the so-called registration bill has also been temporarily suspended. It's just that the world is impermanent, and the decree is changing overnight, not to mention that the owner of the entire White House has already changed another. President Jensen committed suicide by drinking bullets, and now the temporary President Underwood is quite ambitious and wants to eat us in one bite. It's really not a personal character. The White House really doesn't take us seriously. Maybe we should go back and threaten this new president. Scott clenched his fists and said in a heavy tone. There were some green-looking students around them cheering and waving in agreement. After all, children at their age like to challenge authority. Last time I wandered in the White House political hall, the little girl of the Phantom Cat Katie bragged about it for a long time. It's just that Professor Charles patted the armrest and stared at them, which made them put away their smug looks. Let me think about it first. Charles sighed. Professor, Logan stood up. The most uncomfortable thing he was with was the professor's indecisive side. Last time, it was a blood rush, directly stimulated by a series of miserable documents, and only then did the last trip to the White House that the children bragged about. But now, Professor, don't hesitate to go on. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. When the registration bill is made public. In the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D.C., there are also many voices of opposition. Captain Steve, dressed in a blue and white uniform, paced up in the conference room. This bill is obviously inappropriate. It has the characteristics of a capacity that threatens society. Who regulates this category? It's not left to the government's discretion. Steve said righteously. Compared to him, the other Avengers were not as excited as him. Hawkeye, whose right hand was dislocated in the tsunami, looked at Steve's gaze, just shook his bandaged arm in his hand, and laughed. Seriously, I'm just an agent, but I know that, Captain, your judgment is right. Steve glanced at him gratefully, then looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. members around him, and continued, if the government decides that the X-127 police officers are dangerous elements next time, then they should be arrested. Firmly accept the takeover of the government? Maybe so, Captain. Black Widow Natasha nodded. But that's just your imagination, Captain. Isn't this bill actually more potentially threatening mutants to prevent them from becoming the next Brotherhood member? Deputy Chief Hill stood up and retorted. Steve's resolute look was unwavering, like a warrior unmoved by any setbacks. Hill, too many mutants are not much different from us ordinary humans. They also have a normal work and study life, and they also want to be a normal person and continue to live without barriers. And this bill is simply ruthlessly labeled as discriminatory. In the face of the Fertat words, Deputy Chief Hill's cold expression was also unmoved. This reasoning obviously did not convince her. Hill still argued reasonably, I know you have great respect for the ex-police, but to be honest, I can guarantee that those academy students are even somewhat afraid of that Phoenix girl and Laser Eye. Their abilities cannot even be completely controlled by themselves. Do you think they need social control? S.H.I.E.L.D. has apparently investigated the X-Men in more detail. Jean Grey's Phoenix power is not mentioned. It is indeed a powder keg that can get out of control at any time. And Scott's laser beam, too. He can't turn off his abilities. If it weren't for the high-tech glasses that helped, he might have caused terrible damage. And at this time, Tony, who was drinking red wine on the side, laughed indifferently. In fact, the White House taking the mutant under the knife is the first step. If it goes well, it is estimated that it will be our superhero who will be beheaded next time. Tony. Nick Fury, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but shout. Okay, I admit that hackers hacked into the core information inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony shrugged and smiled. Damn it. American Captain Steve gritted his teeth and cursed heavily. Even if it is a person with a dull integrity, what is the purpose of this series of actions of the White House? Want to harness the power of superheroes to your own use? In fact, as Steve, who has learned a lot about the scenes, how much does he distrust how much the government under his nose will do? What's more, Steve knew the reason for Thanos' invasion, and the root cause was to privately dig the cosmic cube, so that the space energy that overflowed provoked Thanos and his group. In this regard, Steve's distrust of the government, which advocated more freedom, reached an extreme. As if seeing the displeasure on the captain's face, Nick Fury stood up and said directly, since the inside story has been exposed by Tony, I can't hide anything. Don't worry, Captain, this mutant registration incident will definitely not make a big mess. In fact, it is okay not to accept the government's registration of mutant identities and want to become a normal person living in the general public. Listening to these words, Steve frowned. He didn't understand a little. What do you mean? Long before the beginning, a healing potion that can erase mutants has been born. In fact, this healing potion of Worthington Laboratory can completely suppress the ability of mutants and slow down a mutant to become a normal person. And this kind of thing, Banner was a little surprised. That's right, so I don't want to accept the terms of the Registration Act. I don't want to accept the discrimination of the outside world. I want to be a normal person. This is something that can be implemented, as long as I accept the treatment of this drug. Deputy Chief Hill added. This is the supplementary regulation of the Mutant Registration Bill, but it has not been made public for the first time. Does it really work? Captain Steve was a little stunned. To be fair, he knew that many mutants were more looking forward to the advent of this drug. Very effective, the current in vivo experiments in the Worthington lab show no signs of being able to highlight again. Nick Fury looked at the watch in his hand and said, if I guessed correctly, at this point in time, our Fantastic Four should have taken this freshly baked weapon and found Magneto. Magneto. That's right, capture Magneto. This is the promise owed by the Fantastic Four. It is estimated that he will be able to fulfill the promise today. Another half day passed. Xavier Genius Academy is located in this very large estate. The night breeze blows slowly, and the trees planted on both sides of the forest road make a rustling sound, and the nearby lake surface ripples a little bit. Everything seemed warm and quiet, but the conference room seemed extremely tense and depressing. Scott, dressed in an ex-police jacket, said with displeasure on his face, "Make a decision, Professor. Don't waste any more time." Since learning that the registration law was once again established, the students of the academy have become very angry, and one by one, they are eager to break into the White House and teach the president in the political hall a hard lesson. It's just that the professor, who seems to be very indecisive, has been delayed for 1.6 days and has been refusing everyone's actions. But when I saw the voting resolution on Capitol Hill, it was almost time to pass. A group of ex-police really couldn't hold their temper, and they couldn't wait to bypass Professor Charles directly and rush directly to the White House. "Stop for me, dare to take a step at the gate, and don't give me back in the future," Professor Charles said sternly. The ex-policemen around them were immediately stunned on the spot, not daring to move for half a minute. Finish speaking. Charles pushed his wheelchair by himself and walked alone towards the room. Just as everyone was watching the professor's back gradually leave, a tragic bad news came. It's not good. Magneto has been arrested. Look, the news is broadcasting. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Magneto was actually arrested? This is a difficult fact for the ex-police to accept. The domineering man took control of all metal in his hands, turning the army's conventional weapons into toys at his disposal. The power of its brotherhood is even more covered with one hand, which can be said to have brought great harm to society and brought great challenges to their ex-police. But is such a majestic figure arrested and taken down? On the TV screen. Even on every channel, without exception, the news of Magneto's arrest is being broadcast. The sudden accident, the leader of the behind-the-scenes organization for many years, Magneto, came to an end. In everyone's sight, I saw the elderly Eric being held on two shoulders by two imposing policemen, and his hands were even cuffed with silver. Eric had an old face that was suffering from pain, and there was no fighting spirit under his long white hair. This is like an invincible Magneto, just like a tardy old man. What's wrong with him? Even Wolverine Rogan, who stole 14 for it, saw the old man in front of him at this time, and a question inexplicably surfaced in his heart. What defeated him? This arrest was made possible by our famous Fantastic Four. On TV, the four very familiar Fantastic Four were surrounded by a group of reporters, and one camera shot after another, and even the microphone were handed to them. Compared with Mr. Reed, a typical science man with a blue face and a little afraid of the camera, Johnny Thunderfire is very lively. He faced a kind of camera enthusiastically and said with a smile, "Take your time, rest assured, one does not leak, you can ask anything, of course, if you are concerned about my private life, I don't want to tell you." The reporters burst into laughter. How much effort did you spend to defeat Magneto? In the face of the leader of the vicious terrorist organization, you Fantastic Four have been afraid. I heard that the army has been unable to take them, so how did you do it? One question after another burst out of the reporter's mouth like an open gate. Even the ex-police behind the TV are very curious about how Magneto, who has been embarrassing them for many years, was taken down by this group of superheroes. However, the next answer was to surprise them. Thunderbolt Johnny, who has a particularly flamboyant personality, shook his finger and said with disdain, "Magneto? That's just a thing of the past, you see he's just a bad old man, what's so scary?" Coax. A surprised voice came from among the reporters who asked the question. After all, we all know that Johnny has a well-behaved personality, but I didn't expect him to speak wildly again, but thinking of Magneto being arrested and taken down, everyone didn't say much. As for the process of fighting, I can tell the person in charge that in less than one round, this bad old man was taken down by us. Wow. Could it be that the mighty Magneto is so unbearable now? Not only the reporters on the spot, but even X behind the TV was shocked on the spot. What? Isn't Magneto so counted down? Even the X-Men, who do not agree with each other, all admire the means of shocking Magneto's control of the magnetic field. That is a terrible opponent who has been entangled for half a lifetime. That is the peak powerhouse who stands at the peak of mutant ability, and being humiliated like this is simply the same as hitting everyone in the face of mutants. This kid is also too crazy. Logan clenched his fists. Surprisingly, the Fantastic Four on the TV screen did not refute Johnny's verbal error. As if disgusted with Johnny's flamboyant personality, Susan, the invisible daughter who is her sister, stood up and said in a circle, "Yes, just like my brother, we did easily solve this vicious Magneto. But it's not too much reliance on Johnny's flaunting flame." Susan glared at the disgruntled Johnny and faced the expectant eyes. She continued, "Our magic weapon is a healing potion specially developed for mutants, which can inhibit mutants. That's right, the treatment of genetic diseases of mutants, which is also part of the supplementary regulations in the Mutant Registration Act. For details, please continue to pay attention to the bill discussed in the next parliament. The words of the invisible woman Susan were a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Look what we heard. A therapeutic agent? Part of the Mutant Registration Act? Inhibit genetic diseases and restore mutants to normal people? One by one, shocking topics continue to explode in the minds of reporters, and they still want to ask something, but the Fantastic Four has already announced the end of the interview and directly declined. Not only did the fierce reporters want to ask for specific information, but the entire audience watching the entire process was very curious about what kind of healing potion could turn a Magneto into a real bad old man. The interview just now was simply bad news for mutants. Therapeutic potions? We're going to be treated. Damn. Mutants don't have diseases at all, we don't need treatment. The Storm Girl waved her arms and cried out in dissatisfaction. However, all the mutants became silent, and it was obvious that combined with the information that Magneto had been arrested, this potion would probably completely dissipate his abilities. This. 317, do you really want to completely destroy us mutants? Some of the children shouted pessimistically. Just now they were naively clamoring to break into the White House again and teach the president a lesson. But at this time, in the face of this possible threat, the children all looked sluggish, and in the face of the White House, they did not even dare to mention it. Maybe treatment is also a good option. The little naughty muttered softly. What are you kidding? The Storm Girl looked at her in exasperation. But the little naughty was not afraid at all, and scolded back. Do you know how it is to waste the experience of not being able to contact others? I can't even kiss someone, damn it. What do I want this broken power for? In the face of this little naughty arguing reason, the Storm Girl, who was still excited just now, instantly calmed down. A wry smile appeared on her face. Perhaps, indeed, I was wrong. It is undeniable that this healing potion is indeed a relief potion for many ordinary mutants. Professor Charles, who gradually disappeared from the Young Road, sighed heavily. And that's just the beginning? The end of mutants is almost coming. What he didn't tell them was that in the White House, there was a huge psychic force that completely blocked his psychic prying eyes. Children, winter has arrived. Magneto's arrest and the advent of the healing potion apparently brought a wake-up call to these X-Men. Their abilities are no longer rare and invincible. Perhaps, in the eyes of the White House of the administration, they are like lambs for a while. Professor Charles sighed inexplicably. He did not dare to guarantee where the advent of this potion would drag the mutants. Selfishness told him that he should prevent the birth of this healing potion in time. But Charles also told himself that he should not be so selfish. After all, on the other hand, there are indeed many mutants who need the treatment of this drug. For example, a group of people represented by Little Naughty who cannot control their abilities. There are also people represented by the Beast McCoy, those who have major contemptible defects in appearance because of their abilities. Presumably, they really needed this potion. This entangled problem made Charles unable to make accurate judgments. But at this moment, Charles, who was in a wheelchair, narrowed his eyes, and he could feel a wave of fluctuations approaching quickly. It's him. When his consciousness also captured the figure outside the manor. Airplanes? A sudden wind blew in, and the night breeze rustled the curtains of the windows, and a burly and tall figure also met Charles's eyes. It's you? The moon outside the house was rare, and it was Su Chen who took advantage of the night and teleported in an instant. Take advantage of the fact that there is nothing to do at night, but come to see Teacher Qin. A relaxed tone came out of Su Chen's mouth. Since the last time she sent Qin Gray back to the academy after losing control, she hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Chen only felt that the timing of his coming was not right. Under his extremely keen perception of the five senses, he could detect the extremely sad and lost emotions of the mutants in the manor very emotionally. What's going on? Magneto was arrested, of course. This is not the reason for their disappointment. The important thing is that a healing potion has come out and these children are frustrated. So it is. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the Magneto who had been repeatedly planted in his hands was actually arrested. However, he didn't care too much. After all, he didn't take the entire group of mutants to heart. Seeing that they were immersed in sadness, Su Chen didn't go to say hello, exchanged pleasantries with the professor, and walked directly towards Qin Giliai's room. According to the professor, she has been trapped in the house since Qin Gray woke up. Sometimes awake and sometimes sleeping, solitary in the house, no one dared to approach since then. It seems that the situation is still a bit serious. Su Chen frowned. It's a pity that Supreme Mage Gu Yi can't solve this problem personally. Duh. The door lock was directly twisted open by him. The babbling of pushing the door sounded neither light nor heavy, and the white light on the outside tunnel directly spread into the dim environment inside. At the moment when Su Chen first stepped in, a faint warm taste emerged, which was the smell of Qin Ji-Lei's boudoir. Of course, this is accompanied by a sign of mental vigilance. It was a vague fluctuation that stirred in the ripples in the air, and I saw that the chair in the house was slightly touched by this weak fluctuation, and it directly annihilated the leg of a wooden chair. Is it any wonder that people are not allowed to enter? This woman does not even sleep steadily. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. And then, the body walked forward without hesitation, and the fluctuations in the air seemed to sense the imminence of a living person, and inexplicably pressured it. Su Chen chuckled, and there was an inexplicable coldness in his eyes, like a killing intent condensed into substance, which fell on the body of Qin Ji lay on the bed. Duh! This strong killing intent even caused the music box on the counter to burst directly. And Qin Gilei, who bore the brunt of it, seemed to instinctively feel threatened, and the fluctuations in the air instantly languished. Only faintly residual oblivion fluctuations remained around, but Su Chen walked leisurely, without a trace of jealousy, and approached the edge of the bed. These fluctuations that were enough to annihilate matter, but they could not help his steel body. It doesn't change. Su Chen, who came to the edge of the bed, sighed and gently wiped the red hair on the edge of her sideburns with his hand. Right at this moment, Qin Grey on the bed opened her eyes, and a pair of red eyes flashed ripples, and the red eyes were even more set off her same red waist-length hair. Su. A gentle and delicious voice came out of her mouth. I haven't seen you for more than half a year, have you finally returned? Qin Gilei seemed to be very excited, and a trace of red light appeared on her gentle face, and she even hugged Su Chen's body. Under Su Chen's burly figure, it seemed that Qin's figure was very exquisite. It's just that. Haven't seen you for most of the year? But the last time they met, it should have been when they returned to Earth, that is, less than half a month ago. How did they suddenly become more than half a year old? However, Su Chen understood in an instant, although it was Qin Gilei who had seen before, it was a woman under the domination of the Black Phoenix personality. Strictly speaking, it is indeed not Jean Grey herself. Well, I haven't seen you for a while. Su Chen sighed. If he hadn't walked for the Krypton Empire for half a year, I am afraid that he would not have let the Phoenix power in Jean Grey's mind completely get out of control. It's just that. Isn't Teacher Qin a little too reactive and excited? Su Chen's face was a little strange, but he felt a pair of hands touch his body. A delicate face was no longer in ambush, directly under his eyes, and then came closer and kissed his lips. How did Jean become so enthusiastic? Feeling the painful bite on her lips, Su Chen directly frowned, and a pair of thick and powerful arms pushed her away slightly. Are you kidding me? Su Chen's deep dark eyes flashed with a cold light, and he stared directly at Qin Gilei's face. Although the face is still the face with delicate facial features and no flaws, the lingering temperament in it is a frosty coldness seen from the corners of the eyes and eyebrows. Black Phoenix. It's really boring. It seems that you still recognize it. Can't you pretend to be good and let's spend a good night together? Jean Grey, not so much as the Black Phoenix, she said directly with a smile. From beginning to end, the figure that woke up just now was still the Black Phoenix itself that had been dominating everything. Su Chen wanted to beat her up, but when he thought that this was Teacher Qin's body, he suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Damn little liar. Su Chen smoothed out the wrinkled hem of her clothes with one hand, and then directly touched her hand and pulled her out. Su Chen pulled up the Black Phoenix on the bed with one hand, pushed open the door, and drove her outside. Where are you pulling me? Black Phoenix wrinkled his good-looking eyebrows and said a little displeased. The strength of grasping her wrist made her feel pain inexplicably, and she couldn't help but get a little angry. Since your personality after awakening is a Black Phoenix, then I won't let you be placed in the academy, and you will honestly be locked up by me. Locked up? I'm also Jean Grey, and you're so ruthless to me. Black Phoenix was unhappy in his heart, but he couldn't break free from that majestic strength. Teacher Qin's words, I think she is still willing to be a canary in the birdcage for me. You're too narcissistic too. Dark Phoenix said in disgust. It's just that there was a ripple in her mind, and inexplicable emotions rippled out of it, and she knew that it was the personality that belonged to Jean Grey fluctuating emotionally. The movement of the manor gave insight to some people who were still not sleeping. A slightly noisy chirping sound sounded from it, and following this sound, the fireman who had just walked out of the conference room couldn't help but walk towards the source of the sound. Looking at the tall figure cast on the young road, John the Burning Man only felt a little strange. Hey bro, who are you? The strange back, pulling the academy teacher Jean Grey, made the Burning Man a little wary, and a lighter popped out of his sleeve. Unlike Johnny the Thunderbolt, he can only control fire, not generate fireworks himself. It's just that. But the moment John blurted out, a trace of bad flashed in his mind, and the figure in front of him was a little familiar after a few more glances. How? You guys still have an opinion about me? A familiar voice fluttered. Looking at Su Chen who turned around, the Burning Man finally knew where the slightest hint of bad in his heart came from, and he also knew where the hint of familiarity came from. Damn it. Looking at the burly and strong body, the fireman inexplicably felt a coercion that came from nowhere, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of humility in his heart, as if he had encountered a king who was patrolling the territory. Grunt. He swallowed his saliva, thinking of the collision between the two when they were young, and the shame of that time was revived in his heart. Driven by fear, John the Burning Man shook his hand and quickly said, It's okay, it's okay. I saw the wrong person. He instinctively took a step back, but suddenly accidentally lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. But the domineering figure in front of him didn't pay attention at all, just laughed contemptuously, and pulled Qin Gilei's body and gradually walked away. At this moment, John the Burning Man felt the difference between clouds and mud for the first time. He patted the ground with his hand in annoyance. Su Chen, who had already walked away, did not care about this unhappy Burning Man John. Now the identities of the two are simply very different, and the Burning Man is no better than the ants on the ground. While walking out of the manor gate of Xavier Genius Academy, Su Chen seemed to say into the air, she is still a black phoenix, I will take Qin Ji Ray to treat. The tone was light and low, but he knew that Professor Charles would hear it. And then, airplanes? A shrill whistling sound suddenly sounded in the air. The houses in the manor were moved, the lights were lit up, and a person's head came out of the curtains, but he wanted to see what was happening outside. I saw that a tapered sound barrier exploded in midair, and Su Chen hugged the black phoenix like this, and then broke through the speed of sound and flew away. Shout! The figure that quickly cut through the sky left the city of New York directly. Flying all the way east, the silhouette of New York's Long Island quickly appeared under their noses, and the sea that had been frozen was now chiseled by hand, once again rippling the surface of the sea. After Su Chen glanced at it, he picked up the body of the black phoenix and directly swept across the western ocean and flew towards the distance. Airplanes? When approaching the sea, the fierce majestic momentum makes the sea turbulent. Dark Phoenix said a little angrily, where are you taking me? Are you scared now? Let go of me. Hugh. Su Chen directly refused. The black phoenix patted Su Chen's shoulder with his hand in annoyance, but the rock-solid body even faintly made her feel a little painful. At such a moment, the speeding gesture flew directly to the city of London in Great Britain in a rapid way. Inside an antique castle on the outskirts of London. It is one of Diana's properties. At the moment when they first left Paradise Island, Su Chen, Diana and the two directly settled here for a period of time, and there was also an accident of the invasion of Ares pagans. 8 years have passed, and apart from some vacations, I rarely spend time in this castle. At this time, Su Chen just carried the black phoenix back here, suspended in midair. It was a castle rising from the ground, the city wall was crawling with vines, and the courtyard pool was full of falling maple leaves, just like the scene on the forest road. Okay, this is your new place to live. You really raised me like a canary. The black phoenix is a little proud in his heart, after all, it is the identity of the phoenix host, so he will accept the low identity of this vase. Su Chen didn't care about this, he pinched her nose and said with a smile, since you are a phoenix, you are not a bird, and you are not much different from a canary. You. The black phoenix was a little angry, and the power of the phoenix, which was known as the spiritual link point of all things, was so despised that it made her a little angry. She tried to urge that trace of phoenix power, and after a fluctuation in her mind, she saw that the air around her was turbulent like a ripple of water. The violent annihilation effect makes even the space seem to be eroded like wallpaper. But the man in front of him was unimpressed, and after only leaving a shallow imprint on the skin that was stronger than gold and iron, he squeezed his shoulders heavily. Under the pain of the black phoenix, he couldn't help but dare not make a second attempt. Su Chen looked at her coldly, didn't say a word, and flew directly towards the castle on the ground. It's also funny to say, spending my sister's money and living in my sister's castle to keep you this canary. I'm not. Before the words fell, the black phoenix was savagely thrown into the house. This is your birdcage, can't you take a step without my special permission? Clear? You may not be impressed, but I think the long days will always make you know the rules. What do you want to do? Black Phoenix swallowed her saliva. Compared to words, the figure that was constantly approaching in front of her made her inexplicably flustered. It's dark at night, of course do what you canary is supposed to do. After one night, Dark Phoenix didn't expect that he would be completely possessed. Even if it has the power of the phoenix, it is the embodiment of the life force and emotional power of the universe, but the body of the black phoenix itself has not been strengthened much for this. Forced by Su Chen's powerful force oppression, he could only bear it with obedience. Damn the bad guy. What was most unacceptable to the phoenix woman was that the domineering man disappeared without a trace after one night. Just abandoning himself like a broom, he really thinks of himself as a caged sparrow in a cage. The phoenix girl wanted to stay here, but she felt severe pain all over her body, like a falling puppet. Looking at the blood-red imprint on the bed like plum blossoms, she frowned, and directly a spiritual fluctuation spread out, annihilating everything on the sheet. Damn. Unable to move, she could only wait for her cultivation. If after a day, I feel that the surrounding area of the body has healed slightly, and my feet can finally land and move. This shows Su Chen's rudeness. But this domineering and unreasonable man obviously used the phoenix woman as a cathartic tool. In just 1 week. After 3 to 5, we will arrive at this London castle. Then, ignoring the phoenix woman's arrogant posture, he beat her to her knees and was forced to bear everything in obedience. The phoenix girl finally understood what a vase was and what a lover smell was raised. This simply does not treat oneself as a human being. Bastard. The phoenix girl was almost fed up with this torture, but she was suffering from the weakness of her body and was unable to resist at all. After pondering in her heart, she finally made up her mind that she must get out of Su Chen's clutches. And in this short week, the mutant registration bill has long been finalized and officially passed by a majority of votes on Capitol Hill. Not long ago, after the president signed the name in the White House Political Hall, the entire mutant registration bill became part of the law without hindrance. Since then, the relevant regulations of the Registration Act have been protected by law, and all relevant violent institutions must uphold the sanctity of the law. At the moment when it was first announced, many mutants began to panic. But, in fact, it's a bit different. In order to evade the registration of the file and avoid the scrutiny of the registration law, all mutants can inject healing potions, thereby annihilating their ability to suppress themselves and completely restore their normal identity. This is a blessing to God for some mutants who have suffered discrimination. Without exception, some mutants, who were already ordinary, lined up to the treatment site of Worthington's laboratory in order to completely eliminate their X gene. We are just ordinary people who can't even control our abilities, we have to be normal people. In the face of the scolding of the mutant race, most mutants are even more arguing. The X-Men, and even a group of superpowered people who are members of the Brotherhood, are originally the superpowers at the top of the pyramid, and they are just ordinary mortals who are insignificant. For this reason, they have long had enough of these social discriminations. In the face of the persecution of the mutant registration law, in order to further avoid their own interests being damaged, everyone gladly accepted the treatment plan. Of course, there are also some mutants with physical defects who are also willing to give up their abilities. If this healing potion had appeared 20 years earlier, I would probably be one of them. As the leader of the mutant agency, the Biest McCoy couldn't help but sigh. At this time, he was in the Worthington laboratory in New York, and through the window, he could see a large group of mutants lining up outside, making the entire traffic drainy. As you can imagine, for some people, mutant identity is indeed a discriminatory label. The group of mutants queuing up under their noses now is just an ordinary relief. As far as McCoy knew, even many students at the Genius Xavier Academy were willing to give up their abilities. After all, many students are forced to live in the college because of discrimination in all aspects of their families. Even the little naughty of the X-Men has a lot of emotions, and she is rebellious in her youth, and she can't wait to give up her bad ability. Well, the way of this world has really changed. Faced with the decline of mutants, McCoy did not know what to do. On TV, a voice from President Underwood floated from inside the screen. The Biest McCoy took his attention away from the window and saw President Underwood, dressed in a well-worn suit, waving his fists at the press conference, enthusiastically celebrating the success of the registration bill. In fact, there are no signs of social unrest, and the related support rate is steadily rising. Everything proves the viability of the Registration Act. Here, we would also like to thank the great inventions of Worthington Labs, who gradually eliminated the harm of mutants to society. After President Underwood finished speaking, he enthusiastically shook the palm of the chairman of Worthington Enterprises next to him. Of course, there is also good news that the infamous Magneto has been arrested, and information about his execution will soon be announced in court. The reporters instantly made a mess. Magneto has been implicated in the murder of incumbent presidents and organized many terrorist attacks, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of nearly 1,000 soldiers in the past few decades, and the losses caused are incalculable. He can be called a vicious criminal. Such a notorious criminal will certainly not be a good end for him. Hey, the Biest McCoy outside the TV screen couldn't help but sigh heavily, facing his old friends in the past. It was also quite heart-wrenching to fall into such an end. But this is not enough to erase the fact that those crimes are committed. It seems that the White House is really determined to completely eradicate the Brotherhood. Of course, what the Biest McCoy didn't know was that an arrest of mutants had quietly begun under nightfall. Compared to the warm veins, ordinary mutants who receive healing potions, some mutants of great value have become targets for arrest under the registration law and have begun to be secretly arrested for no reason. The arrest will be led by General Stryker, who is reinstated. After fleeing for half a year, he did not expect that a great opportunity fell on his head, and Stryker at this time could be described as proud. Some people are happy, but naturally some people are sad. Under nightfall, a merciless slaughter slashed at those mutants. Under the curtain of rain at night, a crisp sound of footsteps could not help but sound on a dark path. There is no light on the roadway all year round, a faint putrid smell persists all year round, and the potholed ground is full of dirty water, especially under the continuous rain, which is enough to completely flood the path. It's just that a pair of feet are stepping on the dirty water that covers the ankles, constantly running towards the depths of the roadway. Shout! An injection goes hand in hand. It slammed into the back of the fleeing body. A strong medicinal effect burst out from the needle, and in the blink of an eye, the mutant lost his ability in embarrassment. Not only that, but also only felt numb in his limbs, without a trace of physical strength. Burst! A mutant named Hedgehog staggered and fell onto the pool. Sir, the Hedgehog has been successfully arrested. Several soldiers dressed in military uniforms pressed on the Hedgehog's body and bound his hands sharply. Damn sliver! The Hedgehog spat out a mouthful of spit and sprayed it on the face of a chief. But in the next second, he hesitated, and in the corner of his eye, a familiar figure as strong as a rock stood at the end of the roadway. Hunton. The Hedgehog was overjoyed, and the guy in front of him was a member of the Brotherhood just like him. But why is he here? Hunton. Graham, beat him up? The chief wiped the spit from his face and immediately cursed. I saw that the words just fell, under the Hedgehog's surprised eyes. Hong Tan. K directly grabbed himself and beat him up fiercely. Damn, what's going on here? Once a teammate, reduced to a lackey, and at the same time, regarding the hunt for valuable mutants, there is still a methodical operation. Not only the Brotherhood members who were beaten into the water dogs, but even some mutants with a little special features were hunted by this group of vicious dogs outside. Ah, let go of my husband. This is a court decree. Your husband Houston has violated the registration law, and we have reason to believe that he has used his psychic abilities to illegally make hundreds of thousands of dollars in casinos over the past few years. No. An ordinary-looking mutant was dragged into a police car by a group of brutal policemen. Related to those famous mutants, some folk mutants have also begun to be arrested in an orderly manner. Your daughter once destroyed a wall at school. I'm sorry, she has broken the registration law and needs to be supervised by the government. The little girl, who was only 8 years old and had just awakened inexplicably, was also forcibly dragged into the Worthington laboratory and forcibly treated. All seemingly illegal acts unfolded quietly under the night. On the other end, arrests related to the Brotherhood were as fast as lightning, and news of the detention of core members kept spreading. It seems that an inner ghost keeps sending messages outward. This made the Brotherhood that had lost Magneto more and more panicked. At this time, a news also spread on the television media. The court trial is completely over, and Eric will be executed on the first Friday of next month. Death penalty? President Underwood is highly concerned about this and called this trial the trial of the century, which will completely end the power terror of mutants. That's it. Magneto, who has been active since World War II, still did not get the life imprisonment he wanted, and under the strong intervention of President Underwood, he was finally sentenced to death because he was charged with murdering the president in the 80s. After all, this has not escaped this calamity. Professor Charles, who was in a wheelchair, sighed, knowing very well that such a result was definitely not too much for Magneto. But a sigh still can't help but make the once rare partner sigh. The recent action seems to have gone a bit overboard. That president was really vicious. Scott, who was next to the wheelchair, said dissatisfied. Just last night, on the way back to the academy, he witnessed an extremely ruthless arrest. Today, the mild-looking President Underwood is really a Buddha-faced, offering free healing potions to appease most mutants. On the other hand, he even used thunder to completely arrest and supervise a mutant with at least level 2 or above on various charges. Level 2 mutants are not as useless as level 1, and although their abilities are weak, they can control themselves to some extent. However, it cannot escape supervision and even mandatory treatment. There was no disregard for the will of their mutants at all. Sooner or later, do our fellow mutants still exist? Scott gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. That's right, we mutants are not sick at all, they don't need to be treated at all, and this president simply wants to completely eliminate our mutants. Storm Girl said dissatisfied. In the guise of eliminating discrimination and eliminating the social threat of mutants, so as to wipe out our entire race. It's really vicious. Logan on the side frowned, and after listening to everyone's analysis, he also looked at Professor Charles in the center. The wrinkles on Professor Charles's face became more and more obvious, but he still sighed helplessly. We also need the president to really have the intention of exterminating us, but now the public opinion is on his side. Now that the law has been formulated, we openly resist, which is to violate the order of society. Then we just wait for the government's butcher's knife to slash at us. Logan said a little angrily. For professors, Rogan has nothing to say hates more than his indecisive attitude. However, Rogan also understands why Professor Charles is so uncertain. After all, Charles himself is a person who grew up from a wealthy family with a golden key in his hand, a graduate of a prestigious school, and climbed all the way to the famous Cambridge professor. Charles, who has benefited from the system, is not at all like Magneto, who had a little sad childhood, and he naturally does not have so-called antisocial tendencies. Charles, this operation is really too much. Are you really afraid that our mutants will be destroyed like this? It's not that far yet. Charles shook his head and looked at a group of indignant academy teachers and students, and he also said helplessly, if you really take a wrong step, what is the difference between you and Magneto? The people around them fell silent. It's just that their faces are obviously a little unconvinced. In this regard, Professor Charles also felt entangled. Let me think again. If it is really urgent, I will not sit still. London. Underneath the thick smoke is the rainwater that continues to splash and fall on the ground. In the past few days, it has been raining all day long in the city of London, which is also affected by the ocean current, and the haze weather is like the mood of the Red Witch Wanda. Next month is your father's execution day. I think you should show something after all. A bad old man said expressionlessly. Just as soon as the words fell, his body's face instantly changed, the blue scales flipped for a while, and the whole person turned into the original blue-purple appearance. That strange skin color, combined with a tall and thin body, is indeed a witch lurking in. No matter what you two brothers and sisters think, our Brotherhood members are now facing unprecedented arrests, and many members who scattered away continue to be imprisoned. That's not a good taste, believe me. The death penalty is a relief. If it is reduced to an experimental specimen, it is not like torture. The witch gritted her teeth, seemingly remembering a bad memory, and a trace of pain flashed on her face. It's just that Quayan, who has been frowning next to him, is also holding his arms with both hands, and he doesn't know how to be good. Compared with her brother, her sister Red Witch Wanda was extremely restrained. A pair of slender eyebrows were slightly raised. She pursed her lips, and said expressionlessly, before this, our two brothers and sisters could save him once. That time, I can remember his annoyed look. To be honest, the current situation of our two siblings, his father has not fulfilled the slightest responsibility. The witch frowned and scolded mockingly, then should I give a Barbie doll now so that you can make up for your lost childhood? I don't want to tell you, my childhood is much more sad than yours, including the childhood of most of our brotherhoods, and it is not much better. And don't patronize your father. This White House action is likely to try to eliminate all mutants. Put aside your selfishness, even if it is from the mutant race, you should also make a move. In the face of the chattering witch, Pietro, who has been wavering, listened reasonably. Even if they don't think about Magneto, for the sake of the entire mutant group, they should always stand up. Then this kind of big thing, you should find Professor Charles first. I've been together for many years, I know him, and if it's a last resort, that guy won't make a move. The witch clasped her arms and said resolutely, I won't tell you anything. Remember that next month, your father's life, and even the life of the entire mutant race, you all have to seriously consider it. After that, the witch left. The two brothers and sisters who left a thoughtful look in place, but they didn't know what they were thinking. It was late at night. Wanda's delicate face under her blonde hair was completely ambushed on the pillow, and her eyes rippled with a hint, revealing a tangled breath. The day's conversations fought in her head, and Wanda bit her lip, but couldn't sleep anyway. Damn night. She clapped her hands a little angrily, and then braced her hands, and the sheets completely covered her head. But right now, Wanda, who couldn't sleep for a long time, felt a wonderful fluctuation in her mind. As an Omega-level mutant with extremely strong mental abilities, Wanda the Scarlet Witch could sense that this was coming from a distant place. That was a calling meaning. Wanda narrowed her good-looking apricot eyes. She seemed to be crying out for help. What's going on? This was not the fluctuation she noticed on the first night. As early as the previous days, Wanda could vaguely catch it, but she didn't pay much attention to it when she was asleep. The thought of being tormented by the day's events and unable to sleep, the curiosity in Wanda's heart sprang up. Subsequently, she pushed open the window, and without alerting others, her whole body was as soft as nothing, floating in the long sky of the night. Under the spray of the chaotic magic power of both hands, Wanda's figure took advantage of the night and flew to the place where the spiritual fluctuations emanated. Airplanes? The cool night breeze lingered in my ears. Just a moment later, an antique castle residence came into view of Wanda the Scarlet Witch. The courtyard surrounded by elevated oak trees, the walls climbed with 10 men, and the castle locked inside by a wall is incomparably in Wanda's mind of the life of Western aristocrats. This is it. Wanda frowned. Here she could clearly feel the fluctuation of her heart. It really calls, thirsts for its own help. The bold Wanda of the artist has obviously activated her Omega-level talent a lot, and at this time, she also flew to the castle fearlessly. Across the courtyard, she flew to the balcony of the main building. This is the psychic who called for help. Wanda narrowed her eyes, curiously walked through the balcony, and the figure broke the door curtain without gaps, and floated lightly to the ground in the room. In front of seeing the beautiful red-haired woman in front of her, Wanda immediately understood why this woman was seeking help. Domestic violence by your man? Damn stinky man. Wanda immediately understood why. I can't help but think that rushing here is the right choice. But the red-haired woman in front of her just slowly opened her arms, as if seeking a hug. Wanda's ghost sent God, but he walked over and hugged her into his arms. Okay, you're safe. Belch. Wanda's inexplicable power suddenly filled from her mouth, like a rushing river flowing into her body, and for a moment, she only felt that her body was being propped up. A-Will actually occupied her own mind, and the woman in front of her fainted at the same time. The red-haired woman in her arms collapsed on the bed like this. And Wanda was not happy. A pair of autumn-like eyes gradually lost their concentration, and an irrepressible foreign force began to erode in her mind. Wanda was anxious. She inexplicably felt a sense of threat in her mind. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that this so-called call for help was a complete scam. I'm missing a container like you, just give it to me. The voice from the Black Phoenix echoed in his mind with extreme coldness. No, but the endless power of the Phoenix, like the momentum of the burning plane, quickly swept Wanda's own will, and occupied the soul like a magpie's nest. Subsequently, an indifferent red light also bloomed from Wanda's dim eyes. The newborn Phoenix power completely encroached on the new body. Wanda narrowed her eyes, twisted her slightly stiff neck, and stretched her arms, as if she was gradually familiarizing herself with this new body. Looking at Qin lay lying on the bed in front of him, a cold smile was outlined on the face of the Black Phoenix, and a completely different previous flattery emerged in the corner of his eyes. Damn guy, you can toss me enough. It is obvious that the Wanda in front of him has long been occupied by the Black Phoenix dove. The bitter whipping for most of the month made her angry and corrupted, and the feelings of love and hate frequently made her extremely happy and sad. The strategy for many days was to avoid Su Chen's control. After all, she would not be willing to be humiliated like this. Now is the time to escape. Looking at Qin who was lying on the bed in front of him and seemed to be waking up gradually, Black Phoenix narrowed his apricot eyes, and a cold and frosty chill could not help but dissipate, originally making up his mind to get rid of Qin. But some long-lost memories floated in her mind. After all, she was also two sides of the piano. After a soft sigh, the Black Phoenix, who had mixed feelings, scanned the bedroom environment in front of him, and there was an annoyed blush on his face, and after shaking his hand, he gently flew out from the curtain. In the bedroom, only Jean Grey has since been left. A day later, another night. Suchan followed the usual practice again and quietly descended on this London castle. When he landed on the bedroom balcony, he frowned. That keen sense of smell told Suchan himself, and a faint smell of perfume remained in the bedroom. A strange woman has been here? Before he could recall the changes, a beautiful figure slowly walked down from the bedroom bed. The light was not turned on, and under the sunlight, a curvy silhouette was cast on the wall. Looking at this familiar smile, Su Chen directly outlined a smile, little, give the owner a smile. Such a humble title is a game between the two, reduced to a, but it is no wonder that the Black Phoenix tries to escape directly. However, the figure who walked out of the shadows in front of him blushed and looked at himself with a look of shame. Su, you. What more to say, don't lie down for me. Only then did Su Chen realize that something was wrong in front of him. On the delicate and flawless face in front of him, there was a dignified and graceful temperament, and that thick and undispersed flattery rippled. Looking at the shame on his face that could not be hidden at all, Su Chen realized that the person in front of him was Teacher Jean. You still know to call me teacher. The blush on Jean Grey's face stained her entire face. Obviously, the words of the just now made her linger. Su Chen coughed, but he didn't expect the owner of the piano to appear again, remembering what happened before, but inexplicably embarrassed. Even Jean Grey was inexplicably silent, looking down at her toes. Fortunately, Su Chen broke the silence first. He raised his eyebrows, and involuntarily stepped forward and hugged Teacher Jean Gilei. No matter who you are, I won't let you escape my palm. These words were extremely domineering and rude, but they did not allow her to question it. Jean didn't say a word, but buried her head in her arms, and seemed to admit the teacher-student relationship in this. It was already dark at night, and the two of them were directly ambushed on the bed. The sky bloomed with a white luster of fish belly. The morning sun sprinkled the entire earth, and also reflected on Jean Grey's face from the curtains of the balcony, and a pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but open. A hint of tiredness remained on the delicate face, but Jean somewhat noticed that it was not as sore and weak as before. Obviously, last night was indeed much rarer. But after a complete awakening in an inextricable joy, Jean Grey instantly remembered something extremely important. That's not right. The Black Phoenix has completely escaped? Well, you mean. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't understand the meaning. In order to escape your control, she directly attracted a woman through her mind fluctuations, and she escaped to the body of that innocent lady. Escaped to someone else's body. That's right, her personality ran to others, directly suppressed the will of others, and manipulated it. Jean Grey said very nervously. This was beyond Su Chen's expectations. After all, he thought that the Black Phoenix was still in Jean's body, but he didn't expect this kind of ending. The beautiful figure that sneaked in that night was Wanda among the mutants. However, the Phoenix Lady Grey was not familiar with the figure, and she did not appear during the crisis of the last New York mutation, so she missed the opportunity to meet the Magneto twins. Therefore, at the chance of meeting last night, Wanda did not know that the woman in front of her was Wanda. All the information can only be sure that it is a person with strong psychic abilities with strong mental fluctuations. I'm kind of sorry, I don't know who she is at all, Jean Grey said apologetically, and her white and flawless face fell into deep thought, as if to recall the specific appearance of the woman. Blonde hair. Don't think about it. Su Chen put his arm around her shoulders and interrupted her words. Anyway, if that guy dares to use the fluctuations of the power of the Phoenix and dare to give birth to a destructive mind, I don't believe she won't show her feet. 2. Jean Grey nodded. If that Black Phoenix didn't wreak havoc everywhere, it wouldn't have caused much harm to the Earth. The reborn Wanda also had this kind of thought, and she naturally knew very well what would happen if she wantonly abused the power of the Phoenix. Although the Black Phoenix is a combination of negative emotions, the impulse to destroy and destroy is constantly pressing on the nerves like a natural mission. The blood surged not only with fresh blood, but also with the primitive Pembai impulse. But, thinking of Su Chen, who had tortured her like a slave, Black Phoenix instinctively felt a strong fear. The torture in the past half a month has long made her understand the strength gap between the two sides. It's just that the Phoenix host at this stage is not the opponent of that super Krypton at all. Dormancy is the best option today. Black Phoenix narrowed his good-looking eyes and thought so. As long as the Phoenix tide fluctuations in the universe, and even the strong fluctuations of emotions, it will cause the power of the Phoenix to rise. But it's clear that it takes time to grow. Damn. Although the most rational choice is to completely hibernate, hide in the city, and quietly wait for your own growth. But the innate desire to destroy in her mind has always urged her. This is a primitive instinct, and she can't easily press it down. But fortunately, this is not without catharsis. The Black Phoenix raised his hand, and an extremely thin red energy sprayed out from the palm of his weak and boneless right hand. Faint magic bloomed in the palm of this hand, which was the chaotic magic mastered by Wanda herself. Now the Black Phoenix, which is also occupied by the Dove's Nest, is thoroughly familiar with it. Yes, using the power of this poor girl, I used this to avoid that guy's detection by the way. And it's not that there aren't places where she is allowed to slaughter. Got it? The execution day is not far away, and I think you two brothers and sisters should give me an answer. The witch's voice fluttered. After a while, she came to visit again. During this time, the number of arrests of Brotherhood members climbed again to a terrible number. Many core members have been completely arrested, so that the witch does not have many people to use now, and seeing that the execution day is approaching, she needs the help of the two brothers and sisters in front of her too much. However, you should also know that this is a violation of the law. Kuei-yin, who was holding his arms in both hands, said a little helplessly. Hearing this, the witch revealed an ugly smile. This is undoubtedly a satirical joke, since Magneto's children pay attention to social order, but just when she was disappointed. In front of Wanda, he said, "Okay, we should not let this operation go. Ah, sister, this." Not only was the witch surprised, but even Quicksilver herself couldn't help but be shocked, and the look on her face was that she thought she had misheard the words. "Do you want me to repeat it?" I said. "We must take this operation," Wanda said expressionlessly and resolutely. But Quicksilver Pietro scratched his head. He was before, but knew that his sister was hesitant, and preferred to let him go to the guillotine. After all, the two of them have lived in a favorable environment since childhood, but they are not as antisocial as their father, and they are used to being peaceful and cannot do such a big thing. But now the implication is that he really wants to enter the Pentagon's trial stand and let Magneto go? It is also crazy to go directly to the country's most horrific violent apparatus from a disciplined citizen. The witch's face was slightly shocked, but looking at Wanda's determined face, she also smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, this is the bloodline of Magneto. It should have been like this a long time ago. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon the day after tomorrow, I will contact the fraternity members to come here and discuss the plan of action in detail." Finish speaking. As if afraid that Wanda and the two would change their minds, the witch quickly left the scene. The incident happened so quickly, which made Quicksilver unexpected. "This. Wanda, did you really decide? How? Are you afraid?" Wanda just raised an eyebrow lightly, glanced at him, and then took a step forward with her boots and walked towards the bottom of the stairs. Looking at the cold Wanda, Quicksilver wiped his eyes, only wondering if he had an illusion. Damn, this is still Wanda herself. Pentagon. This is the office headquarters of the American military, and along with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Tricurved Wing building, it is one of the safest local facilities in the world. 5 steps and 1 post, strict security, there is no hiding at all. Just such a security facility built by Tony's father Howard has been used to this day, and under the Pentagon. There is also a fortified dungeon buried. The whole body is made of superplastic fiber, without a trace of metal, in order to imprison the famous Magneto. In such a cage, even if Magneto once again controls the magnetic force, it will not help. And now it is such a heavily guarded cage, and it may also be the last stop in Eric's life. All aspects of the media are being prepared outside, and the relevant recording equipment has been turned on. The guards gave a prepared look, and outside the cage were all the dignitaries in neat military uniforms. Some of them are military generals, staff officers, and there are White House emissaries, and they came to witness the scene in front of them. It's also a scene in history. The vicious Magneto was thus bound to a stool, his hands were firmly tied to the armrest, and injections were inserted into his arms, and behind him was an instrument for dispensing potions. When the call is given, the poison inside the instrument is injected into Magneto's body through the catheter. After all, the death penalty method of shooting has long been abolished, and most of the death sentences now rely on poison to death, of course, in order to punish the evil and eliminate evil, but also take into account the other party's crimes, and apply for an extremely cruel way, making Magneto more and more painful in the fatal process. At the moment of death, Eric's face was very flat, and he seemed to face all this indifferently. "Humph. Pretend to be calm." A military official scoffed disdainfully, and he looked at his watch. There was still about a minute before the execution time. Rumble? But at this moment, there was a violent roar outside. It was movement from above the dungeon. Damn, it's the Pentagon. At the sound of the invading siren, the military dignitaries present all stood up. Someone hacked into the Pentagon. The impatient Magneto in the cage showed a smug smile at this time, and looked at the figure outside the cage so calmly. That contemptuous attitude, as if everyone present was trapped prisoners. For a while, those present felt a sense of horror climb into their minds. Boom! A violent explosion was already ringing outside the door. With the gate rudely opened, a group of Brotherhood members rushed in, directly storming the Pentagon. It's the day. The masses did not wait for news of Magneto's execution. But another, more terrifying news came out, representing that the Pentagon of the military headquarters was almost half destroyed, and Eric was successfully taken away by the Brotherhood. The world became a sensation for a while. The White House was furious and stepped up its punishment of mutants. Even public opinion was completely tilted for a while, and all criticized the mutants who acted boldly and evilly. It's terrifying. This is the first time the Pentagon has been attacked, and this is also an unprecedented terrorist attack. Civil rights shouted. In one poll, disgust for mutants slipped to a low point. People are increasingly afraid of mutants. This undoubtedly added a fire to the mutant registration bill. As Underwood said, it was the Brotherhood members who handed him a sharp knife. The knife slashed at the mutant even more brazenly, and a large number of actions that were originally on the dark side were even fearlessly operated. Mutants, in an instant, became rats that everyone shouted at. On Earth, a campaign of mutants is in full swing, which seems to reflect that the relationship between humans and mutants has ushered in a freezing point. In the universe, a war that can be called the opposition between good and evil has already quietly begun. In these hundreds of years, in the vast and endless deep space, the threatening forces from the Apocalypse star have further increased, like newborn stars, exuding surging vitality. Its demon-like legion brings panic and death to every planet that is watched. The planet crumbled, collapsed, and was inexorably engulfed. The balance between life and death is broken. The guardians of the universe who aim to defend peace within the universe pay attention to this, and the ecology of the universe is broken by this dark force from the Apocalypse. As guardians of the universe, they will never allow such a bad development to continue. So, the Dark Lord Darkseid also heard about the Green Lantern army that maintained order in the universe not long ago. Door-to-door news. And this event also corresponds to the time when Thanos invaded the Earth. Now, the curtain has come to an end. No one knows exactly what happened to the Apocalypse Star, only that night, blood was sprinkled all over the sky, and under the night was a wailing roar. The 3,600 members of the Green Lantern Corps could no longer see a few successful escapes. That's the whole thing. 3,600 Green Lanterns? Many of the good deeds of the universe were shocked, and everyone knew that the universe was divided into 3,600 sectors by the ancient guardians, and each sector would select at least one creature with the strongest will as the guardian. Overcoming fear and fearlessness is the standard for green light ring owners. But they, almost dead. Everyone present is not to say that they are facing an entire Green Lantern Corps. Even if they are facing a Green Lantern, it is enough to choke. But this Apocalypse Star is so terrifying that it actually ate the entire Green Lantern Corps in one bite. Since then, the Guardian of the Universe of OUA Star has never mentioned this matter again, and seems to have acquiesced to the existence of the Dark Lord. Are you just ignoring what Darkseid did? An intergalactic cowboy scolded indignantly. This is also a matter of no way, who said that even the Green Lantern Corps is completely deflated. Then we can only hope that Shandar Star will not be remembered by the Demon Legion. The intergalactic cowboys from Shandar ended their words here. And even less known. At this juncture, on the 2814 sector of the universe, including the Earth, the completely lost green light ring found its new owner on the Earth. After Apocalypse calmed the Green Lantern Legion for a while, the Dark Monarch Darkseid once again set his sights on the Mother Box. He couldn't accept the loss of his uncle Steppenwolf or even another cosmic weapon, Doom. So, a crisis is brewing on the Earth again. Guardian of the Universe. That is, the first immortals produced in ancient times, and even during the Big Bang, because of their seniority, they created the Zero Sector OUA Star, and centered on it, dividing the universe into 3,600 sectors. The Green Lantern Corps is its defender of peace, justice, and order in the universe. As we all know, the vast majority of Green Lanterns today died tragically on the Apocalypse Star, with corpses strewn across the field and few survivors. Since then, in the past 2 months, the ancient immortals on the Temple of OUA Star have never mentioned the words Darkseid and Demon-like again. It seems that after this, there is nothing he can do but let its apocalypse expand its power. It's really humiliating, the immortals who sit idly by, and dare to claim to be the guardians of the universe. It's better to change the name to the Shrunken Turtle. That is, they cannot protect us at all. Why dare they call themselves guardians of order? In a tavern on the Shandar Star, there was an angry dissatisfaction, and in the excitement, the few talking aliens actually cried all over their faces. Everyone was stunned, but some people also woke up to the fact that those who cried with the same feelings were all from the planet country that was invaded by the Apocalypse Star. I heard that after being invaded by the Apocalypse Star, those indigenous creatures will not die, someone said curiously. But that's better than death. Every invaded country, the creatures in it are captured to act as demons, so you now know why the Demon Legion is one of the most terrifying biological weapons in the universe. The atmosphere in the tavern, after hearing this, was suddenly silent. This is the star of Shandar, a well-known neutral planet in the universe, which does not belong to the Kree Empire, nor does it belong to the planetary powers such as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. But because of this, the residents in these taverns are very afraid. After all, if the Apocalypse Star launches another offensive, sooner or later the planet under the feet will also be one of them. But in this tavern, there is a strong man, silent, compared to other strange creatures. He is an orthodox Earth human, black hair and blue eyes, his face is prominent, and he has a fierce aura that a soldier should have. His name is Hal Jordan, and before Earth, he was once the best Air Force pilot on Earth. And now, he is a new guardian of the Cosmic Order, one of the Green Lantern Corps. You can also call him Green Lantern. Green Lantern Hal listened to the words in the tavern, and drank a large sip of beer with a sullen temper, and the resentment in his heart could not be dissipated like a knot. He had to suffer. He received news from the headquarters of OUA Star. The next target of Apocalypse was about to be Earth, which was his home planet. It was impossible to sit idly by, and Hal didn't want to see his fellow citizens become demons, but the ancient immortals were helpless about this, and after the last Great War, they had no reinforcements to support, and the only assistance that the Earth could receive now might be themselves. Damn! Hal scolded indignantly and left the tavern. Soon, he also left Shandar directly, drove the spaceship, and flew in the direction of the Earth. There is no trace of cosmic assistance, but the hope in Hal's heart has not dissipated, because he has clearly received news that there are some particularly powerful superheroes from Earth. He also blocked an attack by Apocalypse, and now Hal is going to use this to rush to Earth to form a group of superhero forces again to resist the invasion of Apocalypse. There is no shortage of psychic people in the universe who have received news that the Apocalypse is about to attack a blue star Earth in a remote corner. But on this Earth, no one knows that a terrifying attack is about to sweep in. On this land, a looting campaign against mutants continues to rise, and the collapse of the Pentagon and even Magneto's prison escape have sent a signal to the general public that mutants are very dangerous. As a result, the mutant who completely lost the hearts and minds of the people became a rat crossing the street that everyone shouted and beat for a while, and was seriously criticized and written down. Although there was no lack of reasonable voices to dissuade them, but the manpower was weak, and after all, it was completely covered by a sound of shouting and shouting. As a result, Xavier's Genius College was completely shut down, and most of the students were sent home. Even Professor Charles could not face the impact of this movement. Something is wrong, this is already a contradiction of racial conflict, Captain Steve scolded angrily. He even picked up the events of the Nazis in World War II and was wary of the government, only to be scolded by the President of the White House. Before you say this, go stop the Brotherhood members now and take down that witch for me. Steve was speechless for a moment, and the reason for the current phenomenon, to be honest, the series of atrocities that followed the Brotherhood played a key role. After the prison robbery, Magneto's daughter Wanda the Red Witch became completely famous. She completely took terrorist acts to the extreme, and a series of cultural relics such as the Eiffel Tower, pyramids, and so on were completely destroyed by her. She is a chaotic devil, more bastard than her father, completely disregarding the gains and losses of human life, and slaughtering humans on a large scale. That's a bloodthirsty devil. She longs to fight, she longs to slaughter. A survivor who had faced Wanda scolded bitterly. In 1 or 2 years, at least thousands of people have been killed and injured around the world because of this female devil. Everyone knows that a character more unscrupulous than Magneto has officially appeared. Just because of the Brotherhood's successive crimes, Steve also understood that he couldn't fight for the interests of some innocent mutants, and he clenched his fists and couldn't do anything. Also because of the Captain of the United States, the White House decided not to involve their Avengers, and was assigned to another matter. There is reason to believe that the first 2 major tsunami events were initiated by the Prince of Atlantis. S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury looked indignant, and the blue tendons showed on his face, as if he remembered everything that happened in the Wakanda Sea. Atlantis really has this country. I hope you take the investigation seriously. This is an incident no less than the Brotherhood, and I am looking forward to arresting Prince Arthur. Everyone present also remembered the space carrier that fell from it, and even Wakanda, which was flooded by the sea. What's more, New York was almost overwhelmed by this guy, and millions of people almost died once. Prince Arthur. Very good, we vow to take down this impudent bastard. That's it. The heroes of the Earth, who did not know that danger was quietly coming, were completely messed up. Duk Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Someday. Airplanes? A green light was like a shooting star, breaking through the air from the Earth's atmosphere, falling directly towards the ground. When the momentum was about to fall on the ground, the green beam became more and more dazzling, and then it actually unloaded the momentum of the fall, and fell to the ground steadily. The green light slowly dissipated, and it was Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Knowing the arrival of the Earth crisis, he couldn't wait to fly back to Earth from the universe. After leaving the Earth for more than 2 months, I wanted to use the identity of the ace pilot to dredge up the official government, but I did not expect that a very fierce infighting was continuing one after another all over the world. The mutants who control the most powers have an unsolvable conflict with the White House administration at this moment. Green Lantern scratched his head, and he was even more worried about whether the Earthlings caught in civil strife could withstand this wave of offensive. The Avengers. He pronounced the name of the organization, and in Hal's previous memory, he knew that this superhero organization was famous. Of course, there is also the Kryptonian. Suddenly, his thoughts returned to the night when the Kryptonians arrived, and as a national ace pilot, Hal knew a lot more about the secrets than ordinary people. It seems that it is necessary to unite them. It was only when Hal came to visit the Stacko Group building directly as a human being. On the island of New York in the distance, there was a huge loud noise, and a wolf smoke trail swayed up, and the people of Manhattan actually looked up to see this scene. Terrorist attacks have long been a daily routine in New Yorkers. After realizing that it was an explosion on an island in New York, there was not much panic in the crowd. Breaking news, an island in New York was attacked by terrorism, and according to police sources, the island is abandoned and no one is alive, so there is no need to worry about casualties. According to the reporter in the front, this terrorist attack was carried out by members of the notorious Brotherhood, and the purpose is still unknown. In an instant, a large fishing boat was set off in the crowd. After a lot of tossing and turning, the Brotherhood members did not expect to return to the crime capital of New York. Look, it's her. On the TV screen, a beautiful figure wearing a red long dress levitated in the air, her swaying body swayed with the wind, like a 9-day virgin, and the audience in front of the TV felt very familiar with it. That's her, the legendary woman who is even more ruthless than Magneto. I didn't expect her to come back. Why did that person attack that island? Some people questioned. After all, it is impossible to attack an uninhabited island without injustice and vengeance. In this regard, the police are also confused and do not know why. But what is unknown is that the S.H.I.E.L.D. General Wing building has already been chaotic. Bastard, how did she know that island was our S.H.I.E.L.D. prison? S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury scolded through gritted teeth. The island is revealed to be a real desert island, that is, the stars cannot peek into its secrets. In fact, secretly, the entire island hanging outside the waters of New York is a prison secretly built by S.H.I.E.L.D., called Island, which is one of the 4 major prisons of S.H.I.E.L.D. Its purpose is to hold a variety of superpowered criminals, and the interior is extremely safe, not only equipped with various high-tech technologies, but also deployed outside the sea around the island. There is a jellyfish that can release a deadly neurotoxin. It's the ultimate safety. However, now that this isolated island is directly targeted by the Red Witch Wanda, Nick Fury doesn't need to think much to know that he is a member of the Brotherhood held in the prison. Damn, contact the Avengers. Nick Fury's face was covered in cold sweat. There was not only the Brotherhood that was arrested, but also all kinds of vicious superpowered criminals. Damn woman. Several criminals who emerged from their hearts, even him, could not guarantee that they would be able to completely win the next time. What's more, there was the presence of the terrible woman. While Director Nick was still thinking about it, a Harrier-shaped fighter that gradually entered stealth mode broke out of the window. The Avengers gate set off. In the Stark building, Hal, who was embarrassed by the clerk outside and did not wait for a reply, also collected his mind at this time, and just stepped out of the gate. He looked up and saw a Harrier-shaped fighter sweeping past the sky. It seems that the problem is a bit serious, seeing that the direction of the fighter plane was the island area. Hal somewhat understood that there was something else hidden in it. Therefore, it was no longer retained. A green ring in the palm of his hand, slowly worn in the palm of his hand, Hal's willpower came out, energy instantly penetrated the whole body, and a set of green-dressed combat uniforms also covered the body. He stretched out his hand into the air, and the whole person flew towards the island like a shooting star. The energy ring in the hand can completely materialize the imaginary things, and with its own willpower, it determines the strength of the transformed object, which is the ability of Green Lantern. The so-called flight is only one of the basic abilities that these Green Lantern legions must cultivate. But after a while, he even caught up with the Harrier-shaped plane and rushed to the island without scruples. It's you? 180. At the moment of accompanying the fighter, Hal Jordan was also happy, but he did not expect that from the perception in his mind. He actually detected that the figure in the fighter was the Avengers. Even the Avengers on the Harrier fighter also inexplicably saw the accompanying figures flying from the window. The head is green, the whole body is green. Dare to wonder if this guy will photosynthesize, Tony complained sharply as always. It's not our focus, it looks like this guy is on our side. Steve got the problem back on track. Knock knock. As if to show goodwill, the Green Lantern who flew outside even knocked on the window door very kindly, and then flew straight towards the island below with a puff of smoke. However, this movement in the air was finally discovered by Wanda, the initiator above the island. Her scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, a cold murderous aura emerged, the white slender jade hand floated for a while, and an extremely strong red smoke was released. It was the fluctuation of chaotic magic, and under the control of her thoughts, the magic fluctuation in the palm of her hand instantly turned into dozens of red missiles, flying directly to the things in the sky. Airplanes? Green Lantern swooped down without fear, imagining willpower, directly creating things out of thin air, a green light shield supporting the front, actually completely intercepting and blocking the missile. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Boom! The flickering green light opened an umbrella-like giant umbrella, directly blocking all the red missiles that swept outside the outside world. Duh! A trace of fine cracks continued to appear, like a crack in the glass gradually spreading, and the slam directly caused the entire green energy giant umbrella to explode. But just when the green light in the sky was like a heavenly woman scattering flowers, a flying figure broke through the air and went towards Wanda in front of him. Wanda looked down coldly, and saw that Green Lantern Hal was fearless, and the energy ring he was wearing in his hand was slowly raised, and another green light was released. With the change of his will, an extra train appeared in the entire long air, and the beeping whistle continued to sound, driving at full speed and flying towards the air. The terrifying sound of airflow rushed to the face, and the Red Witch Wanda in front of her seemed to be shocked, never expecting how there would be such a train in the air. But she didn't have time to dodge. Instinctively, she glared angrily, and actually threw her arms. A vast and boundless force, like an indifferent flame, directly annihilated the oncoming train. Yue was even more unabated, rushing towards the Green Lantern who followed. Ugh! Such a powerful blow was unexpected. Green Lantern Hal screamed sadly, and his body was like a broken kite, desperately falling. Dada! At the same time, the Harrier-shaped fighter had just detached from stealth mode, and the two machine guns at the bow of the ship opened fire on Wanda. It's just that the chaotic magic in Wanda's hand is like a raging red fog, rotating around the whole body, and the brain will wipe out the sweeping artillery fire. As if it was not enough, the notorious Wanda in front of him looked at the Harrier-shaped fighter not far away. Fried, she confided softly. But it is such a ruthless character, like a 9-day genius. As if the words come out of the way, the explosive word just fell, and the engine of the Harrier-shaped fighter really exploded under inexplicable circumstances. Boom! Thick black smoke sprayed out, and without power, how could the Harrier fighter be able to support the sky and earth? For a time, he also stepped into the footsteps of Green Lantern Hal, and fell directly towards the ground under the thick smoke spray. Airplanes? At this moment, one after another figures in the cabin door continued to escape and fly out, and the beautiful figure in the middle looked at each other coldly, and in the next moment, she was also preparing to copy just now. Chaos magic is the ability of the Red Witch, but as everyone knows, Wanda is an Omega-level mutant, and her ability is also very strange, that is, the probability The fighter just now is an example. The engine error is a very small probability event, but Wanda is like the god who manipulates the probability, directly let the fighter detonate inexplicably. God does not know the ghost, it can be called a great killing weapon. Now, her face was frosty, and her eyes were full of emotion, obviously her killing intent was decided. But just as he was about to kill those who were in distress in the air, Wanda's face suddenly became very difficult to see, and suddenly there was a stir in the bottom of her heart, and she lost her color. She remembered the scene just now. Mumble? Wanda swallowed her saliva, and the focus of her vision seemed to be unable to focus on those few ants, because she suddenly remembered the trick she had just made in a hurry. The power of the phoenix. Damn, I actually used it. Wanda. Not so much that the black phoenix that occupied Wanda's body completely exploded, her mind was like a monstrous wave, and the whole person's mind was turbulent. Damn. She was completely in boundless chagrin. Under the crisis of the train that rushed just now, she was in a hurry, and instinctively used the power of the phoenix. The shadow of the famous tree of people. The black phoenix couldn't forget everything that man had done to him, and the pain of the whipping was as direct as a brand. Even if he changed his body, he couldn't completely lose it. Now, she seemed to have signaled him. Suddenly, she could no longer care about the raging law and discipline everywhere as in the previous 2 months, nor did she care about the plan to destroy New York, so she didn't say a word, hastily landed on the isolated island, and gathered several fraternity members who had escaped from prison with a light move. Airplanes? She reached out and gently swiped into the air, but she cut a black gap, and then, she was very embarrassed to lead a group of people through the space and directly away. Let's go? The air seemed quiet for a minute or two. How did the huge opening usher in a very bad ending? This. What do we seem to be mistaken? The Avengers who spread their parachutes in the air looked at each other, and they couldn't understand why Wanda, who had been rampant just now, fled directly. Her look just now was simply like a great enemy, not at all as relaxed and proud as just now. The people who were shrouded in death did not understand the reason. Hey, where's she? Green Lantern, who broke out of the sea again, flew again, but did not find the figure that almost killed him. It's not that you beat her away. All of a sudden, Green Lantern thought of the answer. Worthy of the Avengers. Hal gave a thumbs up and complimented unknowingly. It's just that the praise listened to the ears of the Avengers, but it was a little harsh, and the captain, who had always been honest and loyal, looked a little unnatural. They also felt strange. How could this woman be so good and leave? Tai sang tak viet.tk. For no reason, the woman who had made a name for herself all over the world fled. The Avengers were unexpected, confused. It's just that they don't dare to snub at this, and their expressions are even more tense. The real trouble has arrived, and the isolated island prison has been completely torn apart by Wanda just now, Captain Steve said with a look of chagrin. A group of Avengers without the ability to fly fell on the surface of the sea, and in front of them was an island emitting thick black smoke. It was originally an island where a group of superpowered criminals were held, but the surrounding external steel plates were fragmented, smashed by an unknown magic, and the criminals inside swept out so mightily. The criminals in black and white prison clothes cheered, like a tiger escaping from prison, showing their claws and fangs, and killing a group of guards in a blink of an eye. They were unscrupulous and uninspiring, and they were originally a group of thugs, but they set off a bloody feast in the isolated island prison. Shameless. With an angry scold, Thor and Iron Man flew away, accompanied by Green Lantern Hal, who slid towards the island. Beams of lightning, eruptions of shells, and even the bloom of green light dotted the prison from time to time. 057. Blood was splashed on the wall, and the thugs seemed to be temporarily contained in the prison, but the Avengers' sudden stop made the thugs inside decide to unite as one, put aside each other's prejudices, and attack the enemies on the island together. It's not good news. Hal Jordan showed a wry smile, which united these bandit thugs. Duh. The sound of the prison door being opened was endless. One by one, the vicious criminals were constantly released and ran outward, and the pressure of the Avengers suddenly intensified. After all, no matter how you say it, these criminals are all superpowered criminals with superpowers, but they are not ordinary bandits who can be compared. Duh. In the deepest tunnel of the prison, there was another sound of the door being unlocked. In the tunnel of the cell, an old man with a thin face lay on it. The chains on his body were like the roots of an old tree, wrapped around his limbs, and in the darkness, a pair of cloudy eyeballs suddenly opened. He watched indifferently as the criminals around him untied his ropes, but it was such an old man's sweep, and the criminals around him were respectful and did not dare to say more. It was not until the chains were officially untied that one of them shouted tremblingly, "There is a conflict outside. Prison. Broken by someone. We can escape." "Humph, it's hard for you not to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but to rescue me, a thin old man. Don't dare." The criminals were inexplicably empty-hearted. They were told what they really thought, and the Avengers outside were too fierce to attack one after another. In desperation, the group had to take risks and rescue the most terrifying criminals in the prison. "Please also ask King Wanli to help us." People kneel and beg. Here are proud criminals. It is impossible to break the backbone and ask for someone. But after a plea, there were cries of pleading all around. The prison was breached, the guards were slaughtered and killed, and the escape was just around the corner. But now, because of 2 or 3 strong superheroes, the progress was blocked. Of course, it was really because the King of Wanli in front of them had the greatest reputation and the highest generation. King Wanli glanced at the surrounding crowd so indifferently, listening to the explosion outside. He laughed indifferently. I didn't expect that. I thought I was going to die in this prison, but I didn't expect that today it would be an eye-opener. Well, help you little bunny cubs escape today, he said lightly, seemingly not taking everything into account at all. However, the old man in front of him seemed to be too thin, and the two bamboo, CBFA, rod-like leg supports made some people who did not know whether he could stand up. But what stunned them was that this king of Wanli did not step on the ground, and after freeing the chain, he was actually suspended in midair with two legs crossed. Gravity. Is this what he is capable of? Look what, still don't show me the way. King Wanli blew his beard and said urgently. In an instant, everyone did not dare to slacken, quickly wrapped his figure, and rushed to the outside of the prison. But after a while, there was a cheer on the sand of the island again, and the Avengers had just solved a bunch of rushing figures, and they couldn't help but frown when they heard this. This time, those criminals did not choose to retreat, but spoke viciously, scolding Thor, and others in front of them. Sun Tzu, dare to attack us again. Kneel down for me later, now quickly give me a dog bark. What kind of medicine did these people take? And their tone suddenly became so cruel. Green Lantern frowned. On the contrary, it was Thor's violent temper, unable to stand these insults, and flew out directly, but with a loud noise, his body was thrown out, directly pulled by an inexplicable huge force, and flew hundreds of meters away in the opposite direction. Iron Man Tony's eyes widened and his heart became vigilant. Sir, he is the most dangerous and terrifying king of Wanli in the isolated island prison. Inside the headset, came the voice of Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler. I saw that inside the prison gate in front of me, a group of criminals hugged an elderly figure. His feet did not touch the ground for half a minute, and he was suspended in midair without any strength. King Wanli, Tony bit the name, looking rather jealous. According to the information given by Jarvis, the most terrifying guy in this isolated island prison plays with the gravity of space in the palm of his hand. I don't know any of them. King Wanli, who was suspended cross-legged, looked at the superhero in front of him, and just said a contemptuous word. The criminals immediately cheered, and this isolated island prison under S.H.I.E.L.D alone held many people who were defeated by the Avengers. Tony, who was respected and admired, was naturally unconvinced, and looked at the proud criminal in front of him with a sneer. Don't you know how safe this prison is? Isolated overseas, even if there is no guard, but the jellyfish in the surrounding sea are extremely deadly. How do you want to escape from this island? Yes. King Wanli did not hesitate, but continued to look over with contempt, and as always, a sneering tone burst out. This is your battle. He raised his hands into the air, and the whole island trembled. Tony's face was startled, and the entire island was lifted up by King Wanli. Damn it. Duck Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Under the sound of breaking air, a shadow was cast over the city of New York. The warm sun's rays were gone, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be in the dark of the night, and the citizens of New York City raised their heads to see this unusual change. I saw that in midair, there was an island suspended in the air, drenched in water stains constantly falling from the edge of the island, and from the perspective of the ground, there was no lack of green spots mottled seaweed attached to it. Ugh. But before he could look at it for half a minute, a panic-like cry sounded in the crowd. Airplanes? Another sound of breaking air sounded, and the island suspended in New York City was like the top of Mount Tarzan, slamming towards the ground. Rumble? The earth trembled instantly, trembled violently like an earthquake, and at the moment the island fell, buildings on the outskirts of New York were completely smashed and shattered like pieces of paper. The vast and boundless smoke and dust swept out, and the rapid fluctuation of the airflow directly affected a range of nearly a kilometer. Is this still human? Green Lantern Hal said in a low voice on the island. Even if his ability is extremely imaginative, he can't believe that the king of Wanli in front of him actually moved an island out of thin air and smashed it on the city. At this moment, are the deadly jellyfish around the island still useful? King Wanli, who was not far away, laughed sarcastically. His legs were crossed, directly suspended in midair, his long white hair fluttered slowly on his back, and his thin face showed a trace of unsuspectable majesty, as if he was a real king of the world. Even Tony, the arrogant Iron Man just now, was stunned to watch this scene. A sense of chagrin came to mind, and looking at the nearby city of New York, he couldn't believe how many lives had died under the fall of the island. I can't forgive you at all, Tony growled out of control. Unforgivable? Now these young people are so cute? King Wanli laughed disapprovingly. When he was trapped in the isolated island prison, he had already been indifferent, but now he returned to the world, but he was like getting a high monk, seeing through all the falsehood. Let's go. At the same time, behind it was a group of flaunting criminals shouting, "What a bunch of stinky boys." King Wanli shook his head and smiled, and the superpowered criminals who had just enshrined him as king, seeing that the city was close at hand, moved their steps and rushed towards New York. The momentum of the run, but he no longer paid attention to the king of Wanli. However, King Wanli was also free, and waved his hand, asking these bastards to hurry up. Damn, don't think about leaving. Green Lantern was furious, his figure was like a sword, and he flew straight away, but with a bang, he hit a wall of air in midair and flew out violently. Tony the Iron Man also followed, but he was also in trouble, as if he was stuck in a quagmire, and it was difficult to move an inch. You might as well stay and accompany me, this old man. The initiator of everything, King Wanli, with a long white beard, looked at the Avengers in front of him with a smile. King Wanli obviously made up his mind to stop the Avengers in front of him. The isolated island prison holds a large group of famous criminals, and now they are released in the city of New York, which is absolutely unimaginable. Thinking of this, Tony, who was full of sadness, became more and more difficult to see. New York is in complete peril. The heinous criminals have been holding back for a long time, and without saying a word, they have wreaked havoc in the city. A group of Avengers who deliberately blocked it, but they were played with in the palm of their hands by the gravity that King of all Force could not capture, and they simply killed a group of government departments. Although the root of all evil is the unfathomable King of Wanli, but if you go back in time, you can see that the person who led everything to such a despicable situation is the beautiful figure Wanda who flew away. Because of the critical moment, instinctively made a move under the Phoenix, entangled in the Black Phoenix who was afraid of Su Chen, and left New York without saying a word, leaving a mess thrown to S.H.I.E.L.D. But what she didn't know was that so far, Su Chen hadn't captured that very abnormal Phoenix power fluctuation. Because not long ago, Su Chen, the Lord of Krypton, was summoned back to the land of Krypton again with the Rainbow Bridge. Therefore, Black Phoenix's actions are a bit like being bitten by a snake once and being afraid of the well rope for 10 years. Krypton on the Empire. The gorgeous Milky Way exudes a brilliant luster, reflecting the entire land. Ask for flowers 0. Su Chen, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, had no intention of looking at this scenery, but he frowned a little unkindly. So, you summoned me back because this reconnaissance ship returned home. Yes, Your Majesty. Fiora lowered her head respectfully and said with murderous intent. As early as at least a few months ago, a reconnaissance ship flew out from the land of the Krypton Empire, and it carried the task of finding the outposts left over from Krypton's past, so it rushed to the interstellar universe, looking for extremely rare genetic nutrient solutions. It is an exaggeration to say that this mission is concerned about the future fate of the Krypton Empire. But the reconnaissance ship in front of him was mottled and broken, the external steel plate metal cracks were uncertain, and faintly, an extremely strong smell of blood was revealed in the hatch. 0. It is clear that the reconnaissance ship has suffered an unidentified attack in the Interstellar. How many people died? All. Su Chen frowned, and while his anger rose, a question couldn't help but arise in his mind. Then how could this reconnaissance ship come back by itself? Your Majesty, the ship has been set up to return automatically, and if you go in with me, you will know some problems, said Fiora with her head bowed. Stepping into the ship through the hatch, Su Chen squinted at the environment inside. From the tunnel to the cockpit, there was a dead Kryptonian corpse, and the fierce claws killed with one blow, without any backhand, and were buried inside the ship. Came to the vicinity of the engine, and found the only Kryptonian warrior in the reconnaissance ship, as the strongest standing in the ship, but he was dead before he died. The scars were all over the place, and the entire waist was penetrated by itself, and the blood flowed non-stop. Su Chen looked at each other coldly, but the surrounding atmosphere inexplicably became a little depressed, and Fiora, who had been accompanying him, swallowed his throat, and only felt a little suffocated. She still lowered her head and said with some discomfort, the reason why they didn't destroy this reconnaissance ship was set up by the enemy to automatically return home. It is obvious that they want to find the return place behind it. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but we were negligent. Our land has been exposed to the eyes of an unknown enemy. Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. 10,000 years ago, this Kryptonian reconnaissance ship may have visited Earth in the name of exploration, and may have discovered the benefits of the sun to Kryptonians. Since then, it has been buried in the Arctic and frozen to this day. A few years ago, the reconnaissance ship was excavated and found under the Arctic ice by Su Chen, the Lord of Krypton, who was determined by fate. Then, as fate dictated, the Krypton Empire was resurrected again. Not long ago, under Su Chen's order, a Krypton warrior, leading more than a dozen soldiers and other personnel to board this reconnaissance ship, took the mission, and flew to the distant and boundless interstellar universe. Then, there is no then. When 510 was issued again, the device of automatic return was pressed, and a group of dead people carrying a full cabin came into Su Chen's eyes. Interstellar journeys are an adventure, and the universe is a more sinister environment than Earth. Fiora, the female official, let out a long sigh. When Krypton opened up the universe in the past, it left many outposts on various planets, and this reconnaissance ship was to collect the precious resources in the outposts. It's just that this trip obviously completely buried them. It's not without gains, though. The Kryptonian scientist who came to board the ship shouted excitedly, and he found that the cargo hold of the reconnaissance ship was full of cargo resources, many of which had extremely important genetic nutrient solutions, which were key resources to climb the population of Krypton. Fiora couldn't help but have a hint of joy on her face when she heard this, but looking at Su Chen, who was still gloomy, she suddenly felt uneasy. This is the enemy of the invasion. Su Chen confided a key word. Just under the cockpit seat in front of him, there were 1 or 2 corpses that did not belong to Kryptonians. The mutilated corpses were smashed by heavy fists, and the thin wings on the back were also torn apart, apparently attacked by Kryptonian warriors. And this corpse, Su Chen was very familiar, and he had seen it in his memory. Alien invaders. Fiora also noticed this different kind of corpse. Demon-like. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scolded through gritted teeth. Under the spread of perception in his mind, he found several demon-like corpses, which Su Chen did not expect. Unexpectedly, they encountered demons in the flight of the universe, and they ruthlessly attacked the Krypton ship, killing none of the people inside. The leader of the class is a monster that you don't know. Su Chen lowered his head and observed the slain Kryptonian. The scene of disembodiment was obviously not caused by a demon-like attack, it was an extremely fierce weapon. Sharp, even killing with one hit. The monster holding this weapon made even every Kryptonian unable to react, and the attack was quickly incomprehensible. A member of the Dark Elite. It was an elite member of Darkseid, all of whom were like Steppenwolf-like beings, and the main attacker who led such a group of demons was obviously one of them. Demon-like. The female official Fiora pondered the word repeatedly, and she also knew that one of the most powerful biological weapons in the universe. Then why didn't they remove the bodies? Fiora, who knew the habits, couldn't help but wonder. As far as she knew, demons often carried creatures and left directly. No, what the demon needs should be living creatures, which is the key to transforming into a demon, and killing all these Kryptonians is obviously a demonstration to me. Su Chen picked the pair of thick sword eyebrows and said angrily. As early as in the Mother Earth box crisis event, the death of Steppenwolf and even Doomsday obviously made the two sides form a bond. And now, this wave of slaughter is the fuse that continues to spread. They are undoubtedly saying to themselves that this matter is absolutely not over. Not only that, this wave of automatic return program settings, as Fiora said, the location of the Krypton Empire where he is located has been completely made public, and it has been revealed in the eyes of the apocalypse without omission. Duh! Su Chen clenched his fists, and a sense of being pulled by someone made him inexplicably raise a nameless fire. Apocalypse? Absolutely not over. As early as when he discovered that Doomsday was captured in the Apocalypse Star, Su Chen was determined to eradicate this tumor in the universe as soon as possible. He does not allow a super Kryptonian to become someone else's endless weapon. And now, after discovering the personnel who had slaughtered his entire reconnaissance ship, Su Chen's anger reached its peak, which was the biggest loss he suffered after opening up his country. That kind of bone-cutting hatred can no longer be resolved by hatred. Apocalypse. Darkseid. Knock knock. 3.2. The things placed inside the surrounding ship seemed to feel Su Chen's anger, and they were trembling inexplicably, and the Krypton scientists who were working halfway down were extremely uncomfortable, not to mention how uncomfortable Fiora in front of him was. Su Chen only felt that the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, and looking at the group of people who succumbed to majesty, he forcibly endured it. Pack up the bodies and give them an intact funeral. The irrefutable words came out. Su Chen flicked his arm, and before leaving, he tensed his expression and reminded the supervision, raise security to the highest level, prepare for a death battle. The distant apocalypse enemy does not know when it will come. It's like an enemy who is secretly watching, making people unable to grasp it, and now the Krypton Empire is so open to the outside without reservation. The death of his compatriots, and even the things that came out of the coordinates, made Su Chen unable to calm the anger in his heart. Your Majesty. The two timid maids bowed their heads respectfully in the palace. With a beautiful and childish face and a graceful and slender figure, it is the two Krypton handmaids Eve and Eva. Su Chen did not say a word. The anger in his heart was swollen, making him a little angry. Since he took a lot of waste from the nuclear bomb, Su Chen found that his emotions were too easy to fluctuate, and negative emotions also appeared from time to time. Inexplicably, he remembered the prop that could be used for catharsis. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen said goodbye to the two women in front of him, and under his signal, the rainbow bridge once again bloomed with a thick colorful light. Airplanes? Rainbow pillars of light penetrate into the earth from the distant starry sky. On the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, there were sudden ripples, violent waves rising up, until the starlight dissipated, and a burly and tall figure appeared in the sky. Su Chen squinted, his figure flickered with a burst, the afterimage under the white clouds was uncertain, and after teleporting in successive spaces, he actually saw the continental outline of New York City. I forgot, the Black Phoenix is gone. Su Chen patted his head, only then remembered that the props he could vent had long since disappeared. But, next second, Su Chen's clear black and white eyes showed a hint of playful ripples, and in his perception, there was a terrorist attack in the city of New York. Finally found me a pleasure. Generally speaking, Su Chen rarely involved participating in those operations against super criminals. It's just that he is very unhappy now. The target of the sandbag coincidentally fell on New York, which bore the brunt. How? Superheroes? A voice burst out from the mouth of King Wanli, and around his body, everything was being played with in the palm of his hand. Cars violated gravity and floated directly in the void, spinning quietly, but if the Avengers had the intention to attack, these cars flew out like cannonballs, which was simply unpreventable. He opened his palm, and his 5 fingers flicked slightly from the air. The thin and shriveled fingers were like playing a piano, and the air seemed to be plucked one string after another. Ah, you do not give in to Hawkeye, the captain, like bubbles, inexplicably floating towards the air. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Hawkeye yelled. He swung his limbs in the air like a drowning man, looking extremely embarrassed and funny. However, it was impossible to break free from this gravity prison. King Wanli is too strong, and gravity has been played by him with various tricks. Let them go. Green Lantern Hal Jordan was anxious, and the energy ring in his hand burst out with unprecedented power. Airplanes? A green glow bloomed in the air, a train was about to come out of thin air. King Wanli smiled indifferently. He did not hesitate to move a little, but his right hand probed slightly, and a building not far away trembled inexplicably. If you don't want all the people in that building to die, stop me. Airplanes? A sound of breaking air struck, and the green train running at full speed soared into the sky, and then grazed the side of King Wanli. King Wanli laughed, and all the while, he didn't move for half a minute. Green Lantern was disgusted and forcibly turned into an attack. In the end, he still succumbed to the threat of King Wanli. Let me go of those innocent people, Hal exclaimed. But he found out that he had been deceived. The 100-meter-tall building just now was directly separated from the earth, as if it had been lifted up by an invisible giant. Liar. Hal found out he had been tricked. Not only that, but the surrounding buildings were uprooted. Tall buildings, like tombstones, are suspended in midair, more than tens of meters away from the ground. The voices of people were loud, and the sounds of panic sounded one after another, and from time to time, some people even couldn't think about it at all, and jumped down from a height of more than 10 feet. Burst! The figure instantly fell to the ground, completely killed on the spot. But some people are still eager to try because they find that the tall buildings they are in are flying higher and higher. No, the Avengers almost cried. You deceive me, let them go. Hal gritted his teeth, his pupils as if they were about to drip blood. Get on your knees and ask for my forgiveness. King Wanli just reacted ruthlessly. A pair of pupils are interested, overlooking everyone playfully, and the elderly figure with long beards and fluttering beards makes people feel extremely suffocated. On your knees. Come and get it. Please, come and ask for my forgiveness. He stressed again. The scene was silent. Hal's face was gloomy. He couldn't confirm whether what this guy said was true, but now he didn't seem to have a choice. He's toying with you. Tony flew in again, cursing furiously. But the buildings uprooted around shook again, as if urging. Green Lantern's face was bitter, his knees were a little soft, and he wanted to kneel. King Wanli outlined a cruel smile, which was a look of triumph, and it was also the joy of conquering and trampling on the dignity of superheroes. He loved the session. Then after kneeling, he will also completely smash the tall building in front of him, and he looks forward to the face of the superheroes in front of him falling from heaven to hell again. Haha. Thinking of the proudness, King Wanli laughed. Under this ridicule, Green Lantern's legs became softer, and gradually, he fell to the ground with his knees bent. Stupid stuff, I lied. Before the words fell, King Wanli frowned, and the vigilance in his mind exploded his head, and a meteor-like thing flew in the distance. Without caring about controlling the gravity around him, with a bang, the tall buildings that were constantly flying around suddenly fell to the ground again. Boom! Smoke and dust rose noisily, wolf smoke floated. King Wanli's face was like a great enemy, completely lost the pride just now, his hands were propped out, and all the gravity was called by him, turning into a solid position in front of him. It was a wall of air, trying to intercept something that hit straight in. Duh! The air wall cracked in response, and the figure not only cut through the air and ignited fireworks, but even the resistance that was like falling into a quagmire and motionless was completely torn apart. A series of sounds continued to rise, and the so-called gravity seemed unable to trap the figure. As a result, a fist slammed into King Wanli's face. Boom! The majestic and unparalleled force suddenly smashed on the face of King Wanli, and with a muffled sound, his figure flew out from himself. The figure that swept through the air was like a meteor falling, tearing open the heavy air barrier, directly knocking the King of Wanli out of the whole set. The action is done in one go. The change between breaths is also stunning. Su Chen. Steve recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance. Black cape uniform, tiger back B waist, inverted 3. The horn-like upper body revealed an explosive power. Wasn't it who Su Chen was? Kryptonians. Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who was directly helped up by Tony, also learned who this was at this time. This is the person you are looking for on this trip to Earth? He trembled and couldn't help himself for a long time. However, Su Chen, who was in midair, obviously ignored their thoughts, and the afterimage appeared for a while, and the figure suddenly disappeared. The King of Wanli, who was shot out, flew hundreds of meters away, but did not appear to have the slightest tendency to fall, and an indifferent light floating force filled his body, so that he somewhat unloaded this huge impact. Airplanes? The surrounding airflow was impatient, and a warning sign appeared in my mind. Damn fellow, you think you've eaten me. King Wanli was a little angry. This was the first time he had been injured since he was released from prison. His face was tense, and he didn't have the self-satisfaction of playing Green Lantern just now. Sorry, exactly. The sudden extra black shadow in front of him covered a piece of light, and it was Su Chen who teleported from a distance. King Wanli frowned, his face was gloomy, and he seemed to be stimulated. As early as just now he calculated the direction that the other party was ushering in, so his thoughts instantly gushed out. Airplanes? The air is even like a ripple of water. Gravity turned into powerful mortars and rushed towards the figure in front of him. Boom! The air exploded. Su Chen's body was like a peerless sword, directly tearing everything apart. Yu Wei was uncertain, but it did not damage his steel body at all. Seeing a punch stretched out, King Wanli's heart trembled. Gravity changed again, and the strength continued to climb, like a quagmire, intending to trap that iron fist. Boom! The air shattered like a mirror, and the invincible iron fist shattered the space, and then it was truly imprinted on the body of King Wanli. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. King Wanli's face was directly pale, and his body strengthened by gravity was seriously injured, and his body directly turned into a meteorite and fell straight down. This time, he was no longer as dashing as before, and he could no longer vent his huge power. Just as he was about to land, Su Chen's figure teleported directly to the ground, like a precise kicker, kicking the attacking King of Wanli flying out. Mo said fist. Su Chen's body and limbs were nowhere a peerless artifact. Under 1 foot, his figure soared into the sky, like a rocket. When he was about to break through the atmosphere, King Wanli completely woke up from fainting, and an unspeakable sharp pain came from the bones of his body. Ugh! He cried out bitterly, without a hint of kingly intent. Not even being able to actually say the clear figure of the attacker, being teased like this, really made King Wanli despair. But before he could barely stabilize his body, a strong wind in front of him hit again. Here it is again. King Wanli only felt that he had fallen into hell again. Thousands of times the gravity gushed out, but the figure in front of him was infinitely powerful, and his hand was formed into a fist, without the slightest intention of blocking, smashing all obstacles. Meanwhile, a leg flew over, slammed the ground, and under the desperate pupils of King Wanli, he was forcibly kicked and flew down by Su Chen, and fell directly towards the ground. Rumble! A vast cloud of smoke exploded on the flat ground, and wolf smoke shook up. Just now, after being kicked around like a leather ball, Wanli Wang finally fell to the ground very boringly. This is still the invincible King of Wanli. The guy who claims to be able to control gravity was tossed and miserably defeated by the Kryptonians. Just now, he also played with the people of New York in the palm of his hand, but he didn't expect to fall to this point in the next second. The Avengers tell all this incredulously. They couldn't even really observe what they were doing with human eyes, but looking at the black figure that slowly landed, everyone knew that it was King Wanli who was smashed to the ground. No matter how strong his old bones are, how can they withstand such a toss? Black Widow Natasha said with a sigh. But speaking of which, just now the crowd was still teased by King Wanli, but now they are a little sympathetic and pitiful, I have to say. It's really strange. Some cheers also sounded on the surrounding buildings. It was the heartfelt joy of New Yorkers when they were liberated. No one would have thought that a person could move an island out of thin air and land on a city. No one would have thought that someone would uproot a building out of thin air. This is a scene that the human brain cannot imagine. Fortunately, the crisis was completely resolved. Savior from the Lord of Krypton, I will bear a child for you. Thank you for saving us. Great God, you saved us. The cheers rang out one after another, and some religious people even believed that Su Chen was the embodiment of God. On the distant shores of New York, a bronze statue of Su Chen tens of meters high is placed on it, which is a great medal to commemorate the freezing tsunami of Kryptonians and save the people. Therefore, it is no wonder that many people have identified Kryptonians as saviors, and even godlike existences. Shout! An iron pillar flew out of the pit. King Wanli was particularly broken, but this weak blow was directly ejected by Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, who had an indifferent face, was full of anger from beginning to end, and he came to vent his anger. Think you're dead? Su Chen sneered, and then he pulled up the figure of King Wanli, and the rain-like attack poured on his body like this. Like a sandbag beaten by anyone, King Wanli's body bloomed with fountains of blood, and his body was shattered and unbearable. The people below had already raised their heads and quietly watched this scene, and the expression of longing suddenly became surprised and embarrassed. The cheering couldn't help but stop. Is he whipping the corpse? Cathartic temper? Many people also called Su Chen a god, but in the next second, people found that this was as simple as a devil. Is he a god or a demon? But no matter who Su Chen was, under the powerful coercion, people were still and looked up at all this Doctai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Wolf smoke rushed up like straight smoke. Inside the crater formed by the impact of a meteorite is a fragmented corpse. Under Su Chen's inhuman fist attack, King Wanli fell and died, and even the body could not be preserved completely, shattered like a casual discarded puppet. People admired the mighty figure in midair, and while admiring him, they were even more shocked and afraid of the terrifying killing methods just now. He is both a god and an out-and-out devil. Someone whispered, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak out, because he had heard more or less that the god in front of him had the ability to hear all things. Some people did not dare to question half a point, and looked up at this invincible figure with enthusiastic admiration. Savior, please give God the gospel. A priest shouted. Is he crazy? A young man said disdainfully. But his misfit contempt attracted a large group of hostile eyes. The young man looked at this pious face and suddenly closed his mouth. He remembered his mother's teaching in the church when he was a child. You cannot believe in God, but you 540 cannot be despised by this. These people obviously took this Kryptonian as a god, and he slandered from the bottom of his heart. The indestructible body of steel, the omnipotent strength, saving the people from fire and water, who is he not God? Someone interpreted. Many people nodded their heads in understanding. Obviously, the trajectory of this world is somewhat beyond Su Chen's imagination. In the original American comic world, if Clark was still alive and enthusiastic about saving people everywhere, he was also hailed as a high god by the people of the world because of his omnipotent image. Now, although Su Chen did not go around to rescue the people at all, the invasion of Doomsday and even the major events of the Thanos crisis showed an otherworldly side. Man of Steel, fist to fist, won the day of destruction and prevented the fall of Gotham City. In one breath, Thousands of miles of ice froze, quelling the tsunami chaos and saving nearly 10 million New Yorkers. Although they were all achievements that Suchan unintentionally unlocked. But people claim it. Many people looked towards the sky, stretching their arms, hoping to touch the wisp of fluttering cloak. They had already regarded Suchan as the embodiment of God. It's just that some misfit, CFFH, moves, but it rings right after. Hurry up and save me. Let go of my little ones, beasts. Come to the police, there are prisoners over here. As long as you listen attentively, you can hear some harsh sounds in the troubled city. Oops. Captain Steve stood up immediately. The Avengers around them also recovered from the shock and took a fighting stance. Only then did they remember that inside the city, there were still many escapees from isolated island prisons. Before the troops of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, 2 by 2, quickly calm the fighting in the city. Steve stretched out 2 fingers and said righteously. The overall planning has always been carried out by him. After a long time of speaking, he looked up at the figure in the air, and his husband hoped to entrust some things in his heart, but the words were still in his throat before he could say it. He saw a trace passing in the air. He flew to the isolated island prison. Not far from everyone. It is a majestic island, smashed by King Wanli on top of the city, and the buildings are smoothed out, and the momentum is terrifying. Even more frightening was a group of criminals in black and white prison uniforms, shouting with joy and running towards the outside world. The remaining guards were lit by them and burned like candles, and unbridled laughter instantly sounded above. Shout! A red beam of light swept across the sky and swept directly across the island. Where the slender beam of light swept over, even the mud wall that revealed steel reinforcement was cut apart in an instant without hindrance, and the human body could not resist it, and it was cut off in a blink of an eye. Damn! Frightened voices rang out one after another. The criminals also spotted the figure in black combat uniform in midair. Boom! The ammunition in his hand, the inexplicable special attack, all flew in unison. The lone figure in midair didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the attack to sweep in, and under a round of attacks, it set off a vast cloud of smoke. But when the soot was penetrated by another hot line of sight beam, the criminals found that the figure in front of them was not damaged at all. Monster. With cultural scarcity, it took them half a day to hold out a word. Cold sweat fell in a flash. They didn't have time to be surprised for half a minute, because another beam of heat was sweeping over. Like a supreme sword that supports the heavens and the earth, in the blink of an eye, the heat vision beam swept down, cutting off all the pillars of the city wall, and the prison lost its support and collapsed. No. Some criminals who were hiding in hiding couldn't wait for their parents to give birth to 2 more legs and ran out in horror. The smoke of gunfire in the sky instantly engulfed them. Suchan in midair felt a little interested, and he put away the unparalleled heat vision beam. The figure fell straight down, imposing and violent, like a kunpeng flapping its wings. Here comes the opportunity. Some criminals saw each other falling, but they thought they had found an opportunity to fight back. He also has proud capital, and the bone blade of his body comes out through his body, like a hedgehog, and the X gene of the mutant makes him extremely hurtful under his close body. It's just that when Suchan in midair swooped down, he didn't slow down in the slightest, and just crashed down. Boom! The proud bone blade of his whole body shattered inch by inch, and his body flew out from itself. A face still stopped at an expression of disbelief. Suchan was not unimpressed. His arrival was to vent his temper, so he chose the barbaric way of fisting to his body. The figure flickered and disappeared directly in place. The criminals on the island wiped their eyes, but found that a figure appeared directly and suddenly into the eye socket, and a punch struck, like a cannonball, directly exploded his body. Weak. A faint voice floated out. It's just that the arrogant tall figure has not stayed in place for a second. It was like a demon wind, blowing past everyone, and like a ghost, it followed like a shadow, like a bone scab entangled around every criminal. Punch, close. One action is the vast impact of a cannonball. After that, there is also a splendid scenery where blood blooms. Ugh. The terrified cries could not help but float out. Suchen's face also became more and more grim, and the painful cry made him extremely comfortable like a comfortable song. He was a god in the eyes of others just to vent his temper. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Although the island prison is one of the 4 major prisons under S.H.I.E.L.D, it is specially used to hold superpowered criminals, which is extremely vicious and dangerous. But compared to the omnipotent Suchan, it seemed to be somewhat stretched. Airplanes? The cloak was pulled out by the strong wind. Under the rapid movement, the black cloak was like a flag under a strong wind. The hunting sounded, Suchen's figure flashed away, and he directly punched. Boom! The figure in front of him was full of horror, and before his hands could resist, he was directly hit by a punch from the vast attack. With a muffled loud noise, a huge head exploded like a watermelon, and blood mixed with brain turbidity spilled all over the earth. And Suchen's face outlined a hint of ambition, a smug smile. His figure slowly levitated, and from his field of vision, he could see that the entire prison ground was sprinkled with fragmented blood, and the concrete floor was completely soaked with blood. The criminals who fled in a hurry turned into a cold corpse, mercilessly planted under the sharp and clever attack, and lay down on the ground. Suchan raised his eyebrows, only feeling that his mood was relaxed. Just the thought of the Kryptonians mercilessly slaughtered on the reconnaissance ship, and the thought of the threat from the Cosmolipse star, he was a nameless fire burning again. That's a setback that I simply can't tolerate. Obviously, simple cathartic violence is not enough to compensate for the hatred in the heart. Only by addressing the source of hatred can we resolve the knots in our hearts. Apocalypse, he whispered. And all around, there is still some light and heavy restlessness in the city of New York. With the entry of some S.H.I.E.L.D. rapid reaction forces, this riot began to subside, and some fleeing criminals were directly arrested. Green Lantern Hal Jordan saw that things were under control, and he couldn't help but greet for a while, and flew directly into the air. Kryptonians, wait for me. Hal Jordan saw that the other party was about to fly away, and shouted. Suchan turned around and couldn't help but look at the superhero he met for the first time. Grunt. Green Lantern swallowed inexplicably. The body suddenly froze for a long time. The sudden embarrassment was not his intention, but he was inexplicably nervous by this fierce look, not to mention, a rush of killing intent made others grab the heart. This is also terrifying. How many people did he kill to form such a strong bloody meaning? Hal lowered his head before looking at the elevated island scene. This. He trembled, and his hands couldn't help but shake in shock. On the earth, covered with blood, corpses were inhumane, mercilessly slaughtered, killed enemies with one blow, and there were no bones left. You did all this. Green Lantern never expected that the Kryptonian in front of him was a guy who advocated violence so much. How, are you a virgin? Shouldn't you come and tell me something? No, it's not. Green Lantern shook his hand and defended. He was not a pedantic person, and he knew more or less how horrible casualties these criminals would cause if they ran out. Is it just necessary to slaughter so mercilessly? He had a question in his heart, but he didn't say it. That's not the point, though. Nowadays, the most important thing is to contact the Kryptonian in front of you. Kryptonian, I have something important to tell you. Looking at Su Chen, who was expressionless and ready to fly away, Hal Jordan immediately did not dare to slacken, and directly said the point. I received intelligence in OUA star, and the next target of the Apocalypse star is the Earth. Ask for flowers. 0. The Earth is in danger, and according to the past cases, it may collapse and die, so we need to unite all the superheroes. And you are the most critical member of this change in fate. Green Lantern's words made Su Chen stop in midair. His face became very serious, and Su Chen looked over with cold eyes. Are you sure? Sure, this is basically cosmic interstellar gossip. What about the exact time? I don't know. Green Lantern shook his head, and then he said resolutely, I'm only sure that Apocalypse will never give up. 0. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, but he thought it deeply. Even without being told, he knew that after the last defeat, the Dark Lord Darkseid would definitely not give up. But I didn't expect that time would come so quickly. At the latest half a year, at the fastest more than a month, there is not much time left for the Earth. But, Su Chen, who was depressed and angry in his heart, suddenly stared at Green Lantern and said, the information you received in OUA seeing. Well, that's right. Green Lantern Hal Jordan was afraid that Su Chen would not understand the meaning, so he couldn't help explaining. OUA star is the planet where the ancient guardians of the universe live, and it is also the place where the Green Lantern Corps represents justice. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes fluctuated a little. Then you should know some strongholds and territories of the Apocalypse star, right? Green Lantern didn't expect to usher in this topic. He suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at him in disbelief. Do you want to attack first? That's right. Su Chen outlined a smile. He has never been a passive person, not to mention the Apocalypse star makes him very unhappy. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Attack the stronghold of Apocalypse first? Until the decision was proposed, Green Lantern Hal Jordan's head was a blur. 2 days later, he even more confused agreed to the accompanying conditions. Partner, I need someone to lead the way for me. As a so-called defender of justice, you should not stand up heroically. Under the seductive words, the Green Lantern ghost, who prides himself on being a partner of justice, nodded in confusion. The burning fire on the body gradually disappeared, which was an inexplicable phenomenon that arose when breaking through the atmosphere. Looking at the azure Earth planet under his feet, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was obvious that they had left the Earth. There is no manuscript in the heart, there is no 963 of any plan, so it starts to act. I was supposed to organize the Earth Alliance on Earth and contact superheroes to form a joint alliance, but I was somehow abducted by you on a thief ship. He was a little worried, and seemed to have some plans to retreat. Why, did you all come here? Do you still want to turn back now? Su Chen turned around and glanced at him. His eyes were smiling, and there was a hint of mockery. Green Lantern's face turned red, and a warm blood rolled into his head, and he quickly shook his head. It's not. Now I can only trust Captain Steve to help me complete the task of organizing superheroes. Put it down, that's a commissar-like leader, but it's much better than you, a half-hanger. Being hit by Su Chen like this, although Green Lantern was a little unconvinced in his mouth, he also knew in his heart that the Captain of the United States was indeed more likely to impress and infect others than himself. Then this time, there is really no way back. He sighed. Not long after flying, an indifferent slender airship slowly emerged from the atmosphere, which was a green-lighted airship that had been invisible and waiting for call. This is an airship that every member of the Green Lantern Corps will be equipped with. Very good, the Order Supervisor of the Universe 2814 area, connect to the network. Hal Jordan muttered. Welcome. The system's prompt sounds, and at the same time, a melodious classical song floats out. District 2814. Su Chen was a little curious. The ancient guardian divides the universe into 3,600 sectors, and I am the supervisor and patrol of one of them. How cool is it? Hal Jordan showed that his sector included more than just a solar system, and the surrounding galaxies were governed by him. It's just that Su Chen's face is unimpressed. Green Lantern was also excited. But when it came to this, as he flew, he still paid attention to and said seriously, "So, if you turn back now, there is still a chance. Open the bow and turn back arrow." You don't understand the horrors of the Dark Monarch dark side. Seeing that the other party did not waver, Green Lantern Hal could not care about the dignity on his face, and directly emphasized it. Don't hide from you. Before this, the ancient guardians were very dissatisfied with the tyrannical behavior of the Apocalypse Star. Therefore, our Green Lantern Legion dispatched most of its forces, a total of 3,600 members, ready to use this to attack the Apocalypse Star and directly uproot this source of evil. But the ending was bleak, and the legion that represented justice was drowned under the endless devil-like mouth. The whole army is destroyed, and there are no bones. This is the end of our Green Lantern Corps, and you still hope to defeat one of Darkseid's strongholds. Green Lantern said sincerely. But it was only in exchange for a word from Su Chen. Finished? Let's sail? You. Green Lantern rubbed his head in annoyance, daring to feel that he was completely playing the piano to the cow. That's it. He activated the acceleration button, and the airship suddenly entered the state of light speed, and the surrounding galactic planets instantly continued to recede. I promise you, a stronghold, but not a place like the Apocalypse Star where there is no return. No, even a stronghold is 9 deaths. Don't talk nonsense. As long as you find me the person of the Apocalypse Star, I guarantee you to survive. Su Chen really couldn't stand this nagging words, so he couldn't help but interrupt rudely. Green Lantern closed his mouth and had to drive the airship with a nervous face. Now there is only one step. It is one step. Su, the airship flashed away. It takes a long time to cross the distance of light years and reach another star field. However, for the Green Lantern Corps, which can maintain the entire cosmic order, it is not a big problem. As early as millions of years ago, a hidden wormhole bridge plan encompassed the entire universe. By gently passing through a wormhole, you can cross countless light years and reach the other side of the universe. This undoubtedly greatly increases the efficiency of the Green Lantern Corps in maintaining the universe. Burst? As if penetrating a bubble, the airship sitting on it shuttled directly into a long sparkling tunnel. Wormholes. Su Chen whispered. Such a covert technique 0.6 is not something he can master now, so this revenge plan depends on the Green Lantern in front of him. In less than half a minute, the airship passed directly through the wormhole tunnel and shuttled to the other side of the universe. The dazzling beauty of the Milky Way is once again in view. Okay, let's get here first to rest. Green Lantern looked uncomfortable, and forced himself to endure a sense of vomiting. Looking at Su Chen, who was accustomed to it beside him, he could only sigh in his heart about the monster. Here it is. Su Chen was a little puzzled. Shandar Star, neutral planet, there is the intelligence we want, and the airship also needs to replenish the energy. Okay, let's go. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. In front of it is a magnificent planet, and the airship engine sprays energy, slowly approaching the star of Shandar. As if to fear that Su Chen would misunderstand and slow down, Green Lantern shook his hand and explained, "We can't go to the Apocalypse Star, then there really is no return. However, I do know the territory occupied by the forces of the Dark Lord, but I need some information now, so we need to wait." Su Chen nodded, although he was a little anxious, but looking at a prosperous and strange planet in front of him, his heart swayed somewhat. The prosperous Asgard god domain is less than half the size of the planet in front of you. This is an unusually brilliant alien star. The airships landed, and from time to time, you could see the airships passing by from the window. Soon, they arrived on the landing pad. Green Lantern Hal Jordan ordered, "Fill up the energy." The intelligent robot standing on the side nodded humanely. 27. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Not far out of the apron, he could see that the road in front of him was full of suspended vehicles flying by, and the technology was obviously highly developed. This is Shandar Star, a neutral planet and the core planet where the Nova Empire is located. It seems that for the sake of popular science, Green Lantern's words poured out like an open gate. In today's universe, the 3 major interstellar empires are the most famous: the Kree Empire, the Hela Empire, and the Skrull Empire. The friction between the 3 major interstellar empires is uncertain, and hundreds of battles have been fought in less than half a year. And the Star of Shandar is just in the center of the 3 major empires, and it has always been a place where soldiers must fight. It's just that with the establishment of the Nova Empire, Shandar Star has since become a neutral planet, and the battle has since subsided. Green Lantern introduced the background at the same time. While the two walked forward, they were greeted by castles in the sky, and even grasslands in the sky, which were common. It's no wonder that the high-tech scene is like an old flyover, through which hovering vehicles glide. What's even more amazing is that passing by are various interstellar races with strange shapes. There are Zerg creatures with thin wings, monsters like swamps, and humanoid creatures with various skins. Everything seemed very strange. Shandar Star can stand in the universe and embrace a tolerant open-door policy by encompassing the 4 seas. Of course, It also attracted a lot of murderers to stop inside. A little heart, try not to provoke others. Green Lantern kindly reminded. But halfway through speaking, he shook his head and smiled, looking at Su Chen's unimpressed adopted son, and sighing in his heart that others should not mess with him. Halfway there, Hal Jordan put away his serious look, and the green light ring he was wearing in his hand trembled inexplicably, responding to the call of the outside world. Okay, I'm going to the hidden studio where Oua Sing is staying. Looking at the building in front of him, Hal immediately said, wait until I go to find out the information about the epicolypse. Wait a minute. Su Chen nodded, just stood outside, and waited. The tall and burly figure stood in the doorway, somewhat attracting the attention of others. Of course, it is not the figure that catches the eye, but the majestic aura that exudes from the inside out, which makes people look up. The breath was oppressive, and most of the interstellar creatures lowered their heads very low, did not dare to glance, and passed by directly. Su Chen was just a little curious to observe the scene around him, and under his super hearing, he was able to collect the anexuities around him very well. In a short time, under the operation of intelligence, he had some basic understanding of several interstellar languages. Jingle bells? The bell of the door frame rang and Green Lantern pushed the door open. It's just that his face is a little ugly. Looking at his depressed look, Su Chen frowned, and he had already guessed something in his heart. I'm a little sorry, Shandar Star has not received this information from his colleagues. Looking at his somewhat angry face, Green Lantern clapped his hands and forced a smile. Of course, this is not one of the information channels. After understanding, the collectors not far from here know the information of the apocalypse very well. Collector, Tania Tavan. He is keen to collect all kinds of strange things in the universe Star 800, and has countless rare treasures under his hand, and knows a lot of unknown secrets. When Su Chen heard this nickname, he was somewhat aware of this person, and the collector had a certain brotherly relationship with the legendary Gao Tianzan. It is also one of the so-called cosmic elders. One day, Su Chen said without question. He can't leave the Kryptonian Empire for too long, but he doesn't have time to play here. Green Lantern also nodded very solemnly. No, it's close to here, half an hour at most. But not long after they stepped along. Boom! An explosion sounded high in the air. I saw a ship burning into a fireball and quickly falling down. Not far away, black airships across the long sky, unscrupulously swept into the air, diving. Ammunition was opened, ammunition was poured down without money. Boom! On the ground, it instantly exploded into a sea of fire. Damn, it's Ronan, the accuser, who actually encountered this kind of thing. Green Lantern scratched his head. _. I forgot to tell you that although Shandar Star has signed a peace agreement with the three major empires. However, all this time, the rebel general from the Kree Empire, that is, the accuser Ronan, tore up the agreement and launched a long-term attack on Shandar Star. Green Lantern tells the secret of it. Then, his face became inexplicably serious, and his arms tightened inexplicably. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, be less nosy. Interstellar battles are normal, but the natural laws of life and death are more admired here than on Earth. Most importantly, he is not a righteous superhero who is too lazy to fight this kind of battle. Green Lantern wanted to say something, but his entire arm was already held with a huge force, and he was dragged forward by Su Chen. Warn you, young man, if you delay the people of my planet, I will not spare you easily. The cold words came like frost. Green Lantern couldn't say anything more. People of the planet. He pondered what he had just said, but he didn't know that there was such a thing as the Krypton people under Su Chen's hands, but he mistook it for the people from the Earth. Thinking of the survival of the Earthlings, he did not dare to slacken, breathed a sigh of relief, and led the way forward. The fighting in the air was still fierce. Airplanes? Continuous artillery fire burst out of it, and ships that burned into fireballs continued to fall from it, and the casualties of the two camps were equal for a while. The fighting seems to have reached a stalemate. Look, it's the Nova Legion. Green Lantern shouted. Following his line of sight, dozens of figures flew out of the air pavilion in front of him, whistling, cutting through the long sky, and heading towards the sky. Nova Legion. It's them. The sound of cheers also sounded on the ground at the same time, and the originally noisy and panicked Shandar Starman also inexplicably quieted down. Everyone shook their arms and cheered at the figure passing through the air. Airplanes? The light in the sky shone inexplicably. I saw more than 10 figures in the Nova Legion, like the sun, emitting golden light, dazzling and compelling. Attack. With the order of the Legion Centurion, the golden light converged from the arm to the palm of the hand, and then suddenly sprayed out, like a golden pillar of light, hitting the oncoming invading airship. Boom! The light condensed to the extreme, and in an instant it was like a cannonball, one invading ship after another. Incoming projectiles flew and dragged out a long tail flame. The flying figure was extremely sharp and fast, dodging a series of attacks in the middle of the toss. In the air, like a fish in water, one could not breathe, and several beams of light were generated, cutting off one ship after another that resisted. The original stalemate was completely broken in an instant, and with the entry of the Nova Army, it suddenly became extremely smooth. See? These flying figures are the core defense force of Shandar Star, the Nova Legion. Green Lantern said happily. Su Chen looked at the flying figures in the sky, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Although in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, Shandar Star is an important scene, in order to highlight the importance of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the most important protective force of the planet, that is, the Nova Legion did not appear. Just by the side revealed in front of him, dozens of flying figures could be seen. You must know that the Krypton warriors under Su Chen's hands alone, although the strength is infinite, they can't. Like them, they are happily suspended in the void. And the Shandar Star under his feet has such a strong legion. Obviously, it is possible to find peace under the watchful eye of many powers, and there is also some strong strength capital. It seemed to see Su Chen's curiosity, and Green Lantern Hal Jordan couldn't help but introduce it. Compared to our ability to be urged by our own will, the source of Nova Legion's power source is Nova Power, a nearly infinite realm of power, provided by a superlife computer ego. And in terms of rank, this power is distributed from top to bottom. That's kind of interesting. That is to say, this power is not cultivated at all, but is provided by some kind of life. Without spending extra time training hard, you can gain the ability to fly overnight, and instantly arm an entire legion. It is no wonder that Shandar Star has been able to become a neutral place of peace and serenity. Let's go, Su Chen urged. More than the mysterious emerging power, after curiosity, I am more concerned about the collector's information. In the dark, a bad omen came to mind. The sudden thought was like a thread, it was difficult to capture the whole picture, this was an indiscernible spiritual ability, and Su Chen could not completely ignore it. Keep up with me. He didn't even care about the so-called Forbidden Sky alarm of Shandar Star, directly called out Green Lantern, and flew out. What's wrong? Green Lantern did not dare to snub. There is a problem, there should be a problem on the collector's side, this time. Just shortly after Ronan's attack. Ugh. Green Lantern didn't care how Su Chen came to his conclusion, looking at his gradually departing figure, he couldn't help gritting his teeth and flying out directly at the risk of being controlled by the police. Shandar Star, although inclusive, is open and inclusive. But in such a neutral place, in order to suppress the sudden atrocities of bandits, there are still very strict laws and regulations. The most important thing is to prohibit artificial flight control. Especially when a battle had just taken place in Shandar Star, in this situation, the grip became more and more tight. Stop your illegal actions. So, under the alarm bell, a group of guards from Shandar Star followed. This scene instantly attracted the attention of many Shandar Starmen. With the attitude of watching the play, most people watch all these acts very sadly. But among them, there was a person with a shocked face. She just witnessed the figure flying out. There will be no mistake. Black battle uniform, tall figure. It's him, it's definitely him. How did he get here? Are you sure? That's right. I won't forget that face until I die. It's definitely him. That would be bad. How did that Kryptonian get here? But it seems that we didn't notice that we were here. Listening to these words, Sif's face flashed with anger. Even Su Chen didn't notice that a group of Asgardians who had been completely driven away by him were settling on this Shandar Star. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. As early as a long time ago, the Krypton battleship World Engine was born, and because of an accident in Thor, the shuttle fell on the Asgard god domain. After an earth-shattering battle, Ragnarok, Odin fell, and the immortal palace changed hands completely. Even the surviving Asgardians were killed by the sudden change in the atmospheric environment, and they were forced to flee around in desperation. Among them, the dead die, the living live. A group of Asgardians who were lucky enough to survive, thanks to the help of Warnerheim, were able to move their families to the neutral country of Shandar. It was a time of shame. Unforgettable and unforgettable. The Valkyrie Sif gritted her teeth, her delicate face was serious, and she watched the figure fly away. The Asgardians around him were very nervous. What is he doing here? Compared to the Valkyrie full of killing intent, he shrunk his head and tail, and looked afraid. Sif watched and sighed silently. She knew that the backbone of the Asgardians had been broken the moment she left. The dignity of the people of the divine domain also disappeared with the fall of Odin. Most of Asgard's 587 people today may only increase their panic and fear when they know that their enemies are in sight. It's so useless. She sighed, but she didn't know whether to say herself or scold these compatriots. The man next to him turned red, and seemed to know that he was too dense. Inform a few immortal palace warriors, follow him, and see why he came here, Sif said unquestioningly. She can't forget the hatred of the past. In a starry sky where Shandar looks up, there is a star that exudes a brilliant luster. The name No Free Field. It seems to be a habitable star made from the huge head of a cosmic paleontology. The huge head, baptized for hundreds of millions of years, has been completely dug out of the head to support the living area of millions of people. This is also a famous mining colony. Be careful, although this is the jurisdiction of Shandar Star, according to unwritten rules, everything here is completely monopolized by the Tiffin Group under the collector. The organic matter in the skull, even the blood, has not completely dried up, and collectors have continuously sent workers to mine bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid and other substances for hundreds of years. When Green Lantern said this, he couldn't help but marvel at this scene of the axe work. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. If his expectations were correct, a head that could be called a star belonged to a member of the heavenly god group. Like Pangu, the blood of the limbs turned into earth nutrients. And the immortal corpse in front of him is obviously also shining and continuing to provide energy. But it couldn't help but make Su Chen raise a question mark in his heart. What kind of existence can kill this celestial god group monster that broke through the Interstellar? Stop. Behind came the sound of a command. Su Chen frowned. He looked back, but he didn't expect that the two members of the Nova Legion were still following. Hey, we're all colleagues, and I'm also a member of the maintenance of the Cosmic Order. In desperation, Green Lantern tried to talk and suppress the misunderstanding by his relationship. Only in the next second, his pupils widened. The whistling sound crossed the side of the ears, the sound of breaking the air sounded, and a figure in front of him quickly flew away. Boom! CICA, flew out with a punch. The starry sky in front of him seemed to be shattered, and the aftermath of the ripples swept directly towards the two Legion members. They were like great enemies, their faces were very ugly, and in a hurry, they all let the golden light wrapped around their arms come out, like a brilliant pillar of light rushing away. Sizzle. It's just that the pillar of light is like glass, and it collapses under the vast and endless fist, and Yue is like a wave, taking a selfie towards the figure behind. Boom! Under a muffled impact, the two instantly flew out upside down, flying more than 1,000 meters from their field of vision. The end of the problem. Compared to warm conversation. Obviously, Su Chen was more keen on simple and powerful ways. Seeing this, Green Lantern Hal Jordan could only helplessly appear a reluctant smile. Su Chen withdrew his fist, didn't even bother to take a look, and flew towards the head of this Haiwa realm. The entrance to the astral body is located at the celestial cap of the skull. The uncontrolled entrance and exit are full of airships, and once they fly in, a wide field of view fills the eyeballs. I saw that in the space of this skull, buildings were completely built at 360 degrees, with unique shapes, like honeycombs. In a dark and enclosed space, only neon lights provide light. Under the overall black tone, it looks more and more gloomy and weird. Hurry up! Su Chen was a little impatient. The mysterious voice in his mind kept urging him, and it was clear that he also knew that something seemed to be wrong with the collector he was looking for. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Before the Green Lantern could complain, he had to exhale and closely follow Su Chen's flight trajectory. He didn't even have to lead the way, he just looked for his mind and flew towards the tallest iron tower. Boom! An inexplicable explosion fluctuation also exploded on the tower building. The tower broke in two and fell diagonally into the ground. The terrifying airflow was like a storm, blowing around, and under this impact, the crowd also inexplicably woke up from the state of drunken gold and returned to God. Intruders, or them. Green Lantern was in a hurry and shouted. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and his body flew away. Very good, get the collector out for me. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Rumble? In the midst of the explosion, an iron tower exploded, falling from it and falling to the ground. Under the base of the iron tower, a hastily embarrassed figure, surrounded by a crowd, is rushing out. Collector, where to go? The shouting voices resounded one after another, and I saw several figures wrapped in black clothes, carrying laser gun bundles forward. Dressed as a black wanderer and wearing a skeleton mask, he is the Carry Rebel who is familiar with witnessing. The momentum is fierce, like the death of the god of death. What about the guards? And what about the stupid Nova Legion? The collector Tavan scratched his head and cried out in pain. Deep down, he knew very well that with these smelly fish and rotten shrimp around him, he was not such a heroic and good rebel opponent at all. With the proximity of the two places, he himself spent a lot of money to dredge up the commander-in-chief of Shandar Star, so as to reach an agreement to protect in times of crisis. It's just that. But now there is no reply. Foolish dreams, rest assured, we sent a small fleet to capture Shandar Star to ensure that the Nova Legion does not dare to leave the planet in large numbers, so what do you call useless? Hearing these cold and heartless words, the collector's mood slipped to the freezing point. Shout! A different kind of beam of light crossed in front of him. After two laser shots, several figures beside him were pierced through their heads and fell to the ground. Well, Mr. Tiffin, I think you're going to come with me, and maybe you should show your collection to the great accuser Ronan. The collector of mink clothes frowned secretly, but he did not expect that Ronan actually raised his attention. Damn greedy fellow, if you get hold of the collectibles in my hands, you can't just buy them? Why do you want to make such a big move? The collector is a bit frustrated. But that treasure is too valuable, Lord Ronan is afraid that you will not sell it easily. Therefore, it can only be used to make people endure the pain of cutting love. The Carry Rebels laughed wickedly. The collector's eyebrows jumped, and he immediately knew what Ronan was. Infinity Stones? Damn, that thing. I didn't have it in my hand for a long time. You must know that the power gem I just got was completely taken away by the shameless Thanos. The collector cursed angrily, and he only felt that he was inexplicably a little wronged. It's just that the Carry Rebels have long thought of this stubble. We naturally don't dare to think much about the treasure captured by Lord Thanos, but you dare to guarantee that you will know the whereabouts of such a gem. Known? A cold sweat flowed through the collector's mind. The news of the soul gem has not yet been verified to be true or false, so it was leaked out. Humph, it's been said. It's good, come with us. The strength of the two sides is clear. Man for the knife, eye for the fish. No matter how unwilling the collector is, he can compromise. Maybe he should answer my question first when he goes with you. Zhang Yang's ethereal voice came out from midair. Everyone was shocked in their hearts, but they never expected that they appeared not far away. Moreover, it is also a figure who volleys in midair. When I looked up to the extreme, I saw that the tall and strong figure was not angry and self-threatening, and his eyes were full of contempt and looked down. Are you? The Carry rebels clearly felt a majesty from the strong, a kind that only the leader Ronan had. The breath of the bit. Some people inexplicably tensed up, especially another figure emitting green light, and then flew over. Member of the Green Lantern Corps. Oops. It is impossible to judge the strength of the person who is the leader of the volley, but watching the famous green light members come together, everyone becomes more and more nervous. There is a bit of a disparity in strength. Hey, the members of the Green Lantern Corps, hurry up and save me. The collector hurriedly shook his arm towards the figure in midair. He was like a drowning man who had caught a straw and suddenly found a glimmer of life. Just under the gaze of Su Chen, he inexplicably closed his mouth, and a trace of coldness in his heart hit his heart, only feeling that he had just escaped the claws of the devil and fell into the mouth of a tiger. It's not a good Comer. He went crazy inside. The lonely figure in the sky, seemingly too lazy to say anything, looked at the trembling enemy below, without a trace in his eyes. Mood swings. Die. With a thought, his figure teleported directly to the ground. The figure jumped directly into the eyes of others, and what filled the eyes even more was the incomparably strong fist. Boom! The air exploded, the atmosphere seemed to be torn apart, accompanied by a vast impact fluctuation, and several figures in front of them only felt that they were being overwhelmed by a mountain. Duh! The bones of their bodies exploded, and their skin exploded into a blood mist, and while breaking inch by inch, their figures were like rootless duckweeds, flying out for more than 1,000 meters. The vast impact even directly shattered the crumbling walls around it, and the earth was even overturned. This. Mumble. The collector swallowed. Ben took the leg and honestly took it back, and he swore that even if the Nova Legion arrived, he would not dare to give birth to the slightest intention of escaping. In fact, it was undoubtedly a wise decision. He didn't know that just now he had been lightly addressed to 2 Nova members. I'll ask you. Su Chen, who landed, turned around and looked over with a serious face. The collector's face was ashen, and he barely showed a smile, and under the unquestionable words, he did not dare to have a trace of opposition. Soul Gem? I absolutely said. There are 2 messages I received, one is whereabouts. Did I tell you to say this? The words of dissatisfaction were directly interrupted, and there seemed to be a trace of anger in them. The collector had a giggle in his heart, and thought that he had not said the point, which was annoying. However, after careful consideration, he found that the other party did not seem to care about the whereabouts of the Soul Gem. What I'm asking is the whereabouts of the recent military dispatch of the Apocalypse Star. I think you are well informed and will not know about this stubble. Of course. The collector wiped the cold sweat from his face. I didn't expect the other party to ask other questions. But he instantly looked like a Kaya. What did he hear just now? Whereabouts of the nearest army of Evalips. My god, how could this guy inquire about such dangerous news? It's just too long, shouldn't it? A bold idea that swept through my heart. The collector looked at the person in front of him and became more and more afraid. I heard there are also obstructors, and people who dare to spoil my big things, but at this moment, an angry voice came from outside. Duc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. I heard that someone dares to spoil me. A rough shout came from outside the house, and under the thick smoke, a body more than 2 meters tall stepped into the threshold. Outside the mountain-strong body is a clinging mithril armor, revealing blue skin. And blue skin is almost the hallmark of the Kree people. The feminine face was frosty, and the sacrificial pattern was engraved on the face, adding a mysterious and strange temperament. Accuser. Lord Ronan, you are finally here. The voices of a crowd sounded outside the door. Those Carry rebels who had been hiding outside and did not dare to speak out were completely shocked by the threat of Su Chen's punch just now. Now seeing Lord Ronan personally coming, he immediately found the backbone of the main heart, and began to cheer and show his figure, clustered. Around 150 Lord Ronan surrounded the entire tower. Boy, if you know the face, hand over the collector. If you bow down and kneel again, maybe our Lord Ronan can grant grace outside the law and spare your life. It's beautiful to think about. The accuser Ronan is close, you kid doesn't peel off his skin, and you still want to leave here. The roar of wanton behavior resounded one after another in all directions. The hideous face was like a sure winner, and he was triumphant. But they didn't know this movement, but it was their main backbone Ronan who absorbed a lot of hatred. Very well, you managed to get my attention. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He was not prepared to chase and kill this group of people. But stimulated by language, he is not a cheerful person. Since you are so arching the fire, don't be ruthless. It's over. Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who was in a bad mood at this time, looked at Su Chen's playful smile next to him, which reminded him of a scene on the island of New York. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and criminals were spared, reduced to the nourishment of the earth. Now with this smile on his face again, there was no doubt that he knew that these people had completely fallen and died. Green Lantern member, are you also the one who dares to disobey me? The rough and brutal voice sounded muffled again. Ronan, the accuser holding a long-handled warhammer, looked at the figure that emitted green light, and in the cosmic Interstellar, those faint green rays were undoubtedly a member of the Green Lantern Legion. Of course. As Hal Jordan, who has eliminated violence and is safe, he will naturally not let go of this Kree rebel general who fanned the flames everywhere. Good, then you're done. Ronan sneered. Who's finished? Are you so confident? Su Chen estimated the time, and had no intention of stalemating. The stones near the feet slowly rose, completely ordinary. Not only that, the figure that originally landed on the ground, no wind automatically, the black cloak like a flag made a hunting sound. This. The crowd roared with an incredulous cry. I saw Su Chen's figure like a god, empty in midair, overlooking the figures on the ground, and his indifferent eyes were like looking at ants. The sense of déjà vu of the sentient beings made the accuser Ronan's eyelids jump instantly, and there was no doubt that he knew that he had hit a hard nail. However, he is fearless. He betrayed the Kree Empire and became a rebel in order to be worthy of his dead comrades in the past, and he must not make a peace agreement with Shandar on this. For this reason, he was scolded and resisted by both sides. He once let go of all his pride and knelt at the feet of a Titan powerhouse Thanos from the Outer Lands, hoping to get his help. Having paid so much, it is naturally to bury the Shandar. He won't back down from that. Insect eagle trick, you also dare to step on the void in front of Ronan. You're quick, let's get out of here. That is, come down for us, you think standing tall will not reach you. What else did the crowd want to say? But the air at the scene seemed to solidify, becoming very depressed, and the momentum even made them feel strangled. The coercion was like a sea, like the rays of the sun that spread out, emanating from Su Chen's body. Poof! One fell to his knees, his face pale and paralyzed. Under the coercion of the real thing, the Carry rebels were like a domino effect, and the figure continued to collapse. No, they were reluctant in every way, but they were like surrendered fighters who were disarmed, and they had no choice but to kneel down and constantly fall to their knees. Damn! Feeling more and more majestic power, Ronan gritted his teeth. His spine was as straight as a sword blade, and he tried his best to resist this vast majesty. He is not as simple as an ant, and the Nova Legion has been wanted for a long time, and they can't easily bring him down, which has proved his strength to some extent. Hugh wants me to kneel. Ronan shouted angrily, and his body roared angrily, slowly resisting the coercion and levitating. Once I knelt down to Thanos and sold my dignity in order to use his power. But only your own power is in your hands, and you don't want me to kneel. Ronan cursed hoarsely, as if he felt his momentum, and the surrounding buildings faltered. Thanos. Su Chen laughed. One of my subordinates was just a defeat. I didn't expect you to kneel to him, and it's really pitiful. This. A thunderbolt exploded in his mind. Once upon a time, Ronan offered him the cosmic orb in order to get help from the notorious Thanos, but in exchange for a silent result. The promise to destroy the Shandar has also been delayed. This made him, who betrayed his dignity, feel a sense of shame, and only felt that he was being played with 1.1. Impossible. How is it impossible? He swore to invade the Earth, but he was completely swept away by me, and there was no one of his subordinates. What do you think is a good person? Su Chen mocked mercilessly. So you don't kneel to me, but once bowed to one of my subordinates, you look down on me. The accuser Ronan was completely out of control, and he felt more and more that this was a fact. If it is really as he said, then it is easy to straighten out the vein, and the defeated Titan Thanos was taken away, and his subordinates were all lost, and they were discouraged, so that they failed to fulfill their promise and did not completely destroy Shandar. Thinking of this, Ronan felt more and more suffocated. His opponent turned out to be the monster who beat Thanos to the ground. _Duc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. This is fate? So Whipping's life, countless light years away, the two people can actually be involved. Ronan, the former accuser, gave up his dignity in order to seek Thanos' help, but he never thought that he would not be able to fulfill his promise. Not long ago, Su Chen had defeated the insolent and menacing Thanos. Ronan bows down like a godlike figure, and others despise him like an ant. This is the saddest thing in the world. Useless waste. Under the substantial majesty, the group of kneeling figures fell to the ground, kowtowing to the ground, and half of their bodies were almost close to the ground. That bleak appearance makes people sad. As if they were strangled in their throats, they couldn't make a sound, only a trace of hoarse sound, constantly bursting out from their throats. Help. Save us. I vaguely recognized that they were all wailing cries for help. The original appearance of dancing claws no longer exists, like a sick tiger trapped in a cage, silent and breathless. Even the green light 02 hero Hal Jordan next to him felt the real coercion, although it was not intentional, but the faint pressure was like a boulder pressing on his heart. Waste. What a useless bunch of waste. Su Chen treated each other coldly, completely angered by a group of disrespectful words, and he would no longer choose to forgive them easily. But after a while, those black and white clear eyes glowed with a hint of red. Shout! A red-hot gaze flew out like a giant sword that blocked the waste. Everywhere they passed, the walls crumbled and collapsed, like tofu without hindrance, not to mention the bloody bodies of the Kree rebels. Swish! There is no pause. These motionless figures have completely become dead fish on the board, at the mercy of others. They are shouting in panic, but they still can't wake up the stiff body. Under a red light, it was completely cut in half, and even the earth under his feet was directly cut out of a heavenly knife mark because of the impact. Ugh! Under heartrending shouts. The crowd was like straw, slaughtered at will. Nope. Ronan was completely aroused. It was a soldier who was bent on following him to betray the Empire, and he would not allow him to be slaughtered like this. Beast, I want to take your life completely. He scolded angrily. Airplanes? The long-handled war hammer in his hand was danced by him, and the accuser Ronan looked serious, stepped on the void, and swept directly towards Su Chen in front of him. A violent wind suddenly blew in front of him, and the person who shot felt pain. "Give me death." Ronan the accuser burst out with all his strength, and the momentum was like a rainbow, penetrating into his arm, and slashing at the opponent below with an indomitable volley. The warhammer forged from the star core cracked open. The name burned into flames, like Mars, flapping and falling. However, the other party still seemed to have no intention of reacting, and happily swept away the enemies under his feet with a heat vision beam. He seemed to be so immersed in a relentless slaughter that he neglected to deliver a sudden blow. Ronan's eyes were delighted, and his mind directly reflected a scene of the opponent's head breaking and bleeding, which was the result of every enemy being slashed by a warhammer. Without exception, Su Chen, the Green Lantern over there, cried, and he also thought that his partner did not react. But it was a little late. Boom! The warhammer fell. A muffled sound sounded like a morning bell. The sound formed a ring of shock waves, swept out, and the four-sided building that was originally crumbling collapsed in an instant like a piece of paper. Such a vast attack did not make the initiator Ronan look happy. That's not right. He found that the touch of the falling was completely wrong. The kind of movement that should smash a watermelon will definitely not make such a muffled sound. That's it. A disdainful voice came from the path. The accuser Ronan's attention was only then moved from the warhammer to the figure in front of him, and he saw a handsome face full of ridicule, looking at him with a smile on his face. The smile was bright and charming, but when it came into Ronan's eyes, it was extremely ironic, and it seemed to mock his own futile blow. Damn it! His vision finally fell on the palm that was fighting against the warhammer. With just one palm, he resisted his domineering blow, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push forward even the slightest. Like a dam, no matter how fierce the sea is, it can't shake a little. No, he couldn't accept it. A well-prepared blow that penetrated the whole body was caught lightly. This is a serious gap in the power gap. He seemed to see a heavenly barrier in front of him, unable to take a step forward. So, with such a level, it's no wonder that you used my subordinates as a dog, Su Chen said with a smile. The words were like knives, and the knife cut Ronan's heart. He held the warhammer with his backhand, his wrist was slightly forced, and with a click, this matchless warhammer cast by the star core suddenly burst out of a hole. Under Ronan's incredulous gaze, the rift became more and more diffuse and emerging like a spider's web. No. Boom! Finally, under the strength of the grip, it directly shattered to make a piece of gravel 587 marl, which fell from the air to the ground. When Ronan saw this scene, he could no longer care about the words he had just dropped fiercely, nor his dignity. He exclaimed, regardless of running out, without a trace of the reservedness of a strong person. The kung fu of escaping was more like 1,000 hammers, and with a single thought, he was more than 1,000 meters away from the iron tower. Humph, want to run? A sneer was followed by a red beam. The heat vision was originally the speed of light, and in an instant, it crossed thousands of meters and directly penetrated Ronan's body, who was running in embarrassment. The close-fitting armor made of mithril has become a joke, and the indestructible body shows that it is also a joke, and under the hot sight, a blood hole with a thick bowl mouth appears. I hate it. The desolate words concealed the pain of the unsuccessful cause. Ronan the accuser whimpered and fell straight into the air towards the ground. Could it be that this person is Ronan? It's him, Ronan the accuser, the man who has been causing trouble for Shandar Star. Under the witness of a group of racial creatures in the realm of knowledge, Ronan, the notorious Kree rebel general in the interstellar world, fell directly from the sky like a broken kite. Who is it? Just beat a cosmic powerhouse to the point of being powerless. The sound of amazement resounded endlessly. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. The noise could not help but sound from the onlookers in the realm of knowledge. The figure that fell to the ground in horror was undoubtedly Ronan, the general of the Kree rebel who dominated one side. The collector who was still aggressive just now is now beaten so badly. Who did it? That is, the good villain is also a monster that everyone can't provoke, so it has fallen into such a situation. Everyone was puzzled. I only thought that the collector invited a mysterious powerhouse to completely resolve the crisis. Happily, a crowd quickly surrounded the figure that fell to the ground. It's all good stuff. They pointed at the corpse. They glanced at each other, and then swooped forward, like vicious dogs pounced, and a group of people actually began to fight for the suits, items, weapons, etc. on the body of the accuser Ronan. The once famous accuser has come to such an end. Now that I think about it, it's really embarrassing. This is the thug in the realm of knowledge, and none of them are good people. Green Lantern Hal Jordan said with a frown. The collector on the side, Tavan rubbed his head, also quite embarrassed. He can almost be regarded as the owner here. He was a little carried away, and his body moved out step by step, trying to escape from it. It's just that under Su Chen's gaze, the collector suddenly became smiling. He rubbed his hands, and turned his mink coat into him like a rich landowner. Distinguished guests, welcome to your arrival, thank you for your help just now. He wiped his cold sweat, and his words showed a bit of humility. After all, he has not forgotten that this guy in front of him who has 100 enemies is also a monster who is looking for himself. Please, you still look like a cosmic elder? It's not at all. Green Lantern Hal Jordan couldn't help but feel ashamed when he looked at him. Collector Tiffin's face turned even redder, but he couldn't help but roar in his heart. Do you think Xiao is willing to do this? Not yet under the influence of power. Okay, I heard Green Lantern say that you are a well-known, well-informed person in the world, now I ask you to answer. Su Chen's body floated to the ground and looked over with a serious face. Oh, my god? It turned out that the guy who attracted this evil god was this Green Light member who looked harmless to humans and animals. The collector stared at him a few times. Thinking of the hot gaze sweep that tore the heaven and earth just now, Collector Tiffin did not dare to slack, and nodded directly and honestly. To restore the question just now, the specific attack point of the Apocalypse Star, how many do you know? The bold question instantly left a cold sweat on the collector's face. Epicolypse. That's an unspeakable one. It is the epicolypse that represents death, silence, and decline, and faces its edge. Where it passed, there was no grass and no intention. Dare to reveal his news, this is simply looking for death, live to the end, okay. If you don't say it, I'm afraid it's straight now. Suchan did not hide his threat. Intentionally or unintentionally, a faint coercion, like the water of 9 springs pouring out, Collector Tiffin suddenly felt an uncomfortable meaning, and his body and limbs seemed to be imprisoned. Click. The sound of bones ringing is uncomfortable to hear. Good. I said. Collector Tiffin struggles to open his mouth. Feeling the slackening of coercion, he immediately trotted to an instrument in the tower, and he pulled a drawing from the paper basket on the side and slowly unfolded it. Half a month ago, I once received the marching trail of the demon-like legion. According to the route, if you guessed correctly, it must be Monarch, which is a country that many interstellar empires are hungry for, and has a new energy technology. If the expectations are correct, the Astrocalypse will probably have attacked them on this. After the collector finished speaking slowly, he let out a long breath, only feeling that he had just finished a victory. Monarch. Well, this may be one of the strongholds. The marching trajectory of the Demon Legion is very strange. Few people have been able to understand the route, and of course, few people dare to track their movements. The collector wiped the cold sweat from his face, only thinking that the guy who didn't want to die was himself. Monarch? Suchan narrowed his eyes. This is another slightly familiar country. If you guessed correctly, this is a country in the movie Guardians of the Galaxy 2, with a very cutting-edge energy battery technology. He remembered that the energy battery technology attracted the attention of many powerful people, so much so that the priestess of Kingstar hired the Guardians of the Galaxy to protect the battery. It seems that it is a planet worth rushing to, even if it is not for the troops of the Apocalypse, that energy battery technology is worth returning. Good. Suchan nodded, obviously having made up his mind. How to take the route. Green Lantern really didn't think he was going now, and he now regretted his decision to take him out of the universe. So are we really going? Nonsense. The words are righteous and strong, and people have no intention of refuting. It was the demons who could bury an entire Green Lantern Legion, and the thought of this made Hal tremble. However, he could only comfort himself that perhaps the number of demons on Monarch might not be as many as he thought. The collector on the other side, also extremely shocked, he has captured a key message from his words. These two people actually dared to pull their teeth and dare to move the cake of the Apocalypse Star. Oh my god. When the conjecture turned into reality, you can imagine how terrifying the waves were in his heart. He said more, the ancient guardians of Oua Star even ignored their evil deeds, and the two heroes dared to eliminate violence and Onlyong, but they were worthy of superheroes. Kings, justice? Green Lantern's heart was a little floating, but the next second he knew that Suchan was not for justice at all, it was just to vent his anger. I know the route to Monarch. Tomorrow morning when the star shines, not far from here, there is a wormhole about to open, you can spend the night here, and then set off here. The collector rubbed his hands and said happily. He knew that the other party had strength, and he also thought about a hint of co-optation in his heart. After all, although he had a great family, he did not have much defense. Green Lantern is also familiar with the space route, and nodded heavily when he heard this. Don't worry, you'll be able to leave tomorrow morning. In that case, let's go tomorrow. Suchan looked at the sky outside, and it was already dark, and it must not take much time. Tiffin, the collector, clapped his hands and said joyfully, I am the host, and I promise to make you feel comfortable through this evening. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. The realm of knowledge is a star created from the inside of the head of the celestial god group. Under the erosion of hundreds of millions of years, this severed head still does not mean much decay. The dried blood, bones, and organic matter inside have unparalleled nutritional value, which has been thoroughly targeted by collectors, and its Tiffin group has thoroughly underwritten this project. For many years, he has fattened the collector's purse, and also allowed him to unscrupulously collect various styles of treasures in the universe. VIP slow play, we have a lot of entertainment facilities here. The collector said happily. This is not only a platform for mining the resources of the ancient gods, but also a paradise on Earth. In the dim environment where the sky is not visible all day, only neon lights shine in people's hearts, and many interstellar races are drunk in this gloomy atmosphere. The agitation that had just taken place seemed to have subsided. When the body of the accuser Ronan was thrown into the street, the original subordinates disappeared without a trace. Rats leave a sinking ship. It has always been an eternal theme. When the rebel general completely lost power, how many people could strengthen his conviction and continue to accompany him? The interstellar warriors who are mean by nature are naturally people walking T980 cold, and they hate to give birth to two legs. Of course, there is also an outlier who has moved his mind. Serve the strong, as long as you can kill him, even if it costs me a lot. In the shadows, an indifferent voice sounded. In the dense crowd, she could pay attention to several sneaky voices. It seems that my petition has been found. The woman groaned, a sharp blade fell out of the sleeve in her hand, and walked towards the two figures. Half an hour later, in the dim atmosphere, the field of knowledge is still a song and dance, and it seems that there is no intention of stopping. Knock knock. The sound of the gate resounded. This is the Gothic mansion of Collector Tavan. I want to meet the man who killed Ronan. A woman's voice followed by a knock on the door. What for? The collector in the mink suit said with a face full of impatience. He looked at the stunned guard outside the door, but he didn't panic, because behind him was the Green Lantern slowly walking out. Do you know what you did? Someone behind was bold, and the collector naturally scolded without scruples. I'm Nebula Nebra and I want to meet that adult, she said without changing her face. Nebula. Hear the name. The collector took several steps backwards and almost shrunk on Green Lantern's back. Damn, no wonder I got my guard. It turned out to be you, the rumored adopted daughter of Thanos, who turned under the accuser's door. So you came to take revenge. He seemed to find that there was no need to be nervous at all, and after coughing, he shrunk into the side and leaned out directly. No, I'm here to join him. Nebula said. What? This was obviously a bit unexpected. Collectors thought that they would come to provoke them, but they would encounter such a situation. His eyes turned, and there were many ripples, and under a thought, he was more or less clear about the purpose of the woman in front of him. What did you bring? The collector held his chin and said slowly. On the ground next to Nebula's black boots, there were two corpses that were not cold, their waists were disemboweled, blood was dripping on the ground, and their limbs were even broken by inches. It is cruel and inhumane, worthy of being a notorious witch. Green Lantern frowned, seeing this fierce woman appear. He couldn't help but take a step forward with a sense of justice. You're kind of curious, don't you know I'm a member of the Green Lantern Corps? Hal Jordan said righteously. The ring he was wearing in his hand emitted a slow green light, and he was obviously angry. But Xingyun ignored it. Her gaze looked at the figure walking behind her. Sir, I came to find you. This is the name I gave you. Cast a name. Out of the shadow of the house came a tall burly figure. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and looked at the two corpses lying in front of him with some curiosity, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find out which kind of name this was. What is it? A cat and a dog? He couldn't even feel much strength from the corpse. These are the two figures who have been following you very carefully. Sneaky. I killed them by the way. Nebula pursed her lips and said. So what? Su Chen didn't care. Based on his huge strength, he would not care about the thoughts and conspiracies of a group of cats and dogs. I found out their identities. They are Asgardians who came to Shandar Star to settle a long time ago. Hearing this, Su Chen's interest suddenly permeated, and he grabbed Green Lantern Hal's shoulder and walked directly forward. His eyes looked at the two corpses lying on the ground in front of him again, but Su Chen laughed meaningfully. It's a little interesting. You have a unique vision. I knew adults were interested in them. Nebula smiled with satisfaction. She was well aware of the hatred in the eyes of the two stalkers. There was absolutely no mistake. It was a hateful hatred, and she had actually experienced it. So, that's your petition. Su Chen laughed. It's just that under the smile, it is very cold. But why do I want you to be a person? Say that you are a woman, but your posture is also average, not to mention that the whole body is mechanical, which does not conform to my aesthetics at all, so you better seek another high. No, I will take revenge on my adoptive father. Nebula's face became very ugly, and she argued reasonably. Thanos hated my strength, and whenever I lost a competition, he took every internal organ on my body, my hand, my feet. Even my head was taken away by him and replaced with mechanical parts to make me stronger, and he turned me into this ghost. People are not people, ghosts are not ghosts, is her portrayal. Nebula remembered the picture of her torture, and couldn't help but clench her teeth in hatred. She wanted to gain strength in order to avenge her adoptive father. I know that you have defeated Thanos before, and I will recognize you as the master. Even if you are a cow and a horse, you will not shake your faith. Then you better dispel this idea early. Su Chen shook his head. I'll prove it to you. Nebula took a deep look at him, bowed his head respectfully, and then ran directly out towards the outside. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. It's night, it's late. Shandar Star. It was still peaceful, and it seemed that the invasion scene that occurred during the day was not worth mentioning at all, and the Shandar people who were accustomed to it slowly fell asleep with the night. However, a massacre quietly and silently fell on the Asgardians. Boom! The sound of explosions resounded throughout the city. Nebula Nebra's figure paced here. Not long ago, a moment after leaving the realm of knowledge, he had already contacted the old ministry in the past and directly cleaned and ransacked the land. I'm with you. If there is no hatred and no grudge, why kill us? Heimdall held a great sword in his arms and struggled to hold on. Because I'm going to borrow your head for you, Stott. Nebula laughed wickedly. You obviously have a hatred with that adult, so don't blame me for being cruel. She smiled wickedly. The black mist from the fireworks gradually covered her complexion. Near this building, there is a mess. Corpses are strewn all over the ground, and in many houses, there are dead patches of Asgardians. The sleeping Asgardians were slaughtered by the evil men who suddenly approached before they could even react. The original subordinates of this group of nebula were originally deeply influenced by Thanos' dogma, extremely vicious, did all evil, burned, killed, and plundered, and they were even more confident. I don't know how many Asgardians were stripped alive by it. So you can imagine how many sins Nebula suffered under Thanos, and it is no wonder that he was replaced with a large number of parts. Such a tragic situation is naturally unimaginable to Heimdall. Until now, he could not clearly understand how his Asgardian people could provoke this female devil. The adult? And who is it? He never understood how many enemies the Asgardians had today, unless, before you die, don't talk nonsense. Nebula stepped down, and the figure flew out like a sharp arrow, and it really moved like a rabbit. But Heimdall is not an idle person. The giant broadsword in his hand is like an open axe, directly chopping and falling, popping, with the touch in his hand, it is undoubtedly directly falling on the air. Oops. Heimdall looked anxious. Poof. Sure enough, a stream of blood burst out of his shoulder. Nebula is not an ordinary creature, and its half-human, half-mechanical body and even its head have been replaced with parts. Just as she passed by, it was the opposite. The human twisted the joint, and a straight diagonal backstab was inserted upside down on Heimdall's back. Ah, he screamed. He couldn't stand this cone at all. The blade was more than 30 centimeters long, and this penetration really killed him. Heimdall ate the pain in his heart, turned sharply, and the giant sword in his hand slid away. But Nebula turned back one by one, folded in half, and made another counterattack alive. The human movement, at the same time, came closer to him again and crashed into his. Poof! The slender blade in his hand was right in the heart. Nebula laughed viciously, and before Heimdall could react, he directly turned over and jumped, avoiding his dying attack. Die like this. Like a devil's blowing talisman, it floated in his ears. Heimdall only felt that his eyelids were getting heavier, he couldn't open his eyes, and the gradually passing vitality made him unable to even lift his hands. Why? He read. His face was full of puzzlement, and until he was about to die, he remembered the news from today's Valkyrie Sif, the Kryptonian who had buried the Asgard god domain. Before he could continue to think, the darkness had already invaded his head, and then he fell to the ground with a heavy collapse. That's it. Nebula smiled contemptuously, but she didn't want to know how these slightly powerful Asgardians had made a vendetta against that Lord Su Chen. But it doesn't matter. As early as she tortured an Asgardian, she received intelligence that their race had a feud with the Kryptonian powerhouse. If you have a grudge, you can do it. Nebula thought that his two corpses couldn't please each other, and that one race could always do it. She has also fallen into the magic barrier, and her hatred for Thanos cannot be quenched. Thinking that it is a Kryptonian who can defeat Thanos, even if she pays a price, she will directly kill these Asgardians to gain a chance to serve. Zero ask for flowers. The night grew deeper, and the smell of blood permeated the city. In less than an hour, the Asgardians here were slaughtered in their sleep. A pointy-eared monkey-cheeked man walked up to him, carrying a snakeskin bag behind his back. He gently put it down, and said with a smile, "It's all here." Through a slight gap, I saw that the snakeskin bag was filled with severed ears. Nebula nodded in satisfaction. She wanted to slaughter the entire race. She couldn't just say nothing, and these evidences could only be taken from the corpses of these Asgardians. That's always enough. Nebula looked forward to getting the nod of the Krypton powerhouse. Airplanes? There was a slight siren outside. Apparently someone finally noticed something was wrong here. Can't wait any longer. Sooner or later the people of the Nova Legion will arrive. His subordinates urged. Nebula pursed her lips, directly lifted the bag, did not dare to slack, ordered the others to put away their hands and tails, and after lighting a fire in the surrounding buildings, they all flowed around directly like rats. Taking advantage of the night, Nebula's figure also sneaked into the night alone and never returned. In this way, the Asgardian people who had worked hard to escape from the Asgard god domain were destroyed in an instant. After all, they cannot escape the curse of extinction. Speaking of which, even if he saw these people again, Su Chen didn't even touch this thought. Just like the heavenly god standing above the clouds, how would he pay attention to those ordinary landing ants? But the world is so wonderful. In the past, the emperor did not even indicate his preferences, just frowned. Those subordinates who figured out the thoughts of the Saint Shang, in order to please the people, directly did a lot of slaughter and extermination things. As for considering the feelings of others, inexistent. And now, Nebula is also speculating on Su Chen's thoughts, and directly advocated without authorization, solving these Asgardians. Pathetic. Perhaps Heimdall thought of such a result, and it was estimated that he would be humiliated. However, Nebula did not slaughter the full Asgardians, and in the corner not far away lay a woman with a good figure, which was her gift. _. That's what you did. Yes, I know they have a grudge with you, so they slaughter them all over without scruples. Early in the morning, Nebula, who looked proud, couldn't wait to knock on the door and came to the collector's door with great momentum. Su Chen, who was preparing to travel early in the morning, Green Lantern Hal Jordan was blocked by her door. Then, they happened to see this scene, only to see a heavy snakeskin bag lying on the ground in front of them, full of tiny ears. Damn female devil. Hal Jordan couldn't be calm for an instant. It was a human ear that was cut off. This bag down. How many people should be bleeding for this? Oh my god. Even collectors couldn't help but pinch their noses in order to endure the pungent smell of blood. Not long ago, there was a massacre on Shandar Star, and almost all the Asgardians involved were sacked. A subordinate kindly reminded, his eyes skimming the nebula in front of him, undoubtedly indicating that the initiator was this one. Asgardians? Su Chen shook his head and smiled, but he didn't expect that he hadn't moved a trace of killing intent, and let the people who figured out his thoughts be slaughtered. Speaking of which, these people are really wronged. In fact, for these extinct Asgardians, they have some potential threat, and if they are solved here, it may also be a good choice. You're so daring. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced over. The thick coercion was like Mount Tai's crushing top, so straight that Nebula's spine could not withstand it, and with a pop, he fell to his knees. Like a drowning person, Nebula's limbs trembled, and the suffocating pain made her face livid, as if she was dying. It's just that the pair of hopeful eyes can't help but look at Su Chen, hoping to get his forgiveness. If more than 10 seconds have passed, only then did Su Chen relax and let this invulnerable coercion dissipate indifferently. You are good, you dare to claim it without permission. Nebula only felt that his back was soaked with sweat, as if he had just been salvaged from the river, and his body was covered in sweat. This is the determination I want to show you, Hope my lord. Give me a chance. Her lips trembled a little and said. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and he didn't have much dissatisfaction with the woman in front of him who slaughtered the race yesterday. Did you take this dogleg? Although Su Chen originally had the intention of repudiating outsiders, but when he thought of the dormant Thanos, he might as well use this to classify her as a subordinate. After all, knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent is a victory in 100 battles. Su Chen was not yet stained by driving away Thanos. He knew that Thanos' terrifying nature was far from being stimulated, and even Su Chen did not dare to guarantee that he would completely win it in the last battle. In the comics, Thanos directly gave Deadpool an undead curse, which was enough to make it impossible for Deadpool to never see death, one of the 5 gods of the universe he admired, again. What's more, once he obtains the Infinity Stones again, Thanos, who knows the mysteries of the gems, will gain even more terrifying powers. Therefore, Su Chen still had to keep an eye on it to deal with Thanos, who was still missing. Okay, I promise you, a subordinate's seat will still be reserved for you. Green Lantern Hal Jordan was completely puzzled. She is very familiar with Thanos, and it will be useful for me to stay, Su Chen said. Thanos is not a character who dares to accept failure. He will definitely make a comeback, and at some time in the future, it will definitely meet again, so it is also an acceptable thing to keep this former adopted daughter. Thank you, my master. Nebula immediately knelt down on one knee and said solemnly and respectfully, I won't take you away, so stay on Shandar Star. Su Chen directly gave the order, when the time comes, I will call you. A dog on call? This answer obviously made Nebula's face a little unsatisfied, but she couldn't disobey him. 0. Tiffin, a collector on the side, smiled busily, don't worry, I am very familiar here, and I can guarantee that Shandar Star will never overly pursue the matter of Asgard. He obviously took the opportunity to catch up with Su Chen, a Krypton powerhouse. However, it is no wonder that as soon as this person dares to compete with the Dark Monarch Darkseid, the collector secretly made up his mind to build this relationship. It was already early. After this morning episode, Su Chen did not dare to stay for too long. Before leaving, he glanced at a woman wrapped in a snakeskin bag on the ground, and under the perception of scanning, he knew that it was the Valkyrie Sif that he had not seen for a long time. In a foreign land, spanning countless light years, I actually met this woman. Keep it. Su Chen naturally knew Nebula's mind to bind her to the front of him, but he didn't have such an urgent need for catharsis now. Time waited for no one and did not say much. Green Lantern Hal and he flew towards the distant Interstellar, aiming for the space wormhole that slowly opened as the starlight bloomed. And Nebula was originally a little dissatisfied. After all, she felt that her master did not want to reuse her. So urgent, where is this going? Her face was very displeased, and she only felt that she had abandoned it. It's not something you can be a part of. 4.9. The collector was interested in getting acquainted with her, and couldn't help but say more. If you want to go to King's Star, do you also want to participate? I should always have some use for a tool, don't the owner need someone else to help me? Wait, King Star? Nebula's face was surprised and became very ugly. Suddenly, she said a little tremblingly, that's a planet invaded by demons, and his target turned out to be Apocalypse? That's right. For a while, Nebula's face became more and more difficult to look at, and she subconsciously thought that she had taken the wrong thief ship. Damn it, that's Apocalypse? Invincible devil? Even justice must ignore the terrorist forces that detour for this. How could her own master do it with them? Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Who is Darkseid, Dark Monarch? It was a name that dared not be said in the universe Interstellar. It was a terrorist force that the ancient guardians representing the righteous order had to close their eyes and ignore, and it was the Dark Lord who could completely bury the entire Green Lantern Legion. Just such a guy who symbolizes destruction can make Nebula's body tremble. Although today's Thanos is a newly rising black and evil force, compared to his strength of wearing only one gem now, compared to Darkseid, it is still very low after all. So it's no wonder that Nebula Nebra's expression has changed so much. At this moment, the joy of her success in becoming a dogleg spreads, replaced by the fear that grabs people's hearts. Damn, how did you get on this thief ship? Nebula smiled bitterly. But at the same time, a sense of shock also instantly filled his heart. If he heard correctly, the adult who he had just bowed down was going to attack Monarch. Is that to fight head-on with the Apocalypse Star? But soon a sense of despair quickly climbed up, and a few months ago, she knew that the Green Lantern army was completely destroyed on the Apocalypse. Don't worry, it'll be fine. On the narrow ship, the figures of Hal and Su Chen flew towards space. In front of him is a space wormhole that gradually opens as the stars bloom in the morning. Perhaps because of the tight war, this cosmic tunnel that is opened at an unknown time is actually silent. Fight. Hal Jordan took a deep breath. He took enough firepower and stepped on the accelerator. The next moment, the narrow airship was like a shooting star across the stars, directly through the entrance of the wormhole, and in an instant, the magnificent space-time tunnel came into view. In the wormhole, people only feel that time and space have begun to become confused, unable to distinguish the direction, and cannot perceive the passage of time. Gravity was even more strangely changing, so that Su Chen, who was not wearing a seat belt, controlled his body abruptly with his own concentration. After a while, this mysterious scene disappeared from view. Bang! It was as if it had pierced an invisible, entire narrow ship before a wormhole came out. Navigation, King. After doing some mental work, S.H.I.E.L.D. received. The entire airship received the order, navigated itself very wisely, and drove itself. After passing through this wormhole, it is not very far from the destination. Looking at the brilliant stars disappearing from the window, Su Chen knew that a big war was about to begin. He glanced at the Green Lantern who was still worried and couldn't help but shake his head. He also knew that there were 3,600 members of the Green Lantern Corps, and the burial on the Apocalypse Star was a very terrifying spiritual blow. Not to mention Hal Jordan, who is still one of them. However, Su Chen knew very well that the Green Lantern Legion had a saying that the green light is not more than 10, and after 10 it will be destroyed. It can be seen that these will masters who seem to be able to create things out of thin air are also very fragile. In the comics, it is not uncommon to see the role of a few Green Light members, even stronger than the role of an entire legion. Therefore, for the fact that the Green Lantern Corps is extinguished, there is no need to be so overwhelming and breathless. Don't be afraid, in other words, I just need a driver to take me back and forth. As long as I reach King, the rest of the road depends on me. This. How can it be? Green Lantern Hal Jordan shook his head. Such behavior is too cowardly, and he is not willing to become such a weak person to death. Seeing that he couldn't get off the stage, Su Chen didn't think too much. Anyway, he would pay some attention to him. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen's eyes were somewhat filled with a trace of fighting intent, and he couldn't even hold back the agitation in his heart. Hatred is like burning firewood, slowly sweeping through the heart, and gradually, like a volcano about to erupt, it is ready to be launched. Su Chen couldn't form a hatred for each other, and the reconnaissance ship full of Kryptons hoped to go away was actually attacked by the Apocalypse Star in the boundless starry sky, and all the members died, and the bones were gone. What's more, this reconnaissance ship, which was set to return automatically, was also exposed at the same time since the location of the 910 Krypton Empire. The universe is like a dark forest, and today's Krypton Empire is like a burning bonfire, targeted by the forces of the apocalypse lurking in the darkness. War will eventually come. This is nothing more than a matter of time. Su Chen will never allow this to endure, let alone allow himself to wait hard. He is an active hunter, looking for a stronghold force of the Apocalypse Star, and without saying a word, he is ready to take it. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. It's a good tradition to exchange courtesies. Looking at the stars that were getting closer and closer outside the window, and sensing the flight trajectory of the ship under the seat, Su Chen knew more or less that it was the legendary Monarch. Be careful. Before leaving, the collector told me that this star is likely to have members of the Dark Elite. Hal Jordan's brows furrowed deeply. According to past examples, in general, Apocalypse allowed the Demon Legion to ransack the planet. But with such a lot of effort and the need for the transfer of its generals, it proves that the planet probably has what they need. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. King, right in sight. This is an Earth that is very different from the blue surface, and the faint red light seems to be reflected in the twilight. No, there is a smell of money in it. Green Lantern said with a smile. Su Chen, who flew with him, narrowed his eyes, and somewhat knew why he said that. After all, the entire Monarch is most famous for its technological creation energy battery, which is reported to be one of the best ultra-energy technologies even if it is placed in the entire universe. Just a small battery is enough to use a planet's full power for several days, which shows the technical content and even the value. So, it's no wonder Green Lantern says it's a planet full of gold. The rich Monarch is not only because of the smell of gold filled with cross-era technology, but more importantly, even the human beings here have a golden surface skin color. Well, it's really worthy of being a rich man. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and the airflow generated by his body breaking through and falling gradually calmed down. Suspended in midair, he was enough to capture a group of corpses strewn on the ground from his line of sight, and the surface of his golden skin all indicated the identity of these original indigenous people, the Sovlans. At a glance, on the endless plains, there are machines everywhere, broken limbs, and fallen planes. The scene was miserable and unbearable. Look. At the end of the field of vision, I saw that above the starry sky, there was a thick black fog, like dark clouds, endlessly. Green Lantern's face couldn't hide his surprise. Even Su Chen raised his eyebrows playfully, only to see that the top of that thick city was covered with groups of demon legions. Like a hornet out of its nest, the city was regarded as a nest, so that it was directly remembered by countless numbers of demons. Not only that, the demons had obviously launched an offensive against this, and the golden hall flashed in the sky from time to time. Brilliant fireworks exploded in midair, like dumplings, and groups of corpses fell towards the ground. But discerning people can compare with the endless demon legions, and this city known as the Crown is about to fall. That's the main city, and once it falls, the consequences are unimaginable. The moment Hayden became Green Lantern, he was not only endowed with the ability to create will, but also instilled with various interstellar languages and common sense information. For the movement of King's Star, it can also be easily followed. But right now, in the distant town, there was a huge movement, and the demons were inexplicably disturbed, and their bodies trembled for half a minute, as if something had swept over their bodies. The person at the head of this group of demon legions, that is, the tall Calabac, immediately frowned. The weapon in his hand was inexplicably stagnant, and followed this inexplicable throbbing, and his vision looked into the distance. It's just that. Through this thin layer of black smoke, in the distance, there seemed to be a line of sight watching. Calabac is well aware that he has been perceived by others. Found you? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that the divine thought was like the ebb tide of the sea, and retracted into his mind again. Just now, he had already captured an exceptionally powerful ability fluctuation from the town, and there was no need to think about it. It must be the leader at the head. As a retaliatory action this time, Su Chen naturally would not vent his anger at a group of worthless demon-like legions. In any case, these endless demonic legions are not the target of manpower at all, compared to the day of destruction of humane direct destruction. The correct solution to destroy the demons should be to directly contain the source of their apocalypse stars. Even if he destroys this group of demons now, as long as it takes less than a day, the heavenly apocalypse star can successfully create a new group of lively monsters. Therefore, directly killing the leading Dark Elite members is the most important thing for the leader. Airplanes? The flapping sound of wings sounded. It was several demons who flared their wings on the planes and found the uninvited guests in front of them, who were looking for some living bodies in order to capture their home planet. When they found Su Chen and the two, they couldn't help but flutter. No money. If I guessed correctly, I may have found a member of the Dark Elite. Su Chen didn't care, but directly stated his goal. You want to take it directly. Green Lantern Hal Jordan also understood his thoughts before this. The thief captures the king first, avoiding this group of worthless demon-like legions, and directly taking down the leading Dark Elite member in one fell swoop. That's right. Unfortunately, only one member was found. No, you should be thankful. Why do you talk about fainting? That's Darkseid's son, Calabac. If you can eat him, I'm afraid it will be enough to make Darkseid sad for a while. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. What a surprise. The members of the Dark Elite are powerful and menacing terrifying powers under the Dark Monarch Darkseid. After all, the demon-like legion is a group of dizzy monsters, and every time they lead an army attack, they need an elite member who can take charge of commanding these dumbfounded monsters. Just like in the last battle on Earth, the Steppenwolf with the giant axe in his hand was in charge. And this time, on the stronghold of the attack on Monarch, there was obviously a respected elite member accompanying him. And this is the object of Su Chen's attack. Unexpectedly, the leader of the team this time turned out to be a guy named Calabac, and the most noteworthy thing is his identity. Son of Darkseid? Then don't blame me for being cruel. Su Chen grinned brightly. Green Lantern Hal Jordan involuntarily shivered. He knew that under this smile, the guy who was remembered would definitely be out of luck. Burst? The sound of vibrating wings was heard. I saw that several demons-like wings fluttered in the field of vision, and the breath of the living was like a delicious cake, stimulating these insect monsters with very keen organs. In just a moment, the high altitude 210 in the distance swept over a group of demons from time to time, floating like dark clouds, and swept towards the ground where Su Chen was. Okay, let's go. Su Chen did not get too entangled. A small whirlwind appeared out of thin air under his shoes, and his body gradually levitated. With a bang, there was an extra sound barrier at the place where he stayed, and Su Chen's body actually flew directly out into the distance. Hey, wait for me. Green Lantern Hal Jordan did not dare to snub at all. This seeping wasteland, and even the scene of dead silence, made him dare not stay for a while, immediately awakened the power of the green light, and followed Su Chen closely. It's just that. A group of demons flew in their direction, and the monsters in the field of vision were even more dense, almost occupying the field of vision. Apparently, they flew straight towards the attacked hinterland. Wait, are you sure you're okay? Green Lantern swallowed his saliva. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little, and his body didn't dare to slow down by half a point. After all, around his body, there were a group of demons dancing with teeth and claws. Under high-speed movement, the cold wind beats the face painfully. In an instant, the back inexplicably gave birth to a coldness. There was a demon-like swoop towards the back. The Green Lantern gritted his teeth. The Green Lantern ring worn by his fingers emitted green light, and his willpower turned into a majestic shield, protecting the body inside. Oops! The previous servants and successive demons were not afraid of death, and on the green shield, it was like raindrops lapping on banana leaves, and there was a crisp humming sound. Hal Jordan frowned, using his willpower to shatter his shield. Compared with the Green Lantern, who is a little embarrassed and tired, Su Chen can be much freer. In order to take care of the Green Lantern behind him, Su Chen naturally has reservations in speed, but it does not mean that he is a passive person. In the process of flying, a casual flapping is the bloom of force. With a swing of his arm, the mighty airflow turned into a hurricane, directly involving the demons who rushed from his side into the storm, and his body limbs were torn apart. The demons that were affected in the distance were even flown out by selfies. Opening his mouth and spitting gently, the cold frost was like a cold ice storm that had not changed in Siberia for 10,000 years, directly freezing the group of flying demons in front of him. With such a relaxed move, not even a gesture of action, he wiped out the demons hunted in front of him. Burst! The speed of flying increased by half a point. Without the obstruction of the demon for the time being, Green Lantern couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just a dozen seconds later, the plane under their feet had completely swept over, and the tall building complex at the end of their vision had actually come into view. Damn, a badge! Green Lantern exclaimed. The surrounding light dimmed inexplicably, and the bright light of the stars no longer fell down, and the reason was because the high sky was full of impenetrable black things. It was the Demon Legion hovering high in the air, so that it covered the sky and blocked all the light. What is even more thrilling is that the entire Capitol building of Monarch is climbed up by locusts-like demons, and the colorful neon building is completely covered. The breath of the living is very weak, and from time to time, a large group of golden-skinned figures can be vaguely captured from mid-air, captured by demons one by one, wrapped and flew into the air. Airplanes? The hum of the engine came very clearly from high in the sky. I saw a ring-like ring, suspended in the air, within the ring, exuding a majestic energy, and actually opened a wormhole out of thin air. Inside the cave entrance, groups of black demonic legions came and went from time to time, and they drove into the wormhole with creatures in their hands. Don't think about it, on the other side of the wormhole, is the Apocalypse Star. And those people of King's Star who were swept away had only one fate waiting for them, that is, to be transformed into new demons. Attention, be careful! Green Lantern exclaimed. High in the sky, there are many of these ring-shaped wormholes, and outside the cave entrance, there are many demon legions around them, coveting everything in front of them. When they came to the outside of the capital, they only felt that all around them were black, as if heaven and earth had fallen into an endless hell. The dark pupils blinked their scarlet eyes, and the thin-winged demons stared at the two unexpected intruders. Fear is their favorite sweet food, and every creature that sees them undoubtedly screams, panics, and smells of fear. But the two in front of him, no, to be precise, Su Chen's body, there was no such aura of fear at all. Hal Jordan does not have such a big heart. He knows that he has no way back, and the rear has been filled by a large group of demons, completely blocking the back road. Hey, we're like, it's a little bad. Green Lantern completely regretted it, thinking that he knew not to rush too far so that he was surrounded. Put away your fears, it will irritate them even more. Su Chen was still sitting on the fishing platform, and the old god was firmly suspended on it. Green Lantern just nodded when he heard this, and when he saw the demon-like legion approaching, his heart still trembled. Why don't you leave? Damnly, Su Chen seemed to be asleep, and he actually didn't move. At this juncture, it's too calm. Follow me. After a while, Su Chen put away the divine thoughts he emanated and went directly towards the demon-like legion in front of him. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. King's Star. Outside the capital, which is known as the head of the crown, there is an inseparable black dark cloud completely shrouded outside. The wailing sound of defiance constantly resounded outside the castle, like a crow hovering outside the castle at dusk, and the flying posture was tight and solid, covering the sky. The mighty demon-like legion just blocked the capital city of Monarch to the point of being overwhelmed. Boom! Fireworks are constantly blooming in the air. It was the sound of exploding fleets one after another, and these were the fleeing ships trying to escape from the travel star. Obviously, this is undoubtedly a wishful thinking, even if it is a ship made of meteorite gold and iron with the power of the Empire, which is enough to resist artillery fire, under the climbing of the devil, a short contact, and it will come to naught. A tragedy was staged in the air, and the fleeing monarchs were obviously seeking their own death, and they were intercepted by the demon-like legion in midair. Of course, this does not mean that Monarch is without the slightest resistance. As a well-known neutral star empire, Monarch can prosper and survive in the cracks of the three major interstellar empires, and naturally has its thick capital. The newly developed ultra-efficient energy battery not only makes a lot of money for Monarch, but also plays its own role in protecting the entire capital. If you look up from the ground of the capital, you can find that within this area of tens of miles, there are dozens of golden rays rising into the sky. The pillar of light was brilliant and beautiful, exuding a thick sense of warmth, and on the dozens of pillars of light, a thick golden light mask was woven up, directly sheltering the entire capital. This scene is like a golden glass cover, directly covering the capital of King's Star. Outside the defensive cover, there are groups of demon legions, constantly hitting on it, making a violent collision sound. Under the crackling sound, the surface of the light mask ripples, like the surface of a lake. Everyone can see that this is not a perfect preservation strategy. At least a group of worried monarchians on the ground below undoubtedly express their point of view. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we'll all be reduced to a plate. The turtle in the urn, nothing more. The most terrifying thing is that the demonic attack is too violent, and the consumption of energy batteries is also exponentially skyrocketing, and if it goes on like this, we won't be able to last long. We need to hold out longer, and I'm afraid we won't survive the arrival of the allies. So, we're going to concentrate our energy. The elders of the Monarch Star Council nodded one after another, and tacitly agreed with each other to make a decision. Okay, get ready to turn off the energy beam in Zone E. The inner area does not open the gate passage, inform them. The crowd of E, drive the ship to fly out, and then... Speaking of this, a council elder with a face full of vicissitudes opened his mouth and indifferently spit out 2 words to an envoy. The messenger was subconsciously shocked, but he quickly adjusted his mood and gave orders directly to the command room. In the territory of the political order of King, the top representative of the pyramid is undoubtedly a member of the Senate, in addition to a high priest woman who has been given the highest authority by the council. Soon, in the command room of Kingstar, orders from the Senate Council were served. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Airplanes? Accompanied by the roar of the engine inside, a tremor like an earthquake resounded inexplicably for several seconds. After that, the outermost pillar of light in the capital city began to darken inexplicably, and the originally thick sense of volume became more and more blurred, and then dissipated indifferently like a cloud of smoke. Zero asked for flowers. Along with the disappearance was the golden shield that sheltered above. In this way, the outermost periphery of the capital, like a belt, the E area, was completely exposed. The inner circle area is still sheltered under the golden shield. On the contrary, it seems that because of the increased investment of energy, this much smaller golden shield has become thicker and thicker. In order to save energy, in order to allow more people to survive, only some people can be sacrificed. The senator said very grimly. And the priestess Aisha standing on the balcony of the tall building on the side also looked indifferent, but after frowning, she didn't say anything more. Her water-cut eyes reflected the scene of a large group of demons fluttering down. It is no wonder that at the moment of losing the shield, the people of Area E are undoubtedly a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and the demon-like legion has long been unable to hold back, and directly fell with a vigor. But it was such a doomsday scene, and what happened was that there was not much panic, fear of the cries. The people seemed to be very quiet and comfortable accepting their abandonment. But in Aisha's eyes, one ship after another soared and rushed straight towards the demon-like legions, and a group of fierce people drove the airship straight into the air. Let's go. After a soft sigh, the airship exploded directly in midair. It turned out that even the crowd driving did not think of escaping, but burned like jade, directly exploded in midair, and died with the demonic legions. It is a funeral-like ritual of self-destruction. Surprisingly, all this is not a voice of doubt, and all the people in Area E are so willing to send themselves to the funeral. _. Such a willing self-funeral, in a serious and cold atmosphere, inexplicably has a terrifying taste. It is like a robot without any emotion, receiving signals from engineers and subsequent action commands. But the problem is, these are living creatures. The command room, which was in the center of the capital city of Monarch Star, issued this order just now, and they had no complaints about it. The senator who was guarding Zhang Wang on the balcony just looked at this scene outside coldly. The abandoned people commit suicide and attack the fallen legion of demons. Brilliant artillery fire bloomed in the distant air, tearing open the black night outside. What a scene that makes people feel unhappy. The priestess Aisha whispered 3:7. Aisha, you must remember the future of King, but I will entrust it to you in the future, and this kind of demoralizing words should be said less. The elder of the counselor next to him said dissatisfied. Future? Surrounded by the demon legions, is there really a future for Monarch? The priestess Aisha said inwardly. However, compared to her, who was not optimistic, the senators were much calmer. Don't worry, after a while, our reinforcements will arrive. We Monarch Star still have a little friendship with the ancient elders, not to mention the harm of the Apocalypse Star. I don't believe they will sit idly by. But the outside world has been rumored that the Green Lantern Legion under the ancient elders has already been completely destroyed. How can it be possible to save us? Priestess Aisha said. This, the senator frowned, and then he flicked his sleeve robe sharply and said, the news that has gone viral outside, unconfirmed, will only bring us panic in vain. Don't worry, the 3 major interstellar empires are of the same breath as us, will they also sit idly by? Everyone understands the truth of the lips and teeth, but in this world, there are more falling stones. As a neutral country, Monarch has sent a lot of benefits over the years, but the 3 major interstellar empires are probably happy to see Monarch sink from now on. Aisha didn't say much because she knew it was nothing more than futile. Looking at the clansmen who died fighting outside, Aisha did not have a trace of intention in her heart to sink here. Maybe it's a curse. The monarchian, at the moment of birth, already determined his profession and character in terms of genes. Whatever you want, like a part of a machine, a soldier ant in an ant nest. That's right, this system of deciding at birth is very consistent with the former Krypton. It is because of this that there was any dissatisfaction with an order at the top, and it was a concerted effort to commit suicide. But that's it, how much more can we last? Aisha's faint words echoed in the balcony. But at the moment she left the table, there was a vibration in the distant sky, and the demon-like legion, which was like a black curtain, actually flew outward. Even some demons who should have fallen to the ground abandoned the monarchs in their hands and flew directly towards the outside. What's wrong? In the crowd inside, some noises could not help but erupt. Obviously, the movement in front of them is also presented in the eyes of most people. This is, even the council elders who were originally as stable as Mount Tai pulled down their faces, looking at the scene in front of them with a discolored expression, only to see that the demonic legions that were originally wrapped in a golden round cover actually scattered one after another. The scene that covered the sky suddenly dissipated, and golden light could not help but spread from the air. The starlight of the stars was actually scattered on the ground for a long time, emitting a little ripple on the surface of the silver building. So beautiful. It's a rare scene to see the sky again. Some people sighed, unable to press their excitement in their throats. Even Aisha was surprised. Her delicate face was bathed in stellar light, and she was full of shock in addition to her beauty. What's going on? Demon-like legion, loosened our encirclement net. Could it be? It's reinforcements coming. A member of parliament couldn't help but wave his hand. Yes, only the movement outside can attract their attention, so that this group of demonic legions who do not do evil can loosen their offensive. Aisha, who had been hopeless, was stunned on the spot. She is not a passive person, on the contrary, she is very sensible, and does not want to be too idealistic as the senator. A little analysis, even if there is a profit transmission, why do the three major interstellar empires have to risk a huge price to complain about the apocalypse star? Why should the ancient elders who were cut off by the apocalypse star bury their rare cultivation period for the sake of the life and death of a neutral country? But everything. It seems that this is completely out of Aisha's imagination. Rumble? Several fireworks inexplicably bloomed outside. That terrifying momentum, even the energy shield supported in the air rippled inexplicably. You can imagine how fierce the offensive generated outside was. Saved. Aisha couldn't help but cheer in her heart. Hurry up. We are also ready to attack. A lawmaker said immediately. The outer demonic legions loosened the heavy encirclement net, but it was the monarchs in the capital that caught the fighter at a glance. We should join forces with the people outside and attack together. 3.3 That's right, kill a bloody road. The monarchians are not without fighting power, and the monarchians who have also studied the genetic samples of their own race have long been developed for the advantages of their own race. And the priestess, who was known as the first combat power of the empire, was already eager to try. I know. Aisha nodded. Although I don't know how long the offensive from the outside world can last, the fighter plane is fleeting, and the moment when the other party relaxes is the best moment for everyone to break through the siege. Waiting for my good news, I will find out first. Aisha called softly. As soon as the words fell, her body floated towards the air like a feather. After another moment, the figure was silent and disappeared into the air. _Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet.tk. Rumble? The roar of the airflow could not help but burst out in the air. I saw Aisha's figure floating in the air, and under a smooth thought, it was hundreds of meters high. At this time, the figure of the demons outside the energy cover no longer existed, and the light of the stars outside finally spread out, setting off the figure very sassy and crisp. As a priestess and spiritual leader, Aisha is not only a head in state-like existence, but also a matchless Valkyrie. Her special physiology gives her a series of superpowers. Special cells in the body can absorb and store cosmic energy, and she can also convert cosmic energy into a variety of superpowers. Being able to soar freely in the sky at this moment is undoubtedly the ultimate embodiment of her ability. It can be said that Aisha is the interstellar version of Ms. Marvel. Turn on the energy shield. Under the command's order, the thin golden defensive cover slowly opened a corner, and Aisha did not wait for the demons outside to notice the movement, and immediately flew out of it. Coming to such a high altitude, with Aisha's extraordinary vision, she can see the scene outside very clearly. What's wrong with this? Aisha exclaimed 31. Her movements are not small, but the demon-like troops outside seem to care about her existence. Not to mention that the demon-like legion was no longer besieging even the huge capital. What happened? So that they are so concerned about one over the other? Are reinforcements really coming? The councillors had said that they had sent a distress signal to the ancient elders at the end of the justice order, but anyone had heard that the Green Lantern Legion under the ancient elders was slaughtered, and the deaths and injuries were heavy. The ancient elders knew each other, and they would definitely take this opportunity to recuperate, which can be regarded as tacitly acquiescing to Darkseid's evil behavior outside. So now there is such a mess as king, forced by the supreme deterrence of the apocalypse star Darkseid. What reinforcements can save the king star in danger? But who the hell came? There was such a terrifying movement. Aisha pursed her lips, unable to hide her surprise, and at the end of her field of vision, she saw a group of demon legions as vast and endless as dark clouds, sweeping over a certain siege breaker like a storm. Rumble? Suddenly, I saw a sound in the sky, and the whole person's vision shook with it. I saw a brilliant red beam of light rising into the sky, a supreme heaven-supporting sword, directly stabbing out a huge hole in the solidly encircled demon legion in front of it. Countless demons emitted extremely harsh sounds, which were the wails generated when they were swept away by the light. The high-energy heat attached to the heat line of sight has terrible burning properties, and under the touch, it directly makes a lot of class demons into nothing, even if there is not a trace of touch in the vicinity, but the strong heat actually makes them burn out of thin air. The release of the light did not dissipate, but continued to soar very solidly, directly crushing and exploding the ring devices hanging high in the deep space in the distance. It's the space gate. Ayesha recognized the existence of this device at a glance. This ring device is a space gate built at any time, which can instantly fly out of the wormhole by the base camp troops countless light years away, and a steady stream of demonic legions are flying out of it, which can be described as the supreme weapon of the Apocalypse Star to plunder the Interstellar. As long as these space wormholes are destroyed, the endless number of demons can be contained. Seeing this, Ayesha couldn't help but be moved. Just imagine that after this move came out, it would eventually make a difference. Defeating the space wormhole hanging high in the air was indeed a good choice. At least it could keep the enemies of Monarch from being endless, and maybe it would allow Monarch to get a chance to break through. Good opportunity, Ayesha, attack that space gate. Not only did Ayesha see through the key point, but the command department that had been below also suddenly discovered where the door was, and the instructions from the counselor were instantly transmitted to her ears. The moment was fleeting, and looking at the two remaining ring devices in the sky, almost no one could afford to miss a good opportunity. Ayesha's eyes were a little complicated. She took a deep breath. The energy in her body was like blood in her body, and the energy from the outside world was continuously absorbed by her, and in a short time, her body was filled. With a thought, her body flew directly towards the wormhole gate in deep space. But before she flew out half a minute, Ayesha actually gritted her teeth and her body went in another direction, which was not where the wormhole was at all. Ayesha, where are you going? A puzzled voice came from the headset. Ayesha shook her head, still with a steady tone under her cold face, and said, although I don't know who the other party is rescuing, he has fallen into endless encirclement, and I can't see death without saving him. It's just nonsense. The defense of the wormhole gate is very weak. The army is all attracted by the other party. According to your skills, you can definitely defeat the wormhole gate. You actually give up this opportunity now. From time to time, roars came from the parliamentarians, who seemed unable to stand Ayesha's wayward behavior. Ayesha shrugged indifferently and said, you can also try to attack yourself. Don't bother me. Remember, this King Star also has the weight of my Ayesha's words. As soon as the words fell, she directly turned off the communication, and her body continued to go towards the dark and boundless demon 347 trend. Kings is very similar to the former Krypton, and every people is also born on the ground, which determines their future identity, and Ayesha, the priestess, naturally has the most powerful genes of king. The arm is slightly extended, and the body is like a high-speed spaceship directly breaking through the air. At the same time, Ayesha's right hand slammed into the air, and a golden light suddenly bloomed in the palm of her hand, which was like a vortex absorbing the energy of the outside world, and after a breath, the palm of her hand held a dazzling golden light. For the absorption and use of energy, Ayesha is familiar with it, and the light gathered in her hand at this time is no less than the explosion of a small nuclear bomb, and its power cannot be underestimated. But just as Ayesha was about to throw at the demon-like legion in the distance, she was stunned on the spot. A violent fluctuation burst out in the distance, and a white brilliant light covered the demon-like legion, and instantly illuminated the entire earth, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to look directly at the light in it. It is as if a sun appears directly in front of you. What terrifying power is this? Ayesha was shocked, did not care about attacking, and quickly retreated backwards. What a terrifying power. The brilliant white luster instantly covered the entire horizon. Ayesha's face was shocked, and the terrifying white light filled the field of vision inside and outside, and in an instant, distant fluctuations washed out, and even she was miserably affected. Rumble, the sky and the earth change color. Solar flare. The impact of the sun instantly baptized this star field. That was Su Chen's latest awakening skill, and it was also the most powerful ability of the Kryptonians, the sun flare. How strong are solar flares? A single flare would release nearly 1 billion megaton nuclear bombs, which is equivalent to the energy emitted when 1 million volcanoes on Earth erupt at the same time. So at this moment, the overwhelming in front of them, the endless demonic legions were completely evaporated in an instant. Not only that, but you must know that there are open doors of space all around. The vast flare impact also followed the wormhole and led directly to the Apocalypse Star at the other end of the gate. Bang! The Apocalypse Star was instantly baptized by a strong shock wave, the Earth was collapsing, and the firmament was being turned upside down. Bastard! A roar sounded from the universe. It was the voice of the Dark Monarch Darkseid. He couldn't bear the destruction of his kingdom, so he directly exuded the momentum of his whole body, and resisted the oncoming sun flare. But he had completely miscalculated the power of it. The vast sleepless shock wave completely failed his defense in an instant, and even his own breath was inexplicably low. Darkseid's strength was suppressed to a certain extent, and the entire body shrouded in dark aura collapsed inexplicably. You are Darkseid. Suddenly, there was a roar from the 9 heavens. That was Su Chen. He crossed the wormhole gate and came directly to the shattered Apocalypse Star. Are you going to threaten the survival of the planet? I'm sorry, but I'm going to take your son's life first, and the planet Apocalypse under your feet will also collapse on this day. What? Darkseid's eyes were red, never expecting that his son had died at the hands of his opponent. I want you to die, he roared. However, Su Chen in front of him was one step ahead, and he shouted openly, in addition, I have taken your life, Darkseid, and use your life to forge my supreme myth. Shout? It's too late, it's fast. Lin Chen's eyes bloomed with a terrifying red luster, and the heat vision beam was thick to the extreme, turning into a terrifying thick beam and flying into the distance. One after another aura continued to bless, and the heat vision beam reached the level of Star Destroyer in an instant. Bang! Hit Darkseid in the distance directly. Rumble! At the moment of contact, Darkseid's body was directly pierced, and the Star Destroyer beam that swiped was even more arrogant to the extreme, hitting the Apocalypse Star. Without a trace of obstruction, the moment it landed, it instantly shattered the Apocalypse Star, broke through the star core, and completely turned the entire planet into nothing. Bang! The impact of the star ring exploding and the planet's collapse inflicted damage on the nearest Darkseid. Ah! He screamed, full of grief and indignation, but he couldn't stop Lin Chen from directly destroying the Apocalypse Star. Nope. Immediately afterwards, he felt the collapse of his body. Soon, a figure came into Darkseid's eyes. It was Lin Chen. He arrived, and personally bombarded his body with the Supreme God Fist. Click. Darkseid finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed in an instant. No. At the last moment of the fall of his life, he still wanted to completely self-detonate a jade and stone, but Lin Chen's unreasonable punch shattered the starry sky, shattered the space, and completely killed him. Darkseid? It has since fallen. Dark Lord, remove it completely. The crisis of the Earth was completely lifted. In the boundless universe, there has been a myth related to Lin Chen since then. He is no longer the Superman of the Earth, but the Golden Superman in the universe.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.